was so angry that he rushed towards Ji Qianya. "Tianu, take it down," Ji Qianya shouted sternly. In fact, Ji Qianya didn't need to say much. Tianu on the side had already taken the first step. He flashed and stood directly in front of Ji Qianya, and pressed his right hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the star pirate in the mysterious god realm was directly suppressed to the ground. Facing the heavenly slave in the god king realm, he didn't even have the qualifications to resist or struggle. Looking at the Xuanshan realm star pirate who was suppressed on the ground, Ji Qianya picked up the teacup, took a sip carefully, and said, "The 18th prince is the 18th prince. His subordinates are quite loyal. It's a pity their strength is too weak." Putting down the teacup, Ji Qianya stood up and said, "Tu Huo is too careless." 6 great god kings plus tens of thousands of city guards surrounded a star pirate group that didn't even have a god, but they still let one of them escape. "Let's go, Tianu, take him with us, and let's go make money." Brush. Upon hearing this, the face of the Xuanshan realm star pirate changed drastically, and turned pale. He never expected that Ji Qianya would not only embezzle the huge fortune of 300 billion of their King Ji, but also hand him over to Tu Huo. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In an instant, the Xuanshan realm star pirates were furious to the extreme and hated to the point of madness. However, facing the god king Tianu and the god emperor Ji Qianya, he had no right to resist, so he could only roar hysterically, "You will not die well, you will not die well, I curse you." Bang! The Xuanshan realm star pirate wanted to say something, but was knocked unconscious by Tianu's attack. Then, Tianu grabbed him and looked at Ji Qianya, saying, "Miss, are you really going to hand him over to Tu Huo? And you want to embezzle the 300 billion? What do you think?" Ji Qianya smiled slightly and said, "Compared to this 18th prince, I am more interested in that human. Let's go." After leaving a few words, Ji Qianya walked out. Tianu was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what Ji Qianya was trying to do, but he followed her anyway. Holy Fire City, Central Square. As time passed, the number of alien races coming to watch increased instead of decreased. They were all very curious whether the human would show up because of his accomplices. They were even more curious about what kind of human it was that caused the 7 captains to go to such great lengths to capture him. At the southwest edge of the square, 6 great gods including Tu Huo and Hong Yi were sitting together, quietly watching Ji Chongshuan and his party in the center of the square. "Brother Tu Huo, do you think that human will come?" Suddenly, Hong Yi looked at Tu Huo and asked with a frown. Tu Huo said calmly, "If he doesn't come, we can just kill him. But if we kill all these people and he still doesn't show up, what should we do? Then he's lucky." In fact, Tu Huo didn't know what to do if Ye Bufan didn't show up. After all, this was the only way he could think of. If he couldn't force Ye Bufan out in this way, then he would never be able to catch him again. Center of the square. "Young master, do you think Xiao Fanzi will come?" Looking at Ji Chongshuan on the side, she who couldn't help but ask. "Does it make any difference whether he comes or not?" Ji Chongshuan said suddenly. Well, the lion and tiger were stunned. "Yes, what difference does it make whether Xiao Fanzi comes or not? Whether he comes or not, everyone except Ji Chongshuan will surely die." Shihu smiled bitterly and said, "But master, do you want Xiao Fanzi to come or not?" Suddenly, Ji Chongshuan was speechless. To be honest, he didn't know how to answer this question. He naturally hoped that Ye Bufan would show up for them, so as to at least prove that his previous emotional investment had paid off. But if Ye Bufan came, Tu Huo would definitely not let him go, so Ji Chongshuan didn't want him to come. I have to say that this is an extremely contradictory mentality. That was why Ji Chongshuan changed the subject directly and asked, "Shihu, when did you become so sentimental? Are you so sure that today's events have no chance of turning around?" Well, the lion was stunned and asked, "Master, what do you mean by this? Don't you notice there's one person missing between us?" "One person is missing." Shihu looked at the others around him, then his face changed and he said in surprise, "It's him, master." "What's going on? Where is he?" "I have sent him to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." "Master, do you want Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to help us?" "That's right, 200 billion divine crystals to save all of our lives." Hiss. "Now, do you still feel Ji Chongshuan had just said half of his words when he was suddenly stunned, and even the original words came to an abrupt stop. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this scene, Tu Huo looked confused and puzzled. Fine. Ji Chongshuan said this leisurely, but then looked at the crowd watching in front of him. 3 minutes later. Ha ha ha, Captain Tuhuo, Captain Hongye, I didn't expect the two captains to cause such a big scene. Tianu carried the unconscious Xuanchen Realm Star Pirate and walked out from the crowd with a smile. Tianu, what are you doing here? After seeing Tianu, Tuhuo and Hongye stood up suddenly, looking somewhat dissatisfied and wary. I'm here to give gifts to the two captains. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianu directly threw the Xuanchen Realm Star Pirate in front of Ji Chongshuan and his group. Tuhuo and Hongye flashed in front of Tiannu. They glanced at the Xuanchen Realm warrior, then looked at Tiannu and asked, who is he? You shouldn't ask me this question, you should ask him. Tiannu looked at Ji Chongshuan and said with a smile. Ask him. Tuhuo and Hongye both looked at Ji Chongshuan with confused eyes. Tiannu, you. At this time, Ji Chongshuan gritted his teeth and glared at Tiannu, looking extremely angry. Your Highness the 18th Prince, I'm sorry, but our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce refuses to trade with you. Tiannu smiled and said, what do you mean? Ji Chongshuan was furious. Could it be that your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce wants to embezzle my 300 billion divine crystals? Your Highness, you are joking. How could our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce do such a thing? Tiannu smiled and said, according to what the young lady said, Your Highness, you now have two choices. First, continue the previous transaction, but the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will not ask about the matter between you and the two group leaders. Second, we will return all the divine crystals to you, Your Highness. You. Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan's expression instantly became extremely gloomy. Hongye and Tuhuo looked confused. President Tiannu, what is going on? It's nothing, actually. Tiannu smiled and said, this 18th prince had previously made a deal with us, so he deposited some money in our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now he sees that he is desperate, so he asked his men to negotiate with us, hoping to cancel part of the previous deal and use the nearly 200 billion divine crystals in it to ask for help from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, asking us to save their lives. However, the young lady refused. Son of a bitch. In an instant, both Tuhuo and Hongye became furious. After hearing what Tiannu said, they understood what was going on. It was obvious that Ji Chongshuan wanted to use Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to check and balance them. No wonder he surrendered so readily before, and no wonder he was so calm after being captured. It turned out that he had planned this long ago. Fortunately, Ji Qianya chose to refuse, otherwise, their plan would have failed. As for the identity of the unconscious Xuanchen Realm Star Pirate in front of him, it was naturally obvious. He was the person that Ji Chongshuan asked for help from Tian's Chamber of Commerce. Court death. With an angry roar, Tuhuo was about to take action to kill this Xuanchen Realm Star Pirate. It's a pity that he was stopped by Tiannu. Tiannu, what do you mean? Looking at Tiannu, Tuhuo said with anger and confusion. He. Tiannu smiled calmly and said, Captain Tuhuo, he now belongs to our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Isn't it inappropriate for you to kill him like this? What do you mean? Tuhuo was stunned. It's very simple. Tiannu smiled slightly and said, 30 billion, he will be yours. When the time comes, if Captain Tuhuo wants to kill him or chop him up, my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will naturally not interfere. Chapter 1536, The Ninth Heaven of Gods. 30 billion, he's yours. When the time comes, Captain Tuhuo can kill him or chop him up, and my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will naturally not interfere. 30 billion. Tuhuo's mouth twitched slightly, and then he cursed. 30 billion to buy a mysterious god, and then you kill him directly after buying him, you think I'm stupid. He. Tiannu smiled calmly and said, Captain Tuhuo, don't be angry. You have to know that he is not an ordinary Xuanchen Realm space pirate. 30 billion is really not expensive. Isn't he an ordinary mystic god realm star pirate? Tuhuo was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Brother Tuhuo. Before Tiannu could answer, Hongye beside him reminded him, don't forget the lessons learned from the past. Tuhuo was stunned again. Lessons from the past. That human. Damn it. Previously, I spent 350 billion to buy a useless human scum. Now you want me to spend 30 billion to buy a star pirate at the mysterious god level. Do you, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, really think that I, Tuhuo, am easy to bully? Tiannu, don't go too far. When he thought of this, Tuhuo gritted his teeth, stared at Tiannu and said coldly. Excessive. Tianu looked puzzled. May I ask Captain Tuhuo, where did I go too far? You. The butcher was furious. You are asking this question even though you already know the answer. Tien Nu ignored him and said, Captain Tuhuo, do you still want this mystic god realm star pirate? Don't want. Tuhuo said cleanly and neatly. 30 billion to buy a star pirate at the mysterious god realm. Anyone who buys it is an idiot. Well, since Captain Tuhuo doesn't want him, then I can only take him back. But as he spoke, Tianu's tone changed, and he said, Captain Tuhuo, if this mysterious god convinces our young lady and makes her change her mind, don't blame me for not reminding you, okay? What do you mean? Looking at Tianu, Tuhuo was stunned. Captain Tuhuo, isn't what I said clear enough? Tianu smiled calmly and said, if that's the case, then I'll be more specific. It's like this, Captain Tuhuo, you also know that there are some things that no one can predict the outcome until the last moment. Although our eldest lady has rejected the 18th prince's deal, there is no guarantee that she will not change her mind in the future. The most important thing is, if you don't buy this Xuanchen and let me take him back, he will definitely try every means to persuade the young lady. In this way, wouldn't it increase the chances of the young lady changing her mind? Captain Tuhuo, is that right? I am your uncle. Tuhuo was instantly furious. Tianu's meaning was very clear. If he did not spend 30 billion to buy this star pirate in the Xuanchen realm, then the God Emperor in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would most likely change his mind and help Ji Chongshuan. What is this? Despicable. Shameless. This is clearly a blatant threat and blackmail from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Before Tuhuo could think about it, Tien Nu said with a smile, in that case, there is nothing else to do. I will take my leave first. Wait. Seeing Tianu was about to leave, Tuhuo immediately stopped him. What else does Captain Tuhuo want? Tianu turned around and looked at Tuhuo with a look of surprise and confusion. What's the matter? Why did I call you? Don't you have any idea? But Tuhuo was too lazy to talk nonsense with Tien Nu, so he said directly, I'll buy this Xuanchen. Ah. Tianu pretended to be stunned. Captain Tuhuo, didn't you say? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to sell it or not? Tuhuo interrupted Tien Nu directly. Sell. Tianu smiled. Tuhuo looked at Hong Yi beside him and said, Brother Hong Yi, we can split the 30 billion in half, is that okay? Although Hong Ye was very reluctant, she still nodded. After all, for him, spending some money is nothing as long as he can catch Ye Bufan. After a moment, Tuhuo handed the 30 billion divine crystals to Tien Nu, and said with a cold face, 30 billion is for you, Zanshen stays, now you can go away. How could Tuhuo not be angry after being cheated out of 30 billion for nothing? Tien Nu didn't care, he just smiled calmly and said, don't worry, Captain Tuhuo, I will leave now. As for this Zanshen, from now on, he is the president of Tuhuo, you can kill him or chop him up as you like. Bang! After he finished speaking, Tianu kicked the Xuanchen realm star pirate directly in front of Tuhuo. Kill him. Tuhuo glanced at the Xuanchen realm star pirate, and then said angrily, killing him like this, wouldn't that be too easy for him? Come here, tie him up and wake him up. I want him to watch his accomplices die tragically one by one, and then I will eat his flesh and drink his blood. Otherwise it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. 30 billion. If it weren't for this star pirate in the mysterious god realm, would he have to be cheated again? Tuhuo was extremely angry. Hee. Tianu gave a meaningful smile and then chose to leave. With Tianu's departure, the Holy Fire City, the central square, everything seemed to have returned to the starting point again. Tuhuo and 6 other powerful god kings are waiting. All the city guards are waiting. The aliens who were watching were waiting. Everyone is happy that the star pirates of the Star Pirate Group were also waiting. It can be said that at this moment, everyone present was waiting for Ye Bufan's arrival. But will Ye Bufan come? No one will know the answer until the end. Master, Liger can only accompany you so far. Please take care of yourself in the future. Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Shihu said with a bitter and helpless expression. He knew that Tuhuo would never dare to kill Ji Chongshuan, but he would definitely take the lives of other people, and these other people naturally included himself. In response to Shihu's words, Ji Chongshuan's face showed a hint of hesitation, but soon, this hesitation was replaced by determination. Then he responded within him, and closed his eyes without saying anything more. Outside the square, Ji Qianya, wearing a veil, stood in the crowd, looking at Ji Chongxuan and his party in the center of the square, frowning and muttering, "Will you come?" Hurricane City, Bai Tower. Ye Bufan knew nothing about what happened in the Holy Fire City or the capture of Ji Chongxuan and his group. At this moment, after he moved into Bai Tower as a god, he began to refine this time's harvest, which was elixirs worth more than 200 billion. The last time he took the elixir, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the heavenly god, and it was the pinnacle of the 6th level of the heavenly god. So this time, he had just refined a small part of the elixir, and his physical cultivation broke through again, reaching the 7th level of the heavenly god. And all this has just begun. The 8th heaven of gods. 9 heavens of gods. The middle stage of the 9th level of the heavenly gods. The late 9th level of the heavenly gods. One day later, more than 200 billion worth of pills were used up, but Ye Bufan's physical cultivation remained at the 9th level of the heavenly gods. He was still a long way from the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly gods, let alone the God King realm. Damn it, this Hongmeng seal of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture is too bad, right? More than 200 billion pills have only allowed my body to advance from the 7th level of the heavenly god to the 9th level of the heavenly god, and it has not yet reached the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly god. Pit. Huge pit. After opening his eyes, Ye Bufan couldn't help but complain. But what can he do? Why? With a sigh, Ye Bufan said helplessly, "The revolution has not yet succeeded, I still need to work hard. But it will be soon. Given the current situation, if I swallow tens of billions of his pills, at most 100 billion, I will definitely be able to let my physical body enter the Divine King realm. Once I become a Divine King, I will be qualified to compete with the 7 leaders. At that time I won't have to hide anymore." Call. After taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan stood up and left the room. A moment later, when Ye Bufan heard the discussion about Ji Chongxuan, he was dumbfounded. Ji Chongxuan was arrested. Tu Huo also announced to the world that if he didn't show up, he would kill 10 people a day until he was done. Moreover, he had already killed 10 people under Ji Chongxuan yesterday. Chapter 1537 Sneaking into the City Lord's Mansion. Ye Bufan never thought that Tu Huo would actually capture Ji Chongxuan and intend to use Ji Chongxuan and his star pirates to force him to show up. I have to say, Tu Huo must have racked his brains to capture me. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was doomed to fail. Will I show up for Ji Chongxuan? Obviously not. At least not now. After all, Ye Bufan knew that with his current strength, if he showed up directly in the Holy Fire City, it would be tantamount to seeking death. By then, not only would he not be able to save Ji Chongxuan and his group, but he himself would be implicated as well. Ye Bufan would never do such a losing business. Of course, Ye Bufan would not stay out of it. After all, this matter was caused by him, and the netherworld blood fox in the godly realm was one of Ye Bufan's targets. How could Ye Bufan let her die tragically at the hands of Tu Huo? However, saving lives is not something that can be rushed, it must be considered over the long term. After leaving the restaurant, Ye Bufan left Hurricane City and went to Holy Fire City as a member of the God Clan. Holy Fire City, Central Square. Today is the second day since Ji Chongxuan and his group were captured, but compared to yesterday, the number of aliens watching around the square has increased instead of decreased. After all, the 7-star Jedi is now in a state of complete blockade. As star pirates, they cannot go out to rob, and naturally there is nothing to do in the 7-star Jedi. It is better for them to come here to watch the excitement. The most important thing is that the aliens are now full of curiosity about Ye Bufan. In the center of the square, in addition to Ji Chongxuan and his star pirates who were tied up and kneeling on the ground, there were 10 bloody and headless corpses lying on the ground. These were the 10 star pirates who were executed by the city guards yesterday. Killed 10 people a day. Tu Huo always does what he says. Looking at Ji Zongxuan and his group and the 10 corpses around them, the onlookers were whispering. Do you think that human will come? It would be strange if he could come. After all, no one would be stupid enough to come and die. That may not be the case. After all, these people are all his companions. Besides, Tu Huo has already said that as long as he shows up, Tu Huo will not only forgive him, but also recruit him to be the deputy leader of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. The Holy Mars Sky Pirates think about it, with such generous treatment, why would he not agree? Why would he refuse? Haha, you believe this too. What's the meaning? Tu Huo said he wanted to recruit that human. Does that mean he really wants to recruit him? Don't you think that if Tu Huo really wanted to recruit him, would he treat his companions like this? Killing 10 people a day, I guess that human must hate him to death. That's right. In the crowd, 2 aliens were talking in low voices. Beside them, a member of the God clan listened to their discussion and smiled slightly. This member of the God clan was none other than Ye Bufan. To be honest, Ye Bufan did not believe Tu Huo's statement that he wanted to recruit him. After all, although he had a talent that fully matched the 9 elements, the 70 billion elixirs he had taken previously only allowed him to improve his cultivation to the second heaven of serving gods. This was enough to make Tu Huo give up on him completely. Now, Tu Huo was filled with nothing but anger and hatred towards him. In this case, would Tu Huo still recruit himself? It's impossible. What Tu Huo is doing now is nothing more than trying any possible means to cure his illness in desperation. Without paying any more attention to the 2 aliens beside him, Ye Bufan directly looked at the situation in front of him. In the field of vision, Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates were located in the center of the square. In front of them were 6 God King level powerhouses from the 2 major space pirate groups, Tu Huo and Hongye. In addition, the square was surrounded by city guards who were on high alert. Ye Bufan made a preliminary calculation and found that there were at least 20,000 city guards here. This situation made Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. More than 20,000 city guards have gathered here. What is Tu Huo trying to do? Does he think I will come and rescue them by force? Tisk tisk, Tu Huo, Tu Huo, you really are making a mountain out of a molehill. You think too highly of me. Besides, are you stupid? With such a big scene, even if I wanted to save someone, I would be scared away by you, right? Or are you sure that I will show up and surrender? Forget it, just keep messing around here, I won't keep you company. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan glanced at the city guards around him again, then touched his chin and pondered, there are so many city guards here, they should be all the troops of the city lord's mansion. Even if it is not all, it must account for more than 90% of the troops of the city lord's mansion. In this way, isn't the city lord's mansion now in a defenseless and unguarded state? If that's true, then Tu Huo is too bold. This place is still a long way from the city lord's mansion. Isn't he afraid that someone will take advantage of the fact that the city lord's mansion is unguarded and rob it? Come to think of it, with the prestige of Tu Huo and the Holy Mars Sky Pirates in the 7-star Jedi, who would dare to rob Tu Huo's city lord's mansion? But just because others don't dare doesn't mean I won't dare either. If there really aren't any city guards left in the city lord's mansion, then I won't be polite. With the financial resources of the city lord's mansion, there should be at least 180 billion, right? If I can rob him, then I won't have enough money to upgrade my physical body to the Divine King realm. It's better to act than to think. Just do it. Thinking this in his mind, Ye Bufan left the crowd and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Tu Huo was completely unaware of this. If he knew, he would probably be pissed to death by Ye Bufan. He was waiting here for Ye Bufan to surrender, but Ye Bufan actually set his sights on his city lord's mansion. Holy Fire City, city lord's mansion. It was similar to what Ye Bufan thought. Now, except for the 8 guards outside the gate, there were only some ordinary servants and maids left in the entire city lord's mansion. How could these ordinary servants and maids possibly threaten Ye Bufan? So Ye Bufan sneaked into the city lord's mansion easily, and he had only one goal, which was the treasury in the city lord's mansion where Tu Huo stored his valuables. Chapter 1538 Human Race, you are finally here. In the northwest corner of the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan climbed over the wall and entered without attracting anyone's attention. If it were any other time, Ye Bufan would naturally not dare to do this. After all, there was a person every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps in the city lord's mansion, and there were also city guards patrolling back and forth. Even if Ye Bufan could sneak into the city lord's mansion quietly, he would sooner or later be discovered by these city guards and then expose himself. But now it's different. Now, the city guards of Holy Fire City have gathered in the central square, leaving the city lord's mansion unguarded. Ye Bufan does not have to worry about encountering the city guards if he enters the city lord's mansion at this time, let alone exposing himself. But even so, Ye Bufan was still very careful and cautious. After all, it is always better to be safe than sorry. It is always a good idea to be cautious. After sneaking into the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan began to search around for the servants and maids in the mansion. Ye Bufan was not unfamiliar with the city lord's mansion of Holy Fire City. After all, he had stayed here for a period of time. However, his stay here was not very long, so Ye Bufan was not very familiar with the city lord's mansion of Holy Fire City. The reason why he was searching for the servants and maids in the city lord's mansion at this moment was because Ye Bufan wanted to find out the location of the treasure house in the city lord's mansion from them. Although they may not know the location of the city lord's mansion treasury, but as a member of the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan believes that they must know much more than he does. Even if they don't know the exact location of the city lord's mansion treasury, they can definitely provide him some useful information. Soon, Ye Bufan met two alien maids in the Jodian realm in the northwest of the city lord's mansion. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and appeared directly in front of the two foreign maids. Seeing a human suddenly appear in front of them, the two alien maids were immediately frightened and screamed. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance to speak out or attract other people's attention. Bang! Ye Bufan slapped one of the maids with his palm, knocking her unconscious. Then he grabbed the other maid by the neck and threatened her coldly, "Don't talk, or I will kill you. Do you understand?" The alien maid's body trembled, and she looked at Ye Bufan with horror. She couldn't help but shiver, but she nodded instinctively. Only then did Ye Bufan retract his right hand that was pinching the alien maid's neck. Call! The alien maid breathed a sigh of relief instinctively. Bang! The next second, she knelt on the ground, facing Ye Bufan, and begged, "Sir, please, please don't kill me, I didn't see anything." Stop talking nonsense. Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "I want to ask you, where is the treasure house of your city lord's mansion?" Treasure house. The foreign maid was stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, "Tell me where the treasure house of the city lord's mansion is, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, humph, don't blame me for being ruthless." Buzz. The alien maid's delicate body trembled. She looked terrified and said helplessly, "My lord, how can I know where the treasure house is? It seems that you don't want to live anymore." As soon as the alien maid finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately spoke in a cold voice, and deliberately revealed a hint of murderous intent. The foreign maid was so frightened that she immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Sir, what I said is true. I really don't know where the treasure house is. I am just a maid, how could I know all this? Please spare my life." Bang! Ye Bufan knew that the alien maid was not lying, so he stopped asking questions and knocked her out with one blow. Afterwards, in order to prevent himself from being exposed, Ye Bufan hid the two foreign maids in a nearby house. After doing all this, Ye Bufan continued to search for the treasure house. "Tell me, where is the treasure house of your city lord's mansion?" "Sir, I don't know." Bang! "Tell me where the treasure house of the city lord's mansion is. If you don't tell me, I will kill you." "Sir, I don't know." Bang! "I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Either tell me where the treasure is, or I'll kill you." "Sir, sir, please don't kill me." Bang! 5 million divine crystals, tell me where the treasure house of the city lord's mansion is. "My lord, don't rush to refuse. As long as you lead me to find the treasure vault, I can not only give you 5 million divine crystals, but also take you away from the city lord's mansion and keep you safe." "My lord, but I don't know where the treasure house is." "Fuck, what a waste of my expression." Bang! Time passes by every second. In half an hour, Ye Bufan interrogated more than 10 maids and servants, but without exception, no matter whether they were servants or maids, they didn't know where the treasure house of the city lord's mansion was. They couldn't even provide Ye Bufan with any clues related to the treasure house. This made Ye Bufan very angry and helpless, but what could he do? Unless Ye Bufan gives up the idea of stealing the treasury of the city lord's mansion. But will Ye Bufan give up? Obviously not. Therefore, even though half an hour had passed and even though there was still no trace of the treasure house, Ye Bufan could only continue to interrogate the servants and maids in the city lord's mansion. On the other hand, Ye Bufan himself was also checking various places in the city lord's mansion. 10 minutes later, a room in the backyard of the city lord's mansion caught Ye Bufan's attention. The reason why it attracted Ye Bufan's attention was that there were 2 city guards in the Xuanshan realm guarding outside this room. Although there were only 2 guards in the mysterious god realm, but you have to know that Ye Bufan had been wandering in the city lord's mansion for more than half an hour, but apart from the servants and maids, Ye Bufan had never encountered the city guards. But here the city guards actually appeared. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Ye Bufan was certain that there must be something hidden in the room in front of him. Could this be where the treasure is? Although Ye Bufan couldn't be sure, it didn't stop him from finding out. The next second, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly in front of the two guards. Who? The two guards cried out in surprise. Bang bang. Before they could react, Ye Bufan had already made his move, knocking them to the ground with lightning speed, and then Ye Bufan pushed the door open and walked in. Not only that, after entering the room, Ye Bufan did not forget to close the door again from the inside. At this moment, in the empty room, there was a woman sitting in the middle. There was a thin man standing behind the woman. It's you. The moment he saw the woman, Ye Bufan's face changed and he exclaimed instinctively. The woman was none other than Tu Huo's only daughter, Tu Tianfeng. Who are you? At this time, Tu Tianfeng also stood up suddenly. She stared at Ye Bufan and asked coldly. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He originally thought that this was the location of the treasure house of the city lord's mansion, but he didn't expect to meet Tu Tianfeng here. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the thin man behind Tu Tianfeng flashed and stood in front of Tu Tianfeng. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan and said with a faint smile, "Miss, he is the human." Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng was stunned at first, then his eyes widened and he was furious. "It's you." Ye Bufan was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond to Tu Tianfeng for a moment. At this time, the thin man in front of Tu Tianfeng looked at Ye Bufan and spoke again, sneering and saying, "Human, you are finally here. The brothers have been waiting for you for a long time." When the thin man said this, Ye Bufan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "What's the meaning?" The thin man sneered. Bang bang. The next second, two dull sounds were heard, and the originally tightly closed door was violently kicked open from the outside, followed by several city guards rushing in from outside. Chapter 1539, Teammates Who Are Like Pigs. Bang bang. The next second, two dull sounds were heard, and the originally tightly closed door was violently kicked open from the outside, followed by several city guards rushing in from outside. Not only that, as soon as these city guards came in, they surrounded Ye Bufan directly, and the sharp weapons in their hands were already unsheathed and pointed directly at Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. At this moment, he could see clearly that these city guards were well prepared and were waiting for him to arrive. But how did they know I was coming? You know, my decision to sneak into the city lord's mansion was just a spur of the moment. No one should have been able to predict it. Are you surprised? Before Ye Bufan could think more, the thin man in front of Tu Tianfeng looked at him and said with a sneer. I am indeed surprised. Ye Bufan calmed down and then responded, but I'm very curious, how did you know that I would sneak into the city lord's mansion? Humph, this is naturally the brilliant idea of our leader. The thin man said proudly. Your team leader. Killing fire. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and asked, how did Tu Huo know that I was coming? It's said that our leader is very smart. The thin man said, the captain has long known that you will not surrender, but you will definitely not watch your accomplices being killed one by one. So, in this situation, you only have one choice left. What choice? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. To be honest, even Ye Bufan himself didn't know what other choices he had. The thin man sneered and said, it's already this late. Do you still need to play dumb here? After a pause, he continued, if you didn't want to kidnap our young lady and use this to threaten our leader to release your accomplices, then why did you sneak into the city lord's mansion? Me. Kidnapped your young lady, and used this to threaten Tu Huo to release Ji Chongshuan and his group. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, he had never had such an idea. He sneaked into the city lord's mansion simply to take the opportunity to make a fortune and rob Tu Huo's treasury of the city lord's mansion. But now it seems I don't know whether I am unlucky or Tu Huo is lucky. No wonder Tu Huo was so careless. No wonder Tu Huo took away all the city guards in the city lord's mansion. Nima. It was obvious that he mistakenly thought that he would kidnap Tu Tianfeng to threaten him, so he deliberately set a trap and dug a hole for himself to jump into. Finally, I jumped in. Although the process was different from what Tu Huo had imagined, the result was the same. What is this? Is it an accidental success? Ye Bufan was in a mess and even a little crazy. Who would have thought that Tu Huo could actually catch himself by accident? If he had known this would happen, Ye Bufan would never have risked coming to the city lord's mansion to steal. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. The most urgent thing is to find a way to get out of this situation. After all, since Tu Huo had already made plans, it wouldn't be long before Tu Huo would personally visit the city lord's mansion. Not only Tu Huo, I believe Hong Ye and several other gods will also come. Once the 6 gods gather together, will I still be able to escape? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, one of the city guards suddenly turned to the thin man and asked, Lord Yulong, could this god clan be the human that the captain wants to arrest? Exactly. The thin man smiled calmly. Very good. Immediately, the city guards cheered and said excitedly, then I will notify the leader now. Unexpectedly, the thin man waved his hand and said, no need. No. The city guards were stunned. The same is true for Ye Bufan. Everyone looked at the thin man with suspicion, and for a moment they couldn't understand what he wanted to do. However, the city guard who spoke earlier couldn't help but say, Lord Yulong, isn't this inappropriate? If we let him run away. Run. Before the city guard member could finish his words, the thin man interrupted him and said with contempt and disdain, do you think he, a scum in the mysterious god realm, can still run away? But, the city guards hesitated and said, Captain Hong Ye was injured by him before, You think too much. The thin man interrupted the city guard again and said, the reason why he was able to seriously injure Captain Hong Ye before was entirely due to the treasure in his hand. If he didn't have that treasure, how do you think he, a mystic god, could seriously injure the god king? But now since he has already used that treasure, then, in such a short time, do you think he can continue to use that treasure with his strength? That's simply impossible. In other words, he is now just an ordinary Xuantian. Do you think an ordinary Xuantian can be our opponent? It will be a piece of cake for us to take him down. If that's the case, then why don't we capture him first and then inform the captain? You know this is a great achievement. After a pause, the thin man continued, let's take a step back and say that even if he can still use the treasure, so what? Once he uses the treasure, the power of the treasure will surely alert the captain and several other god kings. He won't be able to escape then. Since he can't escape, how can the captain punish us? When the thin man finished speaking, several city guards were stunned at first, and then they all smiled. I have to say, what the thin man said was right. Today, at this moment, Ye Bufan cannot escape no matter what. In this case, why don't they take the opportunity to capture Ye Bufan and perform a great deed again? The thin man smiled. The city guards laughed. Even Tu Tianfeng who was standing by had a smirk and a look of gloating on his face. In their view, Ye Bufan was already trapped in a jar and could not escape even if he had wings. But unexpectedly, Ye Bufan was also laughing secretly. What does it mean that you are not afraid of godlike opponents but are afraid of pig-like teammates? These city guards in front of him are undoubtedly the stupid teammates of Tu Huo, the Lord of Holy Fire City. Tu Huo had set up the trap with great difficulty, and accidentally caught himself. At this time, if these city guards notify Tu Huo immediately, he will definitely not be able to escape. But what is the result? These city guards were so greedy for credit that they didn't even bother to notify Tu Huo directly. For Ye Bufan, this was simply after so many twists and turns, there seemed to be no way out, but suddenly there was a new village. He was already desperate, but he didn't expect that these city guards would play such a trick on him. These city guards did not take him seriously, so how could he take them seriously? The cultivation level of the 9th level of the mysterious god. The physical body of the 9th heavenly god. Ye Bufan was confident that with his current strength, as long as the god king did not appear, he would be invincible. It was not difficult for Ye Bufan to kill only 8 city guards. Now that his life was no longer in danger, Ye Bufan naturally began to have other thoughts in his mind. Kidnapping Tu Tianfeng. This seems like a good choice. Chapter 1540. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Kidnapped Tu Tianfeng to force Tu Huo to release Ji Chongshuan and his party. To be honest, if it weren't for the city guards reminding him, Ye Bufan really wouldn't have thought about it in this regard, but I have to say, this is a very good suggestion. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the heavenly god realm warrior standing in front of Tu Tianfeng shouted, capture him. As for himself, he had no intention of taking action at all. In his opinion, Ye Bufan was just a human in the Xuantian realm, and he didn't need or deserve his action. The warriors in the god realm thought so, and the few city guards in the room naturally thought so too. He is just a mystical god. With their cultivation at the earth god level, they can suppress him with a flip of their hands. Superior. Following the order from the heavenly god realm warrior, the members of the city guard did not stop. They took a step forward and rushed towards Ye Bufan, like a group of ferocious wolves pouncing on a little lamb, trying to capture Ye Bufan in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's lips curled up into a playful and mocking smile. With his current strength, he is not afraid of these city guards attacking in groups. He is just afraid that these city guards will inform Tu Huo and Hong Yi and his party as soon as possible. It's a pity they didn't do that. Since they didn't do that, Ye Bufan naturally wasn't afraid of them anymore. Kill. As several city guards rushed towards him, Ye Bufan also took a step forward. In an instant, in the small room, Ye Bufan and several city guards collided with each other. 7-1. Bang bang bang. The attack of the 7 city guards instantly fell on Ye Bufan, but their intention was not to seriously injure or kill Ye Bufan, they just wanted to capture Ye Bufan. After all, Tu Huo had already given the order that he must be captured alive. That was why the 7 city guards at the earth god level instantly captured Ye Bufan from 7 different positions including his hands, feet, and neck. Their idea was very simple, which was Ye Bufan was only at the 9th level of the profound god level, and with the strength of the 7 earth gods, they could completely suppress him head-on. It's a pity that they overestimated themselves and underestimated Ye Bufan. The moment the 7 earth god realm city guards restrained him, Ye Bufan showed a sneer. He knew very well what these city guards wanted to do. It's a pity that in their eyes, I am not a piece of fish that can be slaughtered at will, but a peerless ferocious beast. Bang! In a flash, Ye Bufan's right arm broke free from the restraints of one of the city guards. What? This sudden change made the city guard terrified. He never thought that Ye Bufan could break free from his restraints so easily. Before the city guard could think about it, and before other city guards could notice what was happening, Ye Bufan had already made a powerful move, punching directly forward. The punch was fast, fierce, and powerful, and it poured out all the strength of Ye Bufan's 9th level divine body. Bang! A dull and heavy voice sounded. Puff! Ye Bufan punched the city guard member in front of him on the forehead. The powerful force caused the opponent's head to explode directly, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What? This sudden change and this bloody scene shocked the remaining 6 city guards. Not only them, but also 2 Tianfeng and the heavenly god realm warriors beside them widened their eyes, with expressions of shock and disbelief. Defeating an earth god realm warrior with one punch, is this really the strength that a mysterious god should have? But no matter what they thought or how shocked they were, Ye Bufan did not stop at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was a quick battle and a quick victory, killing them all. Because Ye Bufan knew very well that once these city guards chose to flee, he alone would not be able to keep them all back. By then, even if only one of them was let go, it would be enough to alarm Tu Huo and Hong Ye in the square. And this is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. That is why Ye Bufan used all his strength when he attacked, and it was a killing move. Bang! Bang! After killing one person, Ye Bufan instantly attacked with his 9th level heavenly god body and killed 2 more city guards at the earthly god level. In less than 2 seconds, Ye Bufan killed 3 people in a row, leaving only 4 of the original 7 earth god realm city guards in the blink of an eye. At this time, the warrior in the heavenly god realm finally recovered from his shock and shock. A bunch of rubbish, he shouted loudly, and without stopping, he turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all, or rather, Ye Bufan did not pay any attention to the heavenly god realm warrior, but instead mobilized his own divine power, activated the Lingshu battle armor, and then directly killed the remaining 4 earthly god realm city guards. Arrogant. Seeing that Ye Bufan dared to ignore him, the warrior in the heavenly god realm had fire in his eyes and became furious in an instant. He flashed and came directly behind Ye Bufan, then slapped him with a palm like thunder. Despite the endless murderous intent coming from behind him, Ye Bufan still chose to ignore it and simultaneously attacked with both fists. In an instant, the warrior from the heavenly god realm threw a punch. Boom! A dull and heavy voice sounded. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, Ye Bufan's Lingshu battle armor, of the half-step supernatural power level was directly destroyed. Although the punch from the heavenly god realm warrior was a little weaker, it still hit Ye Bufan's back. Ye Bufan's body shook, and under the impact of the powerful force, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang bang. At this time, Ye Bufan threw 2 punches at the same time, killing 2 Earth God Realm city guards in seconds again. In a split second of confrontation, Ye Bufan killed 2 people again at the cost of minor injuries. The warrior in the heavenly god realm was horrified, and his heart was filled with shock like an ocean. Tu Tianfeng and the remaining 2 city guards were so frightened that they had no idea what to do. At the moment when the heavenly god realm warrior lost consciousness, Ye Bufan attacked again and directly attacked the remaining 2 city guards. Damn it! The heavenly god realm warrior cursed angrily, and then said, "Run." He knew very well that with the strength of these 2 city guards, if he didn't run, he would only die. At this moment, the warrior in the heavenly god realm realized that he had completely underestimated Ye Bufan. Killing 5 earth gods in a few seconds, this strength is considered to be the best even among the gods. However, he also understood that at this point, it was meaningless to think about these things anymore, so after a loud shout, he rushed towards Ye Bufan again. The 2 earth god realm city guards came back to their senses instantly after hearing the stern shout from the sky god realm warrior. Then, without any hesitation, they turned around and fled. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't give them any chance to escape. Call. The next second, Ye Bufan swung his right arm violently, turning into a cold light, heading straight for one of the city guards. You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, the warrior in the heavenly god realm became furious. He roared and attacked Ye Bufan with all his strength. But at this moment, Ye Bufan moved his feet and turned his body sharply, instantly avoiding the violent attack of the heavenly god realm warrior. Not only that, he also exposed another city guard who was about to escape to the violent attack of the heavenly god realm warrior. What? Seeing this scene, the warriors in the heavenly god realm were shocked. The city guard who was locked by a punch from the heavenly god realm warrior was even more terrified. Because everything happened too fast and too suddenly, the warriors in the heavenly god realm had no time to retract their attacks. Bang! In an instant, the warrior in the god realm punched the city guard. Puff! The city guard member spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Boom! Afterwards, the city guards' bodies collided with the wall, causing it to collapse. The city guards' bodies twitched for a while before they became unresponsive, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This scene made the heavenly god realm warrior's mouth twitch uncontrollably. At this moment, he understood clearly that Ye Bufan had plotted against him. It was obvious that Ye Bufan wanted to use him to get rid of this member of the city guard. Not only that, he also created opportunities for himself and bought enough time to deal with another city guard. Bang! After a muffled sound, the last city guard also died under Ye Bufan's thundering attack. At this point, all 7 Earth God Realm city guards had died, and it only took a little over 10 seconds. The warrior in the heavenly god realm glanced at Ye Bufan, his fists clenched, his face turned ashen, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. As the strongest person under the God King, he never expected that Ye Bufan would be so powerful. At this time, Ye Bufan also looked at the heavenly god realm warrior and said, "It's your turn." Hearing this, the heavenly god realm warrior was stunned, and then became furious. "Boy, don't be so arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly god realm warrior's momentum exploded. With red eyes, he rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. In the eyes of a warrior in the heavenly god realm, having Ye Bufan kill 7 people in front of him was the greatest humiliation and shame for him, and it was absolutely intolerable. Chapter 1541 Threats and Rewards. Ninth Heaven of Gods. Seeing the heavenly god realm warrior charging towards him, Ye Bufan curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile and said, "Let me see, between the heavenly god 9th layer physical body and the heavenly god 9th layer cultivation, who is stronger and who is weaker." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not retreat but advanced instead, charging directly towards the heavenly god realm warrior. "What did you say?" Ye Bufan's words made the heavenly god realm warrior stunned, but seeing that Ye Bufan had already attacked, the heavenly god realm warrior did not say anything more, and did not think about anything else, because at this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Ye Bufan in the slightest. He knew very well that he had to fight with all his strength. Swish! In an instant, the figures of Ye Bufan and the heavenly god realm warrior collided with each other. Ye Bufan threw a punch. The same is true for warriors in the god realm. The two fists collided. Boom! A thunderous sound was heard, and violent force centered on the two people, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the room where the two were, and even the surrounding buildings, collapsed instantly. The warrior in the heavenly god realm retreated 3 steps and his arms could not help but tremble slightly. On the other hand, Ye Bufan stood there, motionless. With one strike, the strong and the weak are determined. The cultivation level of a 9th level heavenly god is far inferior to Ye Bufan's 9th level heavenly god body. Come to think of it, they are both 9th level gods. Their cultivation merely represents the attack power, but their physical body represents the attack power and defense power of the 9th level gods. The physical body has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Let me ask you, under the same realm, how can a 9th level heavenly god's cultivation be a match for a 9th level heavenly god's physical body? Looking at Ye Bufan, the warriors in the heavenly god realm were filled with shock as if the sea was turning upside down. The 9th level of the mysterious god. Can you suppress it easily? Bullshit. At this moment, the warrior in the heavenly god realm wished he could slap himself in the face. How could this be the 9th level of the mysterious god? This is clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. This guy is just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The warrior in the heavenly god realm can be sure that if he continues to fight with Ye Bufan, he will definitely be defeated and will definitely be the one to die. But now that things have come to this, what can he do? Run. But Ye Bufan has to agree to that. The most important thing is, if Ye Bufan manages to escape successfully due to his negligence and carelessness, then even if he can survive from Ye Bufan, Tu Huo will never let him go in the end. So, unless Ye Bufan is caught, he will definitely die. With this thought, the heavenly god realm warrior glanced at Tu Tianfeng, who was already terrified and sitting in the ruins, and then shouted, "Miss, go and inform the leader." Buzz. Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng's delicate body trembled. She came back to her senses instantly, then responded with a few "s," and was about to get up and run out. "How dare you!" But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Buzz. Tu Tianfeng's delicate body trembled, and her steps came to an abrupt stop. Ye Bufan looked at her and threatened her coldly, "If you dare to move, I will kill you. No, I will break both of your legs. After I deal with this guy, I will play with you slowly. At that time I will find a group of strong aliens and let them take turns to beat you to death." Bang! Tu Tianfeng was so frightened that his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. The heavenly god realm warrior was furious. He glared at Ye Bufan, then looked at Tu Tianfeng and said, "Miss, don't listen to him. He is just trying to scare you. I have subordinates to stop him. He will not be able to touch you at all." "Yeah," Ye Bufan sneered, and then said with contempt and disdain, "Didn't you also take action just now? But what was the result? Didn't those city guards still die?" The heavenly god realm warrior was furious. He had never thought that Ye Bufan would be so shameless. However, he still looked at Tu Tianfeng and persuaded her, "Miss, if you don't leave now, then when your subordinate loses, you will be even more unable to leave." Tu Tianfeng was stunned after hearing this. She had to admit that the words of the heavenly god realm warrior did make some sense. If she didn't leave now, she would be unable to leave later. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan suddenly smiled and said, "Tu Tianfeng, you have to think it over carefully. If you stay here honestly, and fall into my hands, I can only use you as a bargaining chip to make a deal with Tu Huo. At that time, as long as my companions are safe, you will be safe too. But if you choose to escape now, the result will be different. At that time, even if I still use you to trade with Tu Huo, I can promise you that before I trade with Tu Huo, I will definitely leave you with beautiful memories that you will never forget in this life." Buzz. As Ye Bufan spoke, Tu Huofeng's body and even his soul couldn't help but tremble. Good memories. She knew very well that Ye Bufan's so-called good memories must be those hundreds of sturdy aliens. Thinking that he would be beaten by hundreds of burly aliens, Tu Tianfeng felt a chill all over his body. The next second, Tu Tianfeng looked at Ye Bufan and said tremblingly, "No, I won't leave. I will stay here and I won't go anywhere." Hee. Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said with satisfaction, "Very good, as long as you stay still, I can guarantee that I will never hurt you at all." Tu Tianfeng nodded repeatedly and said, "I promise, I will never move." "Miss, you." The heavenly god realm warrior glared at Tu Tianfeng, gritting his teeth, his face full of anger and frustration. "Okay, You can take action now. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the Heavenly God Realm Warrior and said with a smile. You. The Heavenly God Realm Warrior's gaze fell on Ye Bufan, his face full of grief and anger. You're looking for death. The next second, he roared angrily, and his 9th level Heavenly God cultivation exploded. Afterwards, the warrior from the Heavenly God realm flashed and rushed out directly. However, he did not rush towards Ye Bufan, but rushed straight to the central square of Holy Fire City. It was obvious that everything he did was just a diversion in order to attract Ye Bufan's attention so that he could escape, and rush to the central square. It's a pity that Ye Bufan has been guarding against the escape of the Heavenly God Realm warriors. For this reason, the moment the Heavenly God Realm warrior rushed out, Ye Bufan directly took out the 9 steps of Tenglong, and with a flash of his body, he had already blocked the Heavenly God Realm warrior. The Heavenly God Realm warrior's body froze and his expression changed drastically. Where do you want to go? Ye Bufan looked at him and said with a smile. The Heavenly God Realm warrior's mouth twitched. Die. Ye Bufan didn't waste any more words with him. He shouted loudly and rushed out directly. Damn it! The warrior in the God Realm cursed angrily, but could only fight with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, he and Ye Bufan clashed again. When their fists collided, the Heavenly God Realm warrior felt that his punch was like hitting a piece of iron plate. Not only could he not hurt the opponent at all, but his arm was also numb and his internal organs were displaced. How can such a battle be carried out? If this continues, I will definitely lose and the other party will definitely exhaust me to death. But if not, what else can I do? Tu Tianfeng didn't dare to move, and he couldn't get away. The most hateful thing was that in order to capture Ye Bufan, Tu Huo had already ordered everyone in the City Lord's mansion that without his order, no matter what happened, the people who stayed in the City Lord's mansion could not leave their posts without permission. This was why Ye Bufan made such a big noise here but did not alarm other people in the City Lord's mansion. It was not that they didn't notice it, but they did not dare to disobey Tu Huo's orders and leave their posts without permission. However, for a warrior in the Heavenly God realm, all this directly pushed him into a dead end. Boom 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 boom. In midair, Ye Bufan and the Heavenly God realm warriors fought repeatedly, causing the space to shake and the earth to tremble. Even worse, within just a few seconds, a warrior at the Heavenly God realm would already have blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. This made the warriors in the Heavenly God realm sad, angry, bitter, and even helpless. Ye Bufan was like a ferocious beast. He became braver and braver as the battle went on, and his offensive became stronger and stronger. Dozens of seconds later, the God Realm warrior suddenly had an idea, and then he shouted excitedly, I am Mo Yulong, the captain of the City Lord's Mansion Guards. Any aliens nearby who can hear me please go to the central square to inform Tu Huo's City Lord that Ye Bufan of the human race has invaded the City Lord's mansion. Please send reinforcements to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Afterwards my holy Mars Sky Pirates will give you 10 million God crystals as a reward. Remember, only the first person to arrive at the central square and pass the message to the captain will be rewarded. So if anyone wants to earn this 10 million, please do it as soon as possible. Chapter 1542, Kidnapping and Escape. I am Mo Yulong, the captain of the City Lord's Mansion's guards. Any aliens who can hear me please go to the central square to inform Tu Huo's City Lord that the human Ye Bufan has invaded the City Lord's mansion. Please send reinforcements to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Afterwards my holy Mars Sky Pirates will give you 10 million divine crystals as a reward. Remember, only the first person to arrive at the central square and pass the message to the captain will be rewarded. So if anyone wants to earn this 10 million, please do it as soon as possible. I am Mo Yulong, the captain of the City Lord's Mansion's guards. Any aliens who can hear me please go to the central square to inform Tu Huo's City Lord that the human Ye Bufan has invaded the City Lord's mansion. Please send reinforcements to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Afterwards my holy Mars Sky Pirates will give you 10 million divine crystals as a reward. Remember, only the first person to arrive at the central square and pass the message to the captain will be rewarded. So if anyone wants to earn this 10 million, please do it as soon as possible. I am Mo Yulong, the captain of the City Lord's Mansion's guards. Any aliens who can hear me please go to the central square to inform Tu Huo's City Lord that the human Ye Bufan has invaded the City Lord's mansion. Please send reinforcements to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. Afterwards my holy Mars Sky Pirates will give you 10 million divine crystals as a reward. Remember, only the first person to arrive at the central square and pass the message to the captain will be rewarded. So if anyone wants to earn this 10 million, please do it as soon as possible. The heavenly god realm warrior roared to the sky while fighting Ye Bufan. His voice echoed in the space around the city lord's mansion without any pause. The sudden change and the long roar from the heavenly god realm warriors stunned the alien races around the city lord's mansion, who had already been alarmed by the battle between Ye Bufan and the heavenly god realm warriors. Then these alien races could not help but feel excited. Mo Yulong, captain of the city lord's mansion guard. Heading to the central square. Notify the lord of Holy Fire City to kill the fire. The human Ye Bufan invaded the city lord's mansion. Afterwards, you will get a reward of 10 million divine crystals, and only for the first person. During this period, Ye Bufan's affairs were a hot topic in the entire 7-star Jedi. Even Tu Huo's execution of Ji Chongshuan and his party was to force Ye Bufan to show up, so now in the 7-star Jedi, Ye Bufan has become a well-known person to everyone. However, no one expected that Ye Bufan would invade the city lord's mansion at this time, and forced Mo Yulong, the captain of the guard of the 9th heaven of the gods, to seek help in this way. It has to be said that Ye Bufan can already be regarded as a legendary figure within the 7-star Jedi. But it has nothing to do with them. For the surrounding alien races, all they care about is the reward of 10 million divine crystals. This is 10 million. Although this is nothing compared to the previous bounty on Ye Bufan, it is still 10 million after all. The most important thing is that you only need to go to the central square. Just ask, where can you find such a good thing? For a moment, countless alien races near the city lord's mansion rushed to the central square of the Holy Fire City. After all, there was only one spot to get 10 million, and it was on a first-come, first-served basis. The aliens around the city lord's mansion were extremely excited. So was Tu Tianfeng inside the city lord's mansion. She even almost couldn't help but shout along with the heavenly god realm warriors. She believed that with her identity as the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion, she would definitely have more appeal than the heavenly god realm warriors. However, when she saw Ye Bufan in the air, Tu Tianfeng decisively gave up this idea. When a dog is anxious, it jumps up. When a rabbit is anxious, it bites. Who knew if shouting like that would anger Ye Bufan and force him to kill him directly? Therefore, for her, the most urgent task is to keep a low profile and save her life. But even so, Tu Tianfeng's eyes when looking at Ye Bufan were no longer filled with fear, but were full of amusement and mockery, and even a little disdain. She believed that it wouldn't be long before Tu Huo arrived, and Ye Bufan would surely be dead by then. Tu Tianfeng was like this, while Ye Bufan, who was fighting with a warrior from the heavenly god realm in midair, had a grim look on his face. Previously, the reason why Ye Bufan attacked with the force of thunder was to end the battle quickly, so as to eliminate the warrior in the heavenly god realm and leave the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. After all, such a big commotion must have alarmed the alien races near the city lord's mansion. In this case, what happened in the city lord's mansion would sooner or later reach Tu Huo's ears. At that time Tu Huo would definitely go to the city lord's mansion immediately. What Ye Bufan needs to do is to kill the heavenly god realm warrior before attracting Tu Huo's attention and escape from the city lord's mansion. If he is lucky, he can make more money. But I didn't expect that a warrior in the god realm would play such a trick. In this situation, Ye Bufan knew that he didn't have much time left. Although the Holy Fire City is not small and the city lord's mansion is not close to the central square, Ye Bufan can be sure that the massacre fire will descend on the city lord's mansion in 3 minutes at most, or even less than 3 minutes. In such a short period of time, it has become impossible for Ye Bufan to kill a warrior in the heavenly god realm and plunder the treasury of the city lord's mansion. Even killing a warrior in the heavenly god realm may not be something Ye Bufan can do. You're so cruel. Staring at the heavenly god realm warrior with cold eyes, Ye Bufan shouted angrily. The heavenly god realm warrior ignored him and continued to shout, I am Mo Yulong, the captain of the city lord's mansion guard. Any aliens who can hear me can go to the central square to inform Tu Huo city lord that Ye Bufan of the human race has invaded the city lord's mansion. Please send reinforcements to the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. Afterwards my holy Mars Sky Pirates will give you 10 million god crystals as a reward. Remember, only the first person to arrive at the central square and pass the message to the captain will be rewarded. So if anyone wants to earn this 10 million, please do it as soon as possible. Looking at the heavenly god realm warrior, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He wished he could go up and tear the heavenly god realm warrior to pieces, but Ye Bufan knew very well that he absolutely could not do that. Now Ye Bufan has only one choice, and that is to run. Although the treasure house in the city lord's mansion was very tempting, and he was only one step away from getting it, Ye Bufan understood better that if he hesitated, he would suffer the consequences. If I don't leave now, I will never be able to leave. However, the treasure house of the city lord's mansion can be abandoned, but Tu Tianfeng cannot. Bang! After a fierce battle with the warrior in the heavenly god realm, Ye Bufan flashed and rushed straight towards Tu Tianfeng below. Seeing this scene, the heavenly god realm warrior was shocked. Miss, run quickly. After a loud shout, he chased after Ye Bufan and shouted sternly, "Boy, you dare!" In the ruins of the city lord's mansion, seeing Ye Bufan rushing towards her, Tu Tianfeng's soul couldn't help but tremble. She was stunned and stupid for a moment. She really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan wanted to deal with her even though she didn't do anything. But at this moment, a warrior from the heavenly god realm shouted loudly and woke Tu Tianfeng up directly. Tu Tianfeng didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran away. It's a pity that no matter how fast she is, she can never be faster than Ye Bufan. After taking 9 steps of Tenglong, Ye Bufan dodged and stood directly in front of Tu Tianfeng. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Tianfeng froze. She stepped back, and her body couldn't help but tremble and shiver. What did I just tell you? Looking at Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan asked coldly. Tu Tianfeng's delicate body trembled, and she said tremblingly, I didn't move. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, if you don't want to be gang raped, just behave yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan flashed and came directly in front of Tu Tianfeng. Tu Tianfeng's delicate body trembled again. Thinking of Ye Bufan's threat, her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. She didn't dare to move even a little bit. At this time, the heavenly god realm warrior had come to a place 2 meters away from Ye Bufan, but he did not dare to get any closer. He just shouted sternly, boy, if you dare to hurt the young lady, my holy Mars sky pirates will fight you to the death. Faced with the threat from the heavenly god realm warrior, Ye Bufan didn't care at all and even chose to ignore it. After all, even if he didn't touch Tu Tianfeng, Tu Huo would not let it go. What's more, would Ye Bufan be afraid of the holy Mars sky pirates? Under the threat of the heavenly god realm warrior, Ye Bufan directly carried Tu Tianfeng on his shoulders. During this period, Tu Tianfeng was just trembling all over, but he did not dare to resist or struggle. After carrying Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan did not stop. He flew into the air and fled in the opposite direction of the central square. As for the warriors in the heavenly god realm, he was simply ignored by Ye Bufan. Fuck you. It was precisely because of this that the heavenly god realm warrior was directly furious. He was the captain of the city lord's mansion guards, and yet he was ignored by others. For him, this was a great humiliation. The most hateful thing was that this human race kidnapped Tu Tianfeng right in front of him without any scruples. Although he was angry, he was helpless. After all, if he was slow in one step, all the steps would be slow. In the situation just now, if he insisted on taking action, Ye Bufan would most likely hurt Tu Tianfeng, and he would still be to blame then. What now? Seeing Ye Bufan abducting Tu Tianfeng and escaping, the heavenly god realm warrior had a bitter look on his face. Chase. He was no match for Ye Bufan at all. Don't chase. By then, Tu Huo will definitely not let me off easily. It's not right to chase, and it's not right not to chase. The warrior in the god realm found himself in an extremely difficult decision. However, in less than 2 seconds, he had already made a decision with gritted teeth: chase. Chapter 1543 Inexplicable Fighting. If possible, the heavenly god realm warrior really didn't want to chase Ye Bufan. After all, in the short confrontation just now, he had deeply realized that he was definitely not Ye Bufan's opponent. In a one-on-one fight, he would definitely lose. Therefore, chasing Ye Bufan would mean a life-threatening situation, and he would most likely die. But if he just let Ye Bufan kidnap Tu Tianfeng without chasing him, Tu Huo would definitely vent his anger on him, and he would have no way out. Chasing means a life-threatening situation. If you don't chase, you will die. In this situation, a warrior in the heavenly god realm would naturally choose the former, since at least that way he would have a chance to survive. Holy Fire City, Central Square. At this moment, the central square was still crowded, and the attention of all the aliens was on Ji Chongshuan and his party. Tu Huo, it's been so long, and there's still no news about that human. Will your method work? Looking at Tu Huo beside her, Hong Yi asked impatiently. Tu Huo frowned. To be honest, he didn't know whether Ye Bufan would come. After all, he didn't know what the relationship between Ye Bufan and Ji Chongshuan was, or he didn't know how much weight Ji Chongshuan held in Ye Bufan's heart. But apart from using Ji Chongshuan as bait to force Ye Bufan to show up, he really couldn't think of any other way, so even if Ye Bufan never showed up, he could only continue to wait. He would never give up easily until the last day. Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo looked at Ji Zongshuan and his group in the center of the square and said, "Kill 10 more people." Yes. As soon as Tu Huo finished speaking, 10 members of the Holy Fire Corps walked towards Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates. The star pirates were terrified, especially the 10 people who had been selected, whose faces looked deathly pale. However, they did not beg for mercy because they knew very well that at this point, there was no point in begging for mercy. On the contrary, facing impending death, they become unusually free and easy. As space pirates, weren't they already prepared to be beheaded? If that's the case, then what is there to be afraid of? But they were somewhat unwilling to die like this. Immediately, one of the 10 selected people looked at Ji Chongshuan and said, "My king, even though I still don't quite understand what happened, and I don't know the exact relationship between you and that human, I don't blame you, and I have never regretted becoming a member of the Happy Ending Star Pirates. I only hope that one day, if there is a chance, I will ask you to avenge us." Ji Chongshuan's identity as the 18th prince of the God clan is no longer a secret. Although he is just a prince expelled by the God clan, everyone believes, and even firmly believes, that Tu Huo dares not embarrass Ji Chongshuan, let alone take Ji Chongshuan's life. It is for this reason that this star pirate dares to ask Ji Chongshuan to help him take revenge so unscrupulously. After this space pirate finished speaking, the other 9 space pirates also spoke up. "My lord, revenge. My lord, revenge." The voices that came one after another revealed the endless hatred that these star pirates held in their hearts towards Tu Huo and others. This scene moved those star pirates who had not been selected yet, but they knew very well that they could do nothing at this moment. After all, they were also prisoners and lambs to be slaughtered. Sooner or later, they would become the dead souls under the butcher's knife like these companions. However, there was still one thing they could do, which was to see off these companions who had gone ahead. "Brothers, have a safe journey. Brothers, wait for me. On the road to the underworld, neither you nor I will be lonely." The repeated sounds made Ji Chongshuan's eyes slightly moist, and he couldn't help but look at the crowd. In fact, when Tianyu sent the Xuanshan under Ji Chongshuan's command, Ji Qianya also came. Not only that, she also secretly transmitted a message, giving Ji Chongshuan a choice, or giving Ji Chongshuan a reminder, which was for Ji Chongshuan. This was a godsend opportunity to test Ye Bufan. If Ye Bufan would come, it would mean that he really regarded Ji Chongshuan as his companion. If Ye Bufan didn't come, it would mean that he was just taking advantage of Ji Chongshuan and his group. It can be said that this test will determine Ji Chongshuan's attitude towards Ye Bufan in the future. Of course, the initiative of whether or not to conduct this test lies entirely in Ji Chongshuan's hands. If Ji Chongshuan doesn't want to do this test, then Ji Qianya will rescue everyone in the Happy Ending Star Pirates group. If Ji Chongshuan wanted to do this test, then as long as he gave up halfway, Ji Qianya would take action immediately. At that time, Ji Chongshuan chose to remain silent, because he also wanted to know how much weight he held in Ye Bufan's heart. After all, the Soul Circle had been taken back, and Ye Bufan's talent did not allow Ji Chongshuan to ignore him directly. As for the members of the Happy Sky Pirates, they are not worth mentioning compared to Ye Bufan. But now, facing the scene before him, Ji Chongshuan suddenly wanted to give up. After all, humans are not plants or trees, and who can be heartless? He really couldn't bear to watch his companions die in vain like this again. With this thought in mind, Ji Chongshuan looked at the crowd and said, "I." Boom. However, just as he uttered the word, a dull voice suddenly sounded in the distant air. What's going on? This sudden change instantly attracted the attention of all the aliens around the central square, including Ji Chongshuan, Tu Huo, Hong Yi and others. Bang bang bang. 500 meters away from the central square, in midair, two warriors in the heavenly god realm were frantically attacking each other. This scene stunned all the aliens in the central square. What's going on? What's going on between these two people? Why are they fighting for no apparent reason? However, before they could figure out what was going on, dozens of aliens rushed over from afar. Like the two gods before them, they waited until they were 500 meters away from the central square and started fighting. That's not all. As time went on, there were more and more alien races 500 meters away from the central square. These alien races included gods of heaven, gods of earth, mysterious gods, servant gods, and even demigods. However, no matter what realm the aliens were in, as long as they entered the area 500 meters away from the central square, they would be like possessed by demons and would naturally join in the melee in this area. All the alien races wanted to get close to the central square, but they were also trying to stop others from getting close to the central square. A strange scene. A sudden battle. In less than 2 minutes, the fight between two aliens from the heavenly god realm had turned into a melee involving thousands of aliens. Even quite a few demigods and god servants had perished, but the rest of the aliens were still in a state of extreme madness. This scene stunned the foreigners in the central square. Even Tu Huo and Hong Yi looked confused. They really couldn't figure out what was going on here. Call out. But at this moment, a warrior in the Earth God realm finally rushed out of the melee area 500 meters away and rushed straight to the central square. However, he had just rushed out of the melee area for less than 30 meters when three heavenly God realm warriors rushed out of the melee. Bang bang bang. The three celestial gods took action instantly and joined forces to kill the Earth God directly. Then the three of them started fighting again. The strange scene had completely stunned all the foreigners watching in the central square. That's enough. Finally, after 3 minutes of melee, Tu Huo could no longer hold back and let out a loud shout. However, the aliens in the melee area simply ignored Tu Huo's orders. This scene made all the foreigners watching in the central square confused. Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and he became even more furious. You are looking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Huo flashed and came directly above the melee area. Boom! His terrifying pressure from the 8th level of the Divine King realm erupted instantly, covering the entire melee area. Puff, puff, puff. In the melee, some weak or injured aliens vomited blood under the pressure of Tu Huo. Not only that, all the aliens in the air fell from the air and landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, the melee stopped and the whole place was dead silent. Tu Huo alone suppressed the entire place. Tell me, what are you doing? Ignoring the frightened looks of these aliens, Tu Huo stood proudly in the air, looked at them and asked in a cold voice. However, as soon as Tu Huo said this, the aliens who had just calmed down fell into chaos again. Tu Huo, I have something to say. Shut up too. I was here first. If you say one more word, I'll kill you, believe it or not. Tu Huo. Puff. You dare to do it, you're seeking death. Kill. Go to hell, the 10 million is mine. In an instant, the melee that had just been suppressed by Tu Huo broke out again. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of the aliens in the central square twitched, and their hearts were in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through. In their opinion, these aliens were simply crazy. Tu Huo was also in a mess, but he was filled with more anger in his heart. These aliens actually dared to ignore me, they are simply seeking death. But there are thousands of aliens here, including several god-level aliens, so Tu Huo could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and warned in a cold voice, whoever dares to move again will be killed on the spot. Boom. As soon as Tu Huo said this, the whole place fell silent, and the aliens in the melee all stopped fighting. The next second, Tu Huo casually pointed at a foreigner in the mysterious god realm and said, You, tell me, what is going on? Why are you fighting each other? The Xuanshan realm warrior couldn't help but be stunned, and then he was overjoyed. But at this moment, the three aliens around him suddenly attacked instinctively. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, the alien from the mysterious god realm was killed instantly by the three of them. Chapter 1544 Kill them all. Chapter 1546 Kill them all. Looking at the three aliens who took action, all the aliens who were previously fighting around them were confused. The aliens watching in the central square in the distance were also all confused. Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates were also dumbfounded. Hong Ye and several other god kings beside him couldn't help but twitch their lips. The inexplicable melee among these alien races had already made them a little confused, but they did not expect that at this moment, these three alien races would dare to kill the Xuantian realm alien named by Tu Huo in front of Tu Huo. The most important thing is that the cultivation levels of these three aliens are only Xuantian and Dishan. What is this? Do ants provoke elephants? They dare to ignore a mere Zanshen and even provoke a peak god king. Damn it, they are so bold. No, even if they were brave enough, they would not have such courage. These three people are simply brainless and are looking for death. Looking at the three aliens in front of him, Tu Huo's face was ashen. As the Lord of Holy Fire City, the leader of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, and a powerful man of the 8th level of the God King, he was repeatedly ignored and provoked. How could he tolerate this? Bang bang bang. As if they sensed Tu Huo's anger and murderous intent, and also realized their own negligent behavior, the three aliens immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Captain Tu Huo, I didn't mean it. Please spare my life. Yes, Captain Tu Huo, we didn't mean to provoke you, but, as soon as you asked him to speak, I instinctively wanted to stop him. Yeah, I also wanted to stop him from getting the 10 million, so I took action instinctively. 10 million. Hearing this, Tu Huo, who originally wanted to kill the three aliens, was stunned. Then he looked at the three aliens, frowned and said, "What do you mean by 10 million? After saying that, he pointed at the earth god who was kneeling on the ground and said, "You speak." Finally, Tu Huo added, "Whoever dares to move again, no matter what the reason, will be killed directly." The two Xuantian realm warriors trembled and dared not to attack again. Yes. The earth god realm warrior responded several times in succession, and looked at Tu Huo with some excitement and said, "Lord City Lord, it's like this, I used to live in the City Lord's mansion." Get to the point. The earth god realm warrior had just said half of his words when he was interrupted by Tu Huo's cold voice. Yes. The earth god realm warriors responded a few times and then said, "Captain Mo Yulong Mo said that whoever arrives at the central square first and passes the message to the City Lord will receive a reward of 10 million divine crystals from the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. That's why we took action, because none of us wanted others to pass the message to the City Lord first." Get to the point. Tu Huo's face was livid as he asked, "What message did Mo Yulong ask you to pass on? And when did it happen?" "He asked us to tell the City Lord that Ye Bufan invaded the City Lord's mansion." As for the time, the earth god realm warrior thought for a moment and said, "About 7 or 8 minutes ago. Ye Bufan invaded the City Lord's mansion. 7 or 8 minutes ago. You fucking." Tu Huo was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He swore that he had never been so angry as he was now. What is the City Lord's mansion? That was a trap he had deliberately set for Ye Bufan. Who is Mo Yulong? That was the 9 heavens god under his command, the number 1 person under the God King. Mo Yulong asked these people to inform him that Ye Bufan had invaded the City Lord's mansion, which meant that Ye Bufan had fallen into the trap set by the City Lord's mansion. However, something must have happened during this period, which prevented Mo Yulong from letting the 7 remaining earth gods pass on the message to him. So he could only rely on offering a bounty to seek help from the alien races around the City Lord's mansion. But what about these alien races? 7 or 8 minutes. They actually delayed themselves for 7 or 8 minutes because they didn't want others to get the 10 million. What can you do in 7 or 8 minutes? Maybe Ye Bufan had already run away. The more Tu Huo thought about it, the angrier he became. However, things had come to this point, what else could he say? The most urgent task is to rush to the City Lord's mansion immediately, reinforce Mo Yulong, and capture Ye Bufan. That is why, as soon as the Earth God Realm warrior finished speaking, although Tu Huo was angry, he did not embarrass him, but ran directly to the distant City Lord's mansion. However, even though Tu Huo had left, Tu Huo's infinitely angry and infinitely cold voice still floated in the air, "Keep an eye on these guys for me. Anyone who dares to leave without permission will be killed on the spot." Buzz. Tu Huo's cold voice made these aliens tremble in their souls. Before they could think about it, the surrounding city guards had already surrounded them. Not only that, the city guards have also unsheathed their sharp weapons. There is no doubt that if these aliens dare to make any rash moves, the city guards will definitely kill them. After Tu Huo left, Hongye and several other god kings also rushed to the City Lord's mansion. After all, their target has always been Ye Bufan. Since Ye Bufan appeared in the city lord's mansion, they naturally would not stand idly by, let alone sit idly by. In the middle of the central square, Xiao Fanzi went to the city lord's mansion. What was he doing there at this time? Faced with this sudden news, Ji Chongshuan was completely confused. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought that Ye Bufan would go to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, he couldn't understand why Ye Bufan appeared in the city lord's mansion. To save yourself. Or does he have other purposes? Although Ji Chongshuan didn't know Ye Bufan's intention of sneaking into the city lord's mansion, this change made him give up his previous idea of asking Ji Qianya for help. He planned to wait and see. Anyway, Tu Huo didn't have time to deal with him and his group. Above the city lord's mansion. Swish, swish, swish. Tu Huo, Hong Yi and other 6 god kings came flying in the air. Although they had pushed their respective speeds to the limit, it still took them dozens of seconds to get from the central square to the city lord's mansion. Adding the time they were delayed by those alien races before, it took at least 8 or 9 minutes for them to arrive after Mo Yulong asked for help. Now, looking at the dead silent city lord's mansion in front of me. Looking at the boudoir that once belonged to Tu Tianfeng, it has now become a ruin. Looking at the 7 bodies of the city lord's mansion guards in the ruins. Looking at the entire city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan, Mo Yulong, and Tu Tianfeng had long disappeared. The rage in Tu Huo's heart was no longer under control and surged out. Not only Tu Huo, Hong Ye and the other 4 gods were also boiling with anger. The scene before them was undoubtedly telling them that Ye Bufan had indeed come to the city lord's mansion and had fallen into the trap, but they might have underestimated Ye Bufan's strength, causing all 7 earth gods left behind by Tu Huo in the city lord's mansion to be killed by Ye Bufan. Not only that, even Mo Yulong, the 9th level heavenly god, could not do anything to Ye Bufan, or it could be said that he and Ye Bufan fought on equal terms. With no other options, Mo Yulong could only seek help from the alien races around the city lord's mansion by offering a reward. However, Mo Yulong's request for help naturally led to Ye Bufan's escape. If the surrounding alien races could pass the news to them as soon as possible and they could arrive as soon as possible, then Ye Bufan would definitely not be able to escape. However, because these aliens were extremely eager to be the first to pass the message to him and obtain the reward of 10 million divine crystals, a melee broke out, delaying him for 7 or 8 minutes. This also gave Ye Bufan 7 or 8 minutes to escape. Now, Ye Bufan is missing, Mo Yulong is missing, and even Tu Tianfeng is nowhere to be seen. So, what about people? Ye Bufan must have run away. As for Tu Tianfeng and Mo Yulong, Tu Huo could easily guess that it was Tu Tianfeng who took the lead in Ye Bufan's escape, while Mo Yulong was chasing Ye Bufan. The originally perfect trapping plan suddenly went wrong, and it failed because of the greed and selfishness of a group of aliens. Not only did Ye Bufan escape successfully, but Tu Huo also lost his daughter. Now, where should Tu Huo go to find Ye Bufan, and where should he go to rescue his daughter? Although Tu Huo firmly believed that since Ye Bufan had kidnapped Tu Tianfeng, he would definitely come after him, otherwise he could just kill Tu Tianfeng directly and there would be no need to carry a burden with him when escaping. But even so, Tu Huo still could not accept this result. It was all the fault of those aliens who delivered the message. It was their greed that led to the failure of trapping Ye Bufan. 2 minutes later. Central Square. Looking at the thousands of aliens surrounded by the city guards, Tu Huo's eyes were red and his heart was boiling with anger. All of this finally turned into one sentence. Kill them all. Chapter 1545. The Emperor's scripture is out, the gods are destroyed. Kill. At Tu Huo's command, the city guards, who had already drawn their swords, no longer hesitated and took action instantly. Seeing this scene, the thousands of aliens surrounded by the city guards would naturally not sit still and wait to die. They fought back instantly. Unfortunately, the number of city guards is not only more than 10 times theirs, but their individual strength is also completely superior to theirs. In this situation, how can these aliens resist, and what can they use to struggle? That is why the battle was over as soon as it began. Thousands of aliens were not spared and were all killed on the spot, while the city guards only paid a very small price and casualties, which could even be ignored. The merciless massacre and bloody scenes made the foreigners watching on the sidelines shudder. At this moment, anyone could see that Tu Huo was extremely angry. As for the reason, it's very simple, the capture must have failed and Ye Bufan successfully escaped again. What they didn't know was that this was just one of the reasons. This time, not only did Ye Bufan run away, but even Tu Tianfeng was abducted by Ye Bufan and became his hostage. After executing thousands of aliens, Tu Huo looked directly at Ji Chongshuan and his party with cold eyes. If possible, Tu Huo really wanted to execute all these people together, but Tu Huo knew that things had come to this point and he had lost the initiative. Kill Ji Chongshuan and his group. If Ye Bufan becomes desperate and kills Tu Tianfeng, what should Tu Huo do? As the only descendant of his bloodline, Tu Huo would never watch Tu Tianfeng die like this. So, he had no choice but to wait. He believed that since Ye Bufan had kidnapped Tu Tianfeng, then he would come to him sooner or later. 7-star Jedi, somewhere. Two figures rushed over from afar, their speed was extremely fast. The leader was naturally Ye Bufan, who was carrying Tu Tianfeng, and chasing closely behind him was the Ninth Heaven God. Boom, boom, boom. While the Heavenly God Realm warriors were chasing Ye Bufan, they would occasionally attack the ground, leaving a pit several meters deep on the ground. The Heavenly God Realm warrior did this simply to leave traces for Tu Huo and others to make it easier for them to track him. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was very angry, but also helpless. He wanted to escape from the pursuit of the Heavenly God Realm warriors, but he couldn't. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill the Heavenly God Realm warrior in seconds, but his strength was not much stronger than that of the Heavenly God Realm warrior, and it was impossible for him to eliminate the Heavenly God Realm warrior instantly. Unless the Hongmeng Emperor scripture is used. However, with the power that the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra had previously displayed, once he used it again, he would be instantly locked into position by Tu Huo and the other 6 great gods. At that time, my situation would definitely become more dangerous than it is now. Neither this nor that works. For Ye Bufan, he is now in a desperate situation. The time he was chased by the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm is even more of a torment for him. However, more than 10 minutes had passed, and Tu Huo and the other 6 God Kings had still not arrived, which surprised Ye Bufan very much. Normally, with Tu Huo and the others' God King strength, they should have caught up long ago. Ye Bufan had no idea that the Heavenly God Realm warrior did not leave any traces when he was chasing Ye Bufan. It was only after he had chased Ye Bufan for hundreds of meters that he thought of leaving clues for Tu Huo and his party to track him. If Tu Huo and the other 6 God Kings rushed to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible, then even if Ye Bufan had disappeared, they would definitely try to chase him. At that time, they would naturally be able to discover the clues left by the Heavenly God Realm warriors and chase after them. However, because of the alien race who reported the news, Tu Huo and others arrived at the City Lord's mansion 7 or 8 minutes late. In this situation, seeing that Ye Bufan had no trace, how could they try to chase him? At that time, all they had left in their hearts was anger, endless anger. It can be said that the greed and selfishness of those alien races indirectly helped Ye Bufan. Call. 10 minutes later, seeing that Tu Huo and other gods still hadn't caught up with him, Ye Bufan paused and stopped running. Instead, he turned around and looked at the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm behind him. Seeing this scene, the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm also froze. Looking at Ye Bufan, his face became extremely ugly. He really couldn't understand why more than 20 minutes had passed and Tu Huo and others hadn't caught up yet. Before the Heavenly God Realm warrior could think more, Ye Bufan looked at him and said coldly, "Now, I will give you 2 choices, either get out or die." Hearing this, the Heavenly God Realm warrior couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although Ye Bufan's words were very arrogant, the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm knew that he was indeed qualified to be arrogant. But how should he choose? Roll. If I leave like this, how should I explain to Tu Huo when I get back? Immediately, the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm gritted his teeth, and a look of determination appeared on his face. Although he knew that he was no match for Ye Bufan, he had no choice and he couldn't leave. Now, the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm can only hope that Tu Huo and others will arrive as soon as possible. Snort. Seeing that the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm had made up his mind, Ye Bufan snorted coldly. He knocked Tu Tianfeng unconscious with one blow and then threw Tu Tianfeng to the ground. "Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took the 9 steps of the soaring dragon, and rushed straight towards the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly God Realm warrior's mouth twitched. He knew that he was no match for Ye Bufan, so he did not fight back. Instead, he chose to avoid the battle and directly evaded Ye Bufan's attack. Not only that, while dodging, he always kept a distance of about 100 meters from Ye Bufan. The intention of the Heavenly God Realm warrior is very clear. He will not fight with Ye Bufan. He will only follow Ye Bufan, delay time, and wait for the arrival of Tu Huo and other 6 great gods. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse. He knew what the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm wanted to do. If this continued, when Tu Huo and others arrived, he would really be trapped. After dozens of seconds, seeing that he still couldn't do anything to the Heavenly God Realm warrior, Ye Bufan's expression turned cold and he said, "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly activated the Hongmeng Emperor scripture in his body. Although he did not want to use the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, he had no other choice at this point. Any further delay would only make his situation more dangerous. He had to make a quick decision and get rid of the Heavenly God Realm warrior. Boom! As soon as the Hongmeng Emperor scripture appeared, the sky and the earth changed color in an instant, and the terrifying power swept across an area of hundreds of miles. The Heavenly God Realm warrior's face changed because of this, and his soul couldn't help but tremble. Go! Ye Bufan did not hesitate. He poured all of his 9th level divine power into the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, and pushed it forward violently. In an instant, the terrifying power of Hongmeng Emperor Sutra attacked the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm. The warrior in the Heavenly God Realm turned pale and his soul was trembling. The most terrifying thing was that he found that his body was unable to move at all under the power of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. Puff! Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The terrifying power of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture also turned into substance and bombarded the warriors in the Heavenly God Realm. A terrifying force impact. Puff! The clothes of the warrior in the God Realm disappeared in an instant, and even spider web-like bloodstains appeared on the surface of his body. What's worse, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm fell directly from midair. Boom! In an instant, the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm crashed heavily to the ground. For a moment, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The warrior in the Heavenly God Realm could no longer move at all, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. At this time, after consuming all of Ye Bufan's 9th level divine power, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture instantly dissipated and returned to Ye Bufan's body again. Cough cough cough. Ye Bufan couldn't help but cough lightly, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't care about that. Looking at the bloody warrior in the distance whose life or death was unknown, Ye Bufan's face was full of bitterness. There is no doubt that the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra is powerful, but he is too weak now. With the cultivation level of the 9th level of Xuantian, activating the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra is like hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 800. This is because his physical body is strong enough. Otherwise, it is unknown whether he will hurt the enemy or himself. Of course, this is no longer important. What is important is that the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm has been defeated, and Tu Huo and others have not yet appeared. Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He suppressed the surging blood and energy in his body, stepped forward and completely killed the Heavenly God Realm warrior, then carried Tu Tianfeng and fled away. Chapter 1546. A letter from Master Yi. The 7-star Jedi, somewhere in the mountains and forests. You're awake. Looking at Tu Tianfeng, who was waking up slowly, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. However, in Tu Tianfeng's eyes, Ye Bufan's smile seemed so evil and malicious. You, what do you want to do? Tu Tianfeng instinctively crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly. At the same time, she did not forget to look around. Although she didn't know where she was now, she was sure that the Heavenly God Realm warrior who had been chasing Ye Bufan had disappeared. With the presence of a Heavenly God Realm warrior, Tu Tianfeng was not so scared. After all, she believed that as long as the Heavenly God Realm warrior kept pestering Ye Bufan, her father would catch up sooner or later. But now the warrior in the Heavenly God Realm is gone, which means that she has completely fallen into Ye Bufan's hands. How can she not be afraid? What do you think? Looking at Tu Tianfeng, who was filled with fear, Ye Bufan touched his chin and said teasingly. You. Tu Tianfeng's heart trembled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, you should check your soul first. Soul. Tu Tianfeng was stunned, but he still checked his soul. Boom. Instantly, her body trembled, her face turned pale, and she raised her head, looked at Ye Bufan with horror and said, You actually planted a soul circle for me. How about it? Are you surprised? Unexpected, Ye Bufan said with a smile. Tu Tianfeng was already in despair. The soul circle. In this case, isn't her life and death completely controlled by Ye Bufan? However, because of this, Tu Tianfeng was not so scared anymore. After all, if Ye Bufan wanted to kill him, there would be no need to plant the soul control circle on him. With this thought in mind, Tu Tianfeng looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to do?" "Why, you're not scared anymore." Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, "Don't think that I won't kill you just because I put you in the soul circle. If you make me even slightly dissatisfied, I will definitely kill you without hesitation. After all, to me, you are dispensable." "You." Tu Tianfeng was furious. Snort. Then she snorted and said, "If you kill me, your companions will not survive." "Companion?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Are you talking about those space pirates?" Tu Tianfeng was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Unfortunately, you are wrong. They are not my companions. To be honest, the reason why I am with them is because I encountered them in the Sea of Stars and was captured by them. They also planted a soul circle on me, so I had to mix with them. Now I have gained my freedom. Do you think I still care about their life and death?" "You." Tu Tianfeng was stunned again and said, "You lied to me. If you didn't want to save them, why did you sneak into the City Lord's mansion to capture me?" "Sneak into the City Lord's mansion to arrest you?" Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "Miss Tu, you are wrong again. The reason why I sneaked into the City Lord's mansion was because the defense of the City Lord's mansion was empty. I just wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune, but I didn't expect to be ambushed by your father. Tell me, am I wrong?" Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched, and she stared at Ye Bufan with wide eyes, looking at his confused face. "Are you going to the City Lord's mansion to rob? You arrested me just by accident. Fuck you. Are you still complaining? Which of us is more wronged?" Tu Tianfeng almost cried when he thought about how he was captured by Ye Bufan because of his father's wrong judgment. Ye Bufan ignored him and said, "Okay, now let's talk about business." "Business? What business?" Tu Tianfeng said with a puzzled look on his face. "Ye Bufan, you caused me to lose a large sum of money, shouldn't you compensate me?" Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched. "Did we cause you to lose a large sum of money? Damn it. That was originally our family's wealth. You robber, do you still have any shame?" One day later. Holy Fire City, Central Square. Ye Bufan's appearance and escape yesterday did not change anything. Everything in the Central Square was still the same as yesterday. The only difference was that Tu Huo did not continue to execute any star pirates from the Everyone is Happy Star Pirate group. This made the onlookers very curious, and even Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates were no exception. What they didn't know was that Tu Tianfeng had been kidnapped by Ye Bufan, and now, Tu Huo didn't dare to act rashly. Time passes by every second. It's noon. In the crowd, a half-god alien squeezed to the front of the crowd, looked at the city guards in front of him, and said, I want to see the Lord City Lord. The words of the semi-neurotic alien made the city guard in front of him frown. The other alien races who were watching also looked at this demigod alien. The next second, one of the city guards asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to see the captain?" I. The alien from the demigod realm stammered, "My name is Cod Rain. Yes, it was that human Ye Bufan who asked me to deliver a letter to the city lord." What? When the demigod alien said this, all the aliens present were shocked. Who is Ye Bufan? He was a wanted criminal by the gods such as Tu Huo, and he was also a fierce man who single-handedly broke into the city lord's mansion. He actually asked this demigod to deliver a message to Tu Huo. What does he want to do? Come with me. The city guards didn't hesitate at all and immediately looked at the demigod alien and said something. Oh. The aliens in the demigod realm responded several times in succession. The central square is where the 6 great gods including Tu Huo are located. Ye Bufan asked you to deliver a message to the king. Looking at the demigod in front of him, Tu Huo frowned and asked, "Where is the letter?" "Yes, here it is." The alien from the demigod realm immediately took out a letter written by Ye Bufan from his arms. Beside him, a city guard immediately took the letter and walked towards Tu Huo. After receiving the letter from the city guards, Tu Huo did not open it directly. Instead, He looked at the alien from the demigod realm and asked, "Where did you meet him?" Ah. The alien in the demigod realm was stunned and said, "Oh, I met him at the city gate." At the city gate. Tu Huo was stunned. Which city gate? The gate of Holy Fire City. Yes, it is. Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and he asked again, was it just him at that time? Or were there others? Just him. As the alien from the demigod realm spoke, Tu Huo did not ask any more questions but opened the letter in his hand. Hong Ye also looked over. I saw that on the letter, it was written in black and white. Brother Tu Huo, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. By the way, have you had your meal? Damn it. Who is your elder brother? Also, whether I have eaten or not is none of your business. What is it to you? Just the first sentence of the letter was enough to make Tu Huo furious. Hong Ye's mouth twitched as well. Ye Bufan's move was clearly a blatant provocation. Ignoring it, the two continued to look down. No need to guess, big brother, you must be thinking about me so much that you can't eat or sleep, right? Hey, in fact, I am the same. Damn it. But having said that, brother, you still have to eat when you are supposed to eat and sleep when you are supposed to sleep. Look at our niece. Wow, she has an incredible appetite. She ate up 3 billion of my divine crystals in one meal. This is all my family property. Brother, what do you say? You have to return this money to me. I will return it to you, uncle. Spending 3 billion in one meal, do you think our Tianfeng is the same as you? Also, you still owe me hundreds of billions, why don't you pay it back? Forget it, money is a small matter. Let's get back to the point. Brother, you are not kind. How could you tie up my brothers? If you do this, it will hurt our feelings. But I believe that you must have no choice but to do this. You must want to see me too much, right? Yeah, I miss you so much, I miss you to death. Big brother misses me, and I miss him too. Well, bring my brothers with you tonight, and we'll meet at the teleportation array in the central square of the 7-star Jedi. Remember, we won't wait for you if you're late. Oh, by the way, big brother, you can come by yourself when the time comes, but don't bring anyone else. You know, I'm shy. When there are too many people around, I get nervous easily. If I get nervous, I might do something excessive. It would be fine if it hurts the flowers and plants, but if it hurts our niece Tianfeng, that would be bad, don't you agree? Okay, it's settled. Tonight you bring my brothers to the central teleportation array of the 7-star Jedi. I'll go eat first, and you don't have to go hungry, big brother. Bang. After reading the last word, Tu Huo smashed the letter in his hand to pieces. Although Ye Bufan used casual and ordinary words in the letter, there was a lot of provocation and threat between the lines. How could Tu Huo tolerate this? He was furious, extremely furious, even furious. The center, right. Teleportation array, right. Want to run, huh? Damn human boy, this time, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Chapter 1547 I fooled him. The center, right. Teleportation array, right. Want to run, huh? Damn human boy, this time, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Although Ye Bufan only mentioned the intention of trading hostages, in his mind, Tu Huo could see that Ye Bufan's real intention was not as simple as exchanging hostages. He wanted to escape from the 7-star Jedi directly after exchanging the hostages. If not, why didn't he choose somewhere else, but chose the teleportation array in the central area? However, Tu Huo would never let Ye Bufan get his wish. Want to escape from the 7-star Jedi? That also depends on whether Tu Huo agrees or not. Someone come. The next second, Tu Huo shouted, send the order to expel all aliens near the central area and the teleportation array. In addition, send all the space pirates over to me now. Wait a minute. As soon as Tu Huo finished speaking, Hong Yi immediately stopped him and said, Brother Tu Huo, are you really planning to trade with that human? What do you mean? Tu Huo looked at Hong Ye and said with a gloomy expression. Hong Ye was stunned and said, Brother Tu Huo, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean is, isn't it a bit inappropriate to trade with that human like this? After all, that human is cunning by nature. I'm afraid that if Brother Tu Huo goes alone. Why, in your opinion, I am still incapable of dealing with a mere mysterious god. Tu Huo interrupted Hong Ye and said with some dissatisfaction. That's not what I meant. Hong Ye said, reminding him, Brother Tu Huo, don't forget the times we fought against that human. Every time we were sure of victory, but what was the result? After a pause, Hong Ye continued, so, it is better to be safe than sorry. Since that human dared to trade with you face to face, it means that he must have made some preparations, or he has enough confidence to escape from you. In this case, if you, Brother Tuhuo, really go there alone as he requested, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? If he escapes from the 7-star Jedi, wouldn't it be impossible for us to capture him? After Hong Ye finished speaking, Tuhuo was suddenly speechless. It must be said that Hong Ye's analysis was absolutely correct. Ye Bufan was too cunning and they had to be on guard against him. So what do you say we should do? Tuhuo immediately asked. Don't forget, we don't know where the human is right now. If he is secretly watching us, will he show up when I take others with me? What if he gets pushed into a corner and hurts Tian Feng? Brother Tuhuo, don't be impatient, just listen to me slowly. You say, although we can't go with you, we can have people ambush outside the central area in advance. Then, as long as this human dares to come and enter the central area, we will make it impossible for him to escape. Tuhuo hesitated for a moment and said, okay, it's settled. Hong Ye smiled slightly. Afterwards, Hong Ye and Tuhuo simultaneously ordered the members of their two major star pirate groups to secretly go to the central area of the 7-star Jedi and ambush 10,000 meters away from the central area. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, Hong Ye and Tuhuo were the only two people in the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Looking at Hong Ye, Tuhuo couldn't help but ask, Brother Hong Ye, can you tell me now? What do you want to do? You should know that as long as Tianfeng is still in that kid's hands, our ambush will be meaningless. Yes, Hong Ye responded and said with a smile, that's why I arranged it this way. What's the meaning? Tuhuo said with a puzzled look on his face. It's very simple. I arranged it this way just to confuse that human. After all, neither you nor I can be sure whether there is that human among those aliens watching in the square at that time. Hong Ye said with a smile, so, the so-called ambush is just a cover. Our real ambush should be arranged outside the 7-star Jedi, or in the endless sea of stars. Tuhuo frowned and said, ambush outside the 7 stars Jedi. Or in the endless sea of stars. Yes, Hong Ye responded and said, right now your biggest concern should be your niece Tianfeng, right? Tuhuo nodded. Hong Ye continued, so, we must not ambush that human in the 7 stars Jedi, because here, as long as the Sky Phoenix is still in his hands, we dare not attack him. I believe he thinks so too. So, under this situation, if you want him to release my niece Tianfeng in the 7-star Jedi, it is simply impossible. If he wants to release her, it must be after he is safe. In that case, let's let him go. When he thinks he is safe and releases the Sky Phoenix, we can surround him with the Starry Sky battleships that we have ambushed in the Starry Sky. At that time, as long as we destroy his Starry Sky battleships, with his Xuanshan realm cultivation, where can he run in the Starry Sky? After Hong Ye finished speaking, Tuhuo couldn't help but ask, but if he doesn't let Tianfeng go, what should we do? Not letting go. Hong Ye shook her head. Do you think that Tianfeng has any other value to that human besides being his hostage? Tuhuo hesitated for a moment and said, probably not. That's it. Hong Ye smiled and said, since niece Tianfeng has no value to him, why does he keep her around? Is he trying to cause trouble for himself? But we don't know where he will be or when he will release Tianfeng. So you have to follow him then. Me? Follow him? Right. In this case, he will be even less likely to release Tianfeng, right? How could that be? According to the information we received earlier, this human race and that group of space pirates are riding on a Silver-class space battleship. That is to say, your strength is equal to theirs. In this case, if you want to ensure the safety of Tianfeng, you will never attack them. But if they don't release Tianfeng, you will follow them all the time. In this case, what reason do they have to capture Tianfeng? After a pause, Hong Ye continued, as for you, they will definitely not attack you. After all, with your strength, if you really want to fight them to the death, they will not be able to gain any advantage at all. What's more, their purpose is just to escape. After Hong Ye finished speaking, Tuhuo thought for a while and said, okay, let's do as you say. I will make arrangements inside the 7-star Jedi, and I will leave everything outside the 7-star Jedi to you. No problem. Hong Ye smiled and said, I will now take you and my 2 major star pirate groups masters to secretly leave the 7-star Jedi and ambush in the starry sky. In addition to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will select a God King from my Hong Ye group to stay and assist you. How do you do? Okay, let's do it. Tu Huo responded. Then let's get started. Hong Ye smiled. The 2 great gods began to make arrangements. In a hidden valley thousands of meters away from the holy fire city, Ye Bufan was lying on the ground at this moment. He crossed his right leg, rested his head on his hands, looked at the sky above his head, hummed a little tune, and looked very leisurely. Beside Ye Bufan, Tu Tianfeng looked at him, frowned, and asked in confusion, aren't you going to make a deal with my father? If so, why don't we leave yet? Deal? What deal? Ye Bufan glanced at Tu Tianfeng with a look of curiosity and confusion. You. Tu Tianfeng was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, didn't you write to my father and ask him to exchange hostages with you tonight near the teleportation array in the central area of the 7-star Jedi? Oh. Ye Bufan responded, you're talking about this. I fooled him. Chapter 1548, the thief is still alive. You mean this? I fooled him. Buzz. Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng felt a buzzing sound in her head. Then she looked at Ye Bufan with wide eyes, and said in shock and confusion, are you fooling my father? Yes. Ye Bufan responded calmly. Why? Tu Tianfeng asked in a deep voice, don't you want to leave the 7-star Jedi? Leaving the 7-star Jedi? Ye Bufan smiled and said, why should I leave the 7-star Jedi? Isn't it good here? Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched. Isn't it nice here? Good sir. Don't you know your current situation? Do you know that now the 7 leaders are eager to eat your flesh and drink your blood? Even so, you still say this place is pretty good. Do you have any brains at all? Tu Tianfeng was confused, and Ye Bufan spoke again. Besides, do you think if I want to leave, can I really leave? What's the meaning? Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Ye Bufan's astonished face with a puzzled look. Tell me, what is your father doing now? Ye Bufan asked with a smile. My daddy. Tu Tianfeng was stunned again, and then said instinctively, my father must be thinking about. Tu Tianfeng's voice suddenly stopped halfway through his words. What are you thinking about? Ye Bufan looked at her with a playful expression. How could I know? Tu Tianfeng curled his lips and said. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. You know, you just don't want to say it. In fact, you and I both know that your father must be racking his brains to figure out how to plot against me and then take me down during the transaction. Are you right, niece? Tu Tianfeng blinked instinctively. Ye Bufan continued, so, this transaction is doomed to fail. If it goes wrong, I may even lose my life. If that's the case, why should I trade with your father? No, don't you still have me as a hostage? You. Ye Bufan glanced at Tu Tianfeng, then shook his head and said, if even you can think of this problem, do you think your father can't think of it? So they will definitely take you into consideration in their calculations. That's why it doesn't really make any difference whether they have you as a hostage or not. Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched, and then he said angrily, if that's the case, then why did you do this? Why did you propose this deal? Didn't I just say that I was just fooling your father? I don't believe it. You must have other purposes. Then tell me, what is my purpose? How should I know? Then you said that I have other purposes. You must have anyway. Niece, don't think of your Uncle Yi as a bad person. I am actually a good person. Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan. Are you a good person? You are a good person, but you cheated my father out of more than 100 billion divine crystals. If you are a good person, will the 7 leaders offer a reward and a worldwide arrest warrant for you? If you are a good person, will you plant the soul circle for me? Damn it, why don't you just die? In the Holy Fire City, neither Tu Huo nor Hong Ye, nor even anyone else knew that the so-called transaction in the letter sent by Ye Bufan was pure scam. At this moment, Tu Huo had already begun arranging people to send Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates to the central area of the 7-star Jedi, and had organized members of 2 major space pirate groups to ambush 10,000 meters away from the central area of the 7-star Jedi. Not only that, he himself has also begun to head towards the central area of the 7-star Jedi. In addition, Hong Ye also began to organize the masters of the 2 major star pirate groups to pass through special channels, pass through the Peerless Killing formation in the 7-star Jedi, secretly leave the 7-star Jedi, and mobilize the star battleships of the two major star pirate groups to ambush in the endless starry sky. What's more, in order to be absolutely sure, Hong Ye also used the silver-class star battleships of the other 5 major star pirate groups. A total of 7 silver-class starry sky battleships and more than 100 bronze-class starry sky battleships entered the endless starry sky in a mighty manner, and scattered in all directions to ambush. It can be said that in order to deal with Ye Bufan, Hong Ye and Tu Huo have mobilized all the forces they can mobilize. Such a big scene between the two of them naturally attracted the attention of several other group leaders. Of course, this is limited to these few captains. After all, Hong Ye's actions are extremely secretive. If it weren't for borrowing a silver-class star battleship and the cooperation of several captains to help them secretly leave the 7-star Jedi, even these supreme captains in the 7-star Jedi would not have known about Hong Ye's actions. For this reason, the attention of the other 5 captains except Tu Huo and Hong Ye has been attracted to the central area of the 7-star Jedi. Although they did not take action, they all hated Ye Bufan so much that they wanted to capture him alive. Even if they couldn't capture him alive, they would just kill him directly. In short, Ye Bufan's impression in the minds of the 7 leaders has become extremely bad. He is an enemy, not a friend. Time passes by every second. Gradually, night fell quietly. In the 7-star Jedi, near the teleportation array in the central area, Tu Huo stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was Ji Chongshuan, a space pirate with his hands and feet tied. My king, since it has been confirmed that Xiaofan will come to rescue us, then isn't it time to let that person take action? Otherwise, once a action is taken, I'm afraid that Tu Huo guy will hurt Xiaofan. Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Shihu couldn't help but send a voice message. Shihu didn't know about the deal between Ji Chongshuan and Ji Qianya in advance, but later, in order to appease Shihu, Ji Chongshuan told Shihu about the deal through voice transmission. So from then on, Shihu always knew that they were safe, because Ji Qianya, who was in the Divine Emperor realm, had been watching over them. As long as Ji Chongshuan nodded, Ji Qianya would take action immediately. Wait a little longer. Facing Shihu's proposal, Ji Chongshuan said in a voice transmission, I am very curious about how Xiaofan will rescue us. Besides, I am also very curious about Xiaofan's current strength. Aren't you curious? The lion was stunned for a moment, and then said nothing more because he was indeed very curious. A human in the Xuanshan realm was able to evade the search of the entire 7-star Jedi, and was able to successfully escape from Tu Huo's ambush. Facing all of this, I believe everyone would be curious and want to know the reason behind it. The night is as quiet as water. At night, a cold wind blows on my face. In the central area of the 7-star Jedi, Tu Huo was quietly waiting for Ye Bufan's arrival. In addition to Tu Huo, several other team leaders including Huan Xinyan and Long Wei have also arrived. Not only that, there is also Ji Qianya, who is at the level of Divine Emperor, hiding in secret. It can be said that all the top masters in the 7-star Jedi have gathered near the teleportation array in the central area, and they are all waiting for Ye Bufan's arrival. Unfortunately, their waiting was in vain, because Ye Bufan's so-called deal was just a diversionary tactic. Holy Fire City, southwest side. What are we doing in Holy Fire City? Under the night sky, Tu Tianfeng looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled and bewildered expression. At this moment, Tu Tianfeng had been disguised by Ye Bufan. Unless one looked closely, no one would notice that she was the eldest daughter of the City Lord's mansion. As for Ye Bufan, he directly used the magical power Thousand Faces illusion, to transform himself into a demon. Why are you asking so many questions? Just follow me. Facing Tu Tianfeng's question, Ye Bufan said unhappily, and then continued to move forward. Tu Tianfeng curled her lips, looking dissatisfied and reluctant, but there was nothing she could do. It was because Ye Bufan had planted the soul circle in her. She didn't want to die, so she could only obey Ye Bufan's orders. 10 minutes later, Ye Bufan brought Tu Tianfeng to a 5 or 6 meter high wall. Where is this? Why does it feel so familiar to me? Tu Tianfeng frowned as he looked at the wall in front of him. Stop talking nonsense, just keep up. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan jumped lightly and climbed over the wall directly. Tu Tianfeng curled her lips, but could only follow him in obediently. After climbing over the wall and entering, Tu Tianfeng was dumbfounded when she saw everything familiar in front of her. Is this my home? Then, she looked at Ye Bufan and said, "What are you doing in my house? Can you speak louder?" Facing Tu Tianfeng's question, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, and then added, "If you alarm other people at that time, don't let me kill them all." Brush. Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng covered his mouth directly. She knew that the people left behind in the city lord's mansion must be in a more vulnerable situation than the last time Ye Bufan came. Once Ye Bufan started a killing spree, everyone would surely die. But even so, Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but whispered, "You haven't answered me yet. What are you doing coming to my house so late at night? Why do you care so much?" Ye Bufan shouted, "Hurry up and take me to the treasure house of the city lord's mansion." "Take you to the treasury of the city lord's mansion." Tu Tianfeng widened his eyes and looked at Ye Bufan in shock and dumbfounded. At this moment, she clearly understood what Ye Bufan was trying to do. This guy was clearly still harboring evil intentions and was still eyeing her family's treasure house. What letter, what transaction? It was obvious that Ye Bufan was just making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Damn it, how can people be so shameless and such a bastard? Chapter 1549 How can a person be so shameless as you? 6th update. Tu Tianfeng stared at Ye Bufan with her eyes wide open. She was messy, mad, angry, and irritated. In the end, all of this turned into one sentence: "Don't go too far. He asked me to take him to steal his own family's treasure house. What kind of person is this? He is so shameless. Excessive. How did I ask about this?" Ye Bufan looked back at Tu Tianfeng and said calmly. "You." Tu Tianfeng was furious. "Isn't this too much? If I asked you to steal my family's treasure house, what would you do? Would you agree?" "Oh." Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "If it weren't for you, I would have emptied the city lord's mansion's treasury last time. Why would I have to do it again now?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "As for asking you to lead the way, just consider it as a punishment for you." Hearing this, Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but twitch her lips. She felt uncomfortable listening to Ye Bufan's words. "What do you mean if it weren't for me, you would have emptied the city lord's mansion last time? Didn't you steal when you came here last time? Could it be that this treasure house was no longer mine when you came here last time? Damn it, how can a person be so shameless as to take stealing for granted? I'm not going." Immediately, Tu Tianfeng curled his lips and said angrily, "You're not going." Ye Bufan glanced at her and frowned. "No." Tu Tianfeng tilted his head, looking as if he would never obey. "Hee hee." Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, "Niece, you don't seem to understand the current situation. Don't forget the soul circle, and don't forget that you are now a hostage in my hands." "You." Tu Tianfeng gritted his teeth, furious. Ye Bufan's expression turned stern, and he shouted, "Remember, I'm not asking you to lead the way, I'm ordering you to lead the way." Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, "Besides, do you think that without you, I can't find the treasure house of the city lord's mansion? Hurry up and lead the way. Don't wait until I lose my patience and do it myself. If that happens, I promise that by then, not a single person in your city lord's mansion will be left alive. Even you, I will let you taste the strength and ferocity of other alien men. I believe that with your status as the eldest lady of the city lord's mansion, there will definitely be many aliens interested in you. At that time, don't beg me for mercy, because it's useless." Buzz. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tu Tianfeng's body and even his soul couldn't help but tremble. Dozens of foreign men. Just thinking about it made her face turn pale and her soul tremble. "I'll go. I'll take you there now." Immediately, Tu Tianfeng was so frightened that she said hurriedly that compared to the threat from dozens of foreign men, she would rather sacrifice the property in her family's treasury. "Is that right?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Lead the way." City Lord's Mansion, Treasure House. After arriving here under the guidance of Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan was completely dumbfounded. He had thought that the treasure house of the City Lord's Mansion would be a secret room, or it might be hidden underground, and he had even thought of many other possibilities. However, he had never imagined that the treasure house of the City Lord's Mansion of the Holy Fire City would be an ordinary room, and even this room was so ordinary that there was not even a guard except for a lock. "Is this really the treasure house of your City Lord's Mansion? Are you sure you are not fooling me?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Tu Tianfeng beside him and asked a question. Tu Tianfeng rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan, then faced the door in front of him and slapped it with his palm. Bang! After a muffled sound, the lock on the door was instantly broken. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. This lock, of this quality, what is the purpose of hanging it there, is it just a decoration? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Tu Tianfeng said, see for yourself whether it is true or not. After she finished speaking, she pushed open the door. Ye Bufan took a glance and saw a 10-meter-long shelf on each side of the room. The shelves were filled with a wide variety of items, most of which Ye Bufan did not recognize. In the deepest part of the room, right opposite the door, there were a number of large black iron boxes. Ye Bufan took a quick look and saw that there were at least 10 of them. This is really the treasure house of your city lord's mansion. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but say something. Then he looked at Tu Tianfeng and said, does your father regard money as dirt, or is he too confident? Isn't he afraid that his house will be robbed? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tu Tianfeng rolled his eyes at him. Where is this place? This is the city lord's mansion of Holy Fire City, and also the base of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates. Let me ask you, who would dare to come here to steal? Don't you want to live? Tu Tianfeng was thinking in his heart, but Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, but walked directly into the simple treasure house in front of him. Since he was already here, Ye Bufan would not be polite. He went directly to the shelf on the left, and then grabbed the items in front of him and threw them directly into his storage ring, without caring what he took or whether it was valuable. In a word, as long as he could see it, he would take it all. Seeing this scene, Tu Tianfeng's mouth twitched again and again. Although she was angry and unwilling, she could do nothing but let Ye Bufan unscrupulously plunder her father's life savings. Even at this moment, Tu Tianfeng felt that his heart was bleeding. Ye Bufan ignored him and did not even stop. On both sides, no matter whether it was elixir, equipment, or other things, no matter whether he knew them or not, wherever he passed, everything was swept away by him. 3 minutes later, all the items on the left and right shelves had been put into Ye Bufan's storage ring. At this time, Ye Bufan walked directly towards the large iron boxes. Bang! After opening one of the large iron boxes, a ray of colorful light emerged, and a box full of divine crystals instantly appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. However, this scene made Ye Bufan extremely dissatisfied. Damn, these are actually filled with divine crystals. Divine crystals are good, but how many of them can be packed into this big iron box? At most, it would be only 200,000 or 300,000. Even if each box can hold 300,000 divine crystals, these more than 10 boxes would only hold more than 3 million. What's more than 3 million? It's simply not worth mentioning. Besides, as one of the 7 major forces in the 7-star Jedi, how could the huge Holy Mars Sky Pirates have only more than 3 million divine crystals? Even if they had consumed a lot of them because of themselves before, there would not be only more than 3 million left. For this reason, Ye Bufan opened the large iron boxes in front of him one after another. He did not believe that these large iron boxes were filled with divine crystals, but the result was the first box contained divine crystals, the second box also contained divine crystals, and the third and fourth boxes also contained divine crystals. Ye Bufan felt like he was about to collapse. Finally, when the last box was opened, Ye Bufan not only saw a box full of divine crystals, but also saw a rectangular jade box on the divine crystals. This scene cheered up Ye Bufan. He immediately took the jade box in his hand and opened it. Suddenly 14 storage rings appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. They were neatly placed in the jade box. Storage ring. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was instinctively stunned, and then he picked up a storage ring to check, only to see the storage ring was full of divine crystals, and the number of these divine crystals was at least 2 or 3 billion, or maybe even 4 or 5 billion. Afterwards, Ye Bufan also checked the other storage rings, and found that without exception, these storage rings were filled with various divine crystals. This harvest made Ye Bufan very happy. There were 40 to 50 billion divine crystals in one storage ring. So, adding up the 14 storage rings, the number of these divine crystals must have exceeded 50 billion. More than 50 billion plus other gains, Ye Bufan's trip to the City Lord's mansion can definitely be considered a fruitful one. However, this is not enough. After collecting all the divine crystals, Ye Bufan came to Tu Tianfeng and said with a smile, "Let's go." Tu Tianfeng gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Bufan with red eyes. If looks could kill, Ye Bufan would definitely have been dead without a burial place. It's a pity that looks can't kill, at least Tu Tianfeng's looks can't kill, and she is no match for Ye Bufan, and she has been planted with the soul control circle by Ye Bufan. In this situation of absolute disadvantage, even though Tu Tianfeng hated Ye Bufan, he could do nothing but let it go. Snort. Immediately, she snorted coldly and followed Ye Bufan. Outside the treasure house. What else do you want to do? Seeing that Ye Bufan closed the door of the treasury but still had no intention of leaving, Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but question him. She pouted and looked angry. Of course, I'm leaving a message for my big brother Tu Huo. Tell him that I was the one who emptied his treasure house. Ye Bufan said leisurely. You bastard, son of a bitch. In an instant, Tu Tianfeng was furious and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Ye Bufan's move was clearly a blatant provocation and a slap in the face. Tu Tianfeng really didn't dare to imagine how her father would feel when he found out about all this. Bang! Ye Bufan did not stop, but directly pasted the paper he had prepared on the door. Tu Tianfeng took a look. Brother Tu Huo, you are so mean. I came to trade with you with full sincerity, and I reminded you again and again that I would only trade with you. But you schemed against me like this. Is this really okay? I am so disappointed. I have no choice but to empty your treasure house. Just think of this as a reminder to you. I hope that next time we exchange hostages, you won't disappoint me again. Looking at Ye Bufan's message on the white paper, Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. My father is not kind. My father is plotting against you. Are you still chilled? Damn it, how can a person be so shameless as you are? Chapter 1550, Captain, we have fallen into a trap. My father is not kind. My father is plotting against you. Are you still chilled? Damn it, how can a person be so shameless as you are? Tu Tianfeng swore that she had never seen anyone as shameless as Ye Bufan. It was obvious that Ye Bufan was making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, tricking his father into going to the central area, and then he took the opportunity to sneak into the city lord's mansion and emptied the treasury of the city lord's mansion. But now in his mouth, it turned out that it was his own father who was plotting against him. Despicable, shameless, and shameless. Next transaction. Etc. Next trade. Tu Tianfeng was shocked. She looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment and said in horror, You still want to trade with my father? Certainly. Ye Bufan responded and said with a smile, Don't you want to go back to your father? I'm going to reply to your uncle. Tu Tianfeng was extremely angry and furious. She was sure that Ye Bufan's so-called next transaction was definitely not as simple as he said. You still want to trick my father? Niece, what do you mean by that? After Tu Tianfeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan said with a look of dissatisfaction, When did I ever cheat your father? Besides, with the relationship between me and your father, could I cheat him? Damn it, you didn't cheat. If you didn't cheat, then who emptied this treasure house? Tu Tianfeng felt like she was about to explode with anger, but she could only hold back her anger and said, You have already taken away all my father's savings. What else do you want? What does it mean to scrape? Ye Bufan said, This is called borrowing. Do you understand? I will pay it back in the future. Borrow, will you pay it back? If I believe you, I'd be a fool. Tu Tianfeng glared at Ye Bufan fiercely and said, You haven't answered me yet. What else do you want to do to my father? You'll know then. Ye Bufan smiled and spoke in a mysterious manner. Tu Tianfeng was stunned and furious. A bad premonition came to her mind. She felt that her father perhaps was going to be in trouble. However, now she has become Ye Bufan's prisoner. Although she knows that Ye Bufan is plotting against her father, she can do nothing, not even to remind her father. Helplessly, Tu Tianfeng could only look at Ye Bufan and plead weakly, Please, don't hurt my father's life, okay? Ye Bufan's apparent cultivation level is only at the 9th level of the mysterious god realm, while Tu Huo's is at the 8th level of the divine king realm. There is a full 3 realms difference between the two of them. It is simply nonsense to say that Ye Bufan can kill Tu Huo. Not to mention killing Tu Huo, Ye Bufan couldn't even threaten Tu Huo. However, after this period of contact, and after witnessing Ye Bufan's endless schemes and his despicable behavior, Tu Tianfeng felt that if he continued like this, his father would most likely die at the hands of Ye Bufan. Well, when Tu Tianfeng said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. You want me to spare your father's life? Yes, Tu Tianfeng said with a serious face. Ye Bufan touched Tu Tianfeng's forehead and said, Niece, are you kidding me? Your father is the God King. How can I kill him? You know he is chasing me all over the world now. I'm not joking. I feel you are planning a very big game. Once you complete the plan, you will take action. At that time, my father will definitely lose. Tu Tianfeng said seriously. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Are you planning it yourself? Yes, he was indeed making plans, or rather, he was waiting for his physical body to enter the realm of God King. Once the physical body enters the realm of God King, the current situation will change completely. But I have never mentioned or revealed all this, but Tu Tianfeng has already noticed it. I have to say, her intuition is a little scary. But so what? Not to mention that Tu Tianfeng was just guessing, even if she knew what he was planning, she couldn't change anything. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said, "Don't worry, your father is a powerful man of the 8th level of the Divine King after all, how could I possibly hurt his life?" When Ye Bufan said this, Tu Tianfeng was shocked. If what she said just now was just her guess, then now it means that Ye Bufan has already acknowledged her guess, and he has indeed already won. Because of this, the look in Tu Tianfeng's eyes when she looked at Ye Bufan also changed drastically at this moment. She really couldn't figure it out what exactly supported Ye Bufan and made him so confident that he could overthrow a powerful God King of the 8th level. Before Tu Tianfeng could think about it, Ye Bufan said again, "Let's go." "Where are you going?" Tu Tianfeng asked instinctively. "Hongye City, City Lord's Mansion." Ye Bufan smiled, and then said 6 words lightly. "Red Leaf City, City Lord's Mansion." Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but be stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. At this time, what was Ye Bufan doing in the City Lord's Mansion of Hongye City? It was not difficult for Tu Tianfeng to guess even with her toes that he must have set her sights on the Red Leaf Group's property. Having just plundered the Holy Fire Group and now targeting the Red Leaf Group, Tu Tianfeng didn't know what to say. However, this time she was not angry, and even felt a little excited. After all, Hongye and his father joined forces to deal with Ye Bufan, and in the end all of his father's life savings were looted by Ye Bufan. In this case, how could the Hongye group survive? If we are going to have bad luck, we will all have bad luck together. If we are to be robbed, we should all be robbed together. That's only fair. Hongye City, City Lord's Mansion. The current City Lord's Mansion of Red Leaf City is similar to that of Holy Fire City. In such a huge City Lord's Mansion, the number of people left behind is almost negligible, which makes Ye Bufan sigh that long-term comfort is not actually a good thing. Be it Tuhuo or Hongye, they are simply too confident. Haven't they ever thought that if they mobilize all their forces to deal with them, it would give others an opportunity to take advantage? After all, people die for money and birds die for food. There will always be desperate people in this world who value money more than their lives. If other people take the opportunity to invade the City Lord's Mansion, how should the City Lord's Mansion fight back with its existing strength? Even if the City Lord's Mansion can retaliate afterwards, what about the damage that has already been caused? Even if it can be recovered, it is absolutely impossible to recover everything. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. He even hopes that Tu Huo and Hong Yi will be careless. After all, the more they are like this, the easier it will be for him to succeed. Faced with the almost negligible defense of Hongye City, Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng took advantage of the night and easily sneaked into the City Lord's Mansion. The night is as quiet as water. At night, the breeze blows on my face. Time passes by inadvertently. The night passes quietly and the dawn comes quietly. 7-star Jedi, Central Area. Tu Huo waited here for a whole night, but Ye Bufan never showed up. This made Tu Huo very puzzled. He even had some doubts, whether Ye Bufan had discovered their ambush, if not why hadn't Ye Bufan shown up yet. You know, the time they agreed to was last night, but now it was already the early morning of the next day. However, Tu Huo will not give up or leave easily until the last moment. In fact, not only Tu Huo, but also several other team leaders and Ji Qianya in the dark were full of confusion. However, like Tu Huo, they had no intention of leaving. Finally, when Tu Huo could no longer hold back, a figure rushed over in the air from the far distance in the central area. Just when Tu Huo and others thought it was Ye Bufan, they found out that the person who came was actually a Xuanshan Realm warrior from the Holy Fire Group. The speed of the Xuanshan Realm warrior was not very fast, but in just a moment, he had arrived in front of Tu Huo. Captain, no, something bad has happened. Looking at Tu Huo, the Xuanshan Realm warrior said hurriedly. What's going on? Tu Huo frowned and said, what happened? Tell me slowly. Call. The Xuanshan Realm warrior took a deep breath, tried to calm his mind, and said, "Captain, we have fallen into a trap. That human race. What happened to the human race?" Tu Huo's expression turned stern and he asked in a cold voice. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Call. The Xuantian realm warrior took another deep breath and said, "That human race sneaked into the city lord's mansion last night, and emptied the treasure house of our holy fire group." Chapter 1551. Is this reason enough? That human race sneaked into the city lord's mansion last night, and emptied the treasure house of our holy fire group. Buzz. When the Xuantian realm warrior said this, Tu Huo's heart trembled and his mind went blank. Ye Bufan sneaked into the city lord's mansion last night and emptied his treasury. Tu Huo was stunned and dumbfounded. Not only Tu Huo, but also several captains in the dark and Ji Qianya looked confused after hearing these words. Ye Bufan looted the Holy Fire Group's treasure house. Damn it! What about the agreed deal? What about the hostage exchange? What about the escape? At this moment, the several group leaders and Ji Qianya were filled with confusion. They are all in high positions and have achieved what they have today, so they are naturally not stupid. How could they not see at this moment that Ye Bufan's so-called transaction was simply to confuse Tu Huo and attract his attention? He was making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and his real purpose was the treasury of the city lord's mansion in Holy Fire City. This human race is really too cunning. Not only did he deceive Tu Huo, he deceived them as well. No wonder he hasn't shown up yet. It turns out he went to the city lord's mansion to steal. When they thought of this, the several group leaders and Ji Qianya all looked at Tu Huo with interest. They really wanted to know what kind of mood Tu Huo was in now. There is no doubt that Tu Huo was extremely angry at this moment. He glanced at Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates, and endless murderous intent naturally revealed in his eyes. This made Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates stunned, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Originally they thought Ye Bufan would come to rescue them, but they didn't expect he actually ran to the city lord's mansion of Holy Fire City and became a thief, and emptied the treasure house of the city lord's mansion overnight. Especially Ji Chongshuan, his face was full of bitterness and embarrassment at the moment. He originally wanted to see how Ye Bufan would rescue him and his group, but now it seems that he was just being too sentimental. Perhaps the last time Ye Bufan sneaked into the city lord's mansion was also for the treasure house of the city lord's mansion, not to rescue them. Come to think of it, they have not known Ye Bufan for long, and they were even the ones who captured Ye Bufan and planted the soul circle on Ye Bufan. With all these actions that were unfavorable to Ye Bufan, how could Ye Bufan risk his life to rescue them? At this moment, Ji Chongshuan understood and gave up. He also realized that he was too greedy. Captain, then, that human race also left this behind. Without waiting for Ji Chongshuan or anyone else to think about it, the Xuantian realm warrior spoke again, with a look of trepidation on his face, and handed the note left by Ye Bufan to Tu Huo. Tu Huo did not hesitate at all. She took the paper from the Xuantian realm warrior and took a look at it. Brother Tu Huo, you are so mean. I came to trade with you with full sincerity, and I reminded you again and again that I would only trade with you. But you schemed against me like this. Is this really okay? I am so disappointed. I have no choice but to empty your treasure house. Just think of this as a reminder to you. I hope that next time we exchange hostages, you won't disappoint me again. Boom. With just one glance, the anger and murderous intent in Tu Huo's heart instantly broke through the original limit. Okay. After a moment, he smiled instead of getting angry. What a human being, what a Ye Bufan. I didn't expect I would be played like a monkey by you. Very good. As he spoke, Tu Huo glanced at Ji Chongshuan and said in a cold voice, 18th Prince, look at it yourself. He is your companion. Tell me, should I trust him again, or kill you directly? After saying that, Tu Huo threw the paper in his hand towards Ji Chongshuan. Ji Chongshuan was stunned at first, then he looked directly at the paper on the ground. Brother Tu Huo, you are so mean. I came to trade with you with full sincerity, and I reminded you again and again that I would only trade with you. But you schemed against me like this. Is this really okay? I am so disappointed. I have no choice but to empty your treasure house. Just think of this as a reminder to you. I hope that next time we exchange hostages, you won't disappoint me again. Looking at the contents on the paper, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. On it, he saw full of ridicule, provocation, and even humiliation. Also, the next time we exchange hostages. To be honest, not to mention Tu Huo, even Ji Chongshuan didn't know whether they should believe this or not. However, there is one thing he can be sure of: the reason why Ye Bufan looted the city lord's mansion was to improve his own strength. After all, as long as he has enough resources, Ye Bufan can improve quickly. Could it be that he wanted to improve his own skills before coming back to rescue him and his group? In fact, Ji Chongshuan had this thought before, and he still has it now. But after experiencing what happened just now, Ji Chongshuan has already let it go, so whether Ye Bufan will come to rescue him or not is no longer important to Ji Chongshuan. With this thought, Ji Chongshuan looked at Tu Huo, smiled, and said, "City Lord Tu Huo, is my suggestion important? Haven't you already made a decision in your mind?" "Yes, I have already made a decision." Tu Huo responded coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and then he continued, "I am not only the leader of a group, but also the lord of a city, and a powerful divine king. Why should I be led by him? So I have decided that except for you, everyone else will be killed on the spot." Boom. When Tu Huo said this, the star pirates couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Hee. Ji Chongshuan smiled and said, "Captain Tu Huo, to be honest, you can't kill us." Tu Huo frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say?" "I said, you can't kill us." Ji Chongshuan was calm and confident. "Then give it a try and see if I can kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Huo took action. "Ji Qianya, this game I don't want to play it anymore." Ji Chongshuan shouted loudly. "What? Ji Qianya?" Tu Huo was startled at first, then his expression changed, and even his original killing move stopped instantly. The next second, a white shadow flashed by, and Ji Qianya was already standing in front of Ji Chongshuan. "You." Seeing Ji Qianya, Tu Huo was stunned again. Not only Tu Huo, but also several other leaders in secret were like this. They didn't expect that Ji Qianya would be there and would help Ji Chongshuan. Even judging from the current situation, it seems that Ji Qianya and Ji Chongshuan had an agreement before. "Ji Qianya, what do you mean?" After a brief moment of distraction, Tu Huo came back to his senses, looked at Ji Qianya and asked in a deep voice. "I'll protect them." Ji Qianya's 5 simple words carried immense power, leaving no room for doubt. "You." Tu Huo's face turned pale and he said, "Ji Qianya, don't go too far." Unexpectedly, Ji Qianya ignored him, but turned around, looked at Ji Chongshuan and his group, and gently waved his right hand. In an instant, with a series of bang 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 sounds, all the ropes used to bind Ji Chongshuan and his star pirates were broken. Then, Ji Qianya said calmly, "Let's go." These 2 simple words reveal endless strength and dominance. "I've protected them. That's all I have to say. I won't waste any more time talking to you." "You." Faced with Ji Qianya's blatant disregard, Tu Huo's eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. First he was teased by Ye Bufan, and now he was ignored by Ji Qianya. It can be said for Tu Huo, today was the most humiliating day of his life. But what can he do? Ji Qianya. He is a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm. At the beginning, when several of their major group leaders joined forces to force the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to abdicate, they were easily repelled by Ji Qianya. Now that he is alone, how can he challenge Ji Qianya? But, can we just let it go like this? Tu Huo was unwilling to give in. "Ji Qianya, although I am not your opponent, but I am also the mayor of Holy Fire City after all. If you want to take people away, shouldn't you give me a reason? Call." As soon as Tu Huo finished speaking, Ji Qianya moved, attacked instantly, and slapped Tu Huo directly with a palm. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo's heart trembled. He wanted to dodge, but Ji Qianya's speed was too fast, so fast that he had no time at all and had no chance to dodge. Bang! Ji Qianya slapped Tu Huo on the chest, and a dull sound was heard. Puff! Tu Huo spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards instantly. Boom! Dozens of meters away, Tu Huo fell heavily to the ground. Ji Qianya's expression remained unchanged, and she said calmly, "Is this reason enough?" Chapter 1552. Are you scared? Is this reason enough? Simple and rough. Strong and domineering. Ji Qianya gave Tu Huo the most direct answer and the most brutal reason in her own way. This sudden scene caused a dead silence all around. Everyone stood there in a daze, swallowing uncontrollably. Ji Qianya's simple 6 words kept coming to their minds. They all had a completely new understanding of Ji Qianya. "You." Tu Huo supported his body with his hands and stood up with difficulty. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Ji Qianye in the distance with hatred. He was angry and felt humiliated. But what can he do? The strong are respected. The strong prey on the weak. The attack just now has explained everything. Ji Qianye is a strong man in the Divine Emperor realm. He is no match for Ji Qianye at all. He is not even qualified to fight with Ji Qianye unless he uses the Peerless Killing formation in the 7-star Jedi. However, the Peerless Killing formation requires the simultaneous control of the 7 captains to be used. Will the other 6 leaders agree to use the Peerless Killing formation to deal with Ji Qianye? They will not agree, and they dare not agree. In this situation, what else can he say? What else can he do? In that brief moment, all the anger, dissatisfaction, unwillingness, and resentment in Tu Huo's heart finally turned into 2 words: enough. Yes, that's enough. Ji Qianye's strength at the Divine Emperor level is the best reason. Tu Huo simply cannot kill the person she wants to save. Let's go. Without paying any more attention to Tu Huo, Ji Qianye just said something lightly, then walked forward slowly. Follow me. Ji Chongshuan said this, and the star pirates behind him instantly came back to their senses. The group followed Ji Qianye and slowly left. The atmosphere was dead silent. A cold wind blew on my face. Tu Huo stood where he was, watching Ji Chongshuan and the others going away. He clenched his fists tightly. He was filled with hatred, anger, and even more resentment. The central area is surrounded by ambushes. Originally, he and Hong Ye had made up their minds to end the feud with Ye Bufan, but they didn't expect that it would end in this way. Not only did Ye Bufan not come, he also took the opportunity to rob the private treasury of him and Hong Ye, the 2 city lords. Most importantly, even Ji Chongshuan and his party were taken away by Ji Qianye. What is this? Not only did you lose the lady, but you also lost your army. Tu Huo was unwilling to give in. Although Tu Huo was like this, the several captains in the dark did not say anything more. They were even somewhat relieved that they did not get involved. Otherwise their private treasure houses would have been looted by Ye Bufan by now. After taking a look at Tu Huo, they chose to leave immediately. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. That is why, in just one day, the news that Ye Bufan looted the Holy Fire, the city lord's mansion of the 2 main cities Hong Ye, and Ji Chongshuan and his party were rescued by Ji Qianye had spread throughout the entire 7-star Jedi. Tu Huo and Hong Ye became the laughingstock of all alien races. Of course, the aliens were only imagining it in their minds, they didn't dare to show it at all. Holy Fire City, Tianxiang Tower. It's still the same restaurant and the same room. At this moment, Shihu looked at Ji Chongshuan with a solemn, worried, and puzzled expression and said, Master, with Ji Qianye's strength, if she wants to leave the 7-star Jedi, the 7 leaders will definitely not forcibly stop her. In this case, why don't you let her send us away from the 7-star Jedi directly, but return to the Holy Fire City instead? What should we do if Tu Huo attacks us again? We don't have the money to ask Ji Qianye to help us again. Do you think we will be safe if we leave the 7-star Jedi? Ji Chongshuan asked after Shihu finished speaking. The lion was stunned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Ji Chongshuan smiled and said, Tu Huo must hate us now and must want to kill us. If we leave the 7 stars Jedi at this time, do you think he will not catch up and kill us? The lion was stunned again, but we can stay in Holy Fire City. Isn't that more dangerous? Don't worry, no, it's safe here, at least for now. Ji Chongshuan said with confidence. Is it safe here? Liger was puzzled. Ji Chongshuan continued, Don't forget, we haven't received the elixirs we bought yet, which means that our transaction with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is still ongoing. Most importantly, Ji Qianye has promised me that as long as she is still in the 7-star Jedi, she will definitely protect our lives. Real. That's great, but, Master, what should we do next? Eat when it's time to eat, sleep when it's time to sleep, play when it's time to play, do whatever you want, and we'll talk about everything after Tongtong wakes up. Ji Chongshuan said so, and the lion and tiger couldn't help but take a look at the netherworld blood fox lying unconscious on the ground. This is a powerful being in the realm of God. With the treatment of the Purple Heart Fire Pill, even if the netherworld blood fox's injuries cannot be fully recovered, they will definitely be recovered to a large extent. Once she wakes up, she will be a powerful divine lord, and at the very least she will be able to display the strength of a divine emperor. At that time let me ask, who in this 7-star Jedi will be their opponent? The slaughtering fire of the 8th heaven of the God King. At that time, they will all be happy, and the Star Pirates will be able to take revenge and settle grievances. Just thinking about it makes Lion and Tiger feel more excited and thrilled than ever before. Suddenly, he asked again, Master, what about Xiaofan? What should we do with Xiaofan? Ji Chongshuan pondered for a moment, frowned, but didn't say much. Hongye City, City Lord's Mansion. Hongye, what do you mean? Are you just going to let it go like this? Looking at the red leaves in front of him, Tu Huo said angrily. What else? Hongye had a tired look on her face and said, you only lost some property, but what about me? My only son died in his hands. If I could, do you think I would just let it go? But given the current situation, what else can I do? Do you know where that human is now and what he is doing? You do not know. He is in the dark, we are in the light, and with that bitch Ji Qianya interfering, if this continues, I'm afraid both your life and mine will be in danger. Tu Huo was furious and asked, are you scared? Hongye was stunned and said, yes, I was scared. Are you satisfied now? Tu Huo was speechless for a moment, and then he said, Hongye, the current situation is not as bad as you think. Although Ji Qianya rescued Ji Chongshuan and the space pirates, it was because Ji Chongshuan spent money. She helped because of the money. So, although she will help Ji Chongshuan, it does not mean that she will help Ye Bufan. After all, if she really wants to help Ye Bufan, she should just say it directly. Why let Ye Bufan hide like this? Okay, even if what you said is right, do you know where that human is now? How can you capture him? Hongye responded. Tu Huo was speechless again. To be honest, he really didn't know where Ye Bufan was, and he didn't know how to capture Ye Bufan. Without waiting for Tu Huo to think more, Hongye said again, also, don't forget, there are not only you and my 2 families in this 7-star Jedi. In this situation, the other 5 families must be watching us. If we continue to fight with that kid, can you guarantee that you won't give them a chance to take advantage of us? Tu Huo was shocked. Hongye continued, let's take a step back and say that even if they don't take advantage of the situation to rob us, what about the human race? This time he just looted our property, but if he attacks members of our 2 families next time, let me ask who below the God King can stop his assassination? Do we have to fight him to the death, destroying both of us? Tu Huo hesitated for a moment. Hongye waved her hands and said, forget it, forget it. Just think of it as a lesson I paid for. Anyway, I will not continue to interfere in this matter. Do whatever you want. Red leaves. Tu Huo wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Hongye. Someone, show the guest away. Your uncle. Tu Huo was furious. Chapter 1553. You want to die, don't hurt me. End of 10 chapters. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. Bang bang bang. After returning from Hongye City, Tu Huo kicked and smashed things in the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Not for any other reason, just because apart from doing this, he really couldn't think of any other way to vent his anger and unhappiness. As the leader of a group, the lord of a city, and even a strong man in the realm of God King, he was unable to do anything to a human in the realm of profound God. Instead, he was played around by him. The most hateful thing was now Ji Chongshuan and his party were taken away by Ji Qianya. He had no hostages in his hands, and Ye Bufan was missing. Moreover, his daughter was still in Ye Bufan's hands. How could Tu Huo not be angry, and how could he tolerate all this? Unfortunately, he could do nothing about it. Tu Huo swore that he had never felt so aggrieved since he was born. Outside the hall, 2 other powerful god kings from the Holy Mars Sky Pirates listened to the noise in the hall. They looked at each other and finally could only sigh. They fully understood and comprehended Tu Huo's feelings at the moment, because they were the same as Tu Huo. Damn the human race. Damn Ye Bufan. Where are you now? The 7-star Jedi, somewhere in a desolate mountain range. At this moment, 2 people were standing in a hidden valley. They were Ye Bufan and Tu Tianfeng. What are you doing here? Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Tianfeng frowned and couldn't help asking. After looting the Red Leaf City Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan took her and spent several hours searching all the way to this uninhabited valley. That is why Tu Tianfeng really couldn't understand what Ye Bufan was trying to do. Why ask so many questions? Ye Bufan said, remember your current identity as a slave. You should do whatever I tell you to do. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Ye Bufan pointed to the entrance of the valley and said, Go, guard there. If anyone approaches, come and inform me immediately. Of course you can also escape directly back to the city lord's mansion, but you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Tu Tianfeng curled her lips but said nothing more. She just glared at Ye Bufan and walked straight to the entrance of the valley. There was no way, since Ye Bufan had planted the soul circle in her, and she didn't want to die yet. After Tu Tianfeng left, Ye Bufan no longer paid any attention to her and directly took out last night's harvest. It has to be said that both Tu Huo and Hong Yi were extremely wealthy. Even though Ye Bufan had previously cheated each of them of nearly 100 billion divine crystals, but now the number of divine crystals that Ye Bufan had looted from them still exceeded 10 million, reaching more than 13 million. However, in this wilderness, no matter how many divine crystals there were, they were useless, so Ye Bufan simply collected them and then selected other valuables. All the inedible items such as armor, weapons, magical powers and secret techniques were collected by Ye Bufan. In the end, only items such as elixirs and magical medicines were left. But even so, the number of these items was not small, and whether they were elixirs or magical medicines, their quality was not low. Come to think of it, how could the quality of the treasures collected by the two god kings Tu Huo and Hong Ye be of low quality? As for what grade they were, Ye Bufan didn't know. He couldn't even name them, nor did he know their respective medicinal effects. But so what? With the domineering power of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, even if it is highly poisonous, Ye Bufan dares to swallow it raw. Without any hesitation, after selecting all the edible items, Ye Bufan directly began his special training journey, constantly stuffing one magical medicine and one elixir after another into his mouth and swallowing them into his stomach. This scene made Tu Tianfeng's eyes widen, with a look of shock and confusion on his face. Although she didn't know what was in Hong Yi's private treasury, she knew what was in her father's treasury. Even if she didn't know all of it, she knew part of it. Among them was a magical medicine called Cold Marrow Scale Fairy. Tu Tianfeng didn't know what the specific use of this magical medicine was, but she knew that the grade of this magical medicine had reached the 5th grade God King level, and was even comparable to the 6th grade God Emperor level. Of course, this is not the point. The point is this magical medicine has an extremely cold property. According to her father Tu Huo, anyone below the level of a God King will be frozen by the power of the medicine once it is taken directly, and will undoubtedly die. Even a strong man at the level of a God King will be seriously injured if he takes it directly. In addition to this, there is also a pill called Dulong Poison Pill, which is a 5th grade Divine Emperor level poison pill. It is said that it can poison a strong man in the Divine King realm to death. Be it the Cold Marrow Scale Fairy or the Dulong Poison Pill, even her father did not dare to use these things easily, but now Ye Bufan actually ate them raw. Doesn't he want to live anymore? In Tu Tianfeng's opinion, Ye Bufan was simply seeking death. Of course, she also hoped that Ye Bufan would poison himself. But Ye Bufan is dead, what should she do? You know, there is still the soul circle, planted by Ye Bufan in her body. Once Ye Bufan dies, the soul circle will be forced to disintegrate. At that time, if she doesn't die, she will become an idiot. This is not what Tu Tianfeng wants to see. As soon as she thought of this, her delicate body trembled, and she immediately ran towards Ye Bufan, saying to stop him, You, what are you doing? You want to die, don't hurt me. I want to die. Ye Bufan looked at Tu Tianfeng in astonishment and asked, What do you mean? You. Tu Tianfeng was furious. She stamped her feet and pointed at the pile of magical medicines and elixirs in front of Ye Bufan, saying, Do you know that you can't take elixirs and magical medicines randomly? If you take the wrong ones, it can kill you. Yeah, nonsense, let's not talk about other things. Among all the magical medicines you have, I know of a magical medicine called Cold Marrow Scale Fairy. This magical medicine has an extremely cold attribute. Once taken, anyone below the God King will be frozen to death. Cold Marrow Scale Fairy. Is this what you are talking about? After Tu Tianfeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan took out a magical medicine that was placed in a jade box. The medicine was light blue in color and emitted a hint of coldness. He looked at Tu Tianfeng and asked. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what the Cold Marrow Scaled Immortal looked like, among all the magical medicines in front of him, the one in his hand was the most chilling, so in Ye Bufan's opinion, this should be the Cold Marrow Scaled Immortal that Tu Tianfeng mentioned. As soon as Ye Bufan got the magic medicine, he felt a chill on his right hand. In an instant, his right hand was frozen. Not only that, the chill was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, Ye Bufan's right arm was slowly frozen. This scene made Ye Bufan stunned. Tu Tianfeng was shocked. You are crazy, hurry up and put it back into the jade box, otherwise, you will die. Yeah. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, then raised his right arm, which had not been completely frozen yet, stuffed the cold marrow scale fairy in his hand directly into his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach. Seeing this scene, Tu Tianfeng was stunned. Bang! She sat down on the ground, and said in despair, it's over, I'm dead, woo you want to die, why are you hurting me? Ye Bufan just smiled calmly and directly activated the heaven swallowing seal. No matter whether you are a cold marrow scale fairy, or a cold marrow scale demon, I will refine them all under the heaven swallowing seal. In a brief moment, the cold marrow scale immortal had been transformed into Ye Bufan's physical strength. Dozens of meters later, Tu Tianfeng was stunned. She looked at Ye Bufan with some disbelief and said, You are actually okay. Is there something wrong with this young master? Ye Bufan said with interest. That's impossible. Tu Tianfeng stood up and looked at Ye Bufan with a look of disbelief, saying, you are just a mere mystic god. How can you be fine after swallowing the frost marrow scale immortal? Wrong. Suddenly, Tu Tianfeng was stunned again, and said in astonishment, your cultivation, aren't you at the 9th level of the mysterious god? Now, how come you have become the 7th level of the servant god? Niece, don't you have too many questions, Ye Bufan said, and then added, also, what did I tell you just now? Did I ask you to guard the entrance of the valley? But where are you now? Tu Tianfeng was stunned at first, then said with dissatisfaction, I just want to remind you, because I'm afraid you will poison yourself to death. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Yeah, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, I think you are afraid that after I die, you will be buried with me, so you have to come here to remind me, right? Tu Tianfeng was furious, but didn't know how to refute. After all, what Ye Bufan said was true. Snort. The next second, she snorted, ignored Ye Bufan, and turned directly towards the entrance of the valley. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Tu Tianfeng was stunned and murmured, he has already swallowed the frost marrow scale fairy, why is there nothing wrong with him? Could it be that daddy lied to me? Chapter 1554, The physical body enters the God King, the Hongmeng's supreme power. He has already swallowed the frost marrow scale fairy, why is nothing wrong with him? Could it be that daddy lied to me? Tu Tianfeng had no idea that Ye Bufan was practicing the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, and under the heaven swallowing seal, he could refine all things in the world for his own use. Naturally, a mere cold marrow scale immortal could not do anything to him. Of course, Ye Bufan would never tell Tu Tianfeng these, after all, this was his biggest secret. After Tu Tianfeng left, Ye Bufan continued to swallow various elixirs and magical medicines stolen from Tu Huo and Hongye, and his physical cultivation continued to improve. The last time, Ye Bufan had already improved his physical cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly god. This time, he was confident that he could break through the heavenly god realm and make his physical body into a divine king. As time went by and more energy was integrated into his body, at a certain moment, Ye Bufan discovered that his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and even every cell in his body had been strengthened to the extreme, and it seemed that they could no longer be improved. This kind of situation is the first time that Ye Bufan has encountered this kind of situation since he started practicing the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Ye Bufan didn't know what was going on, but he could clearly feel the strong desire coming from every cell in his body, as if these cells had life, and they were very hungry at the moment. In this case, Ye Bufan would naturally not stop swallowing the various elixirs and magical medicines in front of him. In fact, not only did he not stop, but he doubled the speed of swallowing. As time passed, Ye Bufan's body seemed to have reached its limit. No matter how much energy was integrated into it, it could not be absorbed by his body. However, the energies transformed from Ye Bufan's own divine power did not dissipate. It was as if they disappeared out of thin air. This made Ye Bufan very strange and even a little worried. After all, this situation had never happened before. At this moment, when Ye Bufan was puzzled, some strange lavender lines gradually appeared on the surface of his body. These lines formed some strange runes all over Ye Bufan's body. Ye Bufan was stunned by the sudden change in the lavender runes on his hands. He knew nothing about these runes, and he didn't even know how they appeared. What's going on? What exactly are these runes? Is there something wrong? Fuck, this damn Hongmeng Emperor scripture doesn't even have the most basic explanations and notes. What should I do? Should I continue? The strange changes forced Ye Bufan to stop swallowing the elixirs and magic medicines. However, as soon as Ye Bufan stopped and his body stopped absorbing energy, every cell in his body instantly felt an inexplicable hunger, as if they were protesting against Ye Bufan. This intense hunger almost made Ye Bufan faint. Ye Bufan's face was full of bitterness. What to do? Continue eating, or figure out the situation first? Damn it. After a brief hesitation, Ye Bufan cursed and said, "When a person dies, the birds fly up to the sky. If a person does not die for 10,000 years, I will not believe it. As one of the three great treasures of the world, how can the Hongmeng Emperor scripture be wrong?" After saying this, Ye Bufan continued to swallow the elixir and magic medicine in front of him. With the intake of energy again, the feeling of hunger throughout the cells of the body disappears instantly, and is replaced by a sense of pleasure and satisfaction. This made Ye Bufan very helpless, and even a little bit amused. He felt that his body was alive, as if it had a life and its own consciousness. Not only that, the purple lines around Ye Bufan's body also became more and more condensed and clearer. 10 minutes later, the purple lines on Ye Bufan's body had turned black. It was also at this moment that Ye Bufan's body shook uncontrollably. Boom! The next second, purple light emerged from the purple lines on Ye Bufan's body surface, and these purple lights condensed into phantoms of aliens above Ye Bufan's head. The phantoms of these alien races include demons, immortals, gods, asuras, and in short, countless alien races gathered together, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a feast of all races. These alien races gathered together, and without exception, they all looked up to the sky and howled. For a moment, the valley where Ye Bufan was located was filled with wind and clouds, the sky and earth changed color, and the terrifying aura made this space completely solidify. Bang! At the entrance of the valley, Tu Tianfeng was so scared that she sat down on the ground. She raised her head and looked at the scene above Ye Bufan's head in the distance. Her face was pale and her body could not help shaking and trembling. Although these aliens in front of her were just shadows, she felt that any one of these shadows could easily kill a peak god king like her father. That is why, while feeling scared and terrified, Tu Tianfeng felt more astonished and curious. She was certain that the scene before her eyes had something to do with Ye Bufan, but she really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan, who was clearly just a mysterious god, could cause such a big fuss. He looked at Ye Bufan with a look of horror. Tu Tianfeng discovered that her previous feeling and guess were not wrong. Although her father was a powerful god king, if he continued to be an enemy of Ye Bufan, then he would only die in the end. It's really terrible. Tu Tianfeng swore that she would never forget the scene before her, in this life, or even for eternity. Tu Tianfeng was like this, and so was Ye Bufan. However, Ye Bufan was not as scared and frightened as Tu Tianfeng. He just looked confused. Is this something I did? The roar of all races. What the hell? Could it be possible that practicing the Hongmeng Emperor scripture could give birth to all races in the universe? Looking at the aliens retreating above his head, Ye Bufan was stunned and surprised. Boom! But at this moment, a ball of purple light gathered out of thin air above the shadows of all races. In a brief moment, the purple light turned into a purple book. Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Seeing this scene, Ye Bu's pupils shrank, and his consciousness immediately sank into his own sea of consciousness, but he found that the Hongmeng Emperor scripture was still lying quietly in his sea of consciousness, which means the Hongmeng Emperor scripture in front of him was just a phantom. This made Ye Bufan even more curious and puzzled. There are all kinds of races in the universe and the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. What is going on? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the phantom of Hongmeng Emperor scripture in the air had already responded. Call. The Emperor's scripture fell, suppressing all races. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the alien shadows that were roaring angrily were turned into powder by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, as if in front of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, all living beings are ants. After the phantoms of all races shattered, they turned into countless purple lights and merged into the phantom of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture. Then, the phantom of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture turned into a purple stream of light and rushed towards Ye Bufan. In an instant, the phantom of the Emperor's scripture was infused into Ye Bufan's body from above his head. The next second, the purple lines on Ye Bufan's body surface also disappeared into his flesh. Then, Ye Bufan's whole body shook. The gods are broken and the King of Gods emerges. At this moment, Ye Bufan's physical body officially entered the Divine King realm, which is the first level of the Divine King realm. The power that filled his whole body made Ye Bufan feel stronger than ever before. There are 9 heavens of gods and 1 heaven of gods as kings. Although there was only a 1-level difference, Ye Bufan was confident that his current self could definitely beat his previous 9th-level heavenly god self with one punch. However, everything was not over yet. Just as Ye Bufan was immersed in the powerful force brought by the breakthrough, a strange message suddenly came to his mind. Gathering the vitality of all races and condensing the ultimate of the physical body, Hongmeng supreme power. Ye Bufan was shocked. Is this the magical power inherited from the Hongmeng Emperor scripture? Chapter 1555, Selling Stolen Goods. Ye Bufan never thought that when he achieved the status of a divine king in his physical body, he would actually be able to inherit a magical power. Moreover, just by hearing the introduction of this magical power, it was not difficult to guess that this was definitely not a simple magical power. Gather the vitality of all races and condense the ultimate of the physical body. What a simple, yet powerful and domineering introduction. The ultimate in flesh. There is no doubt that this is a magical power related to the physical body, and it must be a top-level magical power. Not only that, Ye Bufan could be sure that the scene of all the races roaring in anger just now was definitely related to this magical power called Hongmeng supreme power. Soon, Ye Bufan learned from the inherited information what kind of magical power this was. If he had to describe it, there were only 2 words: powerful. The so-called Hongmeng supreme power is to integrate one's own divine power into the physical body, improve the state of the physical body within a certain period of time, and burst out stronger combat power. There is no doubt that for the vast majority of warriors, this is definitely a very useless magical power. After all, the vast majority of warriors only cultivate spiritual power and not their physical bodies. In this case, their own cultivation must be far beyond their physical bodies. If this is the case, why should we confuse priorities and use all of our divine power to improve our physical body? It can be said that this is definitely a choice that does not make up for the loss. The most important thing is that their weak bodies may not be able to withstand the infusion of their own divine power. Once they do so, not only may they fail to improve their own combat effectiveness, but it may also pose a threat to their own lives. For example, the powerful divine power may directly burst their bodies. But Ye Bufan is different. He cultivates both his divine power and his physical body. Most importantly, due to the restrictions of the elemental elves, Ye Bufan's main focus now is on his physical body. The cultivation level of the 9th level of Xuanshan. The physical body of the God King of the 1st level. Given the gap between the two, even if Ye Bufan poured all his divine power into his body, it would not cause his body to collapse, let alone burst it directly. Before he had the Hongmeng supreme power, Ye Bufan's cultivation of the 9th level of the Xuanshan realm was almost useless. But after he had the Hongmeng supreme power, it was different. At least it could make Ye Bufan's body even stronger. This was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. As for how much it can be improved, you will know after trying it. Do it when you think of it. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan immediately used the Hongmeng supreme power to infuse all his divine power into his body. I have to say that the inheritance of Hongmeng Emperor scripture is indeed powerful. After inheritance, one can directly integrate and fully master it without having to spend time practicing it. After the infusion of divine power, Ye Bufan's physical strength instantly increased, reaching the 2nd level of the Divine King. Although he only improved a small realm, Ye Bufan was already satisfied. After all, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the mysterious God realm. Being able to improve his physical body to the 1st level of the Divine King realm was beyond Ye Bufan's expectations. 3 seconds later, the strength of the physical body returned to the 1st level of the God King. In other words, using the Hongmeng supreme power, with the cultivation level of the 9th level of Xuanshan can only improve the cultivation level of the physical body by 1 level, and it can only last for 3 seconds. This made Ye Bufan very regretful. 3 seconds was only too short. However, Ye Bufan also understood that there was nothing that could be done about it. In the final analysis, it was because his cultivation was too weak. If he had the same cultivation level as the God King, under the effect of the Hongmeng's supreme power, Ye Bufan believed that he would be able to burst out the combat power of a high-level God King, and even the combat power of a God Emperor was not impossible. That's right. Suddenly, Ye Bufan had an idea. Although I have only reached the 9th level of the mysterious God realm, my divine power can be quickly restored. If I rely on elixirs to quickly restore my divine power, and then continue to use the Hongmeng's supreme power, what will happen? When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but want to give it a try, but he soon gave up. Not for any other reason, but because he didn't have any pills or other items that could be used to quickly restore his own divine power. In this situation, Ye Bufan had no choice but to give up, but there would be plenty of opportunities to try again in the future, so Ye Bufan was not in a hurry. After his physical body reached the Divine King realm, Ye Bufan was confident that even if he encountered Tu Huo, he already had the minimum ability to protect himself. Of course, self-protection alone was not enough, and Ye Bufan still needed more powerful strength. Unfortunately, the elixirs and magic medicines he stole from Tu Huo and Hong Yi were running out. After Ye Bufan devoured them all, his body was still at the first level of the Divine King. What to do? Keep thinking of ways. Standing up, Ye Bufan walked towards Tu Tianfeng and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to go out." "Where are you going?" Tu Tianfeng asked instinctively. "Holy Fire City." The 3 words Ye Bufan blurted out. "What?" Tu Tianfeng was shocked. You, what are you doing in Holy Fire City?" In Tu Tianfeng's opinion, Ye Bufan's going to Holy Fire City is definitely not a good thing, and her father will definitely be the one who will be unlucky. Ye Bufan ignored him and just said 2 words, "Sell the stolen goods." Sell the stolen goods. Tu Tianfeng couldn't help but be stunned. She looked at Ye Bufan's departing figure, her face full of surprise and confusion. Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. I told you that it will grow out. An alien from the 9th level of the mysterious God realm patted the counter and said to the teller in front of him. "Looking for our president." The teller was stunned and said, "I wonder what you want to talk to our president about." "Consult him on a deal worth 1 or 2 billion. The Xuanshan realm warrior said casually. "A deal worth 1 or 2 billion. For the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Holy Fire City, this is definitely a big deal. Please wait a moment." Immediately, the teller said something and then ran up to the 2nd floor. After a moment, the teller ran down again and brought the Xuanshan realm warrior to the 2nd floor. 20 minutes later, the Xuanshan realm warrior left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. On the 2nd floor of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ji Qianya is located. Looking at Ji Qianya, and glancing at the items placed in front of Ji Qianya, Tianu frowned and couldn't help asking, "Miss, you just let him go like this? What else?" Ji Qianya smiled slightly, then picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Tian Nu was puzzled and asked, "Miss, didn't you want to find him? Why now? He is not that human race." Ji Qianya put down the teacup and said lightly, "How is that possible?" Tian Nu was stunned, and looked at the items placed in front of Ji Qianya, and said, "These things were all stolen from Hongye and Tu Huo by that kid before. If that guy just now was not that human, then how do you explain these things?" After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "And his cultivation level. That human was at the 9th level of the mysterious God realm, and he was also at the 9th level of the mysterious God realm. How could such a coincidence happen? What if that human arranged it on purpose?" After Tianu finished speaking, Ji Qianya said with a smile. "Did the human arrange this on purpose?" Tianu was stunned. Ji Qianya said, "Of course, it is possible that the facts are not what I think, but no matter what, the alien just now must not be the human." "Miss, why are you so sure?" Tianu couldn't help but ask. Ji Qianya smiled slightly, "Because the smell is different. The smell of that alien is very different from that of the human." Tianu was stunned again. Ji Qianya continued, "Okay, Tianu, it's time for you to act." "Action." Tianu was puzzled and asked, "Miss, what action?" "Follow that alien," Ji Qianya said, and explained, "Although he is not that human, but since he did not sell these stolen goods directly, but chose to exchange them for elixirs and magic medicines, it means that he must be related to that human. If we follow him, we will definitely find that human." Tianu was stunned again, then said in surprise, "Miss, you are wise. I will follow you right away." "Remember," Ji Qianya reminded, "don't act rashly or expose yourself before you are sure that the guy in front of you is the human. But if you are sure of his identity, bring him here. I have stayed in the 7-star Jedi for longer than expected. It's time to leave." "Yes," Tianu responded and then left the room. Watching Tianu leave, Ji Qianya smiled slightly, then took a sip from the teacup and said, "Interesting human race, I hope I can catch you this time." Chapter 1556 The contest between Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya. Holy Fire City, Street. After leaving Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Tianu followed the alien in the Xuanshan realm all the way. As a powerful warrior in the Divine King realm, Tianu's cultivation is 3 major realms higher than that of a warrior in the Profound God realm. With such a huge gap, it is naturally impossible for a warrior in the Profound God realm to discover that Tianu is following and tracking him. Soon, the Xuanshan realm warrior entered an inconspicuous restaurant. From the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to the current restaurant, the Xuanshan realm warriors almost went in a straight line between the 2 points, without any stops in between. Could it be that the human race is in this restaurant? After taking a look at the restaurant in front of him, Tianu groaned, but he did not follow in. Instead, he found a secluded place nearby and hid there. At the same time, his spiritual sense was always locked on the Xuanshan realm warrior. Inside the restaurant, after the Xuanshan realm warrior came in, he went straight to the 2nd floor and entered the room he had already prepared. This made Tianu feel more and more that Ye Bufan was in the room where the Xuanshan realm warrior was. Of course, this is just a guess. Before it is completely confirmed, Tianu will never act rashly. For this reason, Tianu directly spread out his own Divine King realm consciousness and searched the room where the Profound God realm warrior was. With the perception of his spiritual sense, Tianu discovered that at this moment, in the room where the Xuanshan realm warrior was, there was no trace of anyone other than himself. Not only that, the Xuanshan realm warrior actually lay down on the bed and fell asleep after entering the room. How is this possible? This fact made Tianu stunned, and then he frowned and said thoughtfully, "Did we make a mistake? This guy is not in the same group as that human. No, this guy could have gone anywhere else after leaving the Chamber of Commerce, but he came directly to this restaurant and fell asleep right away. This is really abnormal. There must be a reason for the abnormal situation. He must have made an agreement with that human, but that human hasn't come yet. Even at this moment, that human is very likely hiding in the dark, monitoring every move of the Xuanshan realm warrior. Once he is sure it is safe, he will definitely show up, but if something unexpected happens, he will definitely choose to leave to ensure his absolute safety. That must be it. In that case, I will compete with you in patience to see who can outlast the other." Thinking in his mind, Tianu hid in the dark, always monitoring the every move of the Xuanshan realm warriors. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes later, Ye Bufan did not show up. 20 minutes later, Ye Bufan still hadn't shown up, and no one even approached the room where the Xuanshan realm warrior was. 30 minutes later, the Xuanshan realm warrior actually fell asleep, but there was still no sign of Ye Bufan. An hour later, the only sound in the room where the Xuanshan realm warrior was located was his snoring. Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Call out your president. An alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm looked at the teller in front of him with a proud expression. Seeing this scene, the teller at the counter couldn't help but be stunned. An hour ago, an alien of the 9th level of the mysterious god came to see their president. Just over an hour later, another one came, and he also had the cultivation level of the 9th level of the mysterious god. Is this just a coincidence? The teller didn't believe it. But she still asked very professionally, "I wonder who are you looking for our president? Negotiate a deal worth 10 or 20 billion with him." The Xuanshan realm warrior did not hide it. Hearing this, the teller couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The same is to find their president. They both have the cultivation level of the 9th level of the mystic god realm. The same thing is to discuss a deal worth 1 or 2 billion. What the hell if the teller says that these two people are not in the same group, he will never believe it. Even so, although she didn't know what the other party's intentions were, it was obvious that all of this was not something that a small teller like her could decide on her own. That is why the teller said, "Please wait a moment," and went straight to the 2nd floor. 2 minutes later, the teller brought the Xuanshan realm warrior to the 2nd floor of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. 10 minutes later, the Xuantian realm warrior left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce with a satisfied look on his face. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, 2nd floor, where Ji Qianya is. Looking at the items placed in front of her, Ji Qianya's mouth twitched slightly. Another alien race from the 9th level of Xuantian. Another deal worth 10 or 20 billion. He also exchanged Tu Huo and Hong Yi's private collections for elixirs and magic medicines. All these coincidences told Ji Qianya that all this was done by Ye Bufan. No, it should be said that Ye Bufan was controlling all this behind the scenes. What does he want to do? Could it be that Tianu's whereabouts have been exposed, so Ye Bufan had to make a new deal? No, if that were the case, Ye Bufan would never come to trade with Tianhe Chamber of Commerce again. After all, if he could send someone to spy on them once, he could also send someone to spy on them twice, 3 times. What's more, with Tianu's strength, it is impossible for him to be discovered. If so, why? At this moment, the only thing Ji Qianya could think of was Ye Bufan was deliberately creating confusion. He wanted to distract his side's attention in this way. As for the purpose, it is naturally for these elixirs and magical medicines. Therefore, in Ji Qianya's view, as long as they keep a close eye on these alien races, there is no need to worry about Ye Bufan not showing up. For this reason, Ji Qianya immediately sent out a heavenly god realm warrior to target the mysterious god realm warrior who had just left Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and came for the second transaction. Another hour later, the third alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm arrived at the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Trading, tracking, everything is still the same as before. In the 4th hour, the 4th alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm arrived as expected. Ji Qianya continued to send people to follow. The 5th hour. 6th hour. Every hour, an alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm would come to trade, and each transaction was worth between 10 billion and 20 billion, and Ji Qianya would also send a warrior from the heavenly god realm to follow and track. Unknowingly, this originally simple transaction seemed to have turned into a silent contest between Ji Qianya and Ye Bufan. For this reason, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce did not close down that night. Ye Bufan seemed to have noticed this, but he did not back down. Instead, he happily traded with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce all night long. Finally, at dawn, after the 11th transaction, Ji Qianya no longer had anyone available under his command. To be precise, Ji Qianya no longer had any gods available under his command. As for the Earth God, based on Ji Qianya's understanding of Ye Bufan, even if she sent these Earth Gods out, it would not have any effect at all, because with the strength of the Earth God realm warriors, even if Ye Bufan showed up, they would not be able to delay Ji Qianya from coming for reinforcement. Therefore, if there were no God-level warriors watching him, Ye Bufan would be able to easily obtain the elixirs and magic medicines traded from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Ji Qianya smiled calmly. Is this your overall plan? Divide the property of Tu Huo and Hong Yi into separate transactions to consume my manpower. When I have no one to use, you can easily obtain all the elixirs and magic medicines that will be traded next. So you should be nearby now, watching every move of our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, right? Haha, it's a good idea, but unfortunately the reality is so cruel. I really want to know when you have spent all your money and I still have people to use. I wonder how you will feel. Your expression at that time must have been very interesting, right? Hee. Ji Qianya smiled calmly, and then divine power emerged from her body. In an instant, a woman who looked exactly like Ji Qianya appeared out of nowhere in front of her. Martial arts supernatural powers, divine power taking shape. There is no doubt that this is just a clone condensed by Ji Qianya using her own divine power, but even if it is just a clone, it still has the cultivation level of a heavenly god. I am the deity. Looking at Ji Qianya, the clone said respectfully. Go, keep an eye on that alien. Ji Qianya said. Yes, my lord. The clone immediately responded and left. Hee. Ji Qianya smiled calmly. Boy surnamed Yi, you must not know that with the magical powers I have mastered and my current cultivation in the Divine Emperor realm, I can condense 128 of these god-level clones at the same time. Chapter 1557 Tianu is almost collapsed. Young man surnamed Yi, you must not know that with the magical powers I have mastered and my current Divine Emperor cultivation, I can condense 128 of these god-level clones at the same time. Of course Ye Bufan didn't know, and he didn't need to know. Not to mention that Ji Qianya could condense 128 clones at the same time. Even if she could condense 1,280 or even 12,800, Ye Bufan wouldn't care. Time passes by every second. With the arrival of a new day, more and more aliens entered the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. The transactions between Ye Bufan and the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce continued, still every hour. At noon, an hour had passed after the 16th transaction, but still no alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm came to trade as scheduled. This situation made Ji Qianya ponder inwardly. Are you planning to give up? Or have you exhausted all the money you have? Comparing the two, Ji Qianya is more inclined to the latter. After all, under Ye Bufan's control, those warriors of the 9th level of the mysterious god have traded with the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce 16 times. The transaction amount of each transaction is between 10 billion and 20 billion. The total amount of the 16 transactions has exceeded 250 billion. 2,500 billion is definitely not a small amount. You know, although Ye Bufan looted the private treasuries of Tu Huo and Hong Yi, what he sold were only some armor, weapons, martial arts, magical powers and the like. Ye Bufan did not trade other items such as elixirs, magic medicines, and magic crystals, so 250 billion has definitely reached the limit of the property Ye Bufan can sell. Since there is no more money to sell, Ye Bufan will definitely turn his attention to the elixirs and miracle drugs that he has already obtained. Therefore, Ji Qianya firmly believed that it would not be long before Ye Bufan would show up. As long as Ye Bufan showed up, she was absolutely sure that he would not be able to escape. Of course, Ji Qianya had no ill intentions in doing this, she was just curious about Ye Bufan. As for giving up these pills and miracle medicines, Ji Qianya believed that Ye Bufan would not do that. After all, this thing was worth 250 billion yuan. No one could just refuse it. Holy Fire City, where the heavenly slaves reside. For a whole night, Tianyu had been staring at the alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm. During this period, he did not relax or distract at all, just in case. But what Tianyu didn't expect was that this warrior of the 9th level of the mysterious god realm really slept soundly all night, and even he hasn't woken up yet. Damn, this guy can sleep too much, right? If it weren't for the snoring of the warrior at the 9th level of the mystic god realm, Tianyu would have suspected that the sleeping person might be a corpse. At noon, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan finally woke up from his sleep. Call. Because of this, Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he became more cautious, because he believed that since the warrior of the 9th level of the Xuanshan realm had awakened, he would definitely take action. However, what Tianyu did not expect was that the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan did not show any abnormality. He got up, washed up, and left the restaurant directly. Afterwards, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan had breakfast at a small stall. No, it should be said that he had lunch because it was already past noon. After finishing lunch, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan began to stroll around the Holy Fire City. At this time, Tianyu also became more careful and cautious, because anyone who passed by the Xuanshan 9th level warrior was very likely Ye Bufan. But what Tianyu didn't expect was that for half a day, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan had not had any physical contact with anyone, let alone secretly trading with Ye Bufan. Time passes by inadvertently. Night comes quietly. The night is as quiet as water. After dinner, the warriors of the 9th level of Xuanshan entered the Red Building in the Holy Fire City. This Red Building is one of the properties of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. Is the deal finally coming? After seeing the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan enter the Red Building, Tianyu couldn't help but think. Not only are there complex personnel in the Red Mansion, but there is also frequent traffic, especially at this time, which is definitely the busiest time of the day. It is also the best time and place for the Xuanshan realm warriors and Ye Bufan to meet and trade. That's why Tianyu didn't think much about it and just followed in. Not long after the 9th level Xuanshan warrior entered the Red Building, he brought a woman into one of the rooms. In order to facilitate the surveillance of the Xuanshan 9th Heaven warrior and to better hide himself, Tianyu also brought a foreign woman into the room adjacent to the Xuanshan 9th Heaven warrior. As soon as he entered the room, Tianyu knocked out the alien woman, and then continued to monitor the Xuanshan 9th level warrior. Not long after, the strange voice of a foreign woman was heard in the room where the warrior of the 9th level of Xuanshan was, which made Tianyu speechless. Is this guy really here in the Red Mansion to do something? Tianu didn't believe it. Let me ask you, how could a warrior of the 9th level of the mysterious god realm dare to carry elixirs and magic medicines worth 1 or 2 billion to a place like the Red Mansion? Isn't he afraid of being killed and robbed of his money? So, there must be something fishy going on here. However, the strange sounds in the room of the 9th level Xuantian warrior stimulated Tianu all the time, and he would glance at the alien woman who was knocked unconscious by him from time to time. If possible, Tianu really wanted to do something loving with the foreign woman right now, immediately, and right away. Unfortunately, he couldn't. At this moment, he absolutely would not allow himself to be distracted by anything. But that feeling is really uncomfortable and painful. A mere warrior in the Xuantian realm is XX next door, but a god king like me can only suffer here. What the hell is going on? It is precisely for this reason that Tianu feels more and more that Ye Bufan is likely to show up soon. It's a pity that Tianu is destined to be disappointed. More than an hour later, the Xuantian realm warrior and the foreign woman both fell asleep. Humph, you think I can let my guard down and give you an opportunity to take advantage of me? Don't even think about it. Tianu thought secretly and continued to monitor everything in the room of the Xuantian 9th level warrior. However, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian slept for a whole night. As soon as he woke up, he started morning exercises with the foreign woman. Tianu felt like he was going crazy. At noon, the 9th level Xuantian warrior left the red building. This time, he did not wander around in the Holy Fire City, but left the Holy Fire City directly. Tianu followed closely. Another day later, looking at the Xuantian 9th Heaven warrior who had just left the Red Tower in Hongye City not long ago, Tianu took another look at the surrounding environment and found that this was a plain and there was no place to hide people around. So Tianu rushed directly towards the Xuantian 9th Heaven warrior. At this moment, he did not intend to continue hiding. Why? It's very simple. After this 9th level Xuantian warrior left the red building in Holy Fire City the day before yesterday, he actually ran to the red building in Red Leaf City and spent the night there. They are both red buildings, what's the difference? Is it necessary to travel from Holy Fire City to Red Leaf City? The most hateful thing is that the direction the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian is heading is clearly where Longwei City is. Could it be that he was planning to spend another night in the Red Mansion in Longwei City? Tu Huo felt that this warrior at the 9th level of the mysterious god realm was clearly playing a trick on him. Think about these 2 nights, this guy was enjoying himself, but what about me? Not only could I not do anything, I also had to listen to him and watch him. Anyone can bear it. That is why, at this moment, Tianu, who is almost collapsed, no longer intends to hide. Call out. With a flash, Tianu appeared directly in front of the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian. You, what do you want to do? The warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian was startled, and looked at the sudden appearance of Tianu with trepidation. What? Tianu said this in a cold voice, then he moved and kicked the Xuantian realm warrior directly. Puff. The warrior at the 9th level of Xuantian spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backwards. Bang! 2 seconds later, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian fell heavily to the ground, and then he spat out another mouthful of blood. You! He propped himself up and looked at Tianu in the distance. Just as he was about to say something, Tianu had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Tianu stepped on the chest of the 9th level Xuantian warrior, looked at him, and asked in a cold voice, "Tell me, where is Ye Bufan now?" Chapter 1558, Complete Defeat. Tell me, where is Ye Bufan now? Because of fear, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian did not recognize who Tianu was for a moment. However, Tianu's cold voice and deep murderous intent made the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian tremble in his heart, especially the 2 words "this king," made the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian dumbfounded. Anyone who calls himself this king, must be the God King without a doubt. God King. Just thinking about it, the alien race of the 9th level of Xuantian couldn't help but tremble all over and say more. I am asking you a question. Seeing that the Xuantian 9th Heaven warrior had not responded, Tianu shouted angrily, then stepped on the Xuantian 9th Heaven warrior's right foot and exerted force, saying, "Tell me, where is Ye Bufan now?" Ah! The 9th level warrior of the Divine King felt pain and screamed. Then he lay down with his head down and looked at Tianu tremblingly and said, "God, Lord Divine King, I don't know where Ye Bufan is. Ye Bufan is now a celebrity, in the 7-star Jedi. The warriors in the Xuantian realm naturally know who he is, but how could a mere Xuantian know where Ye Bufan is? He felt that the God King in front of him was deliberately looking for trouble with him. You do not know. After the 9th level Xuantian warrior finished speaking, Tianyu sternly rebuked him. If you didn't know, then why did you have Tu Huo and Hong Yi's personal collections? And you exchanged them for elixirs and magic medicines of equal value. Ah! The alien from the 9th heaven of the mysterious god instinctively exclaimed, and then was stunned again, and then looked at Tianyu, trembling and said, You are the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. At this time, the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian finally recognized Tianyu's identity. Don't change the subject. Tianyu did not answer him, but just scolded him. If you don't know where Ye Bufan is, or if you don't know him, why would you help him sell the dirty things he stole from Hongye and Tuhuo? Ah! Hearing this, the 9th level Xuantian warrior was stunned again, and then he said in confusion, God, Lord God King, you are saying, that person is Ye Bufan. That person. Tuhuo frowned. Yes. The 9th level Xuantian warrior responded, just a few days ago, a demon attacked me and planted a soul-controlling ring on me. He said if I help him do something, he will give me 100,000 divine crystals in advance and take back the soul-controlling ring afterwards. But if I don't do what he says, he will kill me directly. Under such circumstances, how could I dare not do as I was told? Besides, 100,000 divine crystals is not a small amount. After that, he gave me a few items, and I followed his instructions and went to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to exchange these items for elixirs and magic medicines of equal value. After leaving Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, I stayed at the restaurant he had booked for one night. Then I followed his instructions, had a meal, wandered around for a while, and then went to the Red Mansion to spend the night. Then. Stop. Hearing this, Tianyu immediately interrupted the alien from the 9th heaven of the mysterious god and said, Where are those elixirs and magic medicines? Didn't that guy tell you when and where to hand them over to him? Medicine. Magic medicine. The warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian was stunned and said, Lord Divine King, I have already given it to him. Give it to him. Tianyu was also stunned. Yes. The alien race of the 9th level of Xuantian responded. You farted. Tianyu said angrily, I have been keeping an eye on you since you left Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. During this period, you have not had any contact with anyone. Wrong. At this point, Tianyu seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Xuantian 9th level warrior and asked coldly, Is the alien woman you found in the Red Mansion his incarnation? When Tianyu said this, all the aliens of the 9th level of Xuantian were dumbfounded. That woman is Ye Bufan. You are fucking sick. If he was Ye Bufan, would I still play so crazily with him? I like women, not men. Although he thought so, the 9th level Xuantian warrior did not dare to say it out loud. He could only say in a trembling voice, Lord Divine King, then, that woman is really the XX from the Red Mansion, not Ye Bufan. No. Tianyu frowned. If not, then when did you give those things to Ye Bufan? Why have I been watching you for so long and didn't find that you had contact with other people besides those two women? God, Lord God King, I didn't give the things to him directly. I just placed the storage ring containing these things under the pillow in the room of the restaurant where I stayed that day according to his instructions. The alien from the 9th heaven of Xuantian looked at Tianyu tremblingly. What? Tianyu was shocked. You put those things under the pillow of the in that restaurant? Yes, Lord God King. You're lying. No, Lord God King, I am not lying, everything I said is true. Really? You must be kidding. Once you leave the restaurant, the people inside will immediately go in to clean up. Isn't he afraid that the things will fall into the hands of the people inside? No, could it be that he lived next door to you at that time? No, it is not so, my lord. That's not it, then what is it? Sir, where is the 3-day room fee I paid when I moved in? Why the hell are you paying 3 days rent for one night? Yes, he asked me to do this. The alien from the 9th level of the Xuantian realm had a bitter look on his face. He naturally knew Ye Bufan's intention in asking him to do this. Undoubtedly he had paid for 3 days rent, which meant that no one would enter the room during these 3 days. During these 3 days, Ye Bufan could enter the room at any time and take away the storage ring containing the elixir and magic medicine. After the alien from the 9th level of the Xuantian heaven said this, Tianyu naturally figured out what was going on. Damn it. That's why he couldn't help but curse. Who could have thought that Ye Bufan would be so cunning, and who could have thought that Ye Bufan would play such a trick? Pills and magical medicines worth tens or even hundreds of billions were casually placed under the pillows in the restaurant room. This is who could have imagined it. This was clearly something Ye Bufan had planned long ago. But what about yourself? He was actually still staring at this alien from the 9th level of the mysterious god realm in a daze, hoping to rely on him to find Ye Bufan, but in fact maybe Ye Bufan had already taken away those elixirs and magic medicines, and flew away. This is so fucking. If I hadn't shown up because I couldn't bear it anymore, I would still be kept in the dark. Thinking about the 2 nights of agony he had endured in vain, Tianu felt like he was about to explode with anger. This human race is so cunning. Walk. Immediately, Tianu directly mentioned the way of the 9th level warrior of Xuantian. Sir, where are you going? The alien from the 9th level of the Xuantian heaven trembled with fear. He was really frightened. He never thought that the demon would be Ye Bufan. He even more did not expect that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was also capturing Ye Bufan. What is this? An unexpected disaster. Stop talking nonsense. Tianu shouted loudly and ignored the alien from the 9th level of the Xuantian realm. Instead, he picked him up in his hand and rushed towards the Holy Fire City. At this moment, Tianu only hoped that Ye Bufan had not taken away the storage ring. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to find Ye Bufan again. However, it has been 2 days since the warrior of the 9th level of Xuantian left the restaurant. Is it possible that the storage ring has not been taken away by Ye Bufan? Although there was little hope, Tianu really didn't know what else he could do. In the Holy Fire City, in the restaurant where the alien race of the 9th layer of the mysterious god realm had lived before, in that room, when Tianu and the other person came here again, there was no storage ring under the pillow. There is no doubt that the storage ring containing pills and magical medicines worth more than 10 billion had already been taken away by Ye Bufan. Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. What? Looking at Ji Qianya in front of him, Tianu said in shock, Miss, you mean that the human race has conducted 16 transactions with us in total? Ji Qianya responded softly. Then what are you waiting for? Tianu said anxiously, Miss, let those people act quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Do you think it's too late now? Ji Qianya said with a wry smile. She never thought that even though she had sent people to keep a close eye on Ye Bufan's chess pieces, Ye Bufan would be able to escape in such a simple way. This was clearly something he had planned long ago. All I can say is that she was careless and underestimated her enemy, but Ye Bufan was indeed cunning. But no matter what, Ji Qianya was completely defeated in this confrontation. Chapter 1559 Locking on to Tianfeng. At this point, Tianu was very clear that Ye Bufan must have taken away all the elixirs and magic medicines, but what if he hadn't? That is why he looked at Ji Qianya and said hesitantly, Miss. Since you still don't give up, then go ahead. Ji Qianya waved her hand and said, in fact, she was holding on to the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Yes. The Tianu clasped their fists and then left the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in a hurry. Half an hour later, Tianu came to Ji Qianya again. How about it? Ji Qianya asked softly. Tianu shook his head. The result was obvious. Ye Bufan had already taken away all the pills and magic medicines and disappeared. Ji Qianya gave a bitter smile. Although she had known this would be the result, she still found it hard to accept it. After all, this was the first time she had tasted failure in all these years. Because Ye Bufan is too cunning. Ji Qianya knew that Ye Bufan was indeed cunning, but her failure this time was more due to her own carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. After a moment, Ji Qianya said in a deep voice, Tian Nu, pass the order down. From now on, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will purchase all the elixirs and magical medicines in the 7-star Jedi at a price 0.5% higher than the market price. Anyone who refuses to sell is giving me no face. Also, tell the 7 leaders that from now on, without my permission, they cannot lift the blockade of the 7-star Jedi. As for their losses during this period, they will be borne by my Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Tianu was stunned and asked in astonishment, Miss, what do you want? I want that human to come to me in person. Ji Qianya said with a deep and cold expression. Tianu was stunned again. But miss, didn't you say that we should leave in the next few days? I'm not leaving for the time being. The strong feeling of frustration made Ji Qianya once again change her originally planned itinerary. If she stayed in the 7-star Jedi last time because of her curiosity about Ye Bufan, then this time, she stayed completely because of her strong competitive spirit. She didn't believe that with her identity, status, and strength, she could not do anything to a human in the mysterious God realm. Faced with Ji Qianya's impromptu decision, Tianyu could only smile bitterly. He felt that Ye Bufan was going to be in trouble. After all, he had already heard about his young lady's style of doing things. Her unyielding spirit was something that even 10 divine emperors could not stop. Next time, it would be good if she could catch Ye Bufan, but if not, she would probably do it herself, and she would even transfer a large number of God Kings and God Emperor realm powerhouses from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters to turn the entire 7-star Jedi upside down. This is Ji Qianya. As long as it is something she wants to do, she will never give up until she achieves her goal. Of course, Tianyu also understood that up to this moment, Ji Qianya had no ill will towards Ye Bufan. Everything she did was only because of her own competitive spirit. After a moment, Tianyu said goodbye to Ji Qianya and began to carry out Ji Qianya's orders. In less than 10 minutes, the entire 7-star Jedi was in an uproar. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is purchasing all the elixirs and magical medicines in the 7-star Jedi at a price 0.5% higher than the market price. What does Tianhe Chamber of Commerce want to do? Are they crazy? Or is it that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce has too much money and has no idea where to spend it, so it squanders it like this? Seeing the aliens act like this, the 7 captains were already shocked as if the sea was overwhelmed. It would be fine if Ji Qianya only wanted to purchase elixirs and magic medicines, but she actually wanted them to continue to seal off the 7-star Jedi. What did she want to do? The 7 group leaders were not fools. Combining Ye Bufan's previous actions with Ji Qianya's current abnormal behavior, it was not difficult for them to guess that Ji Qianya was targeting Ye Bufan. But why did she target Ye Bufan? Did Ye Bufan provoke her? Although the 7 group leaders did not know the inside story, it might be a good thing for them. After all, if possible, they didn't want to let Ye Bufan go so easily, but they had no other way to deal with Ye Bufan, and they didn't want to cause too much loss to themselves, so they chose to give up. Ji Qianya's action now just happened to suit their wishes. One is the scheming Ye Bufan. One is Ji Qianya, who is in the Divine Emperor realm. They really wanted to see who would win and who would lose in the final confrontation between the two. Especially the fire killing. He was originally in a state of rage, but after hearing the news, he was so happy that he even forgot the great humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Ji Qianya before. He went directly to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and made it clear that as long as Ji Qianya could use him, she could just ask. During the capture of Ye Bufan, he and the entire Holy Mars Sky Pirates would follow Ji Qianya's orders and allow him to dispatch them at will. It's a pity that after Ji Qianya sealed off the 7-star Jedi and ordered the purchase of elixirs and magic medicines, he didn't take any other actions, which surprised everyone. But in fact, did Ji Qianya really not take any other action? Of course not. It's just that all her actions are carried out in secret and outsiders cannot know about it at all. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire 7-star Jedi was calm and peaceful. The same thing happened the next day. The third day was the same as the previous 2 days. Ye Bufan was nowhere to be found and Ji Qianya did not take any action. On the 4th day, in a restaurant in Holy Fire City, an alien from the 3rd level of the mysterious God realm could not help but frown after listening to the discussions of other people in the restaurant. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ji Qianya. Isn't this woman buying up all the elixirs and magic medicines just to force me to show up? But why? Is it because of what happened a few days ago? That shouldn't be the case. The arrangements I made a few days ago were just for self-protection. I didn't offend her. But if I didn't offend her, why would she do this? The alien from the 3rd level of Xuanshan was none other than Ye Bufan, who performed the 1,000 Faces illusion. At this moment, Ye Bufan was puzzled by Ji Qianya's abnormal behavior. Really, Ji Qianya's behavior is too abnormal and totally inexplicable. If Ye Bufan knew that Ji Qianya did this simply to catch him and defeat him, I wonder how Ye Bufan would feel. But no matter what, after Ji Qianya took away all the elixirs and magic medicines, it did cause great inconvenience to Ye Bufan. At least at this stage, it has become impossible for Ye Bufan to use elixirs and magic medicines to quickly improve his strength. Of course, if Ye Bufan wants to quickly improve his strength, he can't just rely on elixirs and magic medicines. Moreover, Ye Bufan does not intend to continue to improve his strength in a hidden way. After a while, Ye Bufan left the restaurant and went straight to the city lord's mansion of Holy Fire City. At this moment, in Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Miss, there is news. Looking at Ji Qianya in front of him, Tianu said excitedly. Where? Ji Qianya asked in 2 words. It's in a pharmacy in Hongye City. Tianu said. Ji Qianya frowned. In a medicine shop in Hongye City. Yes. Tian Nu responded and said, I have already done some investigation on this medicine shop, and finally came to the conclusion that the owner of this medicine shop should be controlled by that human, and the most likely possibility is that he was planted with a soul circle. That's not important. Ji Qianya waved her hand and said, what I need to confirm is Tu Tianfeng really in this medicine shop? Yes. Where's Ye Bufan? There are only 2 Tianfeng and the owner of the medicine shop in the shop now. However, I have already investigated. Before we locked onto this medicine shop, a heavenly demon of the 3rd level of mysterious god had just left the medicine shop not long ago. It was only about 20 minutes. I think he should be the human. Very good. Ji Qianya stood up suddenly and said, let's go to Hongye City now. Miss, are we going to capture Tu Tianfeng directly? Tianu couldn't help but ask. Capture Tu Tianfeng? Wouldn't that be like alerting the enemy? Ji Qianya said coldly, what I want is that human, not Tu Tianfeng. As long as Tu Tianfeng is still here, he will definitely come back to this medicine shop again. Walk. After leaving a few words, Ji Qianya left Tianhe Chamber of Commerce directly. Repairing the plank road in public and marching to Chenkang in secret. On the surface, she was targeting Ye Bufan, forcing him to show up, but she was secretly searching for Tu Tianfeng. After all, Ye Bufan can change his appearance at will, and even change his race, but Tu Tianfeng can't. She couldn't find Ye Bufan, but she could lock onto Tu Tianfeng. As long as we find Tu Tianfeng, why would we be worried about not finding Ye Bufan? Chapter 1560 Submit to me, I will help you become the Divine Emperor. Ji Qianya could never have imagined that while she had gone to great lengths to look for Tu Tianfeng in secret, hoping to find Ye Bufan with the help of Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan had already set off for the city lord's mansion of the Holy Fire City. This time, Ye Bufan even planned to face Tu Huo directly. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. Heaven and earth, what's going on? Ji Qianya still hasn't taken any action. In the hall, Tu Huo looked at the deputy leader Quang Tiandi in front of him and asked with a frown. No. Quang Tiandi shook his head. Damn Ji Qianya, what on earth does she want to do? Does she really think that buying up all the elixirs and magic medicines will make that damn human appear? Tu Huo's face was filled with rage. It would be fine if Ji Qianya really had a way to catch Ye Bufan, but... Thinking about how he had taken the initiative to come to Ji Qianya 4 days ago and wanted to help her, but was directly rejected by Ji Qianya, Tu Huo was now filled with resentment. Seeing Tu Huo's furious look, Quang Tiandi frowned and advised, Captain, if you ask me, this matter cannot be rushed. Since Ji Qianya has already started to target that human, she must have her own ideas. Not in a hurry. How can I not be in a hurry? Tu Huo said in a deep voice, you know, Tian Feng is still in his hands. If we catch him 1 day later, Tian Feng will suffer 1 more day. And with Tian Feng's beauty, what should we do if that guy does something worse than an animal to Tian Feng again? Fortunately, Ye Bufan did not hear these words. If he had heard them, he would have rolled his eyes at Tu Huo and told him that he was overthinking. In your eyes, your daughter is as beautiful as a fairy, but in my eyes, your daughter is a monster. Would I do something worse than an animal to him? Even if you force me, I won't do it. Of course, we belong to different races and have different aesthetic perspectives, so I can't blame you. This. Faced with Tu Huo's distress, Quang Tiandi hesitated for a moment. Why? The next second, Tu Huo sighed and said, now that things have come to this, it is meaningless to think about these things anymore. I can only pray that the heavens will bless me. Forget it, forget it. You are tired all day, go down and have a rest. Captain. Go ahead. Captain, you should also go to bed early. We will slowly figure out a solution for Tianfeng's problem. Tu Huo nodded. Quang Tiandi glanced at him, then sighed and chose to leave. Tu Huo sat alone in the hall. He looked lonely and tired, and sometimes angry and unwilling. Mr. Yi, you'd better not fall into my hands. If not, I will make sure you live a life worse than death. The cold voice echoed in the hall, revealing Tu Huo's infinite hatred towards Ye Bufan. Time passed minute by minute, and it was not until midnight that Tu Huo got up and left the hall. After a while, Tu Huo returned to his bedroom. However, the moment he entered the bedroom, he found that sitting on the chair in the middle of the bedroom was a demon from the third level of the mysterious god realm. The demon was looking at him with great interest. Tu Huo was stunned at first, then his expression became fierce and he shouted, "Who are you? Brother, after not seeing you for a few days, you don't recognize me." Tianmo smiled slightly, and then his appearance changed rapidly, turning back into Ye Bufan's original appearance. "It's you." The moment he saw Ye Bufan, Tu Huo's eyes spurted fire, and the anger and murderous intent in his heart could not be suppressed and surged out. "Boy, I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish." After he finished speaking, Tu Huo no longer hesitated. He flashed and came directly in front of Ye Bufan. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed Ye Bufan's neck. Ye Bufan was not afraid at all. He just smiled and said suddenly, "Brother, you have to think it over carefully. If you touch me, my niece will be buried with me." Brush. Hearing this, Tu Huo's claws stopped 3 inches away from Ye Bufan's neck. Staring at Ye Bufan, he shouted coldly, "You are blackmailing me. No, no, you are the elder brother and I am the younger brother. How dare I threaten you?" After saying this, Ye Bufan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "You." Tu Huo was furious, his eyes spitting fire as he asked, "Where did you hide Tianfeng?" "What do you mean where did I hide Tianfeng? It was my eldest niece who came with me on her own, okay? If I believe you, I'd be a fool." Tu Huo cursed in his heart and said, "What do you want?" Before meeting Ye Bufan, Tu Huo wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Now that he has met her, Tu Huo still has the same idea, but unfortunately Tu Tianfeng is still in Ye Bufan's hands. Although he wants to kill Ye Bufan, he can't just ignore Tu Tianfeng. This feeling makes Tu Huo very angry and aggrieved. "What do I want?" Ye Bufan smiled, then put down his teacup, looked at Tu Huo, and said, "Brother, I should be the one asking you this, right? Who sold me to Hongye? And who and the other group leaders are putting a bounty on me and hunting me down all over the world?" "You." Tu Huo gritted his teeth. Ye Bufan said calmly, "Forget it, I will not hold grudges against you, so I won't pursue these matters." Puff. Tu Huo was so angry that he almost spit out blood. "You are a great man and don't bear grudges against the villains. Aren't you going to pursue it? Damn it, you cheated me and now it's my fault. What do you want?" In a rage that could not be contained, Tu Huo asked in a loud and sharp voice. "Since Big Brother is so anxious, I will no longer hide it." Ye Bufan said, then looked at Tu Huo and said, "This time I came to see Big Brother for only one thing, that is to submit to me." "Submit to you?" Tu Huo couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right." Ye Bufan nodded and said. Tu Huo was furious, "Are you mentally ill, or do you think I'm a fool? You're just an ant in the mysterious god realm, and you actually want me to submit to you. Why do you do that? Do you think you can force me to surrender by taking Tianfeng as a hostage? I'm telling you, forget it. If you know what's best for you, hand over Tianfeng immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You're just a mystic god. I have plenty of ways to make you talk." Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "Brother, can we stop shouting and killing at every turn? Besides, when did I ever threaten you with my niece? In that case, then you should release Tianfeng. We can talk slowly about anything." "That won't do. You haven't submitted to me yet, so how can I let my niece go? You still said you didn't use Tianfeng to threaten me." No, this is different from blackmail." "What's the difference?" "My niece is my life-saving charm. Before you surrender, I will naturally keep her to save my life. So, as long as I am safe, she will be safe too. This has nothing to do with whether you surrender or not." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "As for you, I asked you to submit to me because it is for your own good. Let me submit to you, and it's for my own good." Tu Huo was in a mess. He had seen many shameless people, but he had never seen anyone as shameless as this one. "Certainly." Ye Bufan said softly. "Good." Tu Huo said, "I surrender to you, please release Tianfeng." "Brother, do you think I'm stupid?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Tu Huo, and then said, "Empty words are not enough. If you are truly willing to submit to me, then let me plant the soul control circle on you. You're dreaming. Tu Huo was immediately furious. How could he, a powerful god king of the 8th level, be controlled by Ye Bufan, a human of the mysterious god realm? It's just wishful thinking. Brother, don't be anxious. Just listen to what I have to say. Ye Bufan ignored Tu Huo's anger, and didn't care about his refusal. Instead, he said lightly. No matter what you say, it's useless. You want me to submit to you. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible in this world. Big brother, no, Tu Huo, Captain Tu, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to become a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm? Become the Divine Emperor. Tu Huo's heart trembled. If possible, he would naturally want to go one step further, break through the God King, and advance to the God Emperor, but his talent is limited, and the 8th level of the God King is already the limit of what he can reach. It is too difficult to go one step further. Not only does it require countless resources to support him, but it also requires a great opportunity to help him break the limitations of his own talent. But opportunity is not something you can get just because you want it. This is also the reason why Tu Huo has been staying at the 8th level of the God King and cannot go any further. It can be said that due to the limitations of his own talents, the 8th heaven of the God King is the limit of what he can achieve. But now, Ye Bufan actually told Tu Huo that he could help Tu Huo go one step further. How could Tu Huo not be moved by this? But even though he was moved, he would not believe Ye Bufan so easily. Immediately, Tu Huo frowned and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" It's very simple. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Submit to me, and I will help you become a divine emperor, or even a divine lord, or even a divine emperor. Chapter 1561 Hand over the Hongmeng Yuanyi and I will spare your life. Submit to me, and I will help you become a divine emperor, or even a divine lord, or even a divine emperor. Ye Bufan's words echoed in Tu Huo's mind, shocking him, but he soon calmed down. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo said with disbelief and disdain, You want to help me become a divine emperor, a divine lord, or even a divine king. After a pause, Tu Huo continued, You are just a mere mystical god. Do you think I will believe you? Or in your eyes, I am just a simple-minded idiot with strong limbs? Although Tu Huo said so, his instant reaction just now had already told Ye Bufan that he was moved, but he just didn't believe it. Ye Bufan smiled and said, There are many things in this world. How can you know that I can't do it without trying? Tu Huo frowned. Ye Bufan continued, Being a mere divine emperor may be difficult for others, but for me, it really is nothing. It all depends on whether I want or not. Oh. Tu Huo sneered. Take it. Ye Bufan stopped talking nonsense. He took out a small jade bottle and threw it directly at Tu Huo. What's this? Tu Huo took the small jade bottle, glanced at Ye Bufan and said. What is it? You can find out if you open it. Ye Bufan said this, and then added at the end, Of course, if you don't dare, or if you are worried that I will harm you, then you can return it to me. Tu Huo frowned. To be honest, he really had this concern. After all, no one could guarantee what was in the bottle. As the saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. You come. Immediately, Tu Huo threw the small jade bottle in his hand back to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan took the small jade bottle, then shook his head and opened it directly. In an instant, a purple air emerged from the jade bottle, followed by a faint fragrance. Not only that, the moment Ye Bufan opened the jade bottle, Tu Huo felt all the cells in his body seemed to come alive, they were so excited and so eager. Tu Huo was sure that all of this was related to what was in the small jade bottle in Ye Bufan's hand. What's in this? Thinking of this, Tu Huo stared at the small jade bottle in Ye Bufan's hand and couldn't help asking. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Of course it can help you refresh your talent, break your own limitations, and go one step further to achieve the divine object of the divine emperor. This is impossible. How can you, a human in the mysterious god realm, have such a thing? Tu Huo questioned with a look of disbelief. Why can't I have this kind of divine object? Ye Bufan asked back, then smiled and said, Before me, have you ever seen a genius with perfect compatibility of all 9 elements? No. Before this young master, have you ever seen anyone who can swallow unlimited pills and magic medicines? No. In that case, it's no wonder that I own such a magical item. Tu Huo was stunned. It has to be said that what Ye Bufan said makes some sense. Moreover, at this moment, Tu Huo didn't care about these things at all. What he cared about was whether the things in the jade bottle in Ye Bufan's hand could improve his martial arts talent. If he could, would it still be a luxury for him to break through to become a god king and advance to become a god emperor? But who can guarantee that what is contained in this jade bottle is a magical object and not poison? Ye Bufan was too cunning, so cunning that Tu Huo had to be on guard. How about it, Lord Tu Huo? Do you intend to submit to me, or do you intend to submit to me? Before Tu Huo could think more, Ye Bufan spoke again and asked with a smile. Tu Huo came back to his senses and frowned, saying, if what's in it is really a divine object as you said, then I can consider it, but who can guarantee whether what's in it is a divine object or a poison? This is easy. You have so many people under you. Just pick one and try it and you'll know. Ye Bufan suggested with a smile. Tu Huo was stunned and said, okay, you wait. After he finished speaking, Tu Huo left the bedroom directly. In less than a minute, he returned to the bedroom with a demigod alien and came in front of Ye Bufan. Captain, Captain. At this moment, the alien in the demigod realm seemed to have not figured out what was going on. He looked at Tu Huo with a confused and trembling face. Tu Huo ignored it and looked at Ye Bufan, saying, you can start now. As you wish. Ye Bufan directly threw the jade bottle in his hand towards Tu Huo again. After Tu Huo took the jade bottle, he handed it directly to the demigod member. But at this moment, Tu Huo paused, and then looked at Ye Bufan. You should still have this kind of thing, right? Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled, then took out a jade bottle and threw it to Tu Huo, saying, the divine item in it is called Hongmeng Yuani. There is 1 drop in each of the 2 jade bottles in your hands. As for which drop to give him, it's up to you, but I can assure you that these 2 drops of Hongmeng Yuani are the same, because from beginning to end, I have never thought of harming you. I have absolute confidence in Hongmeng Yuani. As long as you feel the effect of Hongmeng Yuani, you will definitely submit to me. Tu Huo ignored Ye Bufan and handed the first jade bottle to the demigod alien, saying, drink what's inside. The alien in the demigod realm was stunned. How could he not understand that Tu Huo wanted him to try the medicine? Although he was somewhat reluctant, he did not dare to disobey Tu Huo. Yes, Captain. The alien in the demigod realm took the jade bottle from Tu Huo's hand with trepidation, then put the mouth of the bottle to his mouth and swallowed the only drop of Hongmeng Yuani in the bottle. How is it? How do you feel? Looking at the alien in the demigod realm, Tu Huo asked with a frown. No, I don't feel anything. The alien in the demigod realm felt his body and then said calmly. Boom. But at this moment, as soon as the alien from the demigod realm finished speaking, his body trembled instinctively. Afterwards, the alien in the demigod realm had a direct breakthrough in cultivation, advancing from demigod to the first level of god serving. The sudden scene not only stunned the demigod aliens, but even Tu Huo was bewildered. You have to know that the alien in front of him had only cultivated to the high-level demigod level before. He had just taken the so-called Hongmeng Yuani, and in less than a second, he directly crossed the peak of demigod and advanced to the first level of serving the god. Even the effects of magical pills and medicines wouldn't be so fast and powerful, right? Of course, Tu Huo didn't care about these things. What he cared about was whether this thing was poisonous or not. That's why Tu Huo looked at the alien from the demigod realm and asked directly, how do you feel? Feel. The alien in the demigod realm was stunned at first, then looked at Tu Huo and said, Captain, I just feel warm all over, as if I feel a lot more relaxed. Tu Huo frowned and said, try practicing martial arts techniques. Yes. The demigod warrior responded and then started practicing martial arts techniques directly. A few seconds later, he said in shock, Captain, I feel that my current training speed is at least 10% faster than before. I didn't ask you these questions. I just wanted to know if you are feeling unwell. Tu Huo frowned and said, since Ye Bufan said that this thing could help him break through the God King and advance to the God Emperor, then the effect was naturally beyond doubt. The only thing he was worried about was whether Ye Bufan had tampered with this thing. No. After Tu Huo finished speaking, the alien in the semi-god realm shook his head and said, continue practicing. Yes. The alien in the demigod realm responded. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Captain Tu, you should believe it now, right? Don't worry. Tu Huo waved his hand and said, he's fine now, but that doesn't mean he will always be fine. Okay, whatever you want. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly. It was obvious that Tu Huo was afraid of being tricked by him. 10 minutes later, there was nothing unusual about the alien in the demigod realm. 20 minutes later, the warm feeling all over the body of the demigod alien was no longer there. His cultivation speed increased by 20% compared to before, but there was still no abnormality. 30 minutes later, everything was normal for the demigod aliens, with no discomfort. Half an hour later. How about it, Captain Tu Huo, do you still think that I am plotting to harm you? Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan said with a smile, his face looking calm and composed. Tu Huo frowned, then glanced at the alien in the demigod realm and took action directly. Brush. He grabbed the demigod alien by the neck. The alien in the demigod realm was shocked and said in horror, Captain, Captain. Crack. Tu Huo ignored him and strangled the neck of the alien in the semi-god realm. Bang. Tu Huo retracted his right hand, and the corpse of the demigod alien fell directly to the ground. Ye Bufan didn't say much about this. Tu Huo's actions were undoubtedly an attempt to silence the witness. In fact, even if Tu Huo didn't do this, Ye Bufan would not let this alien live. After killing the alien in the semi-god realm, Tu Huo no longer hesitated. He opened the small jade bottle in his hand, took a look at it, and poured the only drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi in the jade bottle into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. As soon as the Hongmeng Yuanyi entered his body, Tu Huo clearly felt it turning into a warm current, flowing to every part of his body. Although Tu Huo did not break through directly like the alien in the semi-god realm, but as a strong man in the God King realm, he could obviously feel the changes in his body, or in other words he could feel the improvement of his own talent, but he took too little Hongmeng Yuanyi, so the improvement brought to him was limited. However, there is no doubt that as long as he has enough Hongmeng Yuanyi, he can continue to improve his martial arts talent, and one day he will be able to break through the God King and advance to the God Emperor. Excited and even more thrilled. At this moment, Tu Huo felt that he had never been in such a good mood. What 6 group leaders? What Ji Qianya? What Tu Tianfeng? A great opportunity is right before his eyes, and to Tu Huo, all of this is no longer worth mentioning. The next second, Tu Huo looked at Ye Bufan with a greedy look on his face, but he did not allow any doubts. He said, "Boy, hand over all the Hongmeng Yuanyi, and I will spare your life." Chapter 1562 You decide the time and place. Boy, hand over all the Hongmeng Yuanyi, and I will spare your life. Hand over all the Hongmeng Yuanyi. He pretended to be stunned and said, Captain Tu, don't you think you are a little greedy? Greedy? Tu Huo said nonchalantly, so what? If I ask you to give it, do you dare not give it? Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, so, Captain Tu is planning to rob us openly. So what? Don't forget that my niece Tian Feng is still in my hands. If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that she will not be able to survive and will be buried with me. Compared to the divine item Hongmeng Yuanyi, compared to the opportunity to become a divine emperor, a mere daughter is nothing. At worst, I can just find another one. Pa, pa, pa. After Tu Huo finished speaking, Ye Bufan clapped his hands and said, not bad, not bad. Captain Tu is worthy of being the leader of the Starry Sky Pirates. He is cruel, vicious, and ruthless. But I don't know what my eldest niece would feel if she heard what you said. She must be very sad, right? Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and then he said angrily, stop talking nonsense and hand over the Hongmeng Yuanyi quickly. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, Captain Tu, to paraphrase what you just said, do you think I'm stupid, or do you think I'm just a simple-minded, strong-limbed idiot? Tu Huo was stunned. What do you mean? You think I don't understand the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure? Ye Bufan said calmly, since I dare to come here and take out the Hongmeng Yuanyi, it means that I have already made preparations and am not afraid of you snatching it away. What? Hearing this, Tu Huo was shocked. You have other companions. After saying this, he couldn't help but search around. Ye Bufan smiled and said, no need to look for him. There is no one else here, and I have no accomplices. I am the only one here today. But even so, you can't stop me. Just you. Tu Huo retracted his gaze and looked at Ye Bufan. He sneered and then said with disdain, this king admits that your combat power is indeed unexpected, as you can kill the heavenly god realm with the mysterious god realm. However, the mysterious god is only a mysterious god after all. The power of the god king is simply beyond your comprehension. What's more, this king is not an ordinary god king, but a god king of the 8th heaven. With this king's strength, it is easy for me to defeat you. Yeah, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. In that case, how about we make a bet? Bet. Tu Huo frowned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, didn't you say that as long as you make a move, I will definitely not be able to escape? In that case, let's make a bet. You and I will fight one-on-one. If you can defeat me within 100 moves, I will let you do whatever you want. As for the Hongmeng Yuan fluid, I will give you as much as you want. But if you still haven't taken me down after 100 moves, I will win. At that time, you will submit to me and let me plant the soul control circle on you. Of course, I promise that you will have a lot of Hongmeng Yuan in the future. And, as long as you work hard for me, I can not only help you become a divine emperor, but also help you become a divine lord, or even a divine emperor. Oh. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tu Huo sneered and said, this so-called bet is beneficial to me no matter how you look at it, but why should I agree to it? After a pause, Tu Huo continued, as things stand now, as long as I take you down, all your Hongmeng Yuan will still belong to me. In this case, why should I do this? Ye Bufan shook his head. Tu Huo, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? I made this bet with you to tell you that if I want to leave, you can't stop me. And even if you really take me down, as long as I don't agree, you can't get even a drop of Hongmeng Yuan, because I don't have the remaining Hongmeng Yuan with me. What? Hearing this, Tu Huo was shocked. You don't have the Hongmeng Yuan with you. Is it strange? Ye Bufan shrugged. I don't believe it. Tu Huo gritted his teeth and said sternly, how could you not carry such an important thing with you? It is precisely because the Hongmeng Yuan is so important that I don't carry it with me. As he spoke, Ye Bufan took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it to Tu Huo, saying, if you don't believe me, just watch for yourself. Tu Huo took the storage ring, then looked at Ye Bufan and immediately checked the storage ring. As a result, there was nothing else in Ye Bufan's storage ring except some clothes for changing. In an instant, Tu Huo's face became extremely ferocious. How do I know that you only have this one storage ring? Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, forget it. We are both men anyway, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. As he spoke, Ye Bufan stood up, took off all his clothes, and threw them to Tu Huo, check to see if I have any other storage rings. Tu Huo's mouth twitched. What the hell are you checking? If you really hid other storage rings, would you let me check them so openly? Immediately, Tu Huo threw the clothes back to Ye Bufan and gritted his teeth and said, where did you hide the things? Do you think I'll tell you? Ye Bufan spoke as he put on his clothes. In fact, he did not hide, because all the Hongmeng Yuan was on him, but they were all in the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, in Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness. In this case, Tu Huo naturally could not find them. Facing Ye Bufan's answer, Tu Huo really wanted to slap him to death. Ye Bufan really deserved a beating. However, Tu Huo couldn't do it. After all, if he killed Ye Bufan, he would never be able to obtain the Hongmeng Yuan again. Before Tu Huo could think about it, Ye Bufan had already put on his clothes. He then looked at Tu Huo and said impatiently, so, do you want to gamble or not? If not, I will leave. Your uncle. Tu Huo was furious. He really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan was obviously just a mystical god, but he, a strong man in the God King realm, was so passive and helpless every time he met Ye Bufan. This feeling is just fucked up. Bet. After a moment, Tu Huo gritted his teeth and said angrily and helplessly. In that case, etc. Ye Bufan was interrupted by Tu Huo just as he opened his mouth. What should I do if you lose and don't admit it? Captain 2, are you stupid? Ye Bufan said, if I lose, it means that I have been captured alive by you. It will be up to you to kill me or chop me up. At worst, you can torture me severely. Besides, do you think I will lose? To tell you the truth, this time I have made up my mind to subdue you, otherwise I would not come to you in the middle of the night. Are you determined to conquer me? Where the hell do you get your confidence from? No matter how you put it, I am a divine king of the 8th heaven. Do you really think I am made of clay? Ye Bufan's words and attitude are really infuriating. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. In that case, go ahead. I want to see what you can do to make me surrender. Tu Huo said sternly. Captain 2, are you planning to fight me here? As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked around. His meaning was simple. the space here was too small, and he couldn't display his skills at all. It was not suitable for a fight between you and me. Then let's go to the central square. Tu Huo didn't hesitate and spoke sternly. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. What do you mean? Tu Huo said angrily and dissatisfiedly. Ye Bufan, Captain Tu, it seems that you are really stupid. Going to the central square. Wouldn't that be equivalent to telling everyone that I have appeared? At that time, let's not talk about whether you can win or not. Even if you win, what will happen? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, don't you forget the other 6 leaders. Once I am captured, will they let you have me all to yourself? What's more, there is a divine emperor Ji Qianya who is also eyeing me covetously. If she asks you for someone, will you give it to her or not? Tu Huo frowned. He had to admit that Ye Bufan's words made some sense. So what do you say we should do? It's simple. We can find a place far away from the 7 major cities. This way, we won't be afraid of being discovered. To a place far away from the 7 major cities. That's right. Okay, I finally know what you want to do. You must have set up an ambush somewhere long ago, waiting to lure me over so that you can ambush and attack me. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Captain Tu, I really don't know whether to praise you for your rich imagination or scold you for being a coward. If I really had enough people to ambush you, would I have to come here in person to lure you? Besides, if I really wanted to ambush you, even if I didn't come here in person, I would have hundreds of ways to lure you into a trap. In order to make his words more convincing, Ye Bufan directly mentioned several ways to lure Tu Huo into being deceived. It has to be said that as long as Ye Bufan does this, Tu Huo will definitely be fooled. But even so, Tu Huo still frowned, looking hesitant. Helpless, Ye Bufan could only speak up and say, Captain Tu, since you are so afraid that I will plot against you, how about this? I will wait for you here. You decide the time and place. After you decide, I will go with you. Is that okay? Chapter 1563, Slaughter the City Lord, the real battle has just begun. Captain Tu, since you are so afraid that I will plot against you, how about this? I will wait for you here. You decide the time and place. After you decide, I will go with you. Is that okay? Do I decide the time and place? After looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo frowned and thought secretly in his heart, could it be that I am really too suspicious? This time, the human race really has no intention of plotting against me. Wrong. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. If this human is not prepared, how can he dare to challenge me? But that's not true. If he really wants to ambush me, with my strength at the 8th level of the Divine King realm, he won't be able to stop me if I want to escape, unless he has a strong Divine Emperor realm expert by his side. That's even more impossible. If there really is a powerful Divine Emperor by his side, he could just come to his door and attack him. Why would he make it as troublesome as it is now? So what exactly does he want to do? In order to lure me to take him away from Holy Fire City so that it would be easier for him to escape. Or is he really absolutely sure that he can defeat me? Stop talking nonsense. How can he, a mere warrior at the Xuanshan realm, possibly defeat me, a powerful warrior at the Divine King realm? Damn it, what on earth does this human race want to do? Tu Huo kept thinking in his mind, but he still couldn't determine Ye Bufan's true intention. However, there was one thing he was sure of, that is, Ye Bufan's so-called gambling fight was definitely not as simple as he said. Reason told Tu Huo that he must not agree to Ye Bufan's bet. But should I refuse? What should he do after being rejected? Should we let Ye Bufan go, or capture him alive? Tu Huo felt that if he really did this, he would never be able to obtain the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Damn it, what should I do? Tu Huo was anxious, hesitant, and indecisive. Ye Bufan saw all this, but just smiled calmly. How about it, City Lord Tu, have you made up your mind? Better not, just give me a straight answer. Damn it, Tu Huo cursed in his heart. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. You cannot get a tiger cub without risking your life. He made up his mind, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, okay, I'll make a bet with you. Tu Huo was confident that even if Ye Bufan wanted to plot against him, he would definitely be able to escape. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. In that case, I will wait for you to decide the time and place. No. Tu Huo waved his hand and said, I don't have the time, nor the mood to waste time with you here. Let's go now. As for the location, follow me. Can. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Afterwards, under the leadership of Tu Huo, Ye Bufan and the other two left the city lord's mansion in the Holy Fire City under the cover of night without attracting the attention of others. In a wilderness 30,000 miles away from Holy Fire City, Tu Huo stood in midair, looking at Ye Bufan. He said with a wary look, "Let's go here." Ye Bufan looked around and smiled calmly, 30,000 miles away from Holy Fire City. If we fight here, we don't have to worry about alerting others. But if we encounter danger, City Lord Tu can escape back to Holy Fire City in the first place to ensure his own safety. I have to say, City Lord Tu, you are really meticulous. Tu Huo's mouth twitched. In fact, he thought so too. There was nothing he could do. In his opinion, Ye Bufan was too cunning and too shameless. Even though he was the king of gods, he had to be on guard against him. Not only that, on the way here, Tu Huo was also paying attention to whether anyone was following them. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything unusual. Without waiting for Tu Huo to speak, Ye Bufan continued, "Actually, Captain Tu, there is no need to do this. I sincerely want to subdue you. This time, I am indeed the only one who came. Stop talking nonsense and get started." Tu Huo's face darkened and he shouted sternly that no matter what Ye Bufan said, he would not believe it. "It seems that Captain Tu can't wait to submit to me," Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Court death." Tu Huo shouted loudly and stopped talking nonsense. He flashed and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan's expression became serious. Although he always appeared calm and even confident, Tu Huo was, after all, a divine king, and a powerful divine king of the 8th level. That was why he did not dare to be careless or underestimate the enemy when facing Tu Huo. Tu Huo was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Facing Ye Bufan, he threw a punch directly, a punch that was fast, fierce and powerful. War. Ye Bufan did not retreat but advanced, facing Tu Huo, and he also threw a punch. He wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and Tu Huo now. This sudden scene made Tu Huo slightly stunned. He never thought that Ye Bufan would dare to confront him head-on. That's why, soon, a sneer and disdain, even a mocking look, appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Ye Bufan was simply looking for death. Boom! In an instant, the fists of Tu Huo and Ye Bufan collided, a thunderous sound rang out, and the violent force centered on the two of them, sweeping madly in all directions. Under the impact of this violent force, Ye Bufan retreated 4 steps in midair, and Tu Huo also retreated 3 steps. How is that possible? Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo said with a look of disbelief, although he did not use his full strength in that punch just now, the power of that punch was already comparable to the 3rd level of the God King, or even the 4th level of the God King. But even so, he was only on par with Ye Bufan. In other words, Ye Bufan's combat power is already comparable to that of the 3rd level of the God King, or even the 4th level of the God King. Is this the mysterious god? This guy is simply a monster. Although Tu Huo was like this, Ye Bufan looked calm. Although he knew that Tu Huo had not used his full strength in that punch, he still mocked him, 8th heaven of the Divine King. Nothing more than that. Tu Huo was furious. Court death. After a stern rebuke, Tu Huo rushed towards Ye Bufan again. The reason why he reserved his strength just now was because he was worried that his power was too strong and he might accidentally kill Ye Bufan. But now, since Ye Bufan has the strength of a divine king, he naturally won't hold back anymore. Seeing Tu Huo rushing towards him again, Ye Bufan naturally did not dare to be careless. But he still did not retreat but advanced straight towards the fire and fought. In midair, the two men clashed again. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the space. This time, Tu Huo did not move at all, but Ye Bufan was knocked dozens of meters away. With one strike, the strong and the weak are determined. The slaughtering fire of the 8th level of the God King was simply not something Ye Bufan could contend with. Boy, now you know the difference between you and me, right? Although you are extremely talented and comparable to a demon, in my eyes, you are still just an ant. I don't need 100 moves to capture you alive. Looking at Ye Bufan who was knocked away by him, Tu Huo said with a mocking and playful look on his face. Then he flashed and chased after Ye Bufan. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt his blood surging all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to be shifting. The previous attack made him clearly feel the gap between himself and Tu Huo. Although after the deal with Ji Qianya, he used elixirs and magic medicines to elevate his physical body to the 3rd level of God King, But that was only the third level of God King after all, and was a full 5 small realms away from Tu Huo, who was at the 8th level of God King. Therefore, Ye Bufan had already anticipated that he would be no match for Tu Huo. But, so what? You think too much about capturing me within 100 moves. Facing the charging Tu Huo, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, and then directly performed the 9 steps of Tanglong. Yin. A dragon roar was heard, and Ye Bufan's flying body abruptly changed its original trajectory. Call. Tu Huo's attack also missed because of this. Tu Huo hummed softly, saying, "Your half-step magical power is of a high quality, isn't it? Very good. I accept it with pleasure. If you want it, it depends on whether you have the ability." Ye Bufan steadied his body, looked at Tu Huo and said softly, then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tu Huo couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Lord Tu, the real battle has just begun." Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw a pill into his mouth. Chapter 1564. Do you think you can still leave? What did you eat? Seeing Ye Bufan swallow the pill, Tu Huo paused and asked in surprise. Suddenly, his expression changed again and he said, "No, where did you get the pill?" Tu Huo remembered it very clearly. When he checked Ye Bufan's storage ring just now, he only found some clothes in it and did not see any pills. If that's the case, where did the pill that Ye Bufan is taking now come from? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Where did the pill come from? I always keep it with me. Fart. Tu Huo shouted angrily. I just checked your storage ring, and there is no medicine in it. Who told you that I put the elixir in the storage ring? Where did you put it then? In my pocket. In the pocket of your clothes. Tu Huo's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan had taken off all his clothes for him to check just now, but he just thought that since Ye Bufan asked him to check, there must be nothing to check, so he didn't check at all. But now damn it, I have been tricked by this human race again. Immediately, Tu Huo's face darkened. So, the Hongmeng Yuanyi is also on you. I really don't have that. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, forget it. You're looking for death. Tu Huo shouted loudly and rushed out again. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Supernatural power, the supreme power of Hongmeng. In an instant, Ye Bufan poured all of his divine power into his body, and his body thus reached the 4th level of the Divine King. Not only that, after Ye Bufan's divine power was exhausted, it recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is no doubt that all this is naturally related to the pill that Ye Bufan had swallowed before. It was a pill specially used to restore divine power, and it was a 5th grade God King level pill. Ye Bufan's cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the mystical god realm, but under the powerful effect of the Divine King level elixir, all of his consumed divine power was restored in an instant. After his divine power was restored, Ye Bufan once again used the Hongmeng supreme power. After the transaction with Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan had already tried it, and just as he expected, the effects of Hongmeng's supreme power can indeed be superimposed. However, his current cultivation is too weak. His cultivation of the 9th level of Xuanshan can only allow the Hongmeng supreme power to last for 3 seconds. In other words, the superposition of Hongmeng's supreme power is greatly restricted. For example, within 3 seconds, Ye Bufan can use the Hongmeng supreme power 5 times, so his limit is only 5 times, because when he uses it for the 6th time, the effect of the first time actually no longer exists. But even so, the improvement that Hongmeng supreme power brings to Ye Bufan is still terrifying. After experiments, Ye Bufan has determined that within 3 seconds, without being restricted by his own divine power, he can display the Hongmeng supreme power 7 times in succession, and these 7 times of the Hongmeng supreme power can elevate his physical body to the 4th level of the God King, and infinitely close to the 5th level of the God King. This is because his cultivation is too weak and he can infuse too little divine power at a time. If he were to be at the level of a God King, after 7 times of Hongmeng supreme power, Ye Bufan could allow his physical body at the 3rd level of a God King to directly reach the 9th level of a God King, or even the level of a God Emperor. Of course, this is all later. At this moment, while exerting the Hongmeng supreme power, Ye Bufan's body flashed and rushed directly into the distance. He had no intention of continuing to fight Tu Huo head-on. This scene was beyond Tu Huo's expectations. He paused for a moment, then sneered and said, "Want to run? Do you think you can still run?" Tu Huo had no idea that Ye Bufan was stalling for time. After all, it took him 3 seconds to use the Hongmeng Supreme Power 7 times in a row, and now the battle had just begun, so he naturally had to buy himself this 3-second buffer. Tu Huo's distraction delayed him for a second, plus the previous consumption. Now 2 full seconds have passed. When Tu Huo caught up with Ye Bufan again, 3 seconds had passed. After 7 times of Hongmeng Supreme Power, Ye Bufan's physical body has reached the 4th level of God King, and is infinitely close to the 5th level of God King. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is at the 5th level of God King. Since the 7 times of Hongmeng Supreme Power have been superimposed, Ye Bu will naturally not dodge anymore. War. Tu Huo was chasing him from behind. Ye Bu turned around suddenly and punched him. What? Tu Huo was suddenly shocked. He never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly fight back, and caught off guard, he instinctively struck out with a palm. Bang! When fists and palms collided, a dull and heavy sound was heard. Under the impact of this force, Ye Bufan and Tu Huo each took 3 steps back. The 5th level of God King. Tu Huo was shocked by Ye Bufan's strength. Ye Bufan did not stop. After stabilizing his body, he rushed towards Tu Huo again. Not only that, he continued to display the Hongmeng Supreme Power to keep his body in peak condition at all times. Court death. Seeing that Ye Bufan dared to attack him, Tu Huo became furious and rushed out directly. Swish. In midair, Ye Bufan and Tu Huo collided again. Tu Huo threw the first punch, and Ye Bufan was unwilling to fall behind. But this time, Ye Bufan did not choose to confront Tu Huo head-on, or in other words, he did not engage in a physical confrontation with Tu Huo. Bang! Tu Huo punched Ye Bufan in the chest, causing Ye Bufan's body to shake violently. Bang! At the same time, Ye Bufan also punched Tu Huo in the chest. It was obvious that Ye Bufan injured 800 enemies and lost 1,000 of his own. The damage he suffered was obviously greater than that of Tu Huo. But Ye Bufan didn't care. After all, his physical body had reached the level of God King, but Tu Huo had not. Although he suffered far more damage than Tu Huo in this kind of fight where injuries were exchanged, it was actually more beneficial to him. After one strike, Ye Bufan attacked again. Tu Huo's face darkened. Boy, since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Exchange injuries with yourself. In Tu Huo's opinion, Ye Bufan was simply courting his own destruction. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Tu Huo and Ye Bufan were fighting back and forth. You punch me and I hit you with a palm. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Within a few seconds, they had fought no less than 20 or 30 times. At this time, Tu Huo finally discovered something unusual and wrong. Although Ye Bufan has the combat power of the 5th level of the God King, he is only the 8th level of the God King after all. But what is the result? After the fight, not only was he injured, but judging by the severity of his injuries, they seemed to be more serious than Ye Bufan's. How could Tu Huo accept this? Boom. After another confrontation, Tu Huo's figure exploded backwards. You are not cultivating divine power, but the physical body. Looking at Ye Bufan not far away, Tu Huo said with a cold expression in shock. In his opinion, if Ye Bufan was not in a cultivated physical body, the current situation would not have been possible. That's right. Ye Bufan did not deny it. No wonder. Tu Huo's mouth twitched. Now he finally understood why Ye Bufan could kill a Tianshan realm warrior with his Xuanshan realm cultivation, and why he could only bring such a small improvement to his cultivation after swallowing so many elixirs and magic medicines. All of this was because Ye Bufan focused on cultivating the physical body. Not only that, Ye Bufan's physical body has definitely reached the level of God King. At this moment, all the doubts and confusions are all solved. Kill. Before Tu Huo could think more, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and attacked again. Damn it! Tu Huo's eyes were spitting fire, he cursed in his heart, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Go head on with Ye Bufan, a human who has achieved the status of God King in his physical body and reached the 5th level of God King. That's just seeking death. Although it is not easy to cultivate the physical body, warriors who cultivate the physical body are like indestructible cockroaches. As long as the gap in strength between the two sides is not too big, they can exhaust you to death. I won't fight anymore. When he thought of this, Tu Huo shouted loudly. Now he finally understood why Ye Bufan dared to challenge him in a duel. Ye Bufan was indeed qualified and capable, but fucked up. Not fighting anymore. When Tu Huo said this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Then he paused and looked at Tu Huo and said, "So, you plan to admit defeat and submit to me?" "I surrender to you, sir." Tu Huo cursed and said, "Boy, don't be so arrogant. Although I can't do anything to you, you can't do anything to me either. If you want me to submit to you, forget it. Captain Tu, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Or do you want to go back on your word?" Ye Bufan frowned and continued, "According to our previous agreement, if you defeat me within 100 moves, I will be considered the loser, and I will let you do whatever you want. But if you fail to defeat me within 100 moves, I will be considered the winner, and you must submit to me. There is no doubt that you have lost now. In this case, you should submit to me." Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and he said, "Go to hell, surrender, goodbye." Snort. Seeing Tu Huo was about to leave, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "Come as you like, leave as you like. What do you think of me? Do you think you can still leave?" Chapter 1565 The First Servant of God. Come as you please, leave as you please. What do you think of me? Do you think you can still leave? Tu Huo was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Ye Bufan, literally. Snort. Tu Huo snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Just you." After a pause, he continued, "I have already said that although I can't do anything to you, you can't defeat me either. In this case, why would you want to keep me here? Whether you can stay or not, you will know after trying." As Ye Bufan spoke, Tu Huo's heart trembled for no reason, and an ominous feeling swept over him. The next second, Tu Huo immediately said, "I don't want to bother with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. It's a pity that Ye Bufan could never agree to it. "I told you, you can't leave." After the voice fell, Ye Bufan shouted again, "Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, come out." Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged in, causing the entire world to change color. This is. Tu Huo's expression also changed. Looking at the sacred and majestic Hongmeng Emperor scripture, in the air, he suddenly thought of Hong Ye's reminder, "Is this the treasure that Hong Ye mentioned?" That's right. Ye Bufan did not deny it. Run. Tu Huo immediately made up his mind. He had heard from Hong Ye that in front of this treasure, he would not even have the chance to resist and would be knocked unconscious and injured. If Hong Ye is like this, how could Tu Huo be an exception? But, didn't Hong Ye say that Ye Bufan could no longer use this treasure? What is the situation now? Although he didn't know the reason, Tu Huo knew that if he didn't leave now, he would never be able to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he found that his body was unable to move. This sudden change made Tu Huo look flustered and his heart trembled wildly. "Why don't you leave?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Tu Huo was speechless. "I really want to leave, but damn, I can't move at all now." Before Tu Huo could think about it, Ye Bufan's expression turned stern and he said, "I said you can't leave today." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Your previous concerns were not wrong. I was indeed plotting against you, but I brought you to this deserted place not to ambush you, but I don't want others to disturb or destroy me when I'm planting the Soul Guardian Circle for you, because I know very well that I only have one chance to enslave you. You are so fucking." Tu Huo was instantly furious. "I have been careful and prudent enough, but I didn't expect that I would fall into Ye Bufan's trap in the end." This feeling, this taste, Tu Huo really wanted to slap himself hard in the face. "All right, submit to me." Without waiting for Tu Huo to think more, Ye Bufan immediately spoke. Etc. Tu Huo immediately stopped him and said, "I can submit to you, but forget about the Soul Control Circle, right? If you truly submit to me, what difference does it make to you whether you wear the Soul Ring or not?" Ye Bufan asked back. Tu Huo's face was full of bitterness. If he truly submitted to Ye Bufan, then it would make no difference to him whether he wore the Soul Ring or not. But the key point was that he didn't want to submit to Ye Bufan. Hongmeng Emperor Scripture, go. The next second, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and directly activated the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture. No. Tu Huo let out a scream, but it was too late. As the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture moved, the terrifying aura instantly swept towards Tu Huo. Tu Huo only felt a breath of destruction coming at him, making his soul tremble and his flesh and blood shake. Not only that, Tu Huo felt that under this terrifying aura, he, as a god king of the 8th level, was so small and vulnerable. In 3 seconds at most, he would be completely wiped out by this breath. And it was not a simple annihilation, but the kind of annihilation that would make his body and even his soul completely disappear between heaven and earth. This feeling is extremely strong, and even more terrifying. Fortunately, with Ye Bufan's current strength, it is not enough to allow the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra to stay in the outside world for as long as 3 seconds. But even so, it is not something that a god king like Tu Huo can bear. Puff. In just a moment, Tu Huo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Call out. The next second, in midair, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture returned to Ye Bufan's sea of consciousness. Bang! Tu Huo's consciousness became blurred. With a muffled thud, he fell to the ground and fainted. Hongmeng Emperor Sutra once again demonstrated his power and terror. Call. Ye Bufan let out a long breath. Every time he used the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, he felt exhausted and almost collapsed. But there was no way, since he was only at the 9th level of the mysterious god realm and his own cultivation was too weak. Instead of attacking Tu Huo directly, Ye Bufan fell to the ground, adjusted his breathing, and calmed the surging blood and energy in his body before slowly walking towards Tu Huo. At this moment, Tu Huo's eyes were closed, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was still in a coma. Ye Bufan naturally would not show mercy. After all, he did so much just to subdue Tu Huo. If he could not subdue Tu Huo, he would not be able to continue with the next action. Therefore, he directly took out the soul protecting circle that he had already prepared. If Tu Huo was in an awake state, with Ye Bufan's strength, he would naturally not be able to plant the soul control circle on him. But now, Tu Huo was seriously injured by the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, and was in an unconscious coma. It was too simple and too easy for Ye Bufan to plant the soul control circle on him. After a moment, the soul controlling circle was successfully planted, which also meant that from now on, Tu Huo's life and death were completely in Ye Bufan's hands. If Ye Bufan wanted him to die, he could kill him in a moment. Half an hour later, Tu Huo rubbed his left temple and slowly woke up. Awake. Beside him, Ye Bufan said leisurely, as expected of a divine king, he woke up in just half an hour, much faster than I expected. Buzz. Ye Bufan's sudden voice made Tu Huo's mind tremble violently. Then, he stood up suddenly, and then dodged, directly pulling away from Ye Bufan, and stared at Ye Bufan, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you do to me?" After saying this, Tu Huo instinctively checked his soul. In just a moment, his mind was shaking wildly, his face was ashen, and then he looked at Ye Bufan, gnashing his teeth, and said angrily, "You." Tu Huo wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. After all, the soul circle has been planted by Ye Bufan, so it is meaningless no matter how dissatisfied he is. If he resisted, Ye Bufan could take his life with just a thought. Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan stood up slowly and said, "Don't be reluctant. One day, you will feel lucky and proud to be my servant. After all, no one can provide you with such a heaven-defying divine item as Hongmeng Yuan except me." Hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and said in disbelief, You are still willing to provide me with Hongmeng Yuan? Why not?" Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "I have already told you before that as long as you submit to me, you will have the Hongmeng Yuan. Of course, this depends on your performance. If you perform well, you can become a divine emperor, a divine lord, or even a divine emperor. It is not a luxury." After hearing what Ye Bufan said, Tu Huo felt a lot more balanced. Although he will be controlled by Ye Bufan from now on, at least he can get the Hongmeng Yuan. But even so, Tu Huo couldn't help asking, "Since you have such a divine item as Hongmeng Yuan, why are you still only at the Xuantian realm? I think, with the power of Hongmeng Yuan, it shouldn't be difficult for you to become a divine emperor or even a divine lord, right? Or will taking Hongmeng Yuan cause some kind of irreparable damage to yourself?" "My first divine servant, are you questioning your master?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. "The first servant of God." Tu Huo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "After all, I am the leader of a group, the lord of a city, and a powerful person in the realm of God King. Damn it, how come I become the #1 servant of God in your mouth? Okay, you have the soul circle, to control my life and death, you are awesome, I will tolerate it." Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo said reluctantly, "I dare not." "Not bad, not bad." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I am very satisfied with this attitude. In addition." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "As my first divine servant, I can tell you very clearly that Hongmeng Yuan liquid has no side effects and will not cause any impact on me. The reason why I did not take it is because Hongmeng Yuan liquid is ineffective for me. Chapter 1566 Lost Again. As my first divine servant, I can tell you very clearly that Hongmeng Yuan liquid has no side effects and will not cause any impact on me. The reason why I did not take it is because Hongmeng Yuan liquid is ineffective for me. If Hongmeng Yuan is useful to himself, how could Ye Bufan give it to others to use? Ye Bufan's words made Tu Huo stunned. He never thought that Hongmeng Yuan would be ineffective against Ye Bufan. This also made him more curious about the origin of Hongmeng Yuan. But although he was curious, after what happened just now, Tu Huo didn't dare to ask any more questions. Let's go. Ye Bufan did not explain any more. He just said, it's time to go back to the city lord's mansion. From now on, I will live in your city lord's mansion. Tu Huo was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and cried. If possible, he really didn't want Ye Bufan to live in the city lord's mansion, but he had no right to refuse. Yes, when we return to the palace, I will immediately arrange accommodation for you, my lord. Immediately, Tu Huo said with a helpless look on his face. Ye Bufan said, call me king. Comparatively speaking, I prefer this title. Tu Huo was stunned for a moment, then said, yes, my king. Ye Bufan nodded and continued, in addition, from now on, I am a soldier in your city lord's mansion. I will replace the soldier you just killed, so there is no need to make special arrangements for his residence or rescue. I will be the same as he was before. This. Tu Huo hesitated for a moment and said, but my king, he is only a high-level demigod. As Tu Huo was talking, Ye Bufan directly transformed his cultivation into physical strength, causing his cultivation to drop to the first level of the god servant, and said, is this okay? Changing the subject, Ye Bufan added, although the first level of the god servant is still a little behind him, it should be reasonable that he broke through by chance. What's more, he is just a small figure, and not many people should care about him. The corner of Tu Huo's mouth twitched. He was really convinced by Ye Bufan. Being able to change one's appearance at will is fine, but this cultivation level can also change at will. What the hell, you can't be so obvious about cheating, right? No wonder they couldn't catch Ye Bufan. It would be really strange if they could catch him. Thinking in his heart, Tu Huo smiled bitterly and said, yes, everything is up to the king. Ye Bufan responded and said, besides, it's too late today. Go pick up your niece Tianfeng tomorrow. She's in Hongye City. Tu Huo was stunned again, then his expression brightened and he said, thank you, your majesty. A night in silence. The next day, Red Leaf City. At this moment, Ji Qianya and Tianu gathered in a shop not far from the medicine shop where Tu Tianfeng was. They had been closely following every move of the medicine shop where Tu Tianfeng was. Not only that, Ji Qianya has already bought out the shop she is currently in. Her meaning is very clear, that is, she intends to sit back and wait for the opportunity to come and engage in a protracted war with Ye Bufan. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Not long after midnight, Jin Luyu, the deputy leader of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, had already arrived outside the pharmacy where Tu Tianfeng was. Not only that, he also walked up and knocked on the closed door. This sudden scene made both Ji Qianya and Tianu stunned. Looking at Ji Qianya, Tianu was a little surprised and said, Miss, it's Jin Luyu, the deputy leader of the Holy Fire Group. Why is he here? Has he discovered Tu Tianfeng? Ji Qianya frowned, then her figure flashed and disappeared directly into the shop. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Jin Luyu. Ji Qianya's sudden appearance startled Jin Luyu, and she was even more shocked. You. Jin Luyu was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ji Qianya's cold voice. If you don't want to die, shut up. Buzz. Hearing this, Jin Luyu's heart couldn't help but tremble. Ji Qianya was not a stranger to him, he knew that Ji Qianya was a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm. Although he didn't know why Ji Qianya appeared here, nor did he know why Ji Qianya threatened him, but facing a Divine Emperor, he would never dare to resist. Ji Qianya didn't say anything else. She grabbed Jin Luyu and disappeared on the spot. From the time Ji Qianya arrived to the time she left, it only took a few seconds. Squeak. At this time, the tightly closed door of the medicine shop was opened from the inside. Looking at the empty street outside, the owner of the medicine shop was stunned. Did I hear it wrongly? The shop where Ji Qianya is located. Bang. After returning here, Ji Qianya directly threw Jin Luyu to the ground, sat down beside her, and said, "Tell me, why are you here?" Jin Luyu was stunned, then looked at Ji Qianya with some fear, and asked in confusion, Reply to Miss Ji, I am here to pick up the young lady on the orders of the team leader. Miss, Tu Tianfeng, Ji Qianya frowned. Yes, it is. Tu Huo asked you to come. How did he know that Ji Qianya was hidden here? After saying that, Ji Qianya waved her hand again and said, Forget it, go back and tell Tu Huo that Tu Tianfeng must stay here and he can't take her away. Why, Miss Ji, Jin Luyu said bitterly. Why so many? Ji Qianya scolded him harshly, you just need to go back and tell Tu Huo that this is what I said. Jin Luyu's mouth twitched, and he looked miserable. But at this moment, Tianu on the side suddenly said, Don't worry, we won't hurt Miss Tu. We will keep her here just to find Ye Bufan through her. I believe this is also what your leader Tu will like to hear. Ji Qianya may not care about Tu Huo's feelings, but he can't. If he offended the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, how would the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce under his charge gain a foothold in the Holy Fire City or the 7-Star Jedi in the future? What's more, he believed that even if he told Tu Huo their purpose, Tu Huo would never spread the matter. After all, Tu Huo and Ye Bufan were already at war to the death, and Tu Huo was hoping that Ye Bufan would be caught. Hearing this, Jin Luyu was stunned. Then he looked at Tianu and said in confusion, Tien, brother Tianu, you are lying in ambush here. Is it to lure out Ye Bufan through our eldest lady, and capture him? Tianu nodded without denying it. Jin Luyu's mouth twitched. He looked at Tianu, then at Ji Qianya, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Why, is there a problem? Looking at Jin Luyu's strange expression, Tianu frowned and couldn't help asking. This. Jin Luyu hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Ji Qianya and said, Brother Tianu, and Miss Ji, please forgive me for being blunt, but you can't catch that human here. Ji Qianya frowned. Tianu asked, why? Because. Jin Luyu looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, because that human found our leader last night and used the young lady to blackmail our leader. As a reward, he was willing to return the young lady. I came here today to bring back the young lady on the leader's orders. As for the source of the information, it was that human. Under such circumstances, how could that human come back here? Tianu's mouth twitched. Bang! Ji Qianya slapped the table, stood up and said, What did you say? Say it again. Jin Luyu's body trembled. I. Damn it. Before Jin Luyu could say anything more, Ji Qianya clenched her fists, furious. Originally, she thought that after finding Tu Tianfeng, she could find Ye Bufan through Tu Tianfeng, but she didn't expect as soon as she found Tu Tianfeng, Ye Bufan sold Tu Tianfeng. What is this? This is really damn it. Could it be that Ye Bufan discovered me? Impossible. But why did he sell Tu Tianfeng? After thinking about it, the only thing Ji Qianya could think of was that Tu Tianfeng was no longer valuable, so Ye Bufan used her to blackmail Tu Huo. She took great pains to find Tu Tianfeng and waited here for a whole half day and night, but got such a result. How could she accept this? In anger and humiliation, Ji Qianya slapped the table in front of her again. Bang! In an instant, the thick table in front of her shattered into pieces and turned into a pile of broken wood. Ji Qianya said with a ferocious expression, I don't believe it. If I can't catch you, I will take your surname. Chapter 1567 Ji Qianya's generosity. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, half a day had passed since Jin Luyu brought Tu Tianfeng back. In the garden, Tu Huo stood in front of a servant, looking as if he was admiring the beautiful scenery of the garden. This servant was none other than Ye Bufan. After replacing the alien who was murdered by Tu Huo last night, Ye Bufan became a glorious flower slave. Ye Bufan didn't expect this either. He originally thought that the alien was a guard, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually be a flower slave. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about these. In fact, the identity of a flower slave would make it easier for him to hide. After Tu Huo told Ye Bufan exactly what happened to Jin Luyu in Hongye City, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Standing behind Tu Huo, he couldn't help but ask, You mean Ji Qianya has been lying in ambush and monitoring your daughter, waiting for me to go back and capture me? Yes. Tu Huo responded. Nima. Ye Bufan was even more mad because of the mess. Fortunately, he took action against Tu Huo last night. If he had taken action a step later, or if he had taken action today, he would have been captured by Ji Qianye at this moment. After all, before that, Ye Bufan had also been hiding in that pharmacy. Thinking about it now, Ye Bufan felt a chill down his spine and even a sense of fear. All I can say is that it was sheer luck that he managed to escape this time. But what about next time? Ye Bufan couldn't guarantee that he would have such good luck next time. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, do you know why she wanted to arrest me? I didn't seem to provoke her, did I? This I don't know either. Tu Huo shook his head. To be honest, he was also very curious about why Ji Qianye suddenly attacked Ye Bufan. Damn it, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse. It was a really unpleasant feeling to have provoked a powerful god emperor for no reason. But what can he do? Go find Ji Qianye and question her. Don't be ridiculous, that would be just like walking into a trap. Fortunately, he has now subdued Tu Huo, so it is relatively safe for him to hide in the city lord's mansion. After all, with the irreconcilable relationship between him and Tu Huo, no one would have thought that he would hide in the city lord's mansion. As for Ji Qianye, if I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? Without paying any more attention to Ji Qianye's affairs, Ye Bufan took out a storage ring. He had asked Tu Huo for this storage ring yesterday. Afterwards, Ye Bufan handed the storage ring to Tu Huo and said, there are 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi in it. Take it and improve your strength as soon as possible, and strive to become a divine emperor as soon as possible. If it is not enough, come and ask me for more. Hongmeng Yuanyi, still 100 drops. Tu Huo's heart trembled and he was overjoyed. Afterwards, he took the storage ring and expressed his gratitude to Ye Bufan. Thank you for your cultivation, Your Majesty. In the future, I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. No need for flattery. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, I still say the same thing. As long as you are loyal to me and work hard for me, you will get the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Becoming the divine emperor is just the beginning. Yes, yes, yes. Tu Huo responded repeatedly. If he was still extremely unwilling and dissatisfied about being planted with the soul control circle by Ye Bufan last night, then now, facing the 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi that Ye Bufan directly took out, all the unwillingness, dissatisfaction, and unhappiness in his heart had long been forgotten by him. After all, Tu Huo has always been a very ambitious person. Since Ye Bufan can really make him a divine emperor, or even a god lord or god emperor, then there is nothing wrong with making him submit to Ye Bufan. Not to mention surrendering, he would be willing to be Ye Bufan's dog. After all, this world is always a place where the strong are respected, and everything is based on strength. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Seeing Ji Qianye, who was in a bad mood after returning from Hongye City, Tianhu said bitterly, Miss, why are you doing this? He is just a human. It doesn't matter if we can't catch him. After all, we have no hatred or grudge against him, and we are not even familiar with him. There is no need to go to great lengths for him. Snort. After Tianhu finished speaking, Ji Qianye snorted and said, I just don't accept it. Tianhu smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Ji Qianye, Tianhu, you go and inform the entire 7-star Jedi now, and tell them that our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will use all the elixirs and magic medicines in the 7-star Jedi to recruit Ye Bufan, and as long as he is willing to join the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, in the future no matter how many elixirs or magic medicines he wants, our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will give him as much as he wants. Hearing this, Tianhu was stunned. Miss, you are not really planning to recruit him. Whether to recruit him or not is a matter for the future. Let's catch him first. I don't believe that I, the eldest lady of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in the Divine Emperor realm, can't deal with a human from the mysterious god realm. As she spoke, Ji Qianye's face showed a hint of amusement and mockery. Don't you need elixirs and magic medicines? Now, my elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions are in front of you. I want to see whether you want them or not, whether you will take the bait or not. Tianhu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He took out trillions of dollars worth of elixirs and miracle drugs at once. This time, I'm afraid it will cause another uproar in the 7-star Jedi, right? But since Ji Qianye has already said so, he can only do as she says. Half an hour later, the news that Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was recruiting Ye Bufan with elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions of dollars spread throughout the entire 7-star Jedi like wings. For a moment, the entire 7-star Jedi was in an uproar. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is really generous in recruiting that human race with elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions. However, why do I feel that the so-called recruitment of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is a bit malicious? What do you mean? The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce wanted to capture that human before, but now they are recruiting him. Don't you think this is strange? The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce captured that human. Brother, who told you? Isn't that what has been spread before? Haha, rumors are just rumors after all. If the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce really wanted to capture Ye Bufan, why didn't they take any action before? Why did they take action only when the 7 group leaders gave up on capturing him? Besides, the reason why there were such rumors before was because the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce took action immediately after the 7 group leaders gave up on capturing the human. Therefore, we took it for granted that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce also wanted to capture this human, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. That's right, but coming to think of it, I'm getting more and more curious about this human. It has trillions of elixirs and magic medicines. I really want to see what kind of human it is. Who said it wasn't? I want to see it, too. By the way, do you think that human is coming back? I think he will definitely come. After all, this is a $1 trillion project. The conditions offered by Tianhe Chamber of Commerce are simply irresistible. I think he will come, too. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. Report. Just as Tu Huo accepted the 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuani from Ye Bufan, a guard came running over in a hurry. What is it? Tu Huo looked at him and frowned. The guard clasped his fists and said, Captain, I just received news that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is offering elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions to recruit that human. What? Hearing this, Tu Huo couldn't help but exclaim. Ye Bufan was also stunned. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is recruiting me with elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions. In just a moment, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The same is true for Tu Huo. If it weren't for the incident in Hongye City, Tu Huo and Ye Bufan might have really believed that Tianhe Chamber of Commerce purchased all the elixirs and magic medicines in order to recruit Ye Bufan. However, after the incident of Hongye City, Tu Huo and Ye Bufan's first reaction after hearing the news was surprise, and their second reaction was there was something fishy going on. After all, if Tianhe Chamber of Commerce really wanted to recruit Ye Bufan, then they wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to find Tu Tianfeng and ambush near Tu Tianfeng. They could just recruit Ye Bufan directly like they are doing now. Therefore, the so-called recruitment must be a fraud, and it is more likely that the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce wants to lure the enemy out of its hole. Chapter 15768, Slaying Fire, God Emperor. Without venture, you cannot get the tiger cub. That's absolutely true. But there is also a saying that goes, the greed of mankind is like a snake swallowing an elephant. If one is not strong enough but still covets huge profits, then he is seeking death. Ye Bufan knew that even though he had secretly subdued Tu Huo, a powerful divine king of the 8th level, he was still not qualified to challenge Ji Qianya. Even when facing Ji Qianya, he was still just an ant. It would be fine if Ji Qianya was sincere in recruiting me. But does Ji Qianya really want to recruit me? Obviously not. Even if she has no hostility towards me, she must have other intentions in doing this. Under such circumstances, how could Ye Bufan possibly show up? Although elixirs and miracle drugs worth trillions are tempting, it is definitely not worth it if you put yourself in unprecedented danger just for this. For Ye Bufan, there are only 3 things he needs to do now. First, hide yourself well and improve your strength as quickly as possible under the safest circumstances. But now, all the elixirs and magic medicines in the 7-star Jedi are in the hands of Ji Qianya, so it has become impossible for Ye Bufan to continue relying on elixirs and magic medicines to quickly improve his strength. He must find another way. Fortunately, the Hongmeng Emperor Scripture and the Heaven Swallowing Seal are powerful enough. Under the Heaven Swallowing Seal, everything in the world can be swallowed and refined. Therefore, even without elixirs and magic medicines, it will not have much impact on Ye Bufan. But here comes the problem. With Ye Bufan's current body at the 3rd level of the Divine King, if he wants to continue to improve, he will inevitably have to consume more resources than before. These resources cannot be obtained out of thin air, and he must spend money to buy them, or steal or rob them. If he wanted to buy it with money, Ye Bufan had no money, and Tu Huo was now a pauper. Then you can only steal and rob. But would such a big commotion not attract Ji Qianya's attention? You know, before, I was able to fish in troubled waters because the 7 leaders joined forces to search for me. But now it's different. Once I really do that, I may get nothing, and instead expose the relationship between myself and Tu Huo. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Ye Bufan would never do such a thing. As a result, Ye Bufan's plan to improve his strength had to be put on hold for the time being. Second, expand one's own power. Ever since Ye Bufan escaped from Hongye City, he had only one ultimate goal, which was to subdue the 7 leaders, annex the forces under them, and build the first star pirate group in the 7-star Jedi. Now, Ye Bufan has subdued Tu Huo. It can be said that he has taken a big step towards success. However, this is far from enough. After all, there are still 6 team leaders waiting for Ye Bufan to subdue them. However, because of Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan didn't dare to make too much noise. The best choice was to use the Tu Huo to defeat the remaining 6 leaders one by one and subdue them one by one. Of course, Ye Bufan is not in a hurry about this matter. After all, he has plenty of time. Once he takes action, he must ensure that there are no mistakes. Third, plant the soul circle on the Nether Blood Fox. As a strong man in the realm of God, Ye Bufan is determined to capture the Netherworld Blood Fox, especially now that the Netherworld Blood Fox is unconscious. This is definitely the best time for Ye Bufan to take action. However, Ji Qianya's interference caused Ye Bufan a lot of trouble. Who knows if Ji Qianya was keeping an eye on Ji Chongshuan and his group? If not, that would be best. But what if she sent someone to keep an eye on Ji Chongshuan and his group? In this situation, if he acted rashly, he would not only alert the enemy, but might even put himself in danger. Of course, Ye Bufan did not have to do it himself. He could just ask Tu Huo to send someone to test the waters. But who can guarantee that Ji Qianya will not guess something from this? After all, Ye Bufan didn't know much about Ji Qianya, but as a strong man in the Divine Emperor realm, she must not be an ordinary person. Facing her, Ye Bufan had to proceed step by step and be extremely careful. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan doesn't have much time left. Ye Bufan can wait for the first and second things, but the matter of the Netherworld Blood Fox cannot be delayed any longer. After all, Ji Chongshuan had bought healing pills worth hundreds of billions from Ji Qianya last time. Once the Netherworld Blood Fox wakes up, even if she has not fully recovered her strength to the level of a god, he will not be able to subdue her easily. It can be said that now, Ji Qianya has become Ye Bufan's biggest concern, and is also the biggest variable in Ye Bufan's original plan. Because of her, Ye Bufan's actions have become restricted in every way. But there is no way, because he is a powerful person in the realm of God Emperor. The more Ye Bufan thought about it, the angrier and more dissatisfied he became. What the hell? If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? Because of Ji Qianya's sudden recruitment, Ye Bufan directly changed his original plan. He planned to do nothing and push Tu Huo's cultivation to the Divine Emperor level first. In this way, even if something unexpected happens, he can protect himself. For this purpose, Ye Bufan directly supplied Tu Huo with unlimited amounts of Hongmeng Yuanyi. Of course, although it was said to be unlimited, the amount of Hongmeng Yuanyi Ye Bufan currently possessed was actually limited. However, he believed that with the Hongmeng Yuanyi in his hand, it would not be difficult to raise Tu Huo's cultivation to the Divine Emperor realm. After all, Tu Huo himself had reached the 8th level of Divine King cultivation. But no matter what, Tu Huo was very happy with Ye Bufan's arrangement. He was grateful to Ye Bufan and also grateful to Ji Qianya, because if it weren't for Ji Qianya, Tu Huo believed that Ye Bufan would never let him enter the Divine Emperor realm so quickly. In the next few days, Tu Huo began to use the Hongmeng Yuanyi to impact the martial arts god Emperor. Outside world. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce's crazy recruitment of Ye Bufan caused everyone to talk about it. While they lamented the wealth of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, they were also envious and jealous of Ye Bufan. But a day passed and Ye Bufan still did not show up. This surprised everyone. Could it be that Ye Bufan doesn't know this news yet? Or does he intend to reject the recruitment of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? The next day, Ye Bufan still did not show up. On the third day, Ye Bufan still did not show up. For 3 consecutive days, Ye Bufan did not show up, causing everyone to shift their attention to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce again. They really wanted to see what kind of response the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce would make. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, 2nd floor, where Ji Qianya is. Ji Qianya held her chin with her left hand and tapped the table with her right fingers. She frowned and murmured softly, "It's been 3 days. It seems that I underestimated this human." "Miss, do you mean he has seen through our purpose and knows that this is a trap set specifically for him?" Tianhu stood aside and asked after a moment of stunned silence. "Probably not." Ji Qianya responded, "We have never deliberately targeted him, nor have we shown any hostility towards him. In fact, in a sense, we have helped him a lot. So, he can't see that this is a trap specially prepared for him. The reason why he hasn't shown up yet may be because he has always been careful and cautious in doing things." Ji Qianya had no idea that if Ye Bufan didn't know that she had gone to Hongye City and wanted to find her through Tu Tianfeng, he might still believe that she was sincerely trying to recruit him. But after what happened in Hongye City, Ye Bufan would never believe her recruitment no matter what. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Ji Qianya. After all, how could she have imagined that Tu Huo, who was originally at war with Ye Bufan, would actually surrender to Ye Bufan and become Ye Bufan's subordinate? After Ji Qianya finished speaking, Tianhu hesitated and said, "Then miss, what should we do next? The president has urged us several times in the past 2 days. Otherwise should we just forget it?" "Never mind." Ji Qianya frowned. If she was to just give up like that, she would definitely not agree, but as Tianhu said, in the past 2 days, the president of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, who is also her grandfather, has urged her several times to return to the headquarters as soon as possible. Although Ji Qianya didn't know why the other party was so anxious for her to go back, she was very clear that she had little time left to stay in the 7-star Jedi. Even if she didn't go back, someone would take her back. Can she catch Ye Bufan in just a few days? To be honest, Ji Qianya had no confidence at all. Boom. But at this moment, outside the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, a powerful aura suddenly swept in. This is. Tianhu couldn't help but be stunned. Ji Qianya's expression changed, and she said in disbelief, "Someone actually broke through from the Divine King realm to the Divine Emperor realm. How is this possible? Could it be that there was a 9th heaven Divine King hidden in this holy fire city that we don't know about?" "What?" When Ji Qianya said this, Tianhu was even more shocked. "Has anyone advanced from God King to God Emperor? How is this possible? You know, in such a huge holy fire city, the strongest person, Tu Huo, is only at the 8th level of the God King. Could it be true, as Ji Qianya said, that there has always been an unknown strong man of the 9th level of the God King hidden in this holy fire city?" Before Tianhu could think about it, Ji Qianya had disappeared from the spot. At this moment, not only Ji Qianya and Tianhu, it can be said that all the alien races in the entire holy fire city have discovered the aura of the Divine Emperor realm. In other words, the vast majority of the alien races are all shocked by this sudden aura of the Divine Emperor realm, and they have all clearly realized that this powerful and suffocating aura comes from Holy Fire City, the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 1569 Cooperation. Holy Fire City, City Lord's mansion. At this moment, outside Tu Huo's bedroom, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi, the 2 deputy captains of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, and several high-level gods of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates gathered here. Looking at the bedroom with the closed door in front of them, each of them showed an uncontrollable excitement on their face, because just the day before yesterday, their captain had just broken through once and reached the realm of the 9th level of the God King. However, Tu Huo had already been familiar with the power of the God King realm over the years, so even if he broke through to the 9th level of the God King, it didn't make much noise. Now, Tu Huo has made another breakthrough. Naturally he has broken through the bottleneck of the God King realm and reached the level of martial arts God Emperor. Although they didn't know why Tu Huo was able to make continuous breakthroughs in just 3 days, it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that their leader had now become a powerful Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor. Just thinking about it, they couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper, and if one person kills fire, he will become the Emperor of Martial Arts. As members of the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, their identities and status will naturally be improved. How can they not be excited? In the bedroom, Tu Huo closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In an instant, a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, Tu Huo didn't care about these. He just instinctively clenched his fists and felt the changes in his body. The reason why there was such a big commotion just now was because Tu Huo had just broken through and was unable to fully adapt to this new realm. This caused the aura of the Divine Emperor realm to leak out, disturbing the entire Holy Fire City. But now, Tu Huo has become initially familiar with the changes that the breakthrough has brought to himself. Therefore, the powerful aura was instantly restrained. But even so, it cannot change the fact that Tu Huo has entered the Divine Emperor realm. The sixth reincarnation of the Divine Realm, the realm of martial arts Divine Emperor. Although there is only a one-level difference compared to the God King, there is a world of difference. Now Tu Huo finally understood why he was so vulnerable in front of Ye Bufan. Without becoming the Divine Emperor, he would never be able to experience the power of the Divine Emperor. Now, in terms of strength, he has surpassed his previous self by more than 10 times. This is the gap between the God King and the God Emperor. There is a world of difference. But at this moment, Tu Huo suddenly frowned. Outside the bedroom, call out. A figure rushed over from a distance and arrived above the city lord's mansion in an instant. The person who came was none other than Ye Bufan from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the city lord's mansion below, and seeing Jin Luyu, Kuang Tiandi and others gathered in front of Tu Huo's bedroom, Ye Bufan frowned, with a hint of surprise between her brows. Originally, she thought that the aura just now was caused by an unknown ninth heaven god king who should be hidden in the Holy Fire City, but she did not expect that this breakthrough aura actually came from the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion. In judging from the current situation, the person who broke through must be Tu Huo. But isn't Tu Huo the 8th level god king? He broke through. And he advanced directly from the 8th level of god king to the 1st level of god emperor. This situation is not uncommon. But in Ye Bufan's opinion, this kind of thing should never happen to Tu Huo. Squeak. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the tightly closed bedroom door below was suddenly opened from the inside, and Tu Huo also walked out of the room. Then, he flashed and came directly in front of Ye Bufan in midair. Miss Ji, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tu Huo smiled indifferently. Although he has broken through to the level of God King and is a martial arts emperor like Ye Bufan, he will never provoke Ye Bufan for this reason. After all, Tu Huo knows very well that doing so will not benefit anyone. Ye Bufan frowned, she looked Tu Huo up and down, and said in surprise, it's really you. Not only did you break through to the Divine Emperor realm, but your breakthrough doesn't seem to have relied on any external force. It was just luck, just luck. Tu Huo smiled slightly. Was it really just a fluke? Ye Bufan was a little unconvinced. Ye Bufan was like this. Outside the city lord's mansion, those alien races who were attracted by the aura of Tu Huo Divine Emperor were all stunned after hearing the conversation between Ye Bufan and Tu Huo. But all this only lasted for a few seconds. After a moment, everyone was excited. Damn, that aura just now was created by Tu Huo. He is now a martial arts emperor. Is this true? Wasn't Tu Huo only at the 8th level of the Divine King before? Ye Bufan is a powerful Divine Emperor. She said so, and Tu Huo has also admitted it. How can this be false? Of course I know this can't be fake, but this is really hard to accept. A few days ago, Tu Huo was still a Divine King of the 8th heaven, and in the blink of an eye, he has become a Divine Emperor. Maybe he got lucky and got some treasure. That's true. But then again, Tu Huo has now become the Divine Emperor, while the other 6 captains are still Divine Kings. After this, can the 7-star Jedi still be the same as before? How is that possible? If it were you, after you became the Divine Emperor, would you still be on equal footing with the other 6 Divine Kings and jointly control the 7-star Jedi? Of course not. That's it. Hey, it seems I have to leave the 7-star Jedi, this place of trouble, as soon as possible. You want to leave? Can you leave? Don't forget that the 7-star Jedi is still under blockade. No one can leave the 7-star Jedi without the permission of the 7 leaders. What should I do? Stay here and wait to die? I think you are worrying too much. Although Tu Huo has become the God Emperor, the 7 captains may not necessarily start a war because of this. After all, if the other 6 captains join forces, with the strength of their 6-star pirates, Tu Huo, the God Emperor, and his Holy Star Sky Pirates may not be their opponents. In this case, if the 2 sides go to war, it will definitely be no good for anyone. That's right. There was a constant stream of discussions. It can be said that Tu Huo's advancement to the Divine Emperor will bring about earth-shaking changes to the entire 7-star Jedi. Among the crowd, many foreigners also left. Without exception, these alien races all belonged to several other major star pirate groups. Now that Tu Huo had broken through to become the God King and advanced to the God Emperor, they naturally had to report such a big event to their respective star pirate groups as soon as possible. Neither Ji Qianya nor Tu Huo cared about this at all. At this moment, in mid-air, the two stood facing each other. Ji Qianya said calmly, "Since you have already broken through the Divine King and advanced to become the Divine Emperor, then now, shouldn't you come to me to avenge the blow you suffered in the Central Land that day?" Hiss. Hearing this, all the aliens below couldn't help but gasp. A revenge for the blow from the Central Land. What happened in the Central area some time ago is no longer a secret. The aliens present naturally know what Ji Qianya meant by revenge with one blow. For a moment, all the alien races looked at Tu Huo. Unexpectedly, Tu Huo just smiled calmly and said, "Hate. How can there be any hatred between this emperor and Miss Ji? To be honest, this emperor should thank Miss Ji. If it weren't for Miss Ji's attack that day, this emperor would not have been so lucky to break through the Divine King and advance to the Divine Emperor." Well, when Tu Huo said this, all the aliens present were stunned. Ji Qianya also frowned. "So, you don't plan to take revenge? I have already said that there is no hatred or grudge between you and me." "Yeah." Ji Qianya smiled calmly. "In this case, you and I can cooperate." "Cooperate?" Tu Huo was stunned. "What cooperation?" "Captain Tu, don't you want to catch that human?" Ji Qianya said with a smile. "Well." Tu Huo was stunned again. "Arrest Ye Bufan. I have now become his so-called first divine servant, and my life and death are controlled by him, so how can I catch him? Catch a fart, and besides, compared to my current cultivation in the Divine Emperor realm, the damage he caused to me before is not worth mentioning at all." Although Tu Huo thought so in his heart, he would never be stupid enough to tell Ji Qianya. Instead, he frowned and said, "Miss Ji, didn't you say before that you didn't need me to intervene?" Hee. Ji Qianya smiled and said, "It seems that Captain Tu still has some resentment in his heart." Tu Huo didn't say anything. Ji Qianya continued, "No matter whether what Captain Tu said before is true or false, I always believe that Captain Tu is a wise man. He should know that there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. What's more, I and Captain Tu are not enemies, so if I have anything to say, I will say it clearly." After a pause, Ji Qianya continued, "To be honest, Miss Japan will leave the 7 Stars Jedi in the next few days, but the human has not been caught yet, so I hope that Captain Tu can help me catch him during my absence. Of course, I will not let Captain Tu's work in vain. In return, Captain Tu can make a reasonable request to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. I wonder what does Captain Tu think?" Upon hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned. However, it was not because of the deal proposed by Ji Qianya, but because Ji Qianya said that she would leave the 7-Star Jedi in the next few days. Why has Ye Bufan been slow to take action these days? Others may not know, but Tu Huo is very clear that the reason why Ye Bufan has not taken any action yet is because he is keeping Ji Qianya, a powerful Divine Emperor realm expert, in mind. Now, Ji Qianya actually told him that she was about to leave the 7-Star Jedi. Tu Huo felt that the 7-Star Jedi was about to turn the world upside down. Chapter 1570 Happy Cooperation. Although Tu Huo had been in seclusion these days trying to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, he had clearly realized from Ye Bufan's words in the past few days that according to Ye Bufan's original plan, he would take action against the other leaders after he subdued himself, and his ultimate goal was also the entire 7-Star Jedi. However, Ji Qianya's appearance forced him to change his original plan and hide in his city lord's mansion waiting for the opportunity. And this time will be the day when he becomes the Divine Emperor. However, he did not expect that just after he became the Divine Emperor and Ye Bufan had not taken any action yet, Ji Qianya told him that she would leave the 7-Star Jedi in the next few days. For Ye Bufan, this is definitely great news, and for Tu Huo, this is also great news. Ji Qianya left the 7-Star Jedi. Let me ask after this, who in the 7-Star Jedi can be my opponent? It's just around the corner for Ye Bufan to take over the 7-Star Jedi. By then, as Ye Bufan's #1 servant, his status will naturally rise. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that once the 7-Star Jedi is captured, Ye Bufan will definitely reward him, and then he will be able to obtain more Hongmeng Yuani. Just thinking about it, Tu Huo felt excited and expectant. After becoming the Divine Emperor, Tu Huo felt that his thoughts had undergone earth-shaking changes. For him now, what he pursued was no longer identity and status, but power. He hoped that after becoming the Divine Emperor, he could become a god, or even a God Emperor, or even the Hongmeng Emperor. And all this must rely on Ye Bufan and the Hongmeng Yuani, in his hand. Although he thought so, Tu Huo would not show it. Looking at Ji Qianye, he frowned and said, "What if this emperor refuses?" "Reject." Ji Qianye smiled calmly. "I really can't think of any reason why Captain Tu would refuse." After a pause, Ji Qianye continued, "Besides, Captain Tu, do you think you have the right to refuse?" "You." Hearing this, Tu Huo's face turned cold and he asked, "Are you blackmailing me?" "If Captain Tu insists on thinking so, then I am blackmailing you." Ji Qianye smiled and said, "For the 7-star Jedi, the God Emperor is indeed powerful, but for our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the God Emperor is really nothing. Do you believe it as long as I say a word, more than 10 God Emperors will immediately descend on the 7-star Jedi?" "You." Tu Huo was furious, but he could not deny that what Ji Qianye said was true. Ignoring Tu Huo's angry face, Ji Qianye continued, "So, even if you have become a divine emperor, don't take yourself too seriously. In this endless sea of stars, there are at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of divine emperors dying and being born every day, and you are just one of them. If I didn't have an urgent matter and needed to leave the 7 stars Jedi, do you think I would cooperate with you? Or do you think you are worthy of cooperating with me?" Looking at Ji Qianye, who looked superior, Tu Huo was anxious and annoyed, but also helpless and unwilling. He never thought that after becoming the Divine Emperor, he would still be so unbearable in front of Ji Qianye. This made him even more eager to pursue strength. Since the 72 realms are so large, and since the Divine Emperor is not worth mentioning, then this Emperor will become the Divine Lord, the Divine Emperor, and even the Hongmeng God. One day, this Emperor will return to you tenfold, or even 100-fold, or 1,000-fold, the humiliation I suffered today. Without waiting for Tu Huo to think more, Ji Qianye spoke again. "How about it, Captain Tu, have you made up your mind? Now do you still want to refuse? As you said, do I have the right to refuse?" Tu Huo smiled bitterly and said, "Miss Ji, you are joking. This Emperor and that human race have been fighting to the death for a long time. Even if Miss Ji didn't say it, this Emperor would never let him go." "No." Ji Qianye said in one word, "You can catch him, but you can't kill him." "Why?" Tu Huo asked instinctively. "No reason." Ji Qianye said, "Although I have left the 7 stars Jedi this time, I will come back in a year or a month. If you have caught him by then, that would be the best. I will fulfill the conditions I proposed on the spot. But if you kill him, don't blame me for being rude to you. By then, even if you have escaped from the 7 stars Jedi, I will find a way to find you and make you feel worse than death." Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and he said in a somewhat messy manner, "Miss Ji, I am very curious. It seems that there is no hatred or resentment between you and that human. If so, why do you have to go to so much trouble to capture him?" Ji Qianye frowned and said, "It's okay to tell you." Afterwards, Ji Qianye told Tu Huo the reason why she arrested Ye Bufan. After hearing this, Tu Huo couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. "Is it because the last time you sent people to follow Ye Bufan, not only did you fail to catch Ye Bufan, you didn't even see him, so you went to such great lengths to capture him? Is this true or false? Isn't your reason too weird?" Afterwards, Tu Huo calmed down and continued to ask, "Miss Ji, to be honest, your reason is really never mind, let's not talk about it. Instead, I am more curious, after catching this human, what do you plan to do with him, Miss Ji?" "What to do with him?" Ji Qianye frowned. To be honest, she had never thought about this question. Immediately, she said calmly, "You don't have to worry about this. You just need to help me catch him. Other things have nothing to do with you." Tu Huo smiled and said, "Okay, I won't ask, and I won't care, but since Miss Ji said that we are cooperating, do you also need to give me some help? After all, it is difficult for me and my family to catch that human." "What kind of help do you want?" Ji Qianye asked with a frown. Tu Huo said, "It's very simple. From now on, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will be at my disposal." Ji Qianye frowned. Originally, she thought Tu Huo wanted her to help him unify the 7 star Jedi, but she didn't expect that Tu Huo just wanted the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce branch here to cooperate with him. In comparison, this is nothing. Ji Qianya immediately said, "Okay, I will tell Tianu later to let him obey your orders from now on." "What if he refuses, or pretends to obey but actually disobeys?" Tu Huo asked with a smile. Ji Qianya frowned and said, "The situation you are talking about will never happen. I mean just in case. No one can ever be sure of that, but if it's really like what you said, you can just kill him." Ji Qianya changed the subject and continued, "But if you deliberately make things difficult for your own selfish reasons, or if you hurt or kill him, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Don't worry, I just want to catch that human. As long as he fully cooperates, I will never make things difficult for him. That's best. Besides that, I have one more thing to do." "Explain." "This emperor hopes Miss Ji can hand over Ji Chongshuan and his group of space pirates to this emperor." Miss Ji, there is no need to look at me like this. I did this to capture that human, and I have absolutely no selfish motives. I can hand them over to you, but you have to ensure their safety." "Of course. Ji Chongshuan is the 18th prince of the God clan. I dare not embarrass him too much, let alone take his life. Just so you know. Hee. Tu Huo smiled slightly, then extended his hand to Ji Qianya and said, "In that case, then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance." Ji Qianya frowned, and did not shake hands with Tu Huo, but just said softly, "Happy cooperation." Tu Huo withdrew his right hand with embarrassment, but he was extremely angry in his heart. "You little bitch, just wait for me." Chapter 1571. Well done. What? In the Tianxiang Tower of Holy Fire City, Ji Chongshuan was dumbfounded when he heard the report from his Starry Sky pirates. He was also confused. "You said that the aura just now was caused by that bastard Tu Huo. Has he advanced to the Divine Emperor now?" Yes, my king." The star pirate in front of Ji Chongshuan said, a little at a loss. "Damn it." Ji Zongshuan couldn't help but curse. What kind of shit luck did this bastard Tu Huo have? How come he suddenly became the Divine Emperor? As soon as Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, she who beside him immediately said with a serious expression, "My king, what should we do? Now that Tu Huo has become the Divine Emperor, he may not give face to Ji Qianya anymore. If he attacks us, then..." Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "You ask me, who should I ask? I really want to know what to do now. Let's go to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." After a moment, Ji Chongshuan gritted his teeth and said, "Go to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce." The lion and tiger were stunned. Ji Chongshuan said, "That's right, this king doesn't believe that Tu Huo dares to break into the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. As long as we hide in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he can't do anything to us." Unfortunately, Ji Chongshuan didn't know that Ji Qianya was about to leave the Seven-Star Jedi, and she had already promised Tu Huo to hand over all of them to Tu Huo for disposal. Therefore, if he goes to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce now, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap, which is absolutely a tragedy. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, Ji Qianya had already left. After Tu Huo sent Jin Luyu, Quang Tiandi and others away, he went straight back to his bedroom. A moment later, Ye Bufan walked in from outside and closed the bedroom door. "Your Majesty." Seeing Ye Bufan, Tu Huo immediately came forward. Ye Bufan nodded, then sat down and looked at Tu Huo and asked, "How does it feel to be in the Divine Emperor realm?" Hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, "Very good, but all of this is the gift of the king. Without the king, I would not be able to become the current God Emperor. In the future I will definitely work hard for the king until my death." "Okay, stop the flattery." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "Tell me, what did Ji Qianya say to you just now?" When Ji Qianya first arrived, everyone could hear clearly the conversation between him and Tu Huo. But later, it seemed that Ji Qianya had done something. She and Tu Huo were clearly in front of them, and they were clearly talking, but no one could hear what they were saying. That was why Ye Bufan was full of curiosity about the conversation between the two of them. Hearing this, Tu Huo did not hide anything and said, reporting to the king, "Ji Qianya wants her subordinates to cooperate with her and help her capture you, the king." "Ji Qianya asked you to help her capture me." Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes." Tu Huo responded, then laughed. "How could she have imagined that I had already surrendered to the king? Asking me to help her capture the king is simply the biggest joke in the world." After a pause, Tu Huo continued, by the way, my king, Ji Qianya said that she will leave the 7-star Jedi in the next few days. The reason why she cooperated with her subordinates was also for this reason. Ye Bufan frowned. Ji Qianya is leaving the 7-star Jedi. Yes. Is this true? Why is she leaving the 7-star Jedi all of a sudden? Could this be a deliberate trap set by her? Tu Huo hesitated for a moment and said, that shouldn't be the case, right? She doesn't know that her subordinates have already surrendered to the king. If that's the case, what's the point of her setting up this trap? That's right, but why is she leaving the 7-star Jedi all of a sudden? She said she had something important to do and needed to leave for a while, and she would be back later. Is that true? Ye Bufan pondered for a moment and said, let's wait and see what she wants to do. If she really leaves the 7-star Jedi, it won't be too late for us to take action. Yes. Tu Huo responded, then smiled and said, by the way, my lord, when I agreed to cooperate with her, I also put forward 2 conditions to her. Oh. Ye Bufan looked at Tu Huo with interest. What conditions did you put forward to her? Tu Huo laughed and said, I told her that I can cooperate with her, but Tianhe Chamber of Commerce must fully cooperate with me, and he has already agreed. In other words, as long as Ji Qianya leaves Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, I can use the excuse of arresting the king to make them hand over all the elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions. You're thoughtful, Ye Bufan said, and then said with a playful look, but do you think that after Ji Qianya leaves the 7-star Jedi, can the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce still keep these elixirs and magic medicines? Well, Tu Huo was stunned and said, my lord, you are not planning to rob the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce as well. Is it not possible? The slaughter was messy. Ye Bufan said, although the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce is powerful, this is just one of their branches after all. As long as we have strong enough strength, do you think they will still go to war with us? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, besides, the relationship between you and me will be exposed sooner or later. At that time, do you think that what you are doing now is any different from me directly robbing the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce? Tu Huo was speechless. Indeed, once the subordinate relationship between him and Ye Bufan was exposed, then what he was doing now would not be much different from Ye Bufan directly robbing the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Before Tu Huo could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, but generally speaking, you did a pretty good job on this matter. At least I didn't have to rob the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce directly to get those elixirs and magic medicines. This can buy us a lot of time, so you deserve a reward. Hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned at first, then smiled and said, thank you, your majesty. Ye Bufan nodded. By the way, didn't you say that you put forward 2 conditions to Ji Qianya? What is the second condition? Replying to your majesty, this second condition is actually nothing. I just casually mentioned it in order not to arouse Ji Qianya's suspicion. Tu Huo scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh. Ye Bufan glanced at Tu Huo and said curiously, tell me about it. Tu Huo, it's like this, I just asked him to hand over Ji Chongshuan's group of space pirates to me for disposal, and she has already agreed, but she asked me to promise that I will never hurt them, let alone take their lives. Bang! After Tu Huo finished speaking, Ye Bufan slapped the table, stood up and said, well done. To be honest, compared to the trillions of elixirs and magical medicines worth of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ye Bufan cares more about Ji Chongshuan and the Netherworld Blood Fox. After all, one of them is the 18th prince of the God clan, and the other is a powerful being in the realm of God. No matter which one it is, it will be of great use to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan never expected that Ji Qianya would suddenly leave the 7-star Jedi. He was even worried whether Ji Qianya would take Ji Chongshuan and his party away. After all, with Ji Chongshuan's cautiousness, he couldn't have been unaware that their situation would become very dangerous after Ji Qianya left the 7-star Jedi, so he would definitely ask Ji Qianya to take them away. If it really comes to this, how can I keep Ji Chongshuan and the Netherworld Blood Fox? Unexpectedly, Tu Huo solved his biggest trouble by accident. Well, looking at Ye Bufan, who was so excited, Tu Huo was a little confused. He really couldn't understand why this insignificant thing made Ye Bufan so excited. If he knew that the Netherworld Blood Fox beside Ji Chongshuan was a powerful being at the Divine Lord level, he would naturally not think so. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Then, Tu Huo spoke again. By the way, my king, there is one more thing. Do you know why Ji Qianya went to such great lengths to capture you? Well, Ye Bufan, who was originally in excitement, was stunned. Why? Because Tu Huo directly explained the reason why Ji Qianya arrested Ye Bufan. After hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was disheveled and even mad. Is this the reason why Ji Qianya arrested me? Nima. If that's the case, you should have told me earlier. I admit defeat and let you catch me on purpose. Chapter 1572. Do you want to become the Divine Emperor? Ye Bufan never thought that Ji Qianya went to so much trouble to arrest him for this reason. But no one knows whether what she said is true or not. Of course, even if what she said was true, Ye Bufan had no intention of showing up. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Ji Qianya would leave the 7-star Jedi in the next 2 days. It's just 2 or 3 days. Ye Bufan can wait. One of the 7 main cities, Hongye City. At this moment, in the Red Leaf City Lord's mansion, the other 6 captains except Tu Huo gathered together. For them, the news that Tu Huo became the Divine Emperor came too sudden and was too shocking. As soon as they received the news, they immediately gathered together. Over the years, the 7-star Jedi have been under the control of their 7-star pirate groups, and except for some minor conflicts and frictions, the 7-star pirate groups have almost been at peace with each other. But everyone knows that the reason for this is that the 7-star pirate groups are equally powerful. None of them can do anything to the other, and no one wants to let the other groups gain the advantage. This is why there is nothing between them except some minor conflicts and frictions. It can be said that there has always been a very delicate balance between them. But what about now? Tu Huo actually broke through the God King level and advanced to the God Emperor level. Undoubtedly, Tu Huo's breakthrough and advancement directly broke the balance between the 7-star pirate groups. No one can predict what will happen next, but one thing is certain, that is, under the current situation, none of the 6 major star pirate groups can be a match for the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. The Dead Silent Hall. A solemn atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Hurricane City Lord Tan Feng spoke first. Everyone, please say something. What should we do next? Hearing this, the other 5 team leaders looked at each other. Lu Hanbing, Lord of Broken Eyes City, said, if you ask me, we have no choice but to form an alliance now. You are talking nonsense. If we don't form an alliance, what are we doing here? Long Wei, the Lord of Longwei City, said, the key is what should we do after forming an alliance? Should we defend ourselves or take the initiative to attack? Liang, Lord of Liang City, if you ask me, we should take the initiative to attack. After all, Tu Huo has just broken through, and he must not be able to fully control the power of the Divine Emperor realm. This is definitely the best time for us to take action. Hurricane City Lord Tan Feng, I agree with Brother Liang's suggestion. We should take the initiative and catch Tu Huo off guard. Everyone. At this time, the Lord of Dream City, Huan Xinyan, suddenly said, isn't it too early for us to consider this now? Although we have all received the news that Tu Huo has achieved the Divine Emperor, is it really the case? A few days ago, Tu Huo was only at the 8th level of Divine King, but now he has suddenly become the Divine Emperor of Martial Arts. Don't you find it strange? When Huan Xinyan said this, the other 5 captains were stunned. To be honest, they were all extremely curious about this, and even puzzled. It is simply impossible to achieve the status of martial arts God Emperor from the 8th level of God King in just 2 or 3 days. However, the members of their 6 major star pirate groups stationed in the Holy Fire City all witnessed Tu Huo becoming the Divine Emperor, and both Tu Huo and Ji Qianya have acknowledged this. Could this be false? So what do we do now? After a moment, Hurricane City Lord Tan Feng looked at Huan Xinyan and asked. Several other team leaders also looked at Huan Xinyan. Huan Xinyan, if you ask me, we should first confirm whether Tu Huo has really become the Divine Emperor. Once we confirm that he has really become the Divine Emperor, it will not be too late for us to make plans. After all, who can guarantee that Tu Huo will definitely take action against us? Not sure. After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Long Wei sneered and said, Huan Xinyan, ask yourself, if it were you, would you attack us after you became the Divine Emperor? That's right. Lu Hanbing responded, no matter if he really became the Divine Emperor or not, no matter if he will attack us or not, we would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Taking the initiative to attack now will only bring benefits to us, not harm. Hee hee. Huan Xinyan smiled indifferently, with a look of sarcasm on her face. Huan Xinyan, what do you mean? Lu Hanbing suddenly said with some dissatisfaction. What's the meaning? Huan Xinyan shook her head and said, everyone, you seem to have forgotten the most important thing. Forgot the most important thing. What? The 5 captains were puzzled and stunned. Huan Xinyan, don't forget, the core of the formation outside the 7-star Jedi is in the hands of the 7 of us. If we kill Tu Huo, without his part of the formation core, the peerless killing formation will dissipate on its own. In this way, aren't we digging our own graves? At that time, what can we use to resist the cleanup of those so-called righteous people? What can we use to defend this 7-star Jedi? This. In an instant, the other 5 leaders were all silent. Huan Xinyan continued, and Tu Huo, even though he has become a powerful divine emperor, so what? Without us, he still can't control the peerless killing formation. Without the peerless killing formation, he can't defend the 7-star Jedi by himself. So, in my opinion, your so-called concerns are totally unnecessary. After all, for both us and Tu Huo, it's not time to fight to the death. I have to say, there is some truth in what Huan Xinyan said. Although Tu Huo has broken through to the level of God King, he is still only at the first level of God Emperor. Among the 72 domains, there are absolutely no Divine Emperor realm powerhouses, not to mention that even in the Purple Emperor domain where they are, there are countless Divine Emperor realm powerhouses. Over the years, the reason why the 7-star Jedi have been able to live in peace is not because of how powerful their 7 leaders are, nor because of how notorious the 7-star pirate groups are. It is only because the peerless killing formation they jointly control can contend with, or even kill, the strong ones in the realm of gods. After Huan Xinyan's reminder, the 5 captains felt more and more that unless Tu Huo gave up the 7-star Jedi, he would never take action against the 6 of them. After a moment, Hong Ye frowned and said, in that case, shall we go meet Tu Huo first? I think so. Agree. Let's do this. Let's go to Holy Fire City and find out Tu Huo's background first. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. Why are you here? Looking at the 6 captains in front of him, Tu Huo frowned, knowing what was going on. Brother Tu, you are joking. We are here to congratulate you on your advancement to the Divine Emperor. Hong Ye spoke first, smiling. Yeah. Tu Huo glanced at the 6 group leaders in front of him, and then said with a playful look, are you so kind? In my opinion, you are here to test my background, right? A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the faces of the 6 leaders. Brother Tu. The next second, Hong Ye was about to say something, but Tu Huo stopped him with a wave of his hand. Brother Hong Ye, you don't have to say anything. I know why you are here, but I can tell you very clearly that you are worrying too much. Well, the 6 group leaders were stunned. Tu Huo continued, strength affects vision, and vision determines pattern. From the moment I decided to give up some things, I was no longer the same person I once was. Do you think I would still take a 7-star Jedi seriously? If you want it, I can give it to you for free. Hearing this, the 6 group leaders couldn't help but look at each other. Strength affects vision, and vision determines the pattern. Also, from the moment you decide to give up something, you are no longer the same person you used to be. Most importantly, you're going to give us the 7-star Jedi for free. The 6 group leaders were shocked, stunned, confused, and even a little curious. After a brief moment, they looked at Tu Huo again. Huan Xinyan frowned and said, Brother Tu, what do you mean? What do you mean? Tu Huo smiled calmly. You came to me because you are worried that I will attack you now that I have achieved the status of God Emperor. Now I have clearly told you that I no longer value the 7-star Jedi. So don't you understand what I mean? The 6 leaders hesitated again. Huan Xinyan's eyes rolled around and she said, Brother Tu, you are joking. The 7-star Jedi belongs to all of us. How can you give it up? After a pause, Huan Xinyan continued, but I can't say any more. I heard from Brother Tu that you are planning to leave the 7-star Jedi. I wonder where are you planning to go? The world is so vast, where can't this emperor go? Tu Huo smiled and said, I have already said it just now, vision determines the pattern. Now I am pursuing the God Emperor, and the Hongmeng Emperor. Hearing this, the 6 captains couldn't help but gasp. They all widened their eyes and looked at Tu Huo with shock and disbelief on his face. Does vision determine pattern? Are you still planning to pursue the realm of God, God Emperor, or even Hongmeng Emperor. They felt that Tu Huo had gone crazy. Unexpectedly, Tu Huo suddenly looked at Huan Xinyan and said, "But you, Sister Xinyan, do you want to become a divine emperor? Do you want to walk out of the 7-star Jedi like me and pursue the supreme realm of Divine Lord, Divine Emperor, or even Hongmeng Emperor?" Chapter 1573, Appearance but not Spirit. But you, Sister Xinyan, do you want to become a divine emperor? Do you want to walk out of the 7-star Jedi like me and pursue the highest realm of Divine Lord, Divine Emperor, or even Hongmeng Emperor? Buzz. When Tu Huo said this, Huan Xinyan and the other team leaders couldn't help but be shocked, and their faces changed drastically when they looked at Tu Huo. Huan Xinyan asked, "Brother Tu, what do you mean?" If it had been any other time, if Tu Huo had said this, Huan Xinyan would have definitely sneered at him. After all, with their talents, it would be extremely difficult to break through the God King and become a God Emperor, not to mention the unattainable God Lord and God Emperor. But times have changed. Isn't Tu Huo's achievement as the Divine Emperor the best example? Since Tu Huo can do it, why can't they? After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, the other 5 captains also stared at Tu Huo, and they even pricked up their ears, as if they were afraid of missing a word. Hee. Tu Huo smiled slightly and said, "What do you mean?" "Of course it means literally. Brother Tu." Huan Xinyan frowned. Tu Huo continued, "Since we have come to this point, I will make it clear." As he spoke, Tu Huo glanced at the others and said, "Except for Sister Xinyan, everyone present here is the same. As long as you want to become the Divine Emperor, I can make you the Divine Emperor." After saying this, Tu Huo looked at the 6 group leaders in front of him meaningfully, and asked with interest, "Everyone, do you want to become the martial arts Divine Emperor?" Hiss. When Tu Huo said this, the 6 captains couldn't help but gasp. "We want to become the Divine Emperor, can you make us the Divine Emperor? Are you kidding us? What do you think the Emperor of God is, cabbage?" Although it was a little hard to believe, the 6 captains looked at Tu Huo and it didn't seem like he was making a random move. Could it be that Tu Huo can really make us powerful people in the realm of Divine Emperor? Thinking in his heart, Tan Feng was the first to ask, "Brother Tu, are you serious?" "Brother Tan, do you think I'm joking?" Tu Huo said with a smile. At this time, Huan Xinyan let out a sweet laugh like a silver bell, then looked at Tu Huo and said jokingly, "Brother Tu, there is no free lunch in this world. Although you can help us become martial arts emperors, there should be other additional conditions, right? Could it be that you are attracted to my humble body and want to?" Ha ha ha. After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Tu Huo burst into laughter and said, "If Sister Xinyan can be considered a weakling, then in this world, how many people can be called peerless and beautiful?" After a pause, Tu Huo continued, "Of course, what Sister Xinyan said is not wrong. If you want to become a divine emperor, there are indeed other additional conditions. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. You have to be willing to give up before you can gain, right?" Huan Xinyan frowned. "Then I wonder what do we need to pay? Let's not talk about this for now." Tu Huo waved his hand and said, "I will give you 7 days to consider. It won't be too late for you to give me an answer after 7 days. Finally, Tu Huo added, "Of course, although I cannot tell you what you need to pay, I can assure you that what you need to pay is the same as what I paid a few days ago. There will be absolutely no difference. Moreover, the price you need to pay is actually really not worth mentioning." "Is this really the case?" The 6 group leaders frowned, feeling somewhat unconvinced. The effort and reward are always proportional, and sometimes the effort is even far greater than the reward. But according to Tu Huo, they only need to pay a small price to gain huge benefits and then become the emperor of martial arts. Is there really such a good thing in the world? However, things have come to this point, and they believe that even if they continue to ask questions, Tu Huo will not say anything more. So, they said goodbye to Tu Huo and left the Holy Fire City. Holy Fire City, City Lord's Mansion. After the 6 captains left, Tu Huo immediately found Ye Bufan. "Are they all gone?" Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan asked softly. "I'm leaving." Tu Huo replied, then hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I don't understand why did Your Majesty let me tell them that I have a way for them to become divine emperors, but insisted on letting them make a decision after 7 days. Because what I want is absolute safety." Ye Bufan said calmly. "Football proof." Tu Huo was stunned and puzzled. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Although the emperor's desire is not small, what if they refuse? This. Tu Huo hesitated for a moment. Ye Bufan continued, if they refuse, then we can only take action and subdue them by force. But have you ever thought about it? The 6 captains plus the 2 god kings beside them, that adds up to 18 god kings. Although you have become a god emperor, you are only a god emperor of the first level. Once you take action, are you sure you can fight against 18 god kings at the same time and still remain invincible? Let's take a step back and say that even if you win, you will definitely have to pay a heavy price. By then how can you, the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, deal with the gods of the other 6 major sky pirate groups, as well as the Earth gods? Besides that, who can guarantee whether there are any powerful god kings hidden in the 7-star Jedi? If these hidden god kings want to reap the benefits, what will you do? The most important thing is right now, Ji Qianya has not left the 7-star Jedi. So, no matter what, it's not appropriate to share the burden with the other 6 companies now. Wait until Ji Qianya leaves the 7-star Jedi, wait for you to get those elixirs and magic medicines from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, and wait for me to become stronger. It won't be too late for us to take action then. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tu Huo hesitated for a moment and said, but what if they can't help themselves and still take action? After all, my behavior just now could easily make them think that I was deliberately delaying time. What if you can't help but take action? Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, if that's the case, then let's fight. Do you think they can really be of one mind? If you don't throw out the God Emperor, they might be able to unite against the enemy for their own interests, but now do you believe it or not, it won't be long before one of the 6 leaders will come to you privately. This. Tu Huo was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, okay, let's not talk about this for now. Now, you should take Ji Chongshuan's group of space pirates back to the City Lord's mansion. In addition, you have to show your commitment to Ji Qianya. Just do as I told you before. Although it's a bit harsh, it will help us gain Ji Qianya's trust. As long as she leaves the 7-star Jedi, we will have no worries. This way, it will be much easier to do things. Yes, my king. Tu Huo responded and said, I'll do it right away. Ye Bufan nodded. Tu Huo left directly. Holy Fire City, 30 miles away. At this moment, Hongye, Huan Xinyan and other 6 group leaders gathered here. They stood quietly and looked at the Holy Fire City, which had turned into a black dot in the distance. Everyone, what do you think? Suddenly, Huan Xinyan spoke up. Liang. What a bullshit opportunity to become a divine emperor. I think he is just talking nonsense. If there really is such an opportunity, the 2 divine kings under him would have already become divine emperors. How could it be our turn? Moreover, if what he said is true, then why do we have to wait until 7 days later? In my opinion, he is simply stalling for time. Hongye. I also feel that he is stalling for time. Long Wei. I think so too. In a brief moment, the 6 leaders unanimously agreed that Tu Huo was deliberately delaying time. Immediately, Huan Xinyan said, if that's the case, then we should make preparations early. The 5 leaders nodded. Then let's gather people now, and then meet up here and attack the Holy Fire City directly. How about that? Huan Xinyan immediately suggested. This. The 5 group leaders hesitated slightly. Huan Xinyan smiled bitterly to herself. She knew that at this moment, the 5 captains were just like her, afraid that Tu Huo was stalling for time, waiting for the right time to attack them, but they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, hoping that what Tu Huo said was true, and that they would all have the opportunity to become divine emperors after 7 days. This is an extremely contradictory mentality. But no matter what, this trip to the Holy Fire City has already caused a trace of rupture in their so-called alliance relationship. At this moment, their 6 leaders already have their own ulterior motives, and they are in harmony in appearance but not in spirit. Chapter 1574 finally left. Holy Fire City, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Captain 2, I'm handing the man over to you, but don't forget your promise to me. Looking at Tu Huo, Ji Qianya spoke calmly, but there was a hint of unquestionableness between her words and actions. Of course, I will keep my word. If I say I won't hurt him, then I won't hurt him. Tu Huo smiled and said, then he looked at Ji Chongshuan and his group behind Ji Qianya. Seeing Tu Huo looking at him, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Originally, he planned to seek Ji Qianya's protection, but he didn't expect that after arriving at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ji Qianya actually told him that she planned to hand her group over to Tu Huo for disposal. At that time, Ji Chongshuan's heart was as chaotic and crazy as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. But what can he do? He thought about running away. It's a pity that he is not Ye Bufan. In this 7-star Jedi, he can escape for a while, but not forever. Helplessly, Ji Chongshuan could only choose to compromise and agreed to Ji Qianya. Fortunately, Ji Qianya assured him that Tu Huo would never dare to continue to harm himself and his men. Now, Ji Chongshuan can only hope that Tu Huo will be intimidated by Ji Qianya's power and keep his word. Let's go, His Royal Highness the 18th Prince. Before Ji Chongshuan could think about it, Tu Huo looked at him and said with a smile. Ji Chongshuan looked at Ji Qianya with a bitter expression. Go ahead, Ji Qianya said calmly. Ji Chongshuan had no choice but to follow Tu Huo out of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce with a group of star pirates under his command. However, as soon as Tu Huo walked out of the door, he suddenly turned around, looked at Ji Qianya, and said, by the way, when does Miss Ji plan to leave? I will go and see Miss Ji off when the time comes. Tomorrow. Ji Qianya thought for a moment and said. Tomorrow. Tu Huo was stunned and said, Miss Ji, isn't this too fast? If possible, I also want to catch that human myself, but there is no way. They are always urging me. Ji Qianya smiled and said helplessly. In that case, I will see Miss Ji off tomorrow. Captain Tu, you're too polite. It should be. In fact, compared to that, I hope that Captain Tu can catch that human as soon as possible. Miss Ji, rest assured. I will make arrangements right now. This time even if I have to turn the entire 7-star Jedi upside down, I will find that human. In that case, I will not keep Captain Tu any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye, I won't see you off. After Ji Qianya finished speaking, Tu Huo didn't say anything more and left Tianhe Chamber of Commerce directly. After Tu Huo left, Tian Nu looked at Ji Qianya, looking a little surprised and asked, Miss, are you really planning to leave tomorrow? Certainly. Ji Qianya smiled slightly, but a meaningful look appeared at the corner of her mouth. Half an hour later, the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion suddenly issued a notice to the entire 7-star Jedi. The notice said that from now on, all the servant gods and mysterious gods in the 7-star Jedi must gather outside the Holy Fire City as soon as possible. These servant gods and mysterious gods naturally include the Holy Fire Star Sky Pirates, as well as the servant gods and mysterious gods under all the 7 major Starry Sky Pirate groups. Not only that, the notice also clearly stated that 7 days later, Tu Huo would personally search the entire 7-star Jedi. By then, if any of the god servants and Xuantian realm aliens were found anywhere other than the Holy Fire City, they would be killed without mercy. Suddenly, all the alien races in the entire 7-star Jedi were shocked, especially those in the god servant and mysterious god realms. But all the alien races knew the purpose of Tu Huo's actions. Why does Tu Huo only target the alien races in the god servant and Xuantian realms? There is no doubt that he did this in order to capture the servant god or the human in the realm of Xuantian. Once all the servant gods and the alien races in the Xuantian realm in the 7-star Jedi are gathered in one place, how long can the human race continue to hide? Although he can use his magical powers to change his appearance and even his race, any magical power requires the support of his own divine power. In other words, although the human can change his racial form, once his own divine power is exhausted, he will immediately be beaten back to his original form. Of course, this human can also rely on swallowing pills to restore his own divine power. However, with tens of thousands of servant gods and mysterious gods gathered together, staring at each other, how could the human race have the chance to swallow the elixir? Even if he took the risk of swallowing the pill, he would be discovered sooner or later, and then he would be exposed. It can be said that Tu Huo's move has forced Ye Bufan into a desperate situation with nowhere to hide. Less than 20 minutes after the announcement was made by the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion, the Fantasy City Lord Huan Xinyan also immediately issued a notice. The content was very simple, which was the Fantasy Sky Pirates would fully cooperate with the Holy Fire Sky Pirates, and from now on, all the servants and mysterious gods of the Fantasy Sky Pirates would rush to the Holy Fire City. After Dream City, several other major cities including Longwei City, Hongye City, Liang City and others also issued notices, expressing their willingness to fully cooperate with the Holy Mars Sky Pirates. One stone can cause a huge wave. The entire 7-star Jedi became dead silent because of this sudden change. But all this only lasted for a short while, and what followed was the curiosity and expectation of all the alien races. After all, Ye Bufan's affairs had caused a sensation in the entire 7-star Jedi during this period of time. First, it was the 7 leaders, and then it was the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Now, all the alien races wanted to see whether Tu Huo could catch this human this time. At the same time, in the 7-star Jedi, all the servants of the gods and the alien races in the mysterious god realm have set off for the Holy Fire City. After all, the other 6-star pirate groups had already done so. What could they do to refuse Tu Huo? What's more, they only have 7 days. After 7 days, if they fail to reach the Holy Fire City, then the only thing waiting for them is death. They didn't want to die, so they could only do what Tu Huo said. Although the outside world was in turmoil, the Holy Fire City remained calm. Time passes by inadvertently. The next day, outside the 7-star Jedi, the battleship landed on the platform. Today, the entire 7-star Jedi has been isolated by the Peerless Killing formation. In this case, no one can leave the 7-star Jedi without the permission of the 7 captains. At this moment, on the battleship landing platform, Ji Qianya, Tu Huo, and 6 other captains gathered here. In fact, Tu Huo alone is enough to take Ji Qianya away from the 7-star Jedi. The reason why the other 6 captains are also here is because Ji Qianya has a special identity and is also a strong man in the Divine Emperor realm. So, it is natural for them to come and see her off. Captain 2, I'll leave the matter of that human creature in your hands. I hope that next time I return to the 7-star Jedi, I'll be able to see that human creature immediately. Looking at Tu Huo, Ji Qianya couldn't help but explain and remind him. Tu Huo smiled slightly. Miss Ji, don't worry. When you return to the 7-star Jedi, I will personally send that human to you. That's best. Ji Qianya said this, and then looked at the other 6 team leaders. I hope you will cooperate with me on this matter. Before we catch that human, I hope you will not lift the blockade of the 7-star Jedi. Of course all the losses incurred during this period will be borne by our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. And, I promise that you will definitely get some benefits afterwards. Changing the subject, Ji Qianya continued, but if anyone dares to interfere and ruin my good deeds, don't blame me for being ruthless and rude to you. Hearing this, the 7 captains were startled, and then they said in succession, don't worry, Miss Ji, we will definitely cooperate with Captain 2 to capture that human. That's best. Ji Qianya responded and said, in that case, I will take my leave first. After saying that, Ji Qianya walked directly towards the Silver-class star battleship docked nearby. I wish Miss Ji a safe journey. The 7 group leaders spoke one after another. Bang! The next second, the hatch of the Silver-class star battleship closed instantly. Call. The 7 group leaders couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Buzz. Afterwards, the Silver-class Starry Sky battleship that Ji Qianya was riding on trembled violently, and then slowly sailed away from the battleship landing platform. After the distance between the battleship and the battleship landing platform exceeded 10,000 meters, the Silver-class Starry Sky battleship suddenly accelerated and turned directly into a stream of light, disappearing into the endless sea of stars in the blink of an eye. Finally left. Looking at the Silver-class Starry Sky battleship that had already left, Tu Huo pondered in his heart. Then he glanced at the other 6 captains beside him, and a sneer flashed across his lips. Ji Qianya has left. Let me ask you in the 7-star Jedi, who else can stop my hegemony? Chapter 1575 Viewer Xiao Fanzi. After leaving the battleship landing platform, Tu Huo went straight back to the City Lord's mansion and told Ye Bufan that Ji Qianya had left the 7-star Jedi. Is she really gone? Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan asked with a frown. Yes, my king, I saw her leave with my own eyes. Tu Huo responded. Yeah, there was a hint of worry on Ye Bufan's face. Tu Huo hesitated for a moment and said, my king, since that little bitch Ji Qianya has already left the 7-star Jedi, should we take action now? No hurry. Ye Bufan waved his hand and asked, where is Ji Chongshuan now? Reporting to King Bing, I have locked him and his men in the dungeon. Dungeon. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. When Tu Huo mentioned the dungeon, he suddenly remembered the time when he was imprisoned in the dungeon and Tu Tianfeng came to settle the score with him. He felt the terrifying aura coming from the depths of the prison. Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at Tu Huo and asked, is there a special alien imprisoned in your dungeon? Well, Hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned. Looking at Ye Bufan, he asked in disbelief, "My king, how did you know? Have you forgotten? I also stayed in your prison for a few days." After Ye Bufan said this, Tu Huo remembered that it was indeed true. He immediately said, "Replying to your majesty, there is indeed a special person imprisoned in my prison. Although I cannot confirm his true cultivation level, I can be sure that he is at least a strong man in the divine venerable realm." God. Ye Bufan was shocked. At the beginning, he felt that the other party's aura was stronger than that of the God King, but he did not expect that Tu Huo would actually say that the other party was a god. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Tu Huo spoke again. "Yes, master, and his strength may be more than that, he may even be a god emperor." Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then he said, "Let's not talk about whether he is a god emperor or not. Let's assume that he is a god lord. The strongest person in your holy Mars Sky Pirates is only a high-level god king like you. How did you lock up a god lord?" "My lord, I didn't lock him up." "You didn't lock him up. If you didn't lock him up, how could he be in the dungeon? Could it be that he locked himself up?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. Tu Huo said with a bitter face, "My lord, you are right. He locked himself in my dungeon. Otherwise, with my previous cultivation in the Divine King realm, how could I have imprisoned a powerful Divine Lord realm? Are you kidding me?" Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at Tu Huo with some disbelief and dissatisfaction. "Tu Huo, my king, I am not kidding you. He really locked himself in the dungeon of my subordinates. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi. They also know about this. Are you telling the truth?" Ye Bufan frowned. "Absolutely." Tu Huo said solemnly. Ye Bufan was confused and crazy. A powerful being at the level of God Lord, or even God Emperor, locked himself in Tu Huo's cell. What the hell is he trying to do? Is he mentally ill or is he masochistic? Ye Bufan immediately asked Tu Huo, "Do you know why he did this?" "Have no idea." Tu Huo shook his head. "Then do you know his identity and origin?" Tu Huo still shook his head. "What the hell?" Ye Bufan cursed angrily. "A powerful god, even a god emperor, is locked up in your cell, but you know nothing about him. Are you too careless? Have you never had any contact with him? Have you never asked him?" "My lord, how dare I?" Tu Huo smiled bitterly and said, "I saw him when I first found him, but as soon as I approached him, I was almost killed by his thunder. Since then, I have never dared to get close to him again. Fortunately, he had no ill will towards me. He just wanted to stay here for a while. But who would have thought that he would not leave after he settled down? At the beginning, I was worried all day and all night long. Later, as time went on, he didn't bother me anymore, so I stopped paying attention to him. In fact, if Tian Feng hadn't caused trouble in the dungeon last time and almost annoyed him, I would have almost forgotten that there was such a person in the dungeon." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he didn't know what to say. "Call." After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Then you should know what race he belongs to, right?" "My lord, I really don't know." Ye Bufan was furious. He pointed at Tu Huo and said, "Are you blind? You can tell what race he is at a glance. But my king, he is wrapped in a purple and gold robe, and I can't see his real face at all." Tu Huo said helplessly. "The whole body is wrapped in a robe." Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes." Tu Huo responded. "Never mind." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "Take me to the dungeon." Buzz. Hearing this, Tu Huo's heart was shocked and his body couldn't help but tremble. His face turned pale, and he looked frightened. He said, "My king, you must not provoke him. He has already said that if anyone disturbs him again, he will destroy the 7-star Jedi." "Who said I was going to look for him?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. "Well." Tu Huo was stunned, and asked in surprise, "Then what do you want, my king?" "Take me to see Ji Chongshuan." As he spoke, Ye Bufan walked out directly. "Go see Ji Chongshuan." Tu Huo was stunned again, and then couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For him, as long as Ye Bufan doesn't provoke that terrifying existence, everything will be fine. Immediately, Tu Huo followed. City Lord's mansion, dungeon. "Master, what do you think this Tu Huo wants to do?" Looking at Ji Chongshuan in front of him, Shihu said with a puzzled look on his face, "If he wanted to use us to force Xiao Fanzi out, he shouldn't have locked us in the cell and left us alone. Moreover, he had already tried it last time. He couldn't force Xiao Fanzi out by using us. But if he didn't want to use us to force Xiao Fanzi out, then why did he take us from Ji Qianya? Why so many? Ji Chongshuan said this angrily, and then added, no matter what he wants to do, it's better if he doesn't bother us. When Tongtong recovers from his injuries and wakes up, I will make him pay. Pa, pa, pa. As Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, a burst of crisp applause suddenly rang out from the distance of the cell. King Ji is King Ji, the idea is very beautiful, but unfortunately, the reality is always cruel. The sudden voice made Ji Chongshuan and other star pirates stunned. Who? Ji Chongshuan shouted loudly, and then looked in the direction of the sound with the other star pirates. In the sight, a demon from the mysterious god realm slowly came with a killing fire. It's you. Seeing Tu Huo, Ji Zongshuan was shocked and asked, Tu Huo, what did you mean by that just now? And what on earth do you want to do by arresting us? Before Tu Huo could speak, Ye Bufan, who had transformed into a demon, said, King Ji, you are mistaken. It is not Tu Huo who wants to arrest you, but me. You. Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan in surprise and asked, who are you? Why did you arrest me? Etc. After saying that, Ji Chongshuan looked at Ye Bufan and Tu Huo again. It was only at this moment that he realized that the relationship between Ye Bufan and Tu Huo seemed centered around Ye Bufan, while Tu Huo was more like a servant. How is this possible? This discovery made Ji Chongshuan open his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. Who is Tu Huo? He is the mayor of Holy Fire City and a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm. How could he obey the orders of a demon in the mysterious god realm? Wait, the mysterious god realm. Ji Chongshuan's face changed. Before he could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, King Ji is really forgetful. He actually forgot about me so quickly. To be honest, I am really sad and upset. It's you. Ji Chongshuan exclaimed, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, you are Xiao Fanzi. Chapter 1576 Come on, be good, take it with you. You are Xiao Fanzi. What? When Ji Chongshuan said this, the lions, tigers and a group of star pirates behind him were all shocked. There was a hint of disbelief in their eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan. This demon is Ye Bufan. How is that possible? Before Lion and the star pirates could think about it, Ye Bufan smiled and said without denying, yes, it is me. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan said, I feel honored to think that King Ji still remembers me. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly cancelled the effect of Thousand Faces illusion, and restored his original appearance. You. Seeing the familiar human face in front of him, Ji Chongshuan was stunned again and said, it's really you, why are you here? And, you and Tu Huo. As he spoke, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but glance at Tu Huo behind Ye Bufan. The meaning was very clear, which was why are you with Tu Huo? And, looking at Tu Huo, it seemed that he was just one of your followers. Not only Ji Chongshuan, but also Shihu and a group of star pirates were all shocked at this moment. Nowadays, everyone in the Seven Stars Jedi knows about the irreconcilable relationship between Ye Bufan and Tu Huo, but what is the result? Ye Bufan actually hangs out with Tu Huo, which is too unexpected and too unbelievable, and it is simply hard to accept. You mean him? After Ji Chongshuan finished speaking, Ye Bufan pointed at Tu Huo behind him and said with a smile, he is my first divine servant. The first servant of God. What the hell? Ji Chongshuan was stunned at first, and then looked confused and astonished. The lions, tigers and star pirates all looked confused. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled and said, the so-called first divine servant means he is the first servant under me, or the first slave. Servant. Or slave. Damn, who is Tu Huo? He is a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm, and you actually said that he is your slave. Are you kidding us? Although they were somewhat skeptical, looking at Tu Huo's current appearance, Ji Chongshuan and his party had to face the reality. After all, if Tu Huo was not Ye Bufan's slave and servant, then how could they explain the scene before their eyes? But that's a good thing. Since Ye Bufan has subdued Tu Huo, they naturally don't need to worry about Tu Huo harming them anymore. Immediately, Shihu came back to his senses, looked at Ye Bufan with excitement and said, great, Xiao Fanzi, since you have subdued Tu Huo, let us go. Yes, yes, the third king, let us go quickly. The other star pirates also came to their senses and spoke up. Ji Chongshuan frowned. Let Ye Bufan let his group go. To be honest, he felt that this matter was not that simple. After all, Ye Bufan had just said that it was he who asked Tu Huo to arrest him and his group. Since he had captured us, how could he easily release us? However, at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, Tu Huo, open the prison door. Well, Ji Chongshuan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan with some confusion. Are you really going to let us go? The lions, tigers and star pirates were overjoyed. Yes, my king. At this time, Tu Huo responded, then walked forward and opened the door directly. As for whether the star pirates in the cell would rush out to hurt Ye Bufan, Tu Huo was not worried at all. After all, he had seen Ye Bufan's true strength. The physical body of the Divine King realm. Just based on this point, these star pirates are nothing but a bunch of scum in front of Ye Bufan. After Tu Huo opened the cell door, Ye Bufan walked directly into the cell. What do you want to do? Looking at Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan said with a wary look. Ye Bufan's actions made Ji Chongshuan feel even more that he would not let him and his group go easily. Well, Ji Chongshuan's reaction made Shihu and the other sky pirates stunned. It seems that the three kings have no intention of releasing them. What? Looking at Ji Chongshuan, Ye Bufan smiled and said, King Ji, do you still remember the scene when we first met? The scene when we first met, Ji Chongshuan groaned, then frowned and looked at Ye Bufan, saying, what do you mean? Do you still remember what you did to me at that time? Ye Bufan ignored him. Well, Ji Chongshuan was stunned again. What did I do to you when we first met? He kept recalling in his mind. He remembered that when he first encountered Ye Bufan, he not only robbed Ye Bufan of his belongings, but also planted a soul-controlling circle on Ye Bufan. Soul circle. Thinking of the soul-controlling circle, Ji Chongshuan was suddenly shocked and his face changed drastically. After seeing Ji Zongshuan's changes, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, it seems that you have remembered it. Then, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand, and a soul circle immediately appeared in Ji Chongshuan's eyes on the palm of his hand. Ji Chongshuan was stunned again, and Ye Bufan slowly said, come on, be good, put on the soul circle. I'll take your uncle with me. The corner of Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched, and then he couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, looking at Ye Bufan, he said helplessly, Xiao Fanzi, no, Master Yi, since I was nice to you before, can you forget about this soul control circle? Never mind. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, that won't do. This is something I prepared specially for you. How can I just let it go? Come on, take it with you. As he spoke, Ye Bufan walked directly towards Ji Chongshuan. Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched, and then he secretly winked at the lion and tiger beside him. The lion-tiger understood, and he moved and rushed directly towards Ye Bufan, with his speed increasing to the extreme. Before Ye Bufan could react, the lion-tiger had already come behind him and grabbed Ye Bufan's neck, reminding him, don't move, or I'll hurt your life. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Seeing that the lion-tiger had subdued Ye Bufan, Ji Chongshuan smiled and looked at him with a playful look on his face. Xiao Fanzi, do you still want to plant the soul circle for me now? Why not? Ye Bufan said with a calm smile. You. Ji Chongshuan was furious. Snort. Then he snorted again and said, Ye Bufan, if you don't want to die, then let us leave the 7-star Jedi. Otherwise don't blame me for dying with you. Perish together. That's right. Do you think you have the ability? You'll know if you try it. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Ji Chongshuan looked at Tu Huo outside the cell and said, although I don't know why you surrendered to him, but for us, this may not be a bad thing. Now, let us go. Hee hee. Tu Huo also smiled indifferently. Why are you laughing? Ji Zongshuan shouted, and then said, get out of the way quickly, or don't blame us for being rude to him. At this time, the lion's right claw that was pinching Ye Bufan's neck suddenly tightened, and it instinctively cooperated with Ji Chongshuan. Unexpectedly, Tu Huo just shook his head and looked at Ji Chongshuan as if he was an idiot. You. Suddenly, Ji Chongshuan was furious, but also a little at a loss. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly said, King Ji, it's been so long, don't you think I'm still the same young master you let me control? Hearing this, Ji Chongshuan was stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and asked solemnly, what do you mean? What I mean is during this period of time, I have even made many warriors at the 9th level of the heavenly god realm stupid. In this situation, do you think Shihu, a mere warrior at the earthly god realm, can really subdue me? Ye Bufan said with a smile. Ji Chongshuan's expression changed. Ye Bufan said again, Come on, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Today, as long as you lions and tigers can hurt me, I will let you go. No, I will personally escort you out of the 7-star Jedi. Really? The lion and tiger were delighted. Really? Ye Bufan smiled and said, go ahead and attack me. I will never resist. But if you can't hurt me, then just put on the Soul Guardian Circle and don't force me to do it myself. This. Shihu looked at Ji Chongshuan hesitantly. Ji Chongshuan nodded. If possible, he really didn't want to do this, but he had no other choice. Drink. The next second, after getting Ji Chongshuan's response, Shihu immediately shouted loudly, then clenched his fist and punched Ye Bufan's back violently. Ye Bufan did not dodge. Boom. Shihu gathered all his strength in the Earth God realm and punched Ye Bufan. Suddenly, a dull and heavy sound was heard, and Shihu's face changed. He felt his punch was like hitting an iron plate. Not only did it not hurt Ye Bufan, but he felt a burning pain on his 5 fingers. How is this possible? This situation made the lion and tiger's face change, full of shock and disbelief. Ji Chongshuan and the star pirates under his command all widened their eyes. A punch from a lion and tiger at the Earth God realm couldn't hurt Ye Bufan at all. How is this possible? Tu Huo, who was outside the cell, looked at Ji Chongshuan and his group and sneered. A warrior at the Earth God realm actually attempted to harm Ye Bufan, who possessed a body at the God King realm. It's nothing but a pipe dream and a fairy tale. Before Ji Zongshuan and his party could think about it, Ye Bufan had already looked at Ji Zongshuan, and then threw the soul control ring in his hand to Ji Zongshuan, and said with a smile, come on, be good, take it on. Chapter 1577 Resources at hand. Looking at the soul circle in his hand and then at Ye Bufan in front of him, Ji Chongshuan had a miserable look on his face. To wear it or not to wear it. In fact, he knew very well that at this point, he had no choice at all. However, he could not accept the fact that he had to wear the soul ring, no matter what. Master Yi, how about forget it? Helplessly, Ji Chongshuan could only look at Ye Bufan and proposed again. That won't do. Ye Bufan smiled and said, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I will never go back on my word, so if I say I want to give you a soul ring, then I must give you a soul ring. You jerk, what's the saying that a gentleman's word is as good as his bond? I hope you go back on your word. Ji Zongshuan was extremely angry, and then he spoke again. Master Yi, Tu Huo promised Ji Qianya not to hurt me. If you do this now when Ji Qianya comes back, how are you going to explain it to her? You also said that Tu Huo agreed. What does that have to do with me? Ye Bufan spread his hands and said. Ji Chongshuan was completely confused and had no words to say. Yes, that was what Tu Huo promised Ji Qianya. What does it have to do with Ye Bufan? Without waiting for Ji Zongshuan to think about it, Ye Bufan said with a serious expression, okay, put on the soul control ring quickly, don't force me to do it myself. Ji Chongshuan took a look at the soul controlling circle in his hand, and then sighed helplessly. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. In this situation, he has no other choice. So, just wear it. Master, no. Seeing that Ji Chongshuan was really about to take action, Shihu immediately spoke out to stop him. Then he looked at Ye Bufan again and threatened in a cold voice, Ye Bufan, my young master is the 18th prince of the God clan. If you dare to put the soul control ring on him, the God clan will not let you go. By then, the world will be great. Bang! Shihu had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan kicked him directly. A dull and heavy sound was heard, and Shihu's entire body flew backwards instantly. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the lion's body hit the wall of the cell heavily. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body slid to the ground, motionless, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Hiss! This sudden scene made the star pirates present gasp in shock. Ye Bufan looked at Ji Chongshuan and said in a deep voice, my patience is limited. In the last 3 seconds, if you don't wear it, I will help you put it on. I will. Ji Chongshuan said this helplessly, and then directly injected the soul controlling circle in his hand into his own soul. And her. At this time, Ye Bufan threw out another soul control circle, and then pointed at the netherworld blood fox who was still unconscious in Ji Chongshuan's arms. You! Ji Chongshuan was stunned and furious. Ye Bufan said, don't be so pedantic. You should know that with her cultivation and strength, I can't just leave her alone. Either put a soul controlling ring on her, or I will kill her now. It's your choice. I'll wear it. At this point, Ji Chongshuan has no choice. He is unwilling and full of regret. If I had known this earlier, I should not have let Ye Bufan know the true strength of the Netherworld Blood Fox, or even killed him when I first met Ye Bufan. Ji Chongshuan was certain that Ye Bufan was not targeting him by doing this now. He was definitely doing this because he was impressed by the strength of the Netherworld Blood Fox. He wanted to take control of the Netherworld Blood Fox while he was unconscious. Although he was very clear about Ye Bufan's true intentions, Ji Chongshuan knew that he was powerless to change them. After Ji Chongshuan planted the soul control circle on the Nether Blood Fox, Ye Bufan walked out of the cell directly, then looked at Tu Huo again and said, "Close the door." "Yes, my king." Tu Huo responded, then took a step forward and walked towards the prison door. Seeing this scene, Ji Chongshuan was stunned and said, "What do you mean? I have already planted the soul circle for myself according to your wishes. Are you still planning to lock us up? You just stay here for a while. I will let you out once I finish my work." Ye Bufan left a word and walked straight out. Ji Chongshuan's mouth twitched. This great king has already surrendered to you, and you still want to keep me locked up. Your uncle. Outside the cell. Tu Huo, go get all the elixirs and magic medicines from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce for me. Looking at Tu Huo, Ye Bufan said something. "Yes, my king." Tu Huo left immediately. Ye Bufan also returned to his residence in the city lord's mansion. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, 2nd floor. Looking at the Tianu in front of him, Tu Huo said directly, "President Tianu, during the capture of that human, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce fully cooperated with this matter. I believe Miss Ji has already explained this to you, right?" "Yes." Tian Nu responded and said, "During the time when the young lady is away, the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce will be entirely at the mercy of City Lord Tu." "Very good." Tu Huo smiled slightly. "In that case, go and get all the elixirs and magic medicines in your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to me now." "What?" Hearing this, Tianu was shocked. Then he looked at Tu Huo and said hesitantly, "Captain Tu, this is not appropriate, right? Those are elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions." "How?" Tu Huo frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Are you planning to pretend to obey but actually disobey? Or have you forgotten what your young lady said before she left?" Tianu was speechless. Tu Huo added, "Don't worry, I want these elixirs and magic medicines to deal with that human, and I will return them in full afterwards." "But didn't City Lord Tu already have a plan to capture that human? Are you sure that the human's cultivation is still at the mysterious god level?" "I'm not sure about this." "That's it, so I must make preparations for both scenarios." What's the meaning of but? Hurry up and get the elixir and the magic medicine to me. Otherwise, I will have reason to suspect that you are not deliberately hindering me from capturing that human. At that time, even if I kill you, I'm sure Ji Qianya won't say anything." Tianu's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "Okay, City Lord Tu, please wait a moment. I will go get you the elixir and magic medicine now." "Go ahead." Tu Huo waved his hand. 10 minutes later, Tianu returned to Tu Huo again. He placed a purple gold storage ring on the table in front of the two of them, and then said, "Captain Tu, here are the elixirs and magic medicines you need, but the amount is too large. I hope Captain Tu can write a receipt for me." "Receipt?" Tu Huo sneered secretly. Ye Bufan was planning to rob the place openly. "Do you think this document is still useful?" Although he thought so, Tu Huo still wrote a receipt to Tianu to prove that he was the one who took the elixir and magic medicine. Afterwards, Tu Huo left Tianhe Chamber of Commerce with elixirs and magical medicines worth trillions. City Lord's Mansion. Looking at the elixirs and magic medicines that Tu Huo brought back, Ye Bufan was extremely excited. What kind of concept is it to have elixirs and miracle drugs worth trillions of dollars? With Ye Bufan's current physical body at the Divine King level, every breakthrough would consume resources worth more than 100 billion, nearly 200 billion. The elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions of dollars in front of him can definitely make his body reach the level of a divine emperor. The Divine Emperor. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling excited and incredible. The heaven-swallowing seal of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture is definitely the most perverted method of cultivation in the world. Ordinary warriors, no matter how many resources they have, cannot achieve success overnight. They must proceed step by step. But what about the heaven-swallowing seal? Damn, as long as there are enough resources, it won't be a problem to become the Hongmeng Emperor within a day. Well done. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said something, then took out a storage ring, threw it to Tu Huo and said, "There are 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi in it, you can use it to refine it." Tu Huo was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. This is what you deserve." Ye Bufan said with a smile, "I have already said it before. As long as you work hard for me, it will not be difficult for you to become a God Lord or even a God Emperor in the future. Yes, I will go through fire and water for you, Your Majesty, without hesitation." "Back off." Ye Bufan waved his hand. "Yes." Tu Huo responded and left where Ye Bufan was. Ye Bufan also focused his attention on the storage ring in front of him. Chapter 1578 6 Great Leaders are coming, 18 God Kings are attacking, fight. 4th update. The 7-star Jedi contains all the elixirs and magic medicines worth trillions. It has to be said that Ji Qianya's behavior is absolutely generous and absolutely crazy. Although she did this to target Ye Bufan, it also saved Ye Bufan a lot of trouble. Ji Qianya, you never thought that these elixirs and magical medicines that you spent a huge amount of money to buy would eventually become cheap for me and help me achieve my goal. Ye Bufan smiled and murmured, then added, "When you come back to the 7-star Jedi next time, I will definitely thank you very much." After saying this, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He directly took out some pills and magic medicines from the storage ring, and then the Heaven Swallowing Seal and the Hongmeng Seal were activated. After that, start eating. As more and more elixirs and magic medicines were swallowed by Ye Bufan, they were transformed into Ye Bufan's cultivation by the Heaven Swallowing Seal. Afterwards, the Hongmeng Seal transformed Ye Bufan's own cultivation into the purest physical strength. As time went by and his elixirs and magic medicines were consumed, Ye Bufan's body was constantly improving. However, the God King realm is not comparable to the Servant God realm and the Mysterious God realm, or even the Earth God realm and the Heavenly God realm. In the God King realm, Ye Bufan's improvement requires more resources. The more resources are consumed, the longer it will take for Ye Bufan to break through. This time, Ye Bufan spent more than an hour to upgrade his physical body from the 3rd level of the Divine King to the 4th level of the Divine King. Even so, if this were to be spread out, it would definitely scare a group of people, or even scare everyone. In just 1 hour, he was promoted from the 3rd level of the Divine King to the 4th level of the Divine King. Moreover, it was not an improvement in cultivation, but a breakthrough in the physical body. This kind of cultivation was simply cheating. But Ye Bufan was still not satisfied. The 5th level of God King. The 6th heaven of the God King. The 7th heaven of the God King. As time went by, Ye Bufan's physical cultivation also soared. 1 day later, Ye Bufan's physical body had reached the 9th level of the Divine King. In just 1 day, the physical body soared from the 3rd level of the Divine King to the 9th level of the Divine King. This was simply like cheating. But everything is not over yet. There are still some elixirs and magic medicines that Tu Huo got from Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ye Bufan believes that with these elixirs and magic medicines, his physical body can definitely break through the God King and become the God Emperor. It can even allow his physical body to go 1 step further and reach the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor, or even the 4th level of the Divine Emperor. While Ye Bufan was busy improving his physical cultivation, Tu Huo was also not idle. Tu Huo had already personally experienced the power and value of Hongmeng Yuanyi, so after getting 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi from Ye Bufan yesterday, he chose to go into seclusion. In 1 day, Tu Huo successfully refined all 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi. 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi enabled Tu Huo to break through again in cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor. Not only that, Tu Huo clearly felt that his martial arts talent had also improved a lot because of these 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi. For this reason, Tu Huo was even more grateful that he could be subdued by Ye Bufan. After all, if he had not been subdued by Ye Bufan and had not become Ye Bufan's first divine servant, he would not have been able to obtain so much Hongmeng Yuanyi, let alone break through to become a powerful being in the 2nd level of Divine King and Divine Emperor. The most important thing is that Tu Huo believes that as long as he follows Ye Bufan well, then the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor is definitely just the beginning. In the future, becoming a Divine Lord or even a Divine Emperor is not an extravagant hope. Compared with the power of the God Emperor realm, the mere soul control circle is nothing. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful pressure suddenly swept over the sky above the City Lord's mansion. This sudden change made Tu Huo, who was originally excited, stunned. However, it is not over yet. Boom, boom, boom. As the first wave of pressure descended, another wave of powerful pressure followed. Above the city lord's mansion, the 6 city lords, Hongye, Huan Xinyan, Li Yong, Long Wei, Tan Feng and Lu Hanbing, gathered together, and behind each of them stood 2 powerful men in the realm of God King. The 7-star Jedi and the 6 major star pirate groups, a total of 18 God Kings gathered in the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion. This sudden change instantly turned the entire Holy Fire City Lord's mansion into chaos, and the members of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates in the mansion were all terrified. Not only the members of the Holy Fire Sky Pirates in the City Lord's mansion, but also the aliens outside the City Lord's mansion and even in the entire Holy Fire City were all terrified. The simultaneous arrival of 18 God Kings is definitely a major event that has never happened in the 7-star Jedi. The most important thing is, judging from the posture of the 18 God Kings, anyone can see that they have come with ill intentions. The war is about to begin. This was almost the common thought in the minds of all the alien races in the Holy Fire City at the first moment. After all, Tu Huo's advancement to become the God Emperor has broken the balance among the 7-star pirate groups. Except for the Holy Mars Sky Pirate Group, the other 6-star pirate groups cannot ignore this matter. However, after so much time, the 6 major star pirate groups still did not take action. The aliens originally thought that they had reached some kind of agreement with Tu Huo Zhang, but they did not expect that one day later, they still could not help but take action. This battle will surely be unprecedented. This battle will surely turn the world upside down. For this reason, after seeing the 18 God Kings above the City Lord's mansion, the alien races in the Holy Fire City did not hesitate at all and directly evacuated to the outside of the Holy Fire City. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. They didn't want to be involved in the war between Tu Huo and the 18 gods. After all, such a battle, even just the aftermath, is not something they can bear. The aliens in Holy Fire City evacuated one after another. In the City Lord's mansion, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi flew directly into the air. They stood in front of the 18 God Kings with solemn and sullen faces. After a brief eye contact, Jin Luyu asked in a cold voice, Hongye, Huan Xinyan, Li Yong, Longwei, Tan Feng, and Lu Hanbing, what do you mean? Stop talking nonsense and tell Tu Huo to come out and die. As soon as Jin Luyu finished speaking, Hongye shouted loudly. You! Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi were immediately furious. They gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. But at this moment, a contemptuous voice suddenly came from the City Lord's mansion, let this emperor die. Hongye, you are so arrogant. The next second, a figure appeared in front of Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi. The person who came was none other than Tu Huo, who had just broken through the second level of the Divine Emperor. Looking at the 18 God Kings in front of him, Tu Huo smiled calmly and said, everyone, have you thought it over? Do you really want to fight with me? The 6 group leaders were stunned. They could feel that Tu Huo's aura today seemed a little stronger than yesterday. You made a breakthrough. Huan Xinyan couldn't help but ask. That's right. Tu Huo responded, this emperor has made a breakthrough by chance, and now he is at the second level of the Divine Emperor. Including the 6 leaders, the 18 gods in front of Tu Huo couldn't help but twitch their lips. They are messy and even crazy. Damn, you just advanced to the level of Divine Emperor yesterday, and you've made another breakthrough today. Aren't you too discouraging? The 18 God Kings were like this, but Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi couldn't help but feel excited. After all, now that the 18 God Kings are attacking at the same time, the stronger their leader is, the greater their chances of winning. What do you think? Are you still planning to take action? Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Tu Huo asked again. The 18 God Kings were stunned. Huan Xinyan, why not? After a pause, she continued, in just one day, you have advanced from the first level of the Divine Emperor to the second level of the Divine Emperor. If we really wait for you for 7 days, and you still haven't advanced to the 7th level of the Divine Emperor, then we won't have any chance if we take action at that time. After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Tu Huo couldn't help but frown. The 6 great group leaders attacked, and the 18 God Kings attacked at the same time. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Stop talking nonsense, Tu Huo, and prepare to die. Before Tu Huo could think more, Huan Xinyan shouted again. Kill. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed directly towards Tu Huo. Kill. The other 17 god kings no longer hesitated, and they all rushed towards Tu Huo. Court death. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo shouted angrily. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed directly towards the 18 gods. Strength in numbers. Using the majority to bully the minority. Bullshit. The God King is just the God King after all. I am the God Emperor, I am afraid of no one. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Chapter 1579 Spare your life. Kill. Facing the 18 God Kings charging towards him, Tu Huo did not retreat but advanced instead, shouting loudly and charging out directly. In less than a breath, he had arrived in front of Huan Xinyan. Court death. Facing Huan Xinyan, Tu Huo shouted again and then punched her. A punch that was fast, fierce, brutal, and even violent, and even carried endless cold murderous intent. At this moment, even though Huan Xinyan was charming and beautiful, Tu Huo did not show her the slightest sympathy. Since you want to take my life, you must be prepared to be killed by me. However, facing Tu Huo's punch full of murderous intent, Huan Xinyan did not give in at all. Her face darkened and she also punched out. Fist meets fist, the God King fights the God Emperor. Boom. In an instant, Tu Huo's fist and Huan Xinyan's fist collided with each other. The powerful force impact caused the space to vibrate and a thunderous sound was heard. Puff. After one punch, Huan Xinyan spat out a mouthful of blood, and then her body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. But the fire did not move at all. At this time, except Huan Xinyan, the 17 God Kings had also arrived. They did not show any hesitation or delay, and instantly surrounded Tu Huo and killed him. Facing 1 against 17, Tu Huo's face was gloomy and looked extremely ferocious. Although the 17 people in front of him were still only at the Divine King level, far inferior to his martial arts Divine Emperor, they were numerous and powerful after all, and Tu Huo could not ignore the attacks of any one of them. For this reason, although Tu Huo wanted to kill them very much, facing the attacks of 17 God Kings, he had to give up the attack and switch to passive defense. Boom 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 boom. Above the city lord's mansion, Tu Huo and the 17 God Kings fought back and forth. In just the blink of an eye, they had fought hundreds of times. At this time, Huan Xinyan, who had just been repelled by Tu Huo, was also injured and joined the team that besieged Tu Huo again. Kill. Seeing the 18 God Kings besieging their own leader, Kuang Tiandi and Jin Luyu were stunned for a moment, and then they no longer hesitated. They shouted loudly, and then rushed towards the war fists in the sky, each locking onto a God King and attacking. With the addition of Kuang Tiandi and Jin Luyu, the other 2 God Kings had to give up Tu Huo and deal with the 2 of them instead, but even so, Tu Huo's current difficult situation was not alleviated at all. Fighting 1 against 16, Tu Huo was in a situation where he was surrounded by enemies and ambushed from all sides. Especially the 6 high-level gods, Hongye, Longwei, Liyang, etc., they are definitely the biggest threat to Tu Huo. This is why Tu Huo attacked with thunder and directly injured Huan Xinyan. The siege by 18 God Kings is not scary, what is scary are these 6 high-level God Kings. Hongye, Liyang, Longwei, Tan Feng, Huan Xinyan, and Lu Hanfeng, the 6 of you really think you want to fight to the death with me? In the melee, Tu Huo asked coldly while dealing with the siege of 16 God Kings. Tu Huo, you forced us to do this, you can't blame us. If you don't die today, we will be the ones to die tomorrow. Tu Huo, prepare to die. The 6 group leaders were firm and resolute. Today they would take Tu Huo's life. In that case, then you'd better die for me. Tu Huo roared angrily. Boom. The next second, his Divine Emperor's second-level pressure erupted completely. The terrifying aura and the pressure from the depths of the soul made all the God Kings present tremble in their hearts, especially the other God Kings except the 6 leaders. Not only did they fall into a brief state of unconsciousness, but even their fighting power was greatly weakened by Tu Huo's pressure. Despite the sudden change, Tu Huo did not hesitate at all and punched directly. Boom. Puff. Tu Huo punched Lu Hanfeng in the chest. The powerful force caused Lu Hanfeng to spit out blood and his body flew backwards. Under Tu Huo's attack, Lu Hanfeng was definitely much more seriously injured than Huan Xinyan before. However, the moment Tu Huo repelled Lu Hanfeng with one attack, the other 5 captains had already regained their senses. They instantly rushed towards Tu Huo, and even the other God Kings were no exception. However, this time, Tu Huo did not dodge. He retracted his punch, ignored the siege of more than a dozen God Kings, and directly killed one of the aliens from the third level of God King with red eyes. Bang bang bang. The attacks of the 14 God Kings fell on Tu Huo one after another. Tu Huo's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he ignored it. Boom. The original offensive was an unstoppable blow. Tu Huo angrily punched directly on the alien of the third level of the God King. Under the impact of the violent force, the body of the alien of the third level of the God King exploded directly, and even his soul was wiped out in an instant. Exchange injury for life. Tu Huo killed one of the aliens in the God King realm instantly in an almost crazy manner. The whole place was dead silent. Huan Xinyan and more than a dozen other powerful God King realm warriors couldn't help but gasp. Less than a minute after the battle began, one of their God Kings had already fallen. This result was far beyond their expectations. Tu Huo did not stop. He took the opportunity to dodge and directly escape from the encirclement of the 14 gods. Tu Huo stood proudly in the air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the 14 God Kings in front of him with red eyes, mocked coldly, and said provocatively, "Don't you want to kill me? Come on, although I don't have the ability to kill all of you, but I guarantee that before I die, at least half of you will be killed or injured. As for who will die and who will be injured, I can't guarantee it." Intimidation. Tu Huo's statement is absolutely a naked threat. His meaning was very clear, that is, even if I die, one of you must be buried with me. As for who will be buried with you, it all depends on your luck. It could be you, it could be you, it could be you. In short, anyone among you may be named by this emperor, and once named by this emperor, you will definitely die. Hearing this, more than a dozen God Kings present, including several group leaders, couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Although they wanted to kill Tu Huo very much, they didn't want to die as a result even more. Therefore, even though they knew very well that this was Tu Huo's strategy to attack their hearts, they still could not choose to ignore it, because Tu Huo was intimidating them, but it was also true. The powerful God King realm warrior who was killed instantly by him was the best proof of this. What's more, the 6 major star pirate groups are already divided in spirit. They don't want to be swallowed up by other groups because of heavy casualties after killing Tu Huo. But at this moment, Huan Xinyan suddenly spoke up to remind them, "Everyone, don't forget what we are here for. Today, Tu Huo must die. If he doesn't die, then we will die." Damn it. When Huan Xinyan said this, Tu Huo couldn't help but curse in his heart. He always felt that Huan Xinyan was a little different today, as if she was deliberately making an enemy of him. Before Tu Huo could think about it, the other captains and the gods under their command were shocked by Huan Xinyan's words. Then, the hesitation on their faces disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by unprecedented determination and firmness. Kill. The next second, they no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Tu Huo not far away again. Your uncle. Seeing this scene, Tu Huo felt crazy, but at the same time, he felt more and more that there seemed to be some inside story that he didn't know about the siege of him by the 6 major star pirate groups. But what is it? Tu Huo didn't know, and he didn't have time to think about it. Seeing the 14 God Kings coming to kill him again, Tu Huo did not fight them directly, but chose to escape. This scene made the 14 God Kings stunned. After all, Tu Huo was a strong man in the God Emperor realm. If he was determined to escape, they really couldn't do anything to him. Immediately, Huan Xinyan chased after him while shouting angrily, "Tu Huo, you can't run away. Call out." But at this moment, as Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Tu Huo suddenly turned around and rushed towards them again. What? The sudden change made Huan Xinyan and others stunned. The slaughter fire arrived in an instant. It's unintentional. Bang! He kicked violently directly at one of the aliens who was at the 2nd level of the God King. Although he was not killed directly, he was seriously injured and vomited blood. After a successful attack, Tu Huo chose to escape again without any hesitation. Everything seems long, but it is only a few tenths of a second. Huan Xinyan and the others looked at the alien from the 2nd heaven of the God King with blood on the corner of his mouth, and then looked at Tu Huo who had distanced himself from them again, and they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Too shameless and too despicable. Tu Huo wanted to rely on his advantage in the Divine Emperor realm to defeat them one by one. At this thought, Huan Xinyan shouted angrily, Tu Huo, you are at least a strong man in the Divine Emperor realm, are you so cowardly? If you have the guts, don't run away, fight us. Whether I have the guts or not, you will know if you try it. Tu Huo smiled and looked at Huan Xinyan with a playful and teasing look and said provocatively. You. Huan Xinyan was furious. Hong Ye suddenly said, Tu Huo, in fact, the fight between us has not yet reached the point of a life and death struggle. As long as you hand over the secret of becoming a divine emperor, we can spare your life. Chapter 1580 Xiao Yi, you have big ambitions. Tu Huo, in fact, the fight between us has not yet reached the point of a life and death struggle. As long as you hand over the secret of becoming a divine emperor, we can spare your life. Hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned at first, then sneered, haha, I was wondering why you guys suddenly became so bold. It turns out it's because of this, but why should I tell you? You. Lu Hanfeng was stunned and said angrily, if you don't tell me, you will die today. Yeah. Tu Huo smiled calmly and said, if that's the case, then go ahead. Several group leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. Huan Xinyan was even more furious. Tu Huo, I advise you not to make mistakes. Even if we can't kill you, what about the other members of your Holy Fire group? Do you think they have the ability to escape the joint siege of our 6 major star pirate groups? Are you blackmailing me? Tu Huo's face turned cold. Huan Xinyan, no, I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating a fact. Yeah, Tu Huo sneered, you can surround and kill the people of my Holy Fire group, but can't I assassinate the members of your 6 groups? And I don't believe that you God Kings can stay together forever. As long as you separate, who among you can be my opponent? When the time comes, I will kill 1 if I see 1, and kill 2 if I see 2. You. Huan Xinyan was furious but helpless. She suddenly realized that the current situation seemed completely different from what they had expected. For a moment, whether it was Tu Huo or the 6 leaders, both sides, they all fell into speechless silence. Ahem. But at this moment, below everyone, a light cough suddenly sounded in the city lord's mansion. This sudden change made Huan Xinyan and others stunned. You know, before they fought with Tu Huo just now, everyone had already run away, even the people in the city lord's mansion were no exception. But at this time, a light cough was heard from the city lord's mansion. What does this mean? This means that there is someone else in the city lord's mansion. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look towards the city lord's mansion and follow the direction of the voice. They really wanted to see who was so brave. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan, who had transformed into the heavenly demon, stood in front of the door. He had his hands behind his back, looking like a master who had attained great enlightenment. He quietly glanced at the group of God King realm powerhouses in the air with an indifferent expression. Seeing this scene, Huan Xinyan and others were stunned. Who is this demon? What's that expression on his face? Isn't he afraid of death? Tu Huo smiled knowingly. Others don't know who this demon is, but he knows it very well. Most importantly, he knew very well that during this period, Ye Bufan was using the trillions of elixirs and magical medicines worth of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to impact his physical body to the Divine Emperor realm. Just now he was fighting with more than a dozen God Kings, and Ye Bufan did not show up. But now he stood up on his own and took the initiative to attract everyone's attention. What does this mean? Undoubtedly, Ye Bufan's body has completed the transformation from God King to God Emperor. The Emperor of God in the flesh. Adding myself, their side is equivalent to 2 powerful men in the realm of Divine Emperor. 6 captains. 18 God Kings. Tu Huo was confident that as long as Ye Bufan was willing, the 2 of them could join forces and definitely kill all of these God Kings. It's quite lively, huh? Before Tu Huo could think about it, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then looked at Huan Xinyan and the others and asked, what secret do you want to learn about achieving the Divine Emperor realm? Well, hearing this, Huan Xinyan and others were stunned again. Who is this guy? How dare he speak to us in that tone? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Although she thought so in her heart, Huan Xinyan still frowned and asked, who are you? Does it matter who I am? Ye Bufan smiled calmly, and then said, the important thing is whether you want to become a divine emperor. Nonsense, if possible, who doesn't want to become a powerful person in the realm of divine emperor? Thinking in his heart, Huan Xinyan asked again, can you help us break through the divine king and advance to the divine emperor? Certainly. Ye Bufan looked confident, if you don't believe it, you can ask Tu Huo. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the powerful God King realm warriors present looked at Tu Huo, even Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi were no exception. They were even more shocked and stunned than everyone else, because they knew the demon that Ye Bufan had transformed into at the moment, and it was just a flower slave in the city lord's mansion. Hee hee. Tu Huo smiled slightly, then flashed to Ye Bufan's side, raised his head and looked at the group of God Kings and said, "You don't need to look at me with such questioning eyes. I can tell you very clearly that the reason why I was able to break through from God King to God Emperor is all thanks to the king. As for you," after a pause, Tu Huo continued, "this emperor has already told you before, if you also want to break through the divine king and advance to the divine emperor, this emperor can show you a clear way. But, as I have said, there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you must pay for it. That is why I gave you 7 days to think about it. I did not expect that after just 1 day, you could no longer hold back. Do you think I am fooling you? Or do you think I want to delay time so that I can continue to improve my strength and then wipe you all out?" This. Huan Xinyan and others were speechless. Tu Huo continued, with a teasing look on his face, "It seems like you really think so. Haha, I have to say, you guys are really judging me by your own standards. Remember that I told you very clearly yesterday. Your vision determines your situation. Nowadays, a mere 7-star Jedi is no longer in my eyes. As for you guys, hee hee." Seeing Tu Huo's contemptuous, amusement, and even disdainful look, the several team leaders couldn't help but feel a little angry. However, they also understood that this was not the time to argue with Tu Huo about these things. Immediately, they looked at Ye Bufan again. Huan Xinyan asked, "Can you really help us break through the Divine King level and advance to the Divine Emperor level?" Although their sudden attack on the Holy Fire City this time was not as Tu Huo had expected, but they still found it difficult to resist the temptation of the Divine Emperor realm. "Certainly," Ye Bufan responded and said with a smile, "Isn't Tu Huo the best proof?" Huan Xinyan frowned. "Then what do we need to pay? Tu Huo has made it very clear that if you want to get something, you must pay a price. Therefore, even if the other party is willing to give them this opportunity, there will definitely be additional conditions. Free." After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Ye Bufan said 2 words. "Free." Huan Xinyan couldn't help but be stunned. The other gods present were also stunned. "Yes, freedom." Ye Bufan responded, "If you want me to help you break through to the Divine King, then you must submit to me like Tu Huo did and become my divine servant." After saying that, Ye Bufan directly took out 6 soul control rings. "Take them with you. Within 3 days, I guarantee that you will break through the Divine King and advance to the Divine Emperor. Not only that, the Divine Emperor is just the beginning. In the future, as long as you work hard for me, you will be able to become a Divine Lord and a Divine Emperor in the near future." Hiss. When Ye Bufan said this, several group leaders and a group of God Kings couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Will he become the Divine Emperor within 3 days? In the past, the several team leaders would not believe it at all. In their opinion, this was simply a fantasy. However, Tu Huo's breakthrough has confirmed this. The other party did not lie and he indeed had this incredible ability. The most important thing is that becoming the God Emperor is just the beginning. The other party actually claimed that he could help them become God Lords or even God Emperors. I have to say, this is so big that it is simply impossible to refuse. But when they thought of the other party's conditions, the leaders of the several groups hesitated and wavered. Soul Circle. Once you put it on, it means that your life and death are controlled by the other party. By then, even if they wanted to regret, they would have no chance. Is it worth exchanging a lifetime of freedom for a chance to become a Divine Emperor? Also, how credible are the other party's words? Although Tu Huo succeeded in advancing, who can guarantee that the other party can also let others advance like Tu Huo? If there is only one chance like this, then if I put on the soul ring, wouldn't it be like being tricked by them? Also, even if the other party still has the ability to help them advance to the Divine Emperor, after putting on the soul controlling ring, if the other party goes back on his word and doesn't help them break through, what should they do then? Hesitation, hesitation. The faces of several group leaders were gloomy and uncertain, and they were even more hesitant and difficult to make a decision. Pa, pa, pa. But at this moment, a crisp applause suddenly rang out from the sky. Everyone was stunned. Then, a silver bell-like voice reached the ears of everyone present. Xiao Yi Zi, I really underestimated you. You have great ambitions. Chapter 1581 Ambergris 3 more chapters. Xiao Yi Zi, I really underestimated you. You have quite a big ambition. The next second, a figure appeared between Ye Bufan and a group of powerful God King Realm warriors. The person who came was none other than the eldest daughter of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, the Divine Emperor, Ji Qianya. Fuck, is that you? The moment he saw Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaimed, didn't you leave? As he spoke, Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at Tu Huo beside him, which clearly meant, what's going on? Why is Ji Qianya still in the 7-star Jedi? Tu Huo was also confused at this moment. It was clearly he who personally sent Ji Qianya away from the 7-star Jedi, but what was the situation now? Hee. Before Tu Huo could think about it, Ji Qianya looked at Ye Bufan and smiled, saying, this young lady has indeed left the 7-star Jedi, but has anyone stipulated that this young lady cannot come back after she leaves? Has anyone stipulated that once you leave you can never come back? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Did you do this on purpose? Did you plan all this? Yes. Ji Qianya smiled and said, are you surprised? Are you surprised? I surprise your sister. I'm surprised your uncle. Ye Bufan was in a mess, and then asked, why did you do this? To catch you, of course. Catch me. Of course, if I don't leave, how dare you show up, my little leaf brother? Who is your brother? Ye Bufan scolded him harshly, and then said, have you known for a long time that Tu Huo and I are in the same group? No, before today, my guess about the relationship between you two was just a guess. I can't be sure that you two are in the same group. Guess. Ye Bufan frowned. I don't seem to have revealed any flaws, how could you have such a guess? No flaws. Ji Qianya smiled calmly, and then said with certainty, you have. What's the flaw? Ye Bufan was puzzled. Ji Qianya, your biggest flaw is Tu Huo's breakthrough and advancement. Tu Huo's breakthrough and advancement. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, what does this have to do with me? How did it become my weakness? Hee. Ji Qianya smiled and analyzed, let's put it this way. Although Tu Huo is a Divine King 8th Heaven strongman, he is still too far away from the Divine Emperor realm. Under such circumstances, in just 2 or 3 days, he simply cannot break through the Divine King realm and advance to the Divine Emperor realm by himself. Since it has become impossible to rely on himself, he can only rely on external forces. But what kind of external force can enable an 8th Heaven Divine King to surpass the 9th Heaven Divine Emperor and advance to the Divine Emperor in just 2 or 3 days? I don't know about this, but I can be sure that this external force must have come from outside the City Lord's mansion and has nothing to do with the Holy Star Sky Pirates. After all, if this external force belongs to the Holy Star Sky Pirates, then Tu Huo could not have remained in the 8th level of the Divine King for all these years without being able to advance. He must have already used this external force to achieve the status of a martial arts Divine Emperor. Since this external force does not belong to the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, then where did it come from? After thinking about it, I finally thought of you. Although given the relationship between you and Tu Huo, it is unlikely that you can help Tu Huo break through the Divine King and advance to the Divine Emperor, but looking at the entire 7-star Jedi, apart from you, I really can't think of anyone else who has this ability. Your uniqueness, your mystery, and everything you have done in the 7-star Jedi during this period of time make me feel that if there is really someone who can help Tu Huo achieve the Divine Emperor within 2 or 3 days, that person must be you. Of course, guesses are just guesses, but that doesn't stop me from trying it out. After all, what I told Tu Huo were all true. I do need to leave for a while in the next 2 days, so I can only set up a trap for you based on this guess. Afterwards, as soon as I left the 7-star Jedi, Tu Huo immediately took away all the elixirs and magic medicines from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. This made me feel even more that my guess was correct. Now all of this has been confirmed. It was you who helped Tu Huo advance to the Divine Emperor, and during this period of time, you have been hiding in Tu Huo's City Lord's mansion. Little Leaf, I have to say, you are really cunning. Everyone knows that there is an almost life and death feud between you and Tu Huo. Under such circumstances, who would have thought that you would hide here with Tu Huo, and Tu Huo was actually subdued by you and became your subordinate? After Ji Qianya finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I have to say that Ji Qianya's mind is really delicate and terrifying. She was able to make so many inferences based on Tu Huo's sudden advancement to the Divine Emperor, and based on this as a premise, she set up a trap for herself and let herself enter the game unknowingly. What the hell, just for this kind of scheming, Ye Bufan really doesn't want to be an enemy of Ji Qianye if possible. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Ji Qianye spoke again, but there is one thing I still don't understand, how did you subdue Tu Huo? Is it because you can help Tu Huo advance to the Divine Emperor? If it was just like that, Tu Huo shouldn't be so easy to submit to you, right? How did I tame Tu Huo? Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon? I naturally beat him into submission. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan did not answer Ji Qianye, but glanced at the group of god kings beside him, then looked at Ji Qianye, frowned and said, if I am not mistaken, the sudden attack of the god kings of the 6 starry sky pirate groups into the Holy Fire City should also be arranged by you, right? Smart, this is what I arranged. Since you already know that I am in the City Lord's mansion, why do you still do this? It's very simple. I just want to see why you have been doing so many things in the 7-star Jedi. Now I already know that you actually want to unify the entire 7-star Jedi. I have to say, little leaf brother, you may not be very old, but you have great ambitions. Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. He never thought that Ji Qianye asked the 6 leaders to attack Tu Huo just for this. That's why Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, but how can you be sure that I will show up? If I don't show up, you still won't know my true intentions, right? Did I say you would definitely show up? Ji Qianye asked back. You're not sure? Ye Bufan was stunned again. Certainly. Ji Qianye responded, I am not you, how can I be sure whether you will show up? Then you still do this. Just give it a try. Anyway, even if you don't show up, I won't lose anything. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid that I will leave Tu Huo alone and take advantage of the chaos to escape from the City Lord's mansion? Escape? Ji Qianye said confidently. At this point, do you think you can still run away? After a pause, Ji Qianye continued, do you know why I didn't take action immediately after I confirmed that you were hiding in the City Lord's mansion, but waited for another day? Oh, yes. Why don't you just do it? Ye Bufan was stunned. Ji Qianye smiled and said, that's because I want to be on guard against your magical power of disguise. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned and said, what do you mean by this? Ji Qianye did not answer Ye Bufan, but smiled and said, it should be about time. What time is it? Ye Bufan looked stunned and puzzled. The next second, a strong fishy smell suddenly emanated from Ye Bufan's body. What the hell, what's going on? The sudden change made Ye Bufan's expression change and he was shocked. Not only him, but Tu Huo beside him also exuded the same fishy smell. However, the fishy smell on Tu Huo's body was not as strong as Ye Bufan's. You did this. Immediately, Ye Bufan's face darkened. He glanced at Ji Qianye and asked in a cold voice. That's right. Ji Qianye did not deny it and said, in order to prevent you from escaping again, I made some small changes to the storage ring containing the elixir and magic medicine. Nima. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. At this moment, smelling the fishy odor on his body, he felt like he was about to vomit. What on earth is this? Ambergris. Ji Qianye smiled slightly and said, this thing is colorless, odorless, non-toxic and harmless, but once it is inhaled by a living being, it will emit a strong fishy smell after 12 hours. This fishy smell cannot be washed away by water or cremated. It can only evaporate and dissipate by itself after 12 hours. That is to say, in the next 12 hours, no matter how much you change your appearance, you will not be able to cover up this fishy smell on your body. Little leaf brother, now do you think you can still run away? Chapter 1582 You are the Divine Emperor. Little leaf brother, now do you think you can still run away? After Ji Qianye finished speaking, her playful, teasing smile, and the words little brother Ye Zi, made Ye Bufan's mouth twitch involuntarily. There is an old saying that women have the most vicious hearts, and this is absolutely true when used to describe Ji Qianye. Ye Bufan thought he was careful enough, but he didn't expect that he would fall into Ji Qianye's trap in the end. The most abominable thing is this damn ambergris, it stinks so damn much, plus the strong fishy smell, these two smells mixed together, it's just. In just a moment, Tu Huo, who was closest to Ye Bufan, couldn't help vomiting. Because of this, he immediately blocked his sense of smell, which eased the situation a little. But even so, Tu Huo's face was still a little pale. To be able to bring a powerful divine emperor to this state, one can imagine how horrible and unacceptable the smell on Ye Bufan's body is at this moment. Even Ye Bufan himself couldn't help but block his sense of smell. Looking at Ji Qianye, Ye Bufan's eyes were filled with anger, yet extremely confused and crazy. In the end, all this was reduced to just 4 simple words: antidote, bring it over. Antidote. Ji Qianye shook her head and said, there is no medicine to cure ambergris, but don't worry, the smell of ambergris will automatically dissipate after 12 hours. 12 hours. Damn it, let alone 12 hours, I can't wait even for 12 minutes. Ye Bufan was extremely angry and humiliated, yet he felt helpless. Looking at him, several group leaders and a group of god kings had confused and sympathetic expressions. But sympathy aside, they still took a few steps back and blocked their sense of smell. It was really too damn stinky. They felt that the smell on Ye Bufan's body could poison these powerful god king realm masters. Ji Qianye didn't care about this at all. She just said again, okay, little brother Xiaoyi, now follow me. With you. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, where are we going? Of course, we're going to the headquarters of our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Ji Qianye said as a matter of course. Ye Bufan sneered, why should I follow you to your Tianhe Chamber of Commerce headquarters? Because I am about to leave the 7-star Jedi, and I am very interested in you, so you will naturally go to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce headquarters with me. You are very interested in me. Could it be that you are attracted to me? Ye Bufan teased with a smile. Ji Qianye frowned, and suddenly looked a little dissatisfied. Are you going to leave or not? No, you're going to force me to do it myself, right? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, and Tu Huo immediately stood in front of him. Although Tu Huo knew very well that Ye Bufan was now a powerful divine emperor, this did not prevent him from showing his loyalty in front of Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ji Qianye frowned and looked at Tu Huo with some disdain. Tu Huo, do you think you can stop me from taking him away with your own strength? Tu Huo did not answer. Ji Qianye's expression turned stern, and she said, Tu Huo, I'll give you one more chance. Either you get out of the way now, or I'll beat you to a pulp and then take him away. After a pause, Ji Qianye added, you should be very clear that you are completely powerless to stop the current situation. Even if I don't take action myself, these god kings alone will be enough to keep you from taking care of other things. At that time, it will still be easy for me to take him away. Hee. Hearing this, Tu Huo sneered, his face full of disdain and ridicule. You're not going to take action. If you don't take action, these more than 10 god kings will be nothing but trash in front of our 2 god emperors. Stubborn. Seeing Tu Huo's disdainful expression, Ji Qianye shouted angrily, what are you still standing there for? Get started. Kill. Upon hearing this, several group leaders and more than a dozen god kings did not hesitate at all, and they immediately rushed towards Tu Huo. At this point, they have no other choice. Since they have offended Tu Huo, they can only fight to the death. What's more, they believe that Ji Qianye will never stand idly by and she will definitely take action in the end. Court death. Seeing more than 10 god kings coming to kill him again, Tu Huo shouted angrily and then rushed out directly. In an instant, the melee between Tu Huo and more than a dozen god kings broke out again. Ji Qianye looked at Ye Bufan and said with a calm smile, little brother Ye, now that your greatest support is gone, are you still not going to surrender? Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, are you sure that I have lost my greatest support? If Ji Qianye had said this yesterday, Ye Bufan would have had no way of refutation, after all, it was the fact. However, yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. In one day, Ye Bufan has relied on trillions of elixirs and magical medicines from the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to push his body to the realm of the Divine Emperor. In other words, he is now also a genuine powerful Divine Emperor. In terms of strength, he is no worse than Tu Huo, and is even stronger. After all, he is a God Emperor achieved through his physical body. He has too many advantages over most God Emperors of martial arts. Speaking of this, Ye Bufan really had to thank Ji Qianye. If she hadn't given him one more day, he would not have been able to successfully advance to the Divine Emperor. Of course, this was not because Ji Qianye was careless. After all, ambergris needs 12 hours, or 1 day, to take effect. If she took action directly after Tu Huo took away the elixir and magic medicine worth trillions, she might not be able to catch Ye Bufan. Therefore, she had to wait for this day, which was an unsolvable omission. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Qianye frowned, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered. Ji Qianya, I have to admit that you are very smart and difficult to deal with, but are you a little too confident? Do you really think that I only have the trump card of Tuhuo in my hand and nothing else? Yeah. Ji Qianya smiled, looked at Ye Bufan with interest and said, in that case, little brother Yi, let me see your true trump card. Who is your brother? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and then he shouted, I didn't provoke you, and I didn't provoke you. It's fine that you took the initiative to come to me for trouble, but now you are using this disgusting ambergris to plot against me. Do you really think that I am easy to bully? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, didn't you just say that you were curious about how I subdued Tuhuo? Now, I will tell you the answer. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan stomped his right leg, and the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. At the same time, his body rushed directly towards Ji Qianya in midair like a cannonball. Seeing Ye Bufan rushing towards her, Ji Qianya frowned. She really couldn't understand Ye Bufan's real intention behind doing this. Are you angry and embarrassed because you have no choice? Or did he do this for some other unknown purpose? Although she couldn't figure it out, Ji Qianya was absolutely confident because she always believed that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks would be insignificant. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan had arrived in front of Ji Qianya. Without any hesitation, he faced Ji Qianya and punched her directly. A punch, so violent and ferocious, even caused the space to distort wherever it passed. Seeing this scene, Ji Qianya was stunned at first, then her face changed and she was shocked. She could feel that the power of Ye Bufan's punch had surpassed the level of God King. For this reason, Ji Qianya didn't dare to slack off any longer. She attacked with all her strength and threw a punch in an instant. In an instant, the two fists collided. Boom! A loud thunderous sound was heard. The powerful force was centered on the two of them, sweeping madly and violently to all directions of heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, faint cracks appeared in the space. Because Ji Qianya rushed into the battle in a hurry, after this collision, her body was directly knocked back dozens of meters away, but Ye Bufan did not move at all. Looking at Ji Qianya, who was repelled by his attack in the distance, Ye Bufan did not pursue her. Instead, he looked at her and said coldly, now, you should know what I used to subdue Tuhuo, right? Boom 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 boom. Hearing this, Ji Qianya couldn't help but feel a buzzing sound in her mind. Looking at Ye Bufan, she was shocked, horrified, and her heart was in turmoil. After a moment, all of this came together into four incredible words, you're the Divine Emperor. Chapter 1583 beat you up. You are the Divine Emperor. These four words revealed all the shock and disbelief in Ji Qianya's heart. What? The dozen or so god kings who were besieging Tuhuo in the distance also stopped attacking Tuhuo because of Ji Qianya's simple four words. They retreated one after another, and after an exclamation, they couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. They were shocked, they were horrified, and they all looked incredulous. Tuhuo smiled slightly, after all, he had known this fact for a long time. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at Ji Qianya, smiled calmly, and said, Miss Ji, what's with that expression on your face? Can't I be the Divine Emperor? Ji Qianya's mouth twitched. How could you be the Divine Emperor? How can you be the Divine Emperor? If you were really the Divine Emperor, then why did you hide so much before? I don't believe it. After a loud shout, Ji Qianya rushed towards Ye Bufan again. Whether you believe it or not, I am the Divine Emperor. Ye Bufan also rushed out instantly. In midair, Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya collided with each other and exchanged fists and palms. Bang bang bang. In less than a minute, Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya had fought no less than 100 times. The violent force and fierce attack, the aftermath of the battle alone had turned the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion below into a pile of ruins, and many other buildings around the mansion were also affected. The battle between the Divine Emperor and the heaven-shattering Emperor was a battle that destroyed the whole world. Boom. Another punch. The next second, Ji Qianya took advantage of the recoil of the punch and quickly retreated. Dozens of meters away, her arms were hanging down, her hands were trembling slightly, and she felt the tingling pain on her palms. She frowned and looked at Ye Bufan in the distance, and said in disbelief, you are not only a Divine Emperor, but also a Divine Emperor who specializes in physical cultivation. The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Ye Bufan said with a smile. The corner of Ji Qianya's mouth twitched, and her heart was in a mess as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. As the eldest daughter of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm, Ji Qianya is very clear that compared to practicing martial arts, the cultivation of the physical body is many times more difficult. At the same realm, if it takes 1 year of martial arts training to advance one level, then the training of the physical body will take at least 3, 4 years, or even longer to break through. That is why, in this endless sea of stars, there are very few alien races who specialize in cultivating their bodies. As the eldest daughter of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ji Qianya has been traveling between major planets for many years. But even so, the number of alien races she has met who specialize in cultivating their physical bodies is no more than 100. The most important thing is that among these people, the one with the strongest physical cultivation is only at the god level, and has been cultivating for 200 or 300 years. But what about Ye Bufan? How old is he? Not only did he cultivate his physical body, he also cultivated it to the level of a divine emperor. In Ji Qianya's opinion, this was simply an impossible task. But the fact was right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Ji Qianya's behavior, several group leaders and the god kings under them were already terrified. Divine Emperor realm physical body. As we all know, although the cultivation of the physical body is more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts, at the same time, under the same realm, the martial artist who cultivates the physical body is definitely stronger than the martial artist who cultivates martial arts. Even within the same level, the martial artist who cultivates the physical body is simply invincible. This human is not only a divine emperor, but also a divine emperor who specializes in cultivating his physical body. How is this possible? The next second, Huan Xinyan looked at Tu Huo and said, "You knew it a long time ago." As soon as Huan Xinyan said this, the other gods all looked at Tu Huo. Certainly. Tu Huo smiled slightly. However, he would not tell Huan Xinyan and others that Ye Bufan's physical body had just advanced to the divine emperor level. After all, this was too shocking and too unbelievable. Nima. After receiving Tu Huo's response, the group of powerful God King realm warriors couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They feel they have been ripped off. Currently, the highest level of cultivation in the 7-star Jedi is Ji Qianya's 3rd level of Divine Emperor. But so what? It is not just talk that martial artists in the physical realm are invincible at the same level. This is a fact that has long been proven. If they really fight to the death, Ji Qianya will definitely be the one who dies in the end. If Ji Qianya dies, can they still survive? When they thought of this, the several group leaders and the gods were filled with nothing but regret. If they had known that Ye Bufan possessed a divine emperor body, they should have directly accepted Tu Huo's proposal instead of following Ji Qianya's lead. Now, before they could think about it, Ji Qianya had recovered from her shock. Looking at Ye Bufan, she said calmly, "I really underestimated you. In that case, forget it. However, although you are unwilling to go to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce headquarters with me, we can cooperate," etc. Before Ji Qianya finished speaking, Ye Bufan raised his hand and interrupted her, "You said forget it." Ji Qianya frowned. "What else do you want?" "What do I want?" Ye Bufan sneered. "There is no hatred or grudge between you and me, so I can forgive you for targeting me because you are not convinced, but you have made me look like a ghost now, so I can't let it go no matter what." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "In this case, I won't make it difficult for you. If you use ambergris and make yourself look like me, then I'll let it go." Hearing this, Ji Qianya couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Use ambergris to make yourself smell as fishy as Ye Bufan. She might as well die. Although the medicinal effect of ambergris can only last for 12 hours, Ji Qianya still cannot accept it. Not only Ji Qianya, but Tu Huo and others also felt a chill. Using ambergris on such a beauty like Ji Qianya. What the hell? Ye Bufan not only has no sympathy for women, he is actually a bit crazy. Just imagine how stinking a beauty like Ji Qianya would be. The scene was simply horrible. After a moment, Ji Qianya frowned and said, "What if I don't agree?" Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "You are the eldest daughter of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Even if you don't agree, I won't kill you, but..." As he spoke, Ye Bufan touched his chin and looked Ji Qianya up and down with an evil look. "Rogue." Ji Qianya couldn't help but spit. "What are you thinking about?" Ye Bufan's expression changed, and he said seriously, "Do you think I have any improper thoughts about you? You're overthinking. I'm just thinking about how to teach you a lesson." Forget it, I'll just beat you up. Although I don't hit women, you are an exception. Who told you to disgust me with something like ambergris? My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed directly towards Ji Qianya. Ji Qianya was furious. She wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan had already arrived and she had to fight. Boom 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 boom. In midair, Ji Qianya and Ye Bufan were fighting with fists and feet. For the first time, Ji Qianya truly experienced from Ye Bufan how powerful and even terrifying a physical martial artist could be. Although both of them were at the Divine Emperor realm, and her cultivation was 2 realms higher than Ye Bufan's, but every time she collided with Ye Bufan, Ji Qianya felt as if her attacks had hit a piece of iron plate. Not only did she not hurt Ye Bufan, but she also felt tingling in various parts of her body where she attacked Ye Bufan or collided with Ye Bufan, and this tingling sensation became more and more intense as the battle continued. If this continued, Ji Qianya felt that her body would collapse and she might even be blown to pieces by Ye Bufan. Not only that, as the two continued to fight, the divine power in her body was also rapidly consumed. Once the divine power was exhausted, she would not be able to continue to control the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Divine Emperor. At that time, how could she compete with Ye Bufan? Look at Ye Bufan again. Relying on his physical body at the Divine Emperor level, he launched powerful attacks without any fear of getting hurt. Most importantly, he fought entirely with his physical body and did not need to consume any divine power at all. This is the power of the physical training warrior. Without external assistance, their attack power is comparable to that of martial artists of the same level, but their defense and endurance far exceed that of martial artists of the same level. How can we fight a battle like this? Boom. After another confrontation with Ye Bufan, Ji Qianya retreated violently and said angrily. Ye Bufan, don't force me. What if I force you? Humph, although the physical body of the Divine Emperor is powerful, I am not someone who can be easily bullied. You mean you still have magical powers, secret techniques, and other means that you haven't used yet, right? That's right. Hee hee. Ye Bufan sneered and said, you have a trump card, don't I have one too? What magical power, what secret technique? Do you believe it or not? If you dare to use it, I will suppress you in a minute. Ji Qianya's mouth twitched and he looked confused. What is this? Blackmail? Or intimidation? But no matter what, she didn't dare to ignore Ye Bufan's words, because she thought of Ye Bufan's treasure, the treasure in Hongye City, which could cause Hongye, a powerful god king of the 9th level, to be seriously injured and unconscious just by its aura. Once Ye Bufan uses this treasure, will his own magical powers and secret techniques still be useful? That scene Ji Qianya didn't even dare to think about it, it must have been horrific. Call out. Before she could think more, Ye Bufan rushed over again. Just let me beat you up and let this matter go, otherwise HMPH. You are paralyzed. No matter how ladylike she was, Ji Qianya couldn't help but swear at this moment. I'm going to let you beat me up honestly. Do you still want me to stand still and let you hit me? Chapter 1584 Bang. Ji Qianya swore that she had never been so angry in her life as she was now. He actually let her, the eldest daughter of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and a powerful Divine Emperor realm expert, stand there and let him beat her, and he even dared to intimidate and threaten her, forcing her not to use her magical powers and secret techniques. Your uncle. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. The next second, seeing Ye Bufan coming to attack again, Ji Qianya's whole body of divine power became agitated. Then, she shouted coldly, Charm Tianyan. Brush. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan paused and his original offensive was instantly restrained. Do you dare to use your magical powers? Staring at Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Why not? Ji Qianya ignored her and faced Ye Bufan directly, quickly gathering all her strength. You're paralyzed. Ye Bufan cursed. Since you dare to use your magical powers, I will suppress you directly. After saying this, Ye Bufan directly communicated with the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, in his body. In an instant, the Hongmeng Emperor scripture left the body. Boom. As soon as the Hongmeng Emperor scripture came out, the holy and terrifying aura instantly swept across an area of 10 miles in radius. Buzz. Seeing this scene, Ji Qianya's heart trembled. She widened her eyes and looked at the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, above Ye Bufan with a look of shock and fear. Although Ji Qianya had heard of Ye Bufan's treasure before, but when she saw it with her own eyes, she realized that she had completely underestimated the power of this treasure. Just based on the aura revealed by this treasure at this moment, Ye Qianya was sure that not to mention the God King, even she, a powerful divine emperor of the third level, would be seriously injured. What on earth is this? Earth God Soldier. Godly soldiers. That's impossible. Be it the earthly divine soldiers or the heavenly divine soldiers, they can't possess such a terrifying deterrent. Could it be the supreme royal weapon? Elements give birth to the supreme king weapon. The laws are used to refine the Hongmeng Emperor's weapons. With Ye Bufan's cultivation level of the 9th level of the mysterious god realm and not yet comprehending the laws, it is impossible for him to refine the Hongmeng Emperor weapon. So the scripture in front of him can only be the supreme king weapon. But, how could a martial arts loser at the 9th level of the mysterious god realm actually create a supreme royal weapon? What the hell is wrong with this world? Is he too abnormal, or are we too useless? Thinking of Ye Bufan's physical body at the divine emperor level, Ye Qianya felt relieved. He was less than 100 years old, but he was able to cultivate his physical body to the divine emperor level. So, what was so strange about him being able to give birth to a supreme king weapon with the cultivation of the 9th level of the mysterious god? But isn't this too discouraging? With a divine emperor body and a supreme royal weapon, Ye Qianya discovered that Ye Bufan in front of her was simply a monster. At the same time she also regretted fighting with Ye Bufan and taking it too seriously. After all, if she hadn't insisted on winning Ye Bufan once, she wouldn't have forced herself into this situation. Now, she can neither advance nor retreat, she is in a dilemma. Ye Qianya was like this, and several group leaders and a group of god kings in the distance were also frightened by the aura of the Hongmeng Emperor's scripture, especially Hongye. When he saw the Hongmeng Emperor's scripture, he immediately couldn't help shouting, "Run!" Last time, Hongye had personally experienced the power and terror of the Hongmeng Emperor's sutra. Now that he encountered it again, he was naturally scared to the extreme. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all, and didn't pay any attention to it. He just looked at Ye Qianya and said with interest, "Although with my current cultivation level, I can only use the Emperor's scripture once a day, but it is more than enough to suppress you, so do you still want to interrupt and continue to use your magical powers?" Hearing this, Ye Qianya couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "Display magical powers. I can't do anything. I'm afraid that I'll be suppressed by you before I even use my magical powers." Damn it. At this moment, Ye Qianya felt so helpless and miserable. In the end, she cancelled the martial arts power she was about to use. There was no way. She knew very well that in front of the supreme royal weapon, she had no chance to display her magical powers. What she didn't know was that Ye Bufan's Hongmeng Emperor scripture was not a supreme royal weapon but a treasure of the world. Very good. Seeing that Ye Qianya had cancelled her martial arts ability, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then took back the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, and said, "Since you are so cooperative, I will not bully you. Let's continue." Hearing this, Ye Qianya's mouth twitched. At this moment, she really couldn't help but want to curse. "I am a martial arts emperor, but you don't let me display my magical powers or use my secret techniques. You also force me to fight head-on with you, a physical cultivator of the same level. Do you still say you are not bullying me? How shameless can you be? How shameless can you be? Are you still a man? Don't you know what it means to be gentle and kind to women?" Thinking about this, Ye Qianya's face darkened and he asked, "Have you thought about it?" After a pause, she continued, "I admit that I failed this time, but don't forget, you just said that you don't dare to kill me. In this case, aren't you afraid that after I leave the 7-star Jedi, I will bring people back to settle accounts with you later? Miss G, are you threatening me or reminding me?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Just think of it as me blackmailing you." Ye Qianya frowned and said, "Okay, you're awesome." Ye Bufan said this, but then changed the subject and said, "It's a pity that your threat is ineffective against me. My principle is today's things should be done today, and as for the future things will naturally be discussed in the future." After saying that, Ye Bufan rushed directly towards Ye Qianya. "You're paralyzed." Ye Qianya couldn't help but curse in her heart. The next second, Ye Bufan arrived in the blink of an eye. Ye Qianya naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Although she didn't dare to use her magical powers or secret techniques, she still punched Ye Bufan, who was already close to her. Unexpectedly, this time, Ye Bufan not only did not attack, he didn't even dodge. Bang! Ji Qianya's punch hit Ye Bufan squarely on the chest. Under the impact of the powerful force, Ye Bufan's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But even so, this punch did not have much impact on Ye Bufan. After all, from the battle with Ji Qianya just now, Ye Bufan had already experienced the power of his Divine Emperor body. He could still withstand 2 or 3 attacks of this level. That was why he dared to do this. However, Ji Qianya was shocked. She widened her eyes and looked at Ye Bufan with a confused face. She really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan did this. But soon, she understood. After taking a punch from Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan flashed and almost stuck to Ji Qianya's body, going around behind her. Then he stretched out his left hand and hugged Ji Qianya's slender waist from behind. All this happened suddenly, in a flash. Buzz. Feeling Ye Bufan's arm against her back, tightly hugging her slender waist, Ji Qianya's heart was shocked. She opened her eyes wide, stunned and stupid. Ji Qianya had never been treated so flirtatiously by any member of the opposite sex in her entire life. For a moment, she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. But all this only lasted for a few seconds. After a few seconds, she came to her senses and became furious. "What are you doing?" After a shout, Ji Qianya used her right arm to elbow Ye Bufan behind her, trying to break free from Ye Bufan's restraints in this way. It's a pity that Ye Bufan could never let her get her wish. Bang! Ye Bufan struck out with his right palm, easily blocking Ji Qianya's elbow attack. "You!" Ji Qianya was shocked and angrily said, "What are you doing? Let me go." As she spoke, she did not forget to struggle. It's a pity that with Ye Bufan's body at the Divine Emperor level, there was no way she could break free. In the distance, Tu Huo, several group leaders and other god kings, they all looked at the sudden change in the style of the battle between Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya, and they just stood there in a daze, looking surprised and confused. But at this moment, Ye Bufan still hugged Ji Qianya tightly, and said with a smile, "Just now, I thought about it. After all, you are also a girl. If I really beat you up, it would be a bit unreasonable. Besides, I have never been the kind of person who doesn't know how to be gentle with women, so I have changed my mind." Buzz. Hearing this, Ji Qianya's heart could not help but tremble. She was not glad that Ye Bufan said he did not intend to beat her. Instead, she felt a strong sense of uneasiness and foreboding in her heart. "What do you want to do?" I advise you not to do anything rash," Ji Qianya said in a panic. Ye Bufan just smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to punish you." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand and hit Ji Qianya's butt directly. Bang! A clear voice sounded, and Ji Qianya's body trembled. She was stunned and dumbfounded. Chapter 1585 Crying. Solidified space. Dead silence. Ji Qianya never thought that Ye Bufan would punish herself in this way. For a moment, her mind went blank and she even forgot to react. Ji Qianya was like this. In the distance, Tu Huo and others saw this scene, especially after hearing the crisp pop sound, they were all confused and stunned. They also didn't expect that Ye Bufan would punish Ji Qianya in this way. What is this? This is simply blatant teasing. Who is Ji Qianya? She is the eldest daughter of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce and a powerful person in the Divine Emperor realm. Could she endure being teased in public in front of so many people? I have to say that Ye Bufan is really extremely courageous. In just a moment, Tu Huo and others seemed to have seen the scene of Ji Qianya going berserk on the spot. The facts were just as they expected. After a brief silence, Ji Qianya let out a hysterical scream. "I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Boundless anger and overwhelming hatred. After saying this, Ji Qianya gathered all her strength and attacked Ye Bufan again with an elbow. The attack was fast, fierce and powerful, bringing with it gusts of wind, as if it was going to kill Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan just laughed evilly and said, "You can't stand it." Bang! The next second, he gathered all his physical strength on his right palm, and then he made a quick move, suppressing Ji Qianya's elbow with one palm. The collision of powerful forces made both Ye Bufan and Ji Qianya tremble uncontrollably. However, it's not over yet. After blocking Ji Qianya's elbow, Ye Bufan directly retracted his right hand, and with lightning speed, he hit Ji Qianya again with his palm. Bang! Another crisp sound was heard. Ji Qianya couldn't help but tremble, and a strange tingling sensation came over her. She was angry and ashamed. This bastard actually sneak attacked me again. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Anger was rising rapidly. The hatred reached its peak. Ji Qianya's eyes turned red, and endless murderous intent surged out. Boom. The next second, her cultivation of the third level of the Divine Emperor erupted completely. The powerful aura caused the surrounding space to tremble, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Die. 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 Driven by endless hatred, Ji Qianya attacked Ye Bufan with another elbow. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. With a bang, Ye Bufan easily blocked Ji Qianya's attack again. But at this moment, Ji Qianya's head jerked forward, and then slammed behind him. What the hell? The sudden scene startled Ye Bufan. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time. Bang! The back of Ji Qianya's head collided heavily with Ye Bufan's cheek. Ye Bufan felt a little pain. Ji Qianya didn't feel good either. After all, Ye Bufan had a Divine Emperor body, but she didn't. However, everything is not over yet. Ji Qianya endured the dull pain from the back of her head, and when Ye Bufan was a little distracted, she threw another elbow. This time, Ye Bufan had no time to react. Bang! Ji Qianya hit Ye Bufan's waist and abdomen hard with an elbow. Ye Bufan felt the pain and instinctively moved his body backwards a little. He then angrily said, "You little bitch, you're not done yet, are you?" However, what answered him was Ji Qianya's fast, fierce, and powerful kick. Ji Qianya bent her right leg, moved it backward, and then kicked Ye Bufan's heel directly between his legs. Bang! A dull and heavy voice sounded. Ah! Ye Bufan let out a heart-wrenching howl, and his right arm, which was originally tightly hugging Ji Qianya's slender waist, was instantly retracted. Not only that, his body also retreated uncontrollably, with his hands covering somewhere, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead uncontrollably. Gurgle. In the distance, Tuhuo and others couldn't help swallowing after seeing this scene. Even a few god kings took a breath and instinctively clamped their legs together. Ji Qianya's unexpected kick was so fierce that it almost threatened to kill someone. A change in a flash. Ye Bufan hunched over, covering his with his left hand, pointing at Ji Qianya with his right hand, and sweating all over. Die. Ji Qianya didn't care at all. After regaining her freedom, she rushed directly towards Ye Bufan. Damn it! Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, and then said, "Ji Qianya, let's stop here. You've suffered a loss, and I haven't gained any advantage. If we continue to fight like this, it will not benefit us, right? Didn't you get any advantage? If you don't think you're getting an advantage, then what is considered getting an advantage? Go to hell, you bastard." When Ye Bufan said this, Ji Qianya's anger increased by 3 points. Boom. The next second, she came in front of Ye Bufan and launched a violent attack. Ye Bufan had no choice but to fight passively. Bang bang bang. In the air, dull and heavy sounds rang out continuously. While attacking, Ji Qianya roared angrily, "You said forget it. Why forget it? You bastard, you hooligan, I'm going to kill you. Die, die, die." There are no magical powers, no secret techniques, only attacks and crazy catharsis. Faced with Ji Qianya's madness, her hysterical roar, and her almost crazy appearance, Ye Bufan suddenly felt that his previous behavior seemed, maybe, just maybe, a little too much. That is why, facing Ji Qianya's crazy attacks, Ye Bufan just kept defending. 10 minutes later, Ji Qianya's attack and venting continued. Ye Bufan couldn't help but shouted, "Ji Qianya, that's enough. I just hit you twice. It didn't hurt a piece of meat. Why are you like this?" After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Besides, you forced me to do all this. If you hadn't provoked me, if you hadn't used something as disgusting as ambergris, would this have happened? Go to hell." Ji Qianya ignored her completely. She shouted angrily and continued to attack Ye Bufan. Damn it! Ye Bufan cursed in his heart and said, "You haven't finished yet, have you? Okay, since you want to play, I will play with you to your heart's content." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's aura changed. Just when Ye Bufan was about to take action, Ji Qianya suddenly stopped responding. Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang! The next second, Ji Qianya landed directly beside the ruins of the Holy Fire City Lord's mansion. This scene left Ye Bufan dumbfounded. Tuhuo and others were also a little confused. But at this moment, Ji Qianya suddenly squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, and cried. Chapter 1586 3 Conditions 3 Updates. Ji Qianya cried. Tu Huo and the others couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all stood there in a daze. The previous second, Ji Qianya was still attacking Ye Bufan madly, and this second, she actually started crying. What the hell, what's going on? What exactly happened during this period? Isn't the contrast too great? Tu Huo and others were confused, and Ye Bufan was even more at a loss. To be honest, if Ji Qianya continued to attack him crazily like before, Ye Bufan would not be afraid and would not care. But why did she cry while fighting? What is this called? If there is something in this world that Ye Bufan cannot accept, women's tears is definitely one of them, but unfortunately Ye Bufan never knows how to comfort people. That was why Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling when he saw Ji Qianya crying heartbrokenly below. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have been so itchy and hit Ji Qianya twice just now. What now? Ignore it. That definitely won't work. You have to solve the trouble you caused yourself. With this thought, Ye Bufan came to Ji Qianya, thought for a moment, and said, Ji Qianya, what do you mean? How old are you? Why are you still crying? Aren't you ashamed? Woo woo woo. Ji Qianya ignored him and continued crying. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and then his face darkened. He said, cry again and try it. If you cry again, do you believe that I will fuck you right now? Woo woo woo. After Ye Bufan said this, Ji Qianya cried even louder and became even more sad. In the distance, Tu Huo and others felt a sudden chill for no reason. They could see that Ye Bufan's original intention was to appease Ji Qianya, but how could you appease her like that? You were not appeasing her, you were clearly intimidating her. Of course, this is not Ye Bufan's fault, because he really doesn't know how to comfort people. Seeing Ji Qianya still crying heartbrokenly, Ye Bufan was confused, hesitant, and helpless. Miss Ji, Grandma Ji, Ancestor Ji, didn't I just spank you twice? Is it necessary? If it really doesn't work, I'll let you spank me twice. If 2 doesn't work, 3, 4, whatever you want will be fine, right? Please, stop crying. Who wants to hit you? Ji Qianya raised her head, glared at Ye Bufan, said something coquettish, and then continued to cry. At that moment, seeing Ji Qianya's tearful face, Ye Bufan was not only distressed, but also felt that his heart was about to break. Auntie, since you don't want to hit me, then you should tell me something. What do you want? Ji Qianya ignored it. Ye Bufan felt that his head was about to explode from Ji Qianya's crying. He scratched his head and said at a loss, Auntie, can you please give me a word? What do you want? Just ask for anything. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Is that okay? Please stop crying. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Qianya raised her head abruptly. Really? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Really? But he still responded, saying, as long as you don't cry, I'll do anything for you. Ji Qianya, okay, agree to my 3 conditions. Can. Ye Bufan responded and said instinctively, as long as you don't cry, let alone 3 people, even. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned when he was halfway through his words. He felt as if something was wrong. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ji Qianya had already stood up, wiped her tears, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, remember, you promised me the 3 conditions. So many people are watching, don't think about going back on your word. Ye Bufan was stunned at first, then his mouth twitched, you're trying to trick me. Is there? Ji Qianya spread her hands and said, I didn't cheat you. It was you who asked me to put forward the conditions. Damn it. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, if you hadn't deliberately guided me, would I let you make conditions? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ji Qianya spoke again, remember, you must do what you promised to others. If you can't do it, hee. As she spoke, Ji Qianya raised her right hand and clenched her fist, as if to demonstrate to Ye Bufan, and continued, you know the strength and background of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. If you regret it, I will never let you go. What is this? First you cheat me, and then you come to threaten me. In that case, why not just use the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to threaten me? There is no need to go through so much trouble. Of course, Ye Bufan was just thinking about it. He knew very well that Ji Qianya would not use Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to threaten him. She was doing this now just to narrow the distance between them, or in other words, she saw his potential and wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with him. Of course, the 3 conditions were inevitable. Helpless, Ye Bufan could only say, tell me, what do you want me to do? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Ji Qianya said after thinking for a while. Haven't you figured it out yet? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Ji Qianya responded, Little Leaf, why are you in such a hurry? We have a long way to go and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Are you afraid that I will forget these 3 conditions? Besides, there are only 3 conditions, so of course I have to use them sparingly. Otherwise you can give me 3 more. Do you think it's possible? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Mean. Ji Qianya grumbled, and then said, Okay, it's almost time, and I should leave for the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, so I won't disturb Xiaoyi brother to continue your grand plan. We'll see you later, and remember to miss me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qianya's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Little Leaf brother and sister, do I still have to remember to miss you? Damn you, I hope I never meet you again in this life. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Ye Bufan knew that the possibility was not high. After all, he would not leave the 7-star Jedi in the short term, and Ji Qianya would definitely come back. To be honest, Ye Bufan is becoming more and more unable to understand Ji Qianya. When he first met Ji Qianya at Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, he saw coldness and aloofness in Ji Qianya, which gave people the feeling of keeping people at a distance. But what about now? Ye Bufan felt that Ji Qianya was a charming, passionate and enchanting little elf. Which one is the real Ji Qianya? Ye Bufan didn't know, but there was one thing he was sure of, this woman was extremely scheming. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked by Ji Qianya twice in one day. Fortunately, Ji Qianya didn't seem to have any ill will towards him, but even so, Ye Bufan did not forget to remind himself to be on guard against Ji Qianya. After all, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be on guard against others. What's more, he doesn't know much about Ji Qianya. Who knows what evil plan Ji Qianya is planning? However, he should not have to worry about Ji Qianya in the short term. After all, since Ji Qianya is going back to the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce headquarters, she will definitely not come back so soon. It's just right, I can take advantage of this time to improve my strength as quickly as possible. After all, only with strong power can you dominate everything and survive better. Just like this time, if he didn't have a physical body at the Divine Emperor level, he would have fallen into Ji Qianya's hands long ago and been taken away from the 7-star Jedi by her. Strength determines everything. Without strength, you are like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. With the strength, no matter how many plans you have, I can break them all. Without paying any more attention to Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan turned around and glanced at the several group leaders and the group of God King realm powerful men under their command in the distance. Although Ji Qianya's appearance delayed him a lot of time, it did not hinder his original plan. Just as Ji Qianya said before leaving, his grand ambition had to continue. Seeing Ye Bufan looking at them, several captains and the God Kings under their command were stunned, and then a bitter look appeared on their faces. Ye Bufan and Tu Huo are 2 genuine powerful God Emperors. If Ji Qianya were still here, they might be able to fight back. But now Ji Qianya is gone. Without the help of Ji Qianya, a powerful Divine Emperor, how can they compete with Ye Bufan and the others? Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of them and asked with a smile, Everyone, do you want it? Do you want to surrender or do you want to surrender? Chapter 1587 The Ambition of the God Kings. Are you going to surrender or to submit? Hearing this, several group leaders and the God Kings under their command all gave an unnatural smile. Although Ye Bufan's words sounded awkward, there was no problem with it. At this moment, the several group leaders and the God Kings under their command had no choice but to submit to Ye Bufan. It's all up to Master Yi to order. Immediately, several group leaders and the gods under their command spoke in unison. Although I am reluctant and unwilling, there is nothing I can do. Reality is so cruel. In this world, the strong have always had the final say. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, Actually you don't have to look so sad. After all, for you, submitting to me will only bring you benefits, not harm. Just like Tu Huo, he is the best proof of this. Upon hearing this, several group leaders and a group of gods were stunned, and they couldn't help but look at Tu Huo again. If he could really be like Tu Huo, then surrendering to Ye Bufan could indeed be considered a good thing. However, after experiencing this siege, can Ye Bufan really still treat them the same way he treated Tu Huo? Several group leaders were unsure, and so were all the God Kings. Although Ye Bufan was well aware of their concerns, he did not explain anything. Instead, he spoke again and continued, "Since you have decided to submit to me, let's find a place to sit down and talk in detail." Well, when Ye Bufan said this, several group leaders and a group of god kings were stunned. Even Tu Huo looked puzzled. "Since we are submitting to you, why should we discuss this in detail? We can just do whatever you say." Although puzzled, Hongye was the first to speak. "How about going to my Hongye city?" In the battle just now, Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan, and even the other god kings who participated in the battle, although they did not use their magical powers and secret arts, now half of the Holy Fire City has become ruins. This place is obviously no longer suitable for what Ye Bufan said discuss in detail. After Hongye finished speaking, Ye Bufan nodded and said, "Then let's go to Hongye City." Afterwards, the group left Holy Fire City and headed straight for Red Leaf City. Outside the Holy Fire City. "It's over. Ji Qianya is gone, that human and the other god kings are gone too, this should be the end. What's going on? It's over so soon. Who wins and who loses? Who knows? Did this matter finally resolve peacefully? I think it's impossible. After all, half of the Holy Fire City has been destroyed. Even if others are willing to resolve it peacefully, Tu Huo will definitely not agree. So what are they doing?" Seeing Ye Bufan and his group leave, discussions outside the Holy Fire City continued to rise. This battle left these aliens confused and at a loss as to what was going on. Hongye City, City Lord's Mansion. In the hall, Ye Bufan sat on the City Lord's throne that originally belonged to Hongye. Below him, the 7 captains sat on both sides of the hall, and behind each captain stood the 2 god kings under their command. Of course, the exception is Liyang, the leader of the Liyang Star Pirates. Behind him, there is only one god king standing at the moment. As for the other god king, he was killed by the Tu Huo in the Battle of the Holy Fire City and died. In this way, the Fiery Sun Star Sky Pirates became the weakest among the 7 groups, and the strongest one was naturally Tu Huo's Holy Mars Sky Pirates. Looking at the group of God King realm powerhouses in front of him, Ye Bufan said directly, "Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense and get straight to the point. This young master has always been a villain first and a gentleman later. So, although you have verbally agreed to submit to me, the matter of the soul control circle is still unavoidable." Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. Ye Bufan continued, "Now, the soul circle is in front of you. If you are willing to submit to me, put it on now. If you are not willing, I will not force you. And I can assure you that I will never embarrass you. But you must leave the 7-star Jedi, because soon, I will carry out a major cleansing of the entire 7-star Jedi. A major purge of the 7-star Jedi." Everyone was shocked. Although they didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do specifically, it was not difficult to predict that the 7-star Jedi was about to undergo an earth-shaking change. But this has nothing to do with them. What they need to consider now is whether they should truly submit to Ye Bufan. Before the Soul Circle, they could still regret it, but after the Soul Circle, everything could no longer be changed. Even if they regretted it, it would be too late. "Lu Yu, Tiandi, put it on." Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Tu Huo spoke calmly. For Tu Huo now, the question of whether to surrender or not is not something he needs to consider at all. Ye Bufan has the Hongmeng Yuanyi, a miraculous item that defies heaven, in his hand. Only a fool would refuse to submit to him. Yes. Immediately, Jin Luyu and Quang Tiandi picked up the soul-controlling circle, in front of them. They believe in Tu Huo, so they won't hesitate. Seeing this scene, several other team leaders and a group of god kings no longer hesitated and cast the soul control circle, that Ye Bufan had already prepared on themselves. Seeing that everyone was wearing the soul ring, Ye Bufan nodded with satisfaction. "I can assure you that one day, you will be grateful for your decision today, or even proud of it." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Since everyone has submitted to me, let me talk about our future cooperation. Isn't it strange? Why do I want to discuss cooperation with you even though you have already submitted to me? It's very simple. Although you have all submitted to me, most of the time, you are still yourselves. I will not interfere in any of your affairs. For example, let's take Tu Huo. Although he has already surrendered to me, the Holy Mars Sky Pirates are still the Holy Mars Sky Pirates, and he still has the final say in the affairs of the group. Even if he kills people or burns things, or robs the rich to help the poor, I will not care, nor will I ask. You all are the same. To put it bluntly, apart from the Soul Circle, your 7-star pirate groups remain the same. As Ye Bufan spoke, everyone was somewhat confused. If it was really like what Ye Bufan said, why would he subdue his group? It was totally unnecessary. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He naturally knew what these people were thinking. Ye Bufan immediately spoke again. Of course, what I said is that in most cases I will not interfere with anything you do, but if I need you to take action, you naturally cannot refuse. But this is not the point. The point is the cooperation that I just mentioned. What kind of cooperation? It's very simple. You provide me with the resources I need for cultivation, and I will give you the Hongmeng Yuanyi in return. Hongmeng Yuanyi. Everyone was puzzled. Tu Huo was shocked and asked impatiently, "My lord, how many resources can I exchange for a drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi?" After experiencing the power of Hongmeng Yuanyi, Tu Huo no longer has any interest in those so-called resources. In his opinion, the so-called elixirs are nothing but dregs in front of Hongmeng Yuanyi. However, Tu Huo's reaction made everyone stunned. They quickly thought of Tu Huo's sudden breakthrough in realm. Could it be that this Hongmeng Yuanyi is the miraculous thing that enabled Tu Huo to make a rapid breakthrough? If that's the case, then everyone looked at Ye Bufan, and there was a hint of passion in their eyes. Ye Bufan saw all this, but just smiled slightly, and then said, "Tu Huo, don't be anxious. Let's not talk about how many resources are exchanged for a drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi for now. After all, you know what Hongmeng Yuanyi is, but everyone present doesn't know it yet. Shouldn't we let them know first?" "Yes, yes, yes." Tu Huo responded a few times with some embarrassment. Ye Bufan, "Well, you two should each take a drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi first, and I will continue." After saying this, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, more than a dozen small porcelain bottles flew out of Ye Bufan's hand and flew directly towards the people present. After everyone took the small porcelain bottle, they opened it without thinking. After all, they have all been planted with the Soul Circle. If Ye Bufan really wanted to harm them, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. As soon as everyone opened the bottle, suddenly a strange smell wafted out of the bottle. In just a moment, they felt an unprecedented desire in their bodies. This sudden change made the gods and kings present terrified, and they all looked at Ye Bufan with shocked eyes. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "What's in here is the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Take it and feel it." Hearing this, everyone stopped hesitating and swallowed the Hongmeng Yuanyi in the bottle. In an instant, the Hongmeng Yuanyi turned into a warm current and directly merged into their flesh and blood. They clearly felt that their bodies had undergone a very subtle change at this moment. It was the transformation of their martial arts talent, or in other words, because of that tiny drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi, their martial arts talent actually got a little bit improved in an instant. This discovery caused all the powerful God King realm warriors present to tremble in their hearts. Hongmeng Yuanyi. This thing can actually improve martial arts talent. What is martial arts talent? That is inherently irreversible. In most cases, even martial arts talent will not change after birth. In other words, every living being's future martial arts achievements are determined when he is born. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Even people with poor talent in martial arts can potentially reach heights that are unattainable to others. But this is only a very small minority after all. Just like them, be it Hongye, Liyang, or even the other captains, their own martial arts skills have reached the 8th level of God King, or even the 9th level of God King, and they are only one step away from becoming the God Emperor of martial arts. But this small step seemed like a gap that they could never cross. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break through. Although there are some elixirs in this world that can help them forcibly break this restriction, allowing them to break through the bottleneck and step into the realm of martial arts emperor, but, not to mention that this kind of elixir itself is very rare and priceless, even the risks involved are enough to discourage most people. Because the risk of impacting the bottleneck in this way is almost certain to lead to death. To put it bluntly, it is almost certain death. Therefore, only those who are at the end of their life will make such an attempt. Most people simply don't dare to do so. And all of this, in the final analysis, is due to the limited talent in martial arts. If one does not have a strong enough martial arts talent as a foundation and forcibly enters a realm beyond one's own limits, the final result will most likely be an explosion and death. But what about now? The Hongmeng Yuanyi that Ye Bufan took out can actually improve martial arts talent. What does this mean? This means that with the Hongmeng Yuanyi, they all have the opportunity to break through the God King and become the God Emperor. Just like killing fire, Tu Huo must have taken a certain amount of Hongmeng Yuanyi to be able to achieve the status of martial arts emperor in such a short period of time. Since Tu Huo can do it, then they must be able to do it as well, and if they have enough Hongmeng Yuanyi, does it mean that they can constantly improve their martial arts talents and then become gods, or even god emperors, or even become Hongmeng emperors? Hiss. When they thought of this, all the gods present couldn't help but take a breath. Now they finally understood why Ye Bufan said that surrendering to him was their wisest choice. What the hell, it's just a soul circle, what does it count for? Anyone who doesn't surrender is a big idiot. The god of martial arts. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited and thrilled. No, being the martial arts divine emperor is not enough. One day, I will aspire to be the grand emperor. Chapter 1588. The dormant ambition is awakening. Excitement, thrill, joy. The appearance of Ye Bufan, or the appearance of Hongmeng Yuanyi, made the several captains and the gods under their command rekindle hope for their future and their path of martial arts, just like the previous Tu Huo. Not only that, the long dormant ambitions in their hearts slowly awakened at this moment. As former star pirates, Tu Huo and several other major captains, why did they choose to retire at the peak of their strength and choose to be the lord of a city or the king of a land in the 7-star Jedi? That's because they are very clear about their own situation and understand it very well. With limited talent, the God King aspires to the throne. Those who have reached the 8th or even 9th level of the Divine King realm can no longer ascend any further. If that's the case, then why continue to engage in the high-risk industry of space piracy? You know, nothing will go smoothly forever. Especially the star pirates. As a high-risk profession that relies on burning, killing and looting for a living, every action of the star pirates is a gamble of life and wealth. Things may go smoothly once or twice, and may be safe and sound 3 or 4 times, but what about the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or even more times? Who can guarantee that everything will be peaceful forever? There is no eternal luck in this world. As a space pirate, it was only a matter of time before something went wrong. Therefore, instead of waiting for a tragic end of death in the future due to an enemy that cannot be provoked, it is better to retire from now on, become the king of that place, and enjoy life. To put it bluntly, after becoming the strongest men at the peak of the Divine King level, the several group leaders have lost the motivation to keep moving forward, because they know very well that no matter how hard they try or how much they give, they will never be able to become the Divine Emperor of martial arts in this lifetime. But now it's different. The emergence of Hongmeng Yuanyi gave them hope and awakened their dormant ambitions. The strong rule over everything. The weak are struggling to survive. As a warrior, who doesn't want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts one day and look down on all living beings? Tu Huo thought. Hongye thought. Fantasy heart and beautiful thoughts. Several group leaders have this idea. Not only the 7 captains, but also the gods under their command are no exception. It's a pity that they once suffered from lack of opportunities, but now, the opportunity is right in front of them. Ye Bufan is their greatest opportunity. Suddenly, Tan Feng, one of the several group leaders, stood up and faced Ye Bufan. He knelt on one knee and said in a loud voice, "I am willing to follow Master Yi until death. From now on, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Damn it, he got there first. As soon as Tan Feng said this, the faces of the other team leaders changed and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, no matter how much they cursed and how late they were, they all stood up and then knelt on one knee facing Ye Bufan. The several major group leaders were like this, and all the gods were no exception. "I am willing to follow Master Yi until death. From now on, I will go through fire and water and will not refuse death. I am willing to follow Master Yi until death. From now on, I will go through fire and water and will not refuse death." With uniform voices and resolute attitudes, several group leaders and a group of god kings shouted in unison. Just based on the magical item Hongmeng Yuanyi, they were willing to follow Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He knew very well that the reason why these people did this was entirely because the power of Hongmeng Yuanyi was irresistible to them. But the relationship is just Hongmeng Yuanyi. This thing is of no use to me anyway. Since they want it, just give it to them. The most important thing is that in this world, apart from himself, no one else can produce such a heaven-defying magical item as Hongmeng Yuanyi. Therefore, as long as he could firmly control the Hongmeng Yuanyi, it would be equivalent to controlling the people in front of him in disguise. No matter whether they were sincere or false, whether they were willing or not, as long as they still wanted the Hongmeng Yuanyi, they would have to obey his orders obediently. As for the soul-controlling circle, it was just an insurance that Ye Bufan set up for himself, just in case, to be absolutely safe. Everyone, get up. The next second, Ye Bufan raised his hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Everyone stood up. Ye Bufan spoke again, "Remember, we are the Star Pirates, so compared to the title of Master Yi, I prefer you to call me the King." Well, everyone was stunned, but said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Very good." Ye Bufan smiled and nodded, then said, "Everyone, please sit down." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Several group leaders responded and sat down one after another. Ye Bufan, since you have all tried Hongmeng Yuanyi, I don't need to explain the function and effect of Hongmeng Yuanyi anymore, right? No, no, everyone said repeatedly. At this moment, they already knew the effect of Hongmeng Yuanyi. It was definitely a rare and heaven-defying divine object in the world. The next second, Huan Xinyan suddenly asked, "My king, how can we obtain more Hongmeng Yuanyi?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Ye Bufan with anticipation in their eyes. Although the Hongmeng Yuanyi is powerful and incredible, it belongs to Ye Bufan after all. For them, if they can't get it, then everything is just empty talk and delusion. Feeling the expectant eyes of the crowd, Ye Bufan said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that if you want Hongmeng Yuanyi, then bring resources to exchange with me? Any grade of resources will do. Of course, the higher the grade, the better." Huan Xinyan said again, "Then my king, I wonder how many resources can be exchanged for a drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi." Ye Bufan thought about it. According to Tu Huo, he consumed 60 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi, from the 8th level of God King to the 9th level of God King. From the 9th level of God King to the 1st level of God Emperor, he needed to break the bottleneck of martial arts, so he consumed about 200 drops. After that, he only used 100 drops from the 1st level of God Emperor to the 2nd level of God Emperor. In other words, these people in front of him, especially the several group leaders, would need about 200 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi, if they wanted to advance from the 9th level of God King to the 1st level of God Emperor. If the price of Hongmeng Yuanyi is set too low, it will definitely not work. If it is too high, Ye Bufan is afraid that it will discourage these people. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan said, "How about this? Resources worth 50 million can be exchanged for 1 drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi. You can exchange as much as you want, there is no upper limit, but the premise is you have to have resources. 50 million a drop." When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was stunned. Huan Xinyan, "My king, how many drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi are needed for us to break through from the 9th level of Divine King to the 1st level of Divine Emperor? You should ask Tu Huo this question. He is the most qualified to answer you." Ye Bufan said with a smile. Everyone immediately looked at Tu Huo. Tu Huo smiled calmly. From the 9th level of God King to the 1st level of God Emperor, it takes about 200 drops. Moreover, this is because it is necessary to break the bottleneck of God King. After that, from the 1st level of God Emperor to the 2nd level of God Emperor, this Emperor only used 100 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi. I don't know how much more is needed after that. 200 drops of Hongmeng Yuanyi can advance from the 9th level of God King to the 1st level of God Emperor. 1 drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi is worth 50 million. In other words, they only need to spend 10 billion to become the god of martial arts. 10 billion to become a martial arts emperor. Damn, isn't this too cheap? If this gets out, I'm afraid the whole universe will go crazy. However, whether it is the 7 captains or other gods, they will not be stupid enough to spread this matter. After all, making money in silence is the right way to go. What's more, an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If the Hongmeng Yuanyi is leaked out, Ye Bufan might be in fatal disaster. This is not the point. The point is, if Ye Bufan died, how could they obtain the Hongmeng Yuanyi, not to mention that they also have the soul control circle, controlled by Ye Bufan. Therefore, even if Ye Bufan had not reminded them, they would never leak out such a heaven-defying magical item as Hongmeng Yuanyi. The next second, Tan Feng said directly, "My lord, I will exchange 500 drops now, is that okay?" "Certainly." Ye Bufan smiled and said, as long as you have the resources. Resource. Tan Feng couldn't help but be stunned, and so were the others. The resources for cultivation are nothing more than elixirs, magical medicines and the like. Among them, elixirs and magical medicines are the most common and popular. However, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce previously purchased elixirs and magical medicines at high prices, so they sold all the elixirs and magical medicines they could. Now, where did they have any remaining elixirs? Let alone elixirs and magical medicines worth 10 billion, they can't even take out elixirs and magical medicines worth 1 billion. Tan Feng immediately said, "My lord, I will go to Tianhe Chamber of Commerce to buy it now." That, Ye Bufan said rather embarrassedly, Tianhe Chamber of Commerce no longer has any elixirs or magical medicines. How is that possible? Tan Feng said in surprise. Ye Qianya previously acquired elixirs and magical medicines worth trillions. Not only Tan Feng, but everyone except Tu Huo also had a look of shock and disbelief on their faces. Ye Bufan spread his hands and said, "The fact is Tianhe Chamber of Commerce really has no more elixirs and magic medicines, because those elixirs and magic medicines have been transformed into Hongmeng Yuanyi by me." Tan Feng, Liyang, Hongye, everyone. Tianhe Chamber of Commerce acquired all the elixirs and magical medicines in the 7-star Jedi. Now you have transformed all these elixirs and magical medicines into Hongmeng Yuanyi. So what should we do? Don't we have so much money but nowhere to spend it? Chapter 1589. What should the Star Pirates do? Dead space. A frozen atmosphere. In the hall, several group leaders and the God Kings under their command all had sad and angry faces and were crying. It is obvious that they can improve their cultivation easily, especially the major group leaders. They can even become the martial arts emperor in just 2 or 3 days like Tu Huo. Unfortunately, there are no more elixirs or magic medicines in the 7-star wasteland, and they cannot buy them even if they have money. What is this? That feeling is just fucked. Seeing everyone with sad faces, Ye Bufan was quite embarrassed. After all the elixirs and magic medicines in the 7-star Jedi had already entered his stomach. It could be said that the current situation was entirely caused by him. Ahem. After a moment, Ye Bufan coughed lightly and said, "You don't have to be like this. Although there are no more elixirs and magic medicines in the 7 stars Jedi, there are still major chambers of commerce. Are you afraid that you can't buy resources even if you have money? The only difference is that you break through a few days earlier or later. Besides, there are more than just elixirs and magic medicines as cultivation resources." Yes. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, several group leaders and a group of God Kings were instantly awakened. The 7-star Jedi no longer has any elixirs or magic medicines, but there are still major chambers of commerce. You know, the 7-star Jedi is just a branch of these chambers of commerce. If there are no elixirs or magic medicines, why not just ask them to transfer them from other places? Are you afraid that you can't buy pills even if you have money? Besides, they have been waiting for decades, so why would they be afraid to wait a few more days? With this thought, the several group leaders and the gods were relieved. Hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Okay, let's put the matter of Hongmeng Yuanyi aside for now, and now let's talk about the 7-star Jedi." Well, when Ye Bufan said this, everyone was stunned and puzzled. What happened to the 7-star Jedi? Ye Bufan continued, "The 7-star Jedi is the territory of your 7-star pirate groups. It can also be said to be your base camp. What I said is correct." Everyone nodded. Ye Bufan added, "I have to say that you, the 7-star Sky Pirates, were really good at making money. I remember when I first came to the 7-star Jedi, I had already spent a lot of money before entering the city, such as settlement fees, mount fees, city entry fees. In short, there are a lot of messes. Over the years, you must have made a lot of money relying on this model, right?" Everyone smiled awkwardly. Ye Bufan, you can do nothing but sit and get paid. This is your ability. But that was before I came to the 7-star Jedi. Now that I have come to the 7-star Jedi, can you still be satisfied with just a 7-star Jedi? Or can you still be satisfied with the current slow pace of making money? Everyone was stunned at first, and then they immediately had the answer in their minds. Of course not. Although they can indeed make a lot of money by relying on the Star Pirates traveling in the 7-star Jedi, how much can it be? 10 million, 20 million, or 100 million a day? Before they had Hongmeng Yuanyi, they were indeed satisfied if they could earn 100 million a day. However, after having Hongmeng Yuanyi, let alone earning 100 million a day, even 10 billion or 100 billion a day would be considered too little. They wished they could earn enough divine crystals in one day that they would never be able to spend. After all, only with enough money can they obtain a large amount of resources in exchange for more Hongmeng Yuanyi, thereby improving their strength faster. Seeing the changes in everyone's expressions, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "So, the 7-star Jedi must be reformed, because for you, the current 7-star Jedi makes money too slowly." This. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Tu Huo said, "My king, we will reform in the way you say." "Yes, my king, please tell us what you want us to do." The others also responded. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, glanced at everyone and said, "Very good, let me ask you first, who are you?" Well, everyone was stunned and puzzled. They didn't quite understand what Ye Bufan meant. Ye Bufan stood up suddenly, pointed at everyone, and said in a loud voice, "Remember, you are space pirates, the space pirates who roam the starry sea, burning, killing and looting. As a glorious space pirate, what do you think you should do? It's a robbery." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Killing people, setting fires, and getting a gold belt. In this world, is there anything that can make money faster than robbery? What's more, you are space pirates. But what about you? As a glorious space pirate, it would be fine if you didn't go robbing, but you actually hid in the 7-star Jedi to do business. What the hell are you businessmen or space pirates? I think you are more like a bunch of idiots. Aren't you ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed? Aren't you afraid of waking up our space pirates' ancestors from their coffins?" Ye Bufan spoke passionately, but the several captains and the god kings under their command were stunned. They felt that Ye Bufan was more like a space pirate than they were, and a glorious space pirate. Nima. Everyone was confused and speechless. However, it is undeniable that Ye Bufan was right. They were originally star pirates, and murder, arson, gold belts, for most people, there is really no faster way to make money than robbery. Call. As everyone was thinking about it, Ye Bufan took a deep breath and continued, "So, if you ask me, you should start from your old ways, walk out of the 7-star Jedi, and step into the endless galaxy. As a glorious space pirate, you should do what a space pirate should do. And the first step to resume the old business should be to snatch the 7-star Jedi. Poof. Grab the 7-star Jedi first." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and they looked at Ye Bufan with eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Tu Huo couldn't help but say, "My lord, you said should we rob the 7-star Jedi first?" "That's right. Then isn't that just robbing yourself?" "Robbing yourself?" Ye Bufan's expression turned stern, and he asked, "Who are your friends? Those Chamber of Commerce? Or those space pirates? Do you think they are in the same group with you?" Well, Tu Huo was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Remember, people who work in the same profession are enemies. Moreover, I will not allow others to snore under my bed. You all admitted just now that the 7-star Jedi is your base camp. Since it is your base camp, how can you allow others to come and go at will? Just for those insignificant settlement fees, mount fees, and city entrance fees. Don't be funny, that's just small change. If you want to make big money, you still have to rely on robbing. So, if you ask me, from now on, apart from your 7-star pirate groups and a few chambers of commerce that can provide us with all our needs, there should be no other outsiders in the 7-star Jedi, and no other forces are allowed to exist. Otherwise, aren't you afraid that one day there will be a fire in your backyard and you will be attacked from all sides?" This. Several group leaders hesitated for a moment. I have to say that Ye Bufan's words make some sense, or even very correct. After all, times are different now. After having such a miraculous item as Hongmeng Yuanyi, of course one must try every possible way to make money. As for how to make money, what can make money faster than robbery? Half an hour later, in the main hall of the Red Leaf City Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan had disappeared, and so had the other god kings. At this moment, there were only 7 group leaders left in the hall. In addition, there were 7 presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Among them are Tianu. As for the other 6 people, like Tu Huo, they all belong to other top chambers of commerce in the Purple Emperor domain. Commanders, I wonder why did you invite us here? Looking at the 7 captains in the hall, Tianu frowned and couldn't help but ask. The other 6 Chamber of Commerce presidents also looked curious. After Tianu finished speaking, Tu Huo spoke directly, To be honest, we gathered you all together today because we are planning to do a business with you, a big business. Well, the 7 leaders were stunned. They looked at each other, and finally Tianu said, I wonder what kind of business is this? We want to purchase a batch of cultivation resources worth 5 trillion. I wonder, with the strength of your 7 families, how long will it take to deliver these resources to us? Tuvuo said with a smile. Hiss. When Tuvuo said this, the 7 presidents couldn't help but gasp. One of the Chamber of Commerce presidents couldn't help but ask, Captain Tu, are you sure you said 5 trillion, not 500 billion? I am very sure that it is 5 trillion. This. The leaders hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and finally, Tien Nu said, Leader 2, 5 trillion resources are no problem, but we only accept divine crystals. No problem. Tuvuo looked indifferent. This. Tianu hesitated for a moment, then said, Captain Tu, I have a question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask it. We are old acquaintances. If you have anything to say, please feel free to speak. Well, with all due respect, I'm afraid the 7 captains can't come up with so many divine crystals, right? You don't have to worry about that. When the time comes, we will pay you and deliver the goods. I will definitely not give you less than 1 divine crystal. Moreover, I can assure you that such big deals will continue in the future. This. The presidents of the 7 major chambers of commerce were startled, shocked, and even horrified. After a moment, Tianu spoke again. Since Captain Tu said so, we will accept this deal, but how long will it take? We need to go back and learn about the resource reserves on some surrounding planets before we can respond. No problem, just give us an answer as soon as possible. Okay. In addition, I wonder what resources the captains need from the 5 trillion. Can you give us a list? No need, any resource will do, but the higher the quality, the better. This. Tianu was stunned, and so were the other 6 presidents. They instinctively thought of Ye Bufan. However, before they could think about it, Tuvuo spoke again. In addition, I hope that after you return, you can recruit your people back to your respective chambers of commerce as soon as possible and close down for a few days. Chapter 1590, Queue Up and Rob. In addition, I hope that after you return, you can recruit your people back to your respective chambers of commerce as soon as possible and close down for a few days. Buzz. When Tuvuo said this, the 7 leaders couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. As the president of one of the countless branches of the 7 top chambers of commerce in the Purple Emperor domain, they are naturally not ordinary people. Their thinking is so delicate and sharp. The 7 group leaders had just proposed a deal worth 5 trillion, and now they were asked to close down their 7 chambers of commerce for a few days. What do the 7 leaders want to do? They certainly cannot come up with 5 trillion divine crystals now, and considering the strength of the 7 top chambers of commerce, if they are not sure, the 7 group leaders would never dare to rashly propose this deal. So, where did they get the 5 trillion? They are not planning to rob the entire 7-star Jedi, are they? Bang bang bang. When they thought of this, the blood flow of the 7 elders accelerated and their hearts could not help but beat rapidly. If this is true, then the 7 leaders are a little too crazy. You know, they have worked hard for so many years to develop the 7-star Jedi into its current scale. If they really did this, although they could indeed accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time, their behavior would be completely killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. From a long-term perspective, it is absolutely not advisable. Therefore, the 7 leaders should not do this. But if they didn't do this, where would they raise 5 trillion divine crystals?